Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 6 Stone, 137 One Punch 1, you call it very difficult. Subscribe. The masters vanished out of thin air. Many exploration teams immediately began to doubt life. They began frantically looking for traces of the boss in their respective areas. After all, in the case of having entered the domain of the master, if you can't kill it, it is absolutely impossible to break through the barrier. This also means, although the master disappeared, they were still trapped in the field barrier. Whether it is the first floor or the second floor, at this moment, there are more than a dozen teams, each of which is besieged in their respective master areas. However, but no one knew what happened, and at this moment, in that dark corridor, with the advent of the master summoning array, the environment began to change gradually. The first is the surrounding fireworks. After turning into a dark green, it began to plummet, and finally disappeared completely. The surroundings were reduced to darkness where the fingers could not be seen. Next moment, at the front end of the promenade, a dim yellow sunset finally gradually appeared in the distance. The originally dark corridor, under this brilliance, he immediately switched styles, like a tree-lined path at dusk. Lin Ye stood alone in the corridor. The shadow was stretched out by the afterglow of the setting sun, and it stretched out like a monster underfoot. Until now, he just narrowed his eyes slightly, and his heart moved slightly. From this moment on, he finally understood why this place was called Twilight Road. Although before, sunsets can be seen everywhere in this cracked world, but that feeling is very far away. If you use a game metaphor, it is like an untouchable out-of-bounds texture, which can only be seen from a distance. But now, at the front of the road of the yellow 777, that round of sunset looked like a model that had already been established, waiting to be touched. Although majestic and dazzling, but instead, it gave birth to a fascination in the heart. That is to say, as long as you kill all the way from here and reach the sunset point, will you pass? Lin Ye muttered to himself. At the same time, in the purple magic circle closest to the front, the figure of the first master began to appear. This is a rather bloated and huge reptile monster with an extremely distorted shape. Although it has a shape like a crocodile, its body and limbs are too fat to describe in words. The whole body is covered with faint green scales, and under the scales, there are white flowers of fat. Although the snake letter is spit in the mouth, it is full of dense eyeballs. Just looking at it, Lin Ye felt a little discomfort in his heart. He frowned slightly. It's not because of a mental attack. It's just because Lin Ye has a bit of intensive phobia. At the same time, the system prompt sound also came immediately. Ding, you have triggered Dusk Road Master, LV.55 inches greedy family, giant crocodile of the eyes. 55. Battle time. 90 seconds. Quote. Quote. The moment he heard the prompt sound, Lin Ye was stunned for a moment. There are two main reasons for his surprise. First, naturally, this is because of the limited duration of the battle. As we all know, Dimension Fisher is not a game, so most boss battles of the master do not have too many restrictions. Even if you want to fight a pot of tea, a pack of cigarettes, and a broken boss for a day, is okay. As long as you don't die, you can fight for as long as you like. But now, in this Twilight Road, there is actually a limit to the fighting time. It's no wonder that the 3 groups that were triggered before all failed the challenge. Time limit. I thought I had to give my best in a short period of time. But once you exert your full strength, it means a high-speed consumption of physical energy. There is more than one battle here. It's a battle of the wheels. As the name suggests, after the first boss is defeated, the second one is likely to be triggered immediately, and there is no downtime at all. In other words, the consumption of physical energy may be one of the biggest reasons for their failure. Besides, another reason that surprised Lin Ye was, he did not expect that the first boss he encountered here, it turned out to be the legendary, Ancient Gods family. That's right, it can be seen from the master's name information. Anything with the format of XX family, if nothing else, are almost all branch monsters of the gods, the family of the Ancient Gods. Even if you can't tell from the name, they also often have extremely distorted shapes and maddening mental attacks. The guy in front of him fits these points perfectly. Whether it's the twisting white fat under the scales or the dense eyeballs on the tongue. It's more or less the meaning of the Ancient Gods. Generally speaking, when encountering such a monster, it is impossible to look directly at it, but if you look at it for a while, it may have some influence on the spirit. After all, this can be said to be the passive ability of the Ancient Gods. However, for Lin Ye, who has mastered the Certificate of Heroes, it doesn't matter. He has long since unlocked the ability to be immune to all mental attacks, including this of course. To him, the main danger of looking twice is that it is a little disgusting. So, he still lowered his eyes. Try to fight with the lock of mental perception without looking at it. Although it was said that the headmaster before told him to try not to fight with the Ancient Gods' retinues and not to kill them. But now, it's not the case that he can call the shots. If you want to lead to the sunset, it is inevitable to kill the monsters blocking the road in front of you. Then, Lin Ye didn't hesitate, and while he lowered his eyes, he walked forward calmly. At this very moment, the gigantic ruler in front also seemed to sense Lin Ye's hostility. CJCB. Without hesitation, immediately, the hind legs exerted force and suddenly glared. Boom. The bloated body jumped high in an instant and rushed towards him fiercely. At the same time, the dark green scales on his body flew open in an instant, and the greasy fat trembled. This picture, I'm afraid that the last time I look at it, I will spit out yesterday's overnight meal. Fortunately, Lin Ye had already expected. He didn't raise his eyes at all, and at the moment when it rushed over, he raised his hand without hesitation. A deliberate punch. Boom. The shock wave generated by the violent force formed a solid fist wind, which slammed directly into the face. That mighty force like a mountain slammed directly on the body of the giant crocodile with eyes like a giant hammer of tens of thousands of pounds. Puff. It didn't even have time to react. It has been directly blasted into countless fragments, sputtering in all directions. Tong. Fortunately, Lin Ye's agility is high enough. He easily avoided these twisted wreckage and walked forward calmly. Ding. You have killed the master of the Dusk Road LV.55 inches greedy familiar, the giant crocodile of the eye. It took 8 seconds. Clear the Twilight Road, and all experience will be settled. Here. Lin Ye had expected it and did not stop. Still continuing to move forward, the next master's summoning formation strode away. In fact, at the moment of seeing the rules of the Road of Dusk, he knew that the experience here should be the same as the experience of killing the Dragon God, and it will not be calculated for the time being. After all, once the Dusk Road fails, you will lose everything here. All that includes not only the memory, but also the experience gained. That is, if you want to successfully get these experiences, you must first pass the customs here alive. Looking at the summoning formations floating on the Road of Dusk, Lin Ye couldn't help but smile. The master's experience is far beyond ordinary mobs and elite monsters. What's more, in this Twilight Mausoleum, after this round of battle, I don't know how high my level can be raised. While thinking, above the second magic circle in front, a new master began to appear. The ruler this time, relatively speaking, it is much more handsome. It was wearing a thorn armor covered with blood-red rust, with a broken stone hammer in its left hand, and an exaggerated giant sword in its right hand. Ding. You have triggered Dusk Road Master, LV.58 inches Knight of Thorns, Garthius of Sword and Hammer. Battle time. 80 seconds. 35. Hearing the prompt tone, Lin Ye was slightly taken aback. This second master, the level is higher than the first, raised to level 58. But this battle time, how come it got shorter? Dropped from 90 seconds to 80 seconds. This means, as the Road of Dusk stretches, as the Dominator becomes stronger, will the battle time begin to shorten? 71. No wonder none of those teams had been successful before. In a sense, this is indeed a hell-like sinister level. Not thinking, Tong, the Thorn Knight holding the sword and hammer in front of him has already stepped forward. The violent blood-colored aura further deepened his extremely oppressive pace. Lin Ye's eyes lifted slightly, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself. Sure enough, 35. This place is still very difficult, 35. Saying that, he punched out. Boom. Under the wind pressure of the riot, a prompt sounded in my mind. Ding. You have killed the master of the Dusk Road, LV.58 inches Knight of Thorns, Garthius of Sword and Hammer. Take 3 seconds. And at this moment, what he didn't know was, at the end of the Road of Twilight, now, a figure sitting on the throne, wearing white and silver armor, was staring at the picture on the crystal screen, completely staying in place. Shown on the screen, it was the picture of Lin Ye moving forward in the Dusk Road. See here, he was a little bewildered. One punch and one master, you call this very difficult? 138 probability of victory. Probably 100%. Please subscribe. Under the sunset, at the end of the Twilight Road, on the high platform on the edge of the altar. The man in the silver armor in the throne looked at the picture on the crystal screen with a strange expression. In the screen, the boy in the red and black uniform, walking alone on the Road of Dusk, all the way forward, without the slightest pause. Whenever a new master is called out, he didn't have any hesitation, just launched the attack with a blank face. And the result of the battle? Again, no difference. It's a little difficult, as he says, but what he's doing looks like. It has nothing to do with the difficulty of TM. Therefore, the man who was observing, his face was so strange at this moment, even a little green. And at this moment, watching this picture, nor is he the only one. On the right side of the throne, in the direction behind him, there is another figure standing at this moment. This man was wearing a set of dull gray armor, leaning on a heavy sword in both hands, standing upright, majestic. However, under gray armor, his face was shrouded in black shadows, although in the brilliance of the setting sun, there is no feeling of being illuminated at all. Instead, it was like a black hole, swallowing up all the light. At this moment, under his shadow-like face, a low voice came out. King, do you need me to go to the Road of Twilight to help you clear this enemy? The voice fell. On the throne, the man called. The king looked back. The setting sun illuminated his face. He has short brown hair and gray-blue skin, his pupils show a dark purple light, and his teeth show a zigzag-like shape. He frowned and looked over, surprised. You actually said it. Is it because you sensed the threat from that guy? Do you think he can get all the way here? Quote. The voice fell. The Shadow Knight replied in a low voice, still emotionless. It should only be a matter of time. 99. Heard. The man on the throne nodded thoughtfully. In fact, there have been 3 times when the Road of Dusk has been opened before, but each time without exception. Halfway through, they all failed. Either because of lack of physical strength, being defeated by monsters and eliminated on the spot. Or because the battle lasted too long and exceeded the time limit and was kicked out by the rules of the Dusk Road. There was even a small team, although they barely dashed to 2/3 of the distance, but because the nanny in the team was killed in seconds, the follow-up was completely in no state to continue to move forward. Anyway, although they also pose a threat to this side. However, fighting all the way undoubtedly exposed their weaknesses. It is clear, with their strength, it is simply impossible to resist the huge consumption brought about by the Master's Wheel battle. Coupled with the time constraints, this is an impossible challenge. But this time, it's completely different. On the crystal screen, the boy in the red and black uniform broke in alone. At first seeing this picture, the man's face showed contempt and indifference. After all, even those 7-man squads were not able to clear the Road of Dusk. How can this be done by one person? Regardless of his level is less than 50, just speaking of physical exertion is a big problem. Not to mention, he hasn't been wearing any gear or weapons yet. Therefore, men don't care, just a token random glance at the crystal screen. But this glimpse, he was immediately stunned. That greedy family, the giant crocodile with eyes, is a very troublesome spirit-impregnated monster. Logically speaking, just a glance at its tongue, the spirit is immediately infiltrated, polluted, and then driven to madness. Even if there is no madness, there will be situations where the mind is out of control. But just now, not only is there nothing wrong with the guy in the picture. On the contrary, at the same time when the giant crocodile of the eyes swooped in, he instantly killed it with just a random punch. Even more frightening, this punch did not use any weapons, nor any skills. Not even contacted, it was just a fist wind that completely shattered the giant crocodile in an instant. The whole battle didn't even take 10 seconds. This screen, there is no doubt, of course, that the man was completely unexpected. And then, even more outrageous, all the masters that appeared next, almost all without exception. The second master is Knight of Thorns, Garthius of Sword and Hammer. The third master is Crazy Puppet Master, Carius of Darkness. The fourth master is Moonlight Demon, Santosia the Imprisoned. Etc., etc. Along the way, almost all of them were instantly killed within a few seconds. The battle scenes are clean and neat, even like a butcher who was born for killing. Without any superfluous attacks, either a punch or a kick out of love. In short, as long as he launches an attack, he can instantly destroy the opposing master. That's it. In a bloody explosion, he is alone. Go all the way, without stopping at all. The combined time for him to eliminate all these masters has not even exceeded the time limit of the first master. And his body is very clean, not even a few drops of blood stick to it. With such efficiency, clearing the Road to Dusk is indeed only a matter of time. Perhaps, it is precisely because of seeing this picture. The Shadow Knight behind him suddenly proposed to go to the Road of Twilight for purging. Think of this. The man on the throne looked up again, raised his eyebrows and said, "If you really want to fight him with all your strength, how much confidence do you have?" The voice fell. The Shadow Knight fell into a moment of silence, and then said condensedly, "In terms of mathematical probability, which humans are good at, it should be 100%. 5. Quote. The man on the throne was stunned for a moment. He never imagined this knight who always stood silently behind the throne would actually say such a thing. I thought it would be good to say 60%, but he actually said 100%. When the man was surprised, the Shadow Knight on the side made a flat and low voice again, and said condensedly, "Asking for flowers. As long as you order, I can enter it at any time and help the monarch crush the intruders. 35. Heard here, the man on the throne did not rush to answer. Instead, he looked at the crystal screen in his hand again, and then suddenly raised his eyes to look below the throne. There is a round altar. But at this moment, when he saw the complicated incantation pattern in the center of the altar, the man couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Anyway, since being forced to take this position, no one has ever been able to really reach here and threaten the throne, so this so-called throne super throne magic has never been used. This time, it's a great opportunity. If the Somber Knight is simply ordered to do it, if it kills the young man directly, it doesn't seem to be interesting, and it will fail this wonderful game. Think of this. For some reason, the corner of the man's mouth showed a playful smile. Immediately, he turned to look at the Shadow Knight beside him, and said, "I want to activate the superposition magic on the altar over there now, no problem." 99. The voice fell, and the Shadow Knight here immediately lowered his head and said respectfully, "You are the appointed king of the Sunset Throne. Everything here is naturally up to you, and there is no problem." "Okay, let's start then." The man nodded, looked at the figure on the crystal screen, and smiled lightly. And at this moment, the Shadow Knight behind him stepped forward and came to the center of the magic altar. Immediately, insert the gray heavy sword in his hand into the center of the magic circle. Dang! In an instant, one after another, colorful and gorgeous rays of light suddenly spread from the point of contact between the sword tip and the magic circle. Immediately afterwards, the edge of the entire altar began to expand rapidly in an instant. In less than a second, the altar instantly expanded more than 10 times. And then, something magical happened all of a sudden. I saw that above the sky of the mausoleum at dusk, a rainbow-colored beam of light suddenly descended. Dang, 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 they are like bridges connecting the sky and the altar, exuding magnificent brilliance. The next moment, one after another silhouettes immediately appeared in the beam of light. Their equipment is different, but the same is that they are all human. That's right, at this moment, these people who were sent here by the rainbow beam. Without exception, they are all job transferers from all over the Dusk Mausoleum. And at this moment, all these people's faces were left with incomprehensible shock. Everyone looked at each other, and everyone was stunned. Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Seeing this picture, a playful smile appeared on the face of the man on the throne. Use humans against humans. Deal with job changers with job changers. Sure enough, this is the correct way to open the final level. Tisk. When you have worked hard to break through the road of dusk and come here. When you discover that the enemy you are about to face next suddenly becomes your companions. I don't know how you will look. Aware of this, the man looked down at Lin Ye's figure on the crystal screen and grinned quietly. 139 My Nima. How can this TM pass the customs? Please subscribe. Inside the tomb at dusk. In the major areas, countless rainbow beams of light appeared, sending the transferees one after another. Now, about 100 people appeared on this altar. They wear different professional equipment and hold various weapons in their hands. Some were in groups of 3 or 5, while others were alone. But the same is that everyone's faces are all in a state of confusion. They looked around, dumbfounded expressions on their faces. Where is this? Weren't we still in the sandcastle on the second floor just now? What's the situation? Teleport beam. What special level is this triggered? That's not right. Why don't you even have a system beep? I finally killed that devil. How did I get here? 99. Me too, Nima. I finally killed the stone man, and the experience has not been settled yet. My day, there are so many people. Who can tell me where this is? Now, the altar was full of noise. No doubt everyone wanted to know what happened, but no one knew. They could only look around in a dazed way. Here is a gray circular altar with a huge field, right in front of everyone. There is an unremarkable air door, which seems to lead to the unknown field of 777. On the door, there is a spell pattern engraved with complex seal patterns. It shone with a dark red brilliance, like the seal of the dimensional crack. And the other direction of the altar. It is 9 purple 3-dimensional beams of light rising into the sky, exuding an illusory particle stream of light, circulating continuously. Beyond the beam of light, it is a foggy world with no boundaries at all, as if there is some mysterious force blocking the line of sight. Until someone looked back, it was only then that I suddenly discovered that just behind everyone, the edge of the altar. Corresponding to the sealed door, it turned out to be an upward golden ladder. There are huge golden statues with a height of several meters on both sides. They are golden knights worthy of the name. They are riding iron horses and holding long spears. They are very imposing, and right above the golden ladder, it is a magnificent floating throne, supported by the power of the 9 beams of light, standing on a high platform. A man dressed in gorgeous silver armor is sitting above the throne at this moment, just like a god, looking down at this side. In front of him, a crimson crystal screen exudes a magnificent light, and beside him is a gray knight in a dark shadow, leaning on a heavy sword in both hands, standing still. Seeing this was enough to surprise everyone present. But, what surprised them even more was, at this moment, behind the throne, a dim yellow chain of light shot straight into the sky. What it is connected to is the huge dim yellow sunset above the clouds. Now, the sunset and the throne. It is like a connected whole, showing the grand atmosphere of eternity and ancient times. Shocking. Just staring at the past, people have an uncontrollable longing and worship. 46_. See this picture. All the transferees present were naturally shocked and dumbfounded. The thoughts in everyone's brain were disrupted almost instantly. I am my grass. Wait. What's going on here? Sunset. FK. Really? Is this the legendary Twilight Sunset point at the end? 35. Hiss. What happened? It shouldn't be so bluffing. How is this possible? I haven't even passed the first floor of the mausoleum. This is directly Nima to the final area. Did we have a mental illusion? Is it a bug? This is definitely a bug, right? For a while, everyone in the audience exploded. With the first surprise, it is naturally incredible shock. After all, since the crack was unearthed, no one has ever reached this final area, Twilight Sunset Point. Since the world of the Tomb of Dusk, the sunset has always been at the very center of the world. Therefore, many speculations have long pointed out that the setting sun is likely to be fixed in the very center of the Tomb at Dusk. There, that is the final level position of the whole crack. Similarly, it is also the location where world-class props are stored. And at this moment, the throne in front of you and the sunset bound in the sky completely fit this description. And the brilliance of the setting sun is also unprecedentedly powerful and vast, as if it were close at hand. But the problem is, how did they get here? More than 10 seconds ago, some of them were attacking the Dominator, some were exploring the dungeon, some were farming mobs, and some were even sitting and chatting in the safe area. There is absolutely no connection with the final area. But now, they were suddenly directly selected by the falling rainbow beam and came here. Even more bizarrely, it wasn't the whole team that came here, although they all have their own exploration teams, but now, many people come here completely alone. Even if they come with their teammates, there are usually only 3 or 5 people. There is no pattern at all. Therefore, at this moment, they were full of bewilderment and shock. I even began to doubt whether what I saw in front of me was really true. However, at this time, all of a sudden, In their minds, the system prompt sound popped up at the same time. Ding, you have arrived at the Tomb of Twilight, the final area, Eternal Sunset Throne. Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. The moment the prompt sound fell, dang, almost everyone's heart jumped suddenly, and their eyes widened at the same time. The Eternal Throne of Sunset Point. FK, this is really the final area of the mausoleum. Hiss. For a while, above the entire circular altar, there were bursts of gasps. Everyone was completely bewildered, totally incomprehensible, and at this moment, their eyes, also invariably, all looked at the figure on the throne of the golden staircase over there. When everyone's eyes converge, another shining light curtain popped out in front of everyone's eyes in an instant. Sunset Master LV, Twilight King, exclamation mark question mark. See here, everyone's pupils shrank instantly, and they couldn't help holding their breath on the spot. What they were shocked by was not the identity of the man. After all, looking at the aura of his sitting on the throne, anyone can guess that he may be some extraordinary existence. But what really surprised everyone was, this guy, it's not a hostile monster. That's right, now, the information entry displayed by the Twilight King turned out to be a golden entry. To know, among all the cracks in space, whether it is a mobs, elite monsters or masters, the information entries displayed by them will be marked in red by the system. This means, hostile, like a video game, it's an easy to understand setting. But now, this Twilight King turned out to be the golden entry of TM, the color of neutrals. And this means, the relationship between him and the transferees is not a hostile relationship of fighting to the death, but a relationship of NPCs. Realize this, everyone was a little bit out of control in an instant. In the final area of the entire Dusk Mausoleum, the Master of the Sunset who guards the gate, isn't his mother's boss. How does this get through? The hearts of this group of people were naturally filled with 10,000 doubts and incomprehensions. But in the meanwhile, some people secretly glanced at each other, and could not help but wipe the cold sweat. Fortunately not the boss, otherwise, at this level, how can we fight with our broken strength? Just looking at the oppressive feeling in the past makes people a little breathless, right? Now, the audience fell into a brief silence. Many people looked at each other in dismay, and their faces were extremely strange. But at this moment, only the voice of the ruler of the setting sun could be heard on the throne, like a bell. First meet, welcome everyone, to my world. 99. You must be wondering now, why were you summoned here by me? Question mark exclamation mark. 35. As soon as he said this, the people present suddenly felt a sudden movement in their hearts. Immediately, they hurriedly concentrated their minds, and their expressions immediately became serious. Because at this time, they suddenly discovered that, they were not randomly teleported, but were summoned directly. Or was he summoned by the ultimate ruler of the Twilight Tomb? Of course everyone was a little shocked. After all, it seems that there has never been any crack in this kind of situation where an NPC summons a transferee. Without waiting for their response, hearing the man on the throne, he still spoke slowly in an indifferent voice. I know, the purpose of everyone here is to compete for the legendary, world-class item. And my purpose is to protect this broken throne in the world. There is no conflict between us. According to the original rules, you need to go through multiple levels to get here and start the so-called final trial. But, I'm tired of that boring routine. So, 99, let's simplify it this time. The competition for world-class items is left to yourselves to complete. Talking, he suddenly raised his hand. A ring shining with iridescent light suddenly levitated from his hand. Subsequently, call out, turned into a meteor, directly cut through the yellow sky like a thunderbolt, instantly penetrated the air door of the blocked dusk road over there, and rushed into the darkness inside. Quote exclamation mark question mark. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. See this picture? Of course they noticed. Everyone turned their heads instantly, and their eyes looked at the direction of the dusk road at the same time. The aura on that dazzling rainbow ring is what drives everyone crazy. World-class props. Find the beast of prey. Realize this, one by one, all eyes lit up. Everyone in the audience exploded in an instant. That's right, 140 Ring of Twilight. Supreme power. Subscribe. At the same time, in the closed Twilight Road, the ring that shone with dazzling iridescent light still shines forward like a shooting star. It cuts through the sky and is extremely magnificent. Until the next moment, came to Lin Ye's body. At this moment, Lin Ye was stomping on the head of a monster-type master with one foot. Puff. Dark blue blood splashed up. Ding. You have killed the master of the Dusk Road, Snake of Haze, Laspia the Corrupted. 35. Take 5 seconds. Experience pending settlement. Lin Ye raised his eyes and looked forward, frowning slightly. In fact, he just noticed a sudden aura flying over from the front. But I didn't expect the moment I raised my head. This thing, it stopped in front of him. As if being held up by an invisible force, the UFO floated in the air. This is a ring, but, unlike the Orc King's ring in the Wither Castle before. Above the ring in front of you, shining with a dazzling iridescent light, it looks extremely gorgeous and dazzling. 66. The moment I saw this, even Lin Ye couldn't help being stunned for a moment. This is world-class prop. Question marks appeared in Lin Ye's mind. As we all know, since the arrival of the Black Star, the props that have appeared in various cracks, except for the light that comes with it. 29. Its quality from weak to strong will also show different colors of light, just like in the game. Representing the normal quality of white, representing the blue of boutique quality, the purple color representing rare quality, orange representing epic quality, the crimson that represents the mythical quality, and the rainbow color that represents the supreme world-class quality. And at this moment, the light shining on the UFO ring in front of you is the rainbow color, world-class. Because of this, Lin Ye was a little confused. Obviously the road to dusk has not been cleared yet, why did the world-class props suddenly appear? While thinking, he subconsciously raised his hand to catch it. However, the moment the palm touched the ring, a gorgeous rainbow-colored light curtain popped up in front of me. Dang, as if a rainbow was unfolding at close range in front of him, this light was like the moment of shipment in a card draw game, which made people feel relaxed and happy. Lin Ye suddenly stared at it. Item. Dusk Ring Dust Seal. Quality. World Class. Grade. None. Description. World Class props from Dimensional Rift, Twilight Tomb. It is said that once under the sunset, witnessed the twilight of the gods, thus forming this supreme ring, hence the name. It contains some indescribable power, and the owner will be able to control the world-class power within it. One of only 46 world-class props in all dimensions and worlds. Effect. Unknown. Description. It is currently in a dusty state and cannot be used until the authorization of the Sunset Throne is obtained. Question mark. See ahead. Lin Ye also nodded thoughtfully. Shin said that it is indeed a world-class item, and even the force in the description has risen. But at the end, he was a little stunned again. Covered in dust. What is the situation? Can't be used until authorized. Ah, this. Lin Ye suddenly became helpless. It's no wonder that it came to me before the road to dusk was cleared. It seems that there are still restrictions. But, is this, Throne of the Sunset, referring to the final area? Looking at the ring of rainbow light in his hand, Lin Ye couldn't help thinking. But at this moment, not far ahead, another purple magic circle lit up. Immediately, a monster holding a huge cross in his hand gradually appeared. Ding, you have triggered Dusk Road Master. Winter Troll Orlizig. Battle time. 45 seconds. 99. Question mark quote. Here movement. Lin Ye then raised his eyes and looked over. Depending on the situation, it should not be far from the end of the Dusk Road over there. This should be the last 2 or 3 masters. Think of this. Lin Ye no longer hesitated, and planned to put the ring away first, and then deal with the guy in front of him. Anyway, after customs clearance goes out, there is still time to think about the situation of unsealing the dust seal. However, just when he used the warehouse command to apply it to the ring, the prompt sound came out again. Ding, containment failed. This item is a dust seal item and cannot be contained until authorized unsealed. Question mark. Lin Ye was stunned again. I didn't expect this thing to have such a limit. It can only be worn when injured. Lin Ye raised his hand and put the ring directly on the index finger of his left hand. Although this thing is still shining with rainbow light, it is very eye-catching, but there is no way to do it. And at this time, the monster over there also rushed over. Without any hesitation, Lin Ye raised his left hand, clenched his fist and blasted it out instantly. Bang! With this punch, an incomparably violent storm spewed out in an instant, forming a dense fist, directly hitting the opposite winter troll. Bang! The huge cross in its hand was exploded in an instant. Immediately afterwards, the whole body was like a giant cannonball for a moment, and it was directly blown away on the spot. Puff! The monster fell to the ground and let out a roar. I don't know if it's also because of the severe pain or because of uncontrollable anger. Lin Ye raised her eyebrows. Although he didn't do his best, he didn't expect that this guy actually survived. It seems that compared with the previous masters, the strength is one level higher. That's right, since I just called all the way. Since the monster was constantly getting stronger, Lin Ye naturally strengthened his punches while maintaining his physical strength. But, unexpectedly, it became stronger again. You must know that Lin Ye's current strength points, under the blessing of inherent power, have reached a terrifying 10,000 points, and the bonus of attack power has already reached an incalculable level. I didn't expect this monster to survive a single blow. There is indeed something. But, not much. At least compared to the mechanical boss dragon god encountered before, it is much worse. Lin Ye stepped forward and rushed out. Base. The body turns into an afterimage. He didn't intend to give the master in front of him too much breathing opportunity, and kicked it out. Puff. The flesh and blood of the monster flew. This time, it was completely terminated before it even had time to scream. Ding. You have killed the master of the Dusk Road, Winter Troll Orlizig. In 7 seconds. 39. Experience pending settlement. For this frequent beeping sound. To be honest, Lin Ye at this moment is somewhat taken aback. After all, in the past few minutes, along the way, he could hardly remember how many masters he had killed. Although boring, however, the thought of reaching the final area of the Twilight Mausoleum after going out, of course, is still very motivated. Not to mention, now I also got the Dusty World props in advance. As well as, when you go out later, if all the experience is settled at one time, it will probably be quite amazing. While thinking, Lin Ye continued to move forward with a smile on his face. 777. Finally, a minute later, after Lin Ye ended the last master of the Twilight Road with a power punch. It also came to the end of the Dusk Road, in front of this translucent air wall. The reason why it is said to be semi-transparent, it was because he could only see the sunset in the sky in front of him, but he couldn't see anything else. And at this moment, in his mind, a completely different prompt sounded instantly. Ding, you have killed the master of the Road of Twilight, King of Fury, Phil, the God of Fire. 99. It took 9 seconds. It's not over yet. As a gorgeous light curtain popped up, a new sound came again. Ding, you have perfectly killed all the Dominators and cleared the Road of Dusk. Successful challenge. 99. The barrier of the sky is about to be abandoned. You will arrive at the Tomb of Twilight, the final area, Eternal Sunset Throne. All the experience you've earned will begin billing soon. Boom. With the falling of the beep, the translucent air wall in front of me also began to change in an instant. It was as if it had evaporated into a white mist. Subsequently, front screen, it finally began to show in front of Lin Ye's eyes. The first thing that catches the eye, naturally, it was the huge dim yellow sunset above the sky. Then, it is the dazzling throne above the majestic golden staircase over there. And finally, on the circular altar in front, there are more than 100 figures of countless colorful job transfers. At this moment, it seems that everyone is staring at this. See here, Lin Ye's expression instantly became confused. And many more, I rely on, right? How many people came before me? 141. Well, let's fight for ourselves. Subscribe. Seeing the altar ahead, in this, overcrowded, scene, Lin Ye was of course a little confused. He thought, after triggering the special Easter egg of the Twilight Road, he should be the only one who can reach this final area when he clears the customs at such a fast speed. Result, what is this particular situation? At a glance, there are definitely more than 100 people here. There were even many people who had seen Lin Ye's face when he was in the academy before. However, at this moment, what he didn't know was, at the same time that he was stunned by this situation, all the people staring in this direction were naturally stunned. In fact, from a minute ago, when the Twilight King launched the world-class props, everyone was completely focused. Then, the master once said things like, simplify the procedure, and, let it be up to you. Of course, this has left many people guessing. Perhaps when this air wall is over, they can rush to the Road of Dusk to compete for the flying rainbow-colored ring. However, when the wall of air really disappears, everyone was dumbfounded. What the FK? What the hell is this? How did someone come out? And, what makes them even more confused is that, at this moment, on Lin Ye's left index finger, a ring shone with iridescent light, blinking very much. Obviously, he has already put the disappeared world-class props in his hands. Realize this, everyone was dumbfounded almost instantly. This TM, we agreed to let us fight for ourselves, why did this guy get it in advance? Question mark question mark question mark question mark question mark. The faces of countless job transferees were instantly filled with question marks. In my heart, it was like 10,000 grass mud horses galloping past, and the bumps continued. But when everyone is completely confused about the situation, suddenly, from the direction of the golden stairs, the man on the throne made a godlike voice again. Everyone, unfortunately, it seems that the dust-covered world-class props have been held by him. But, don't be disheartened, the world-class props have been sealed in advance, and they need the authorization of the Sunset Throne before they can exert their true power. In other words, next, who is the true owner of this Ring of Twilight, has not yet been determined. It depends on who of you has enough strength to win the ring and come to the throne to meet. At that time, once the world-class props are authorized, everything will be settled. While talking, the man on the throne's eyes shone brightly, and the corners of his mouth showed a traceless smile. However, at this moment, the people below who heard these words were once again stunned in place. What the FK? Take the ring, see the throne, the end of the authorization. That is to say, do we actually have a chance now? Exclamation mark. Realize this, the eyes of many people immediately stared at Lin Ye over there again, and they all lit up. And at this moment, Lin Ye here is also slightly moved. Immediately, he looked at the throne's eyes and narrowed slightly. Tisk, no wonder this ring appeared in advance by my side on the road to dusk. Turn out to be, is this your idea? Let the transferees compete with each other, thereby hindering the acquisition of world-class items. It seems, these people appear here, it seems that it is not through any normal way. Lin Ye pondered in his heart, although the Twilight Monarch just now did not explicitly say, but obviously, he is encouraging transferees to compete against each other for the rings to determine the final winner. Otherwise, it is impossible to make a special sound reminder. Therefore, the eyes of this group of people will become hostile. After all, now, it's time for personal battle, not the time to show some kind of camaraderie or human community. Even elementary school students know that. As long as you win the world-class props, anyone can soar into the sky and fly into the clouds. This kind of temptation is tantamount to a fortune of hundreds of millions, and it is tantamount to a panacea for rebirth. 6639. At the same time, of course, the job changers on the opposite side also realize this. Many people are staring at this side. After all, at this moment Lin Ye is only alone. He even wore the most basic red and black uniform of Fenglin campus, looking harmless to humans and animals. That is, just grabbed the ring in his hand before everyone else, and then rushed towards the throne in an instant to get authorization. It's over. By the time, once you have mastered world-class props, everyone else will not have the strength to continue to compete, although the laws of the New World do not allow unprovoked personal fights between job transferees. But now, according to the words of the Twilight King, it's a competition for world-class props. It is not a private fight, but a special task rule issued by an NPC. In other words, as long as it doesn't hurt the opponent's life, you can fight whatever you want. Thinking about this, some people are already gearing up, some people swallow their saliva, and some people secretly start accumulating energy. No doubt, they are all preparing for the next moment of explosion. However, what they did not expect is that, right at this moment, Lin Ye, who was alone in front of him, unexpectedly burst into the sky with a bright orange-red light. Dang, gorgeous storm flashes in an instant. Lin Ye's whole body was instantly surrounded by golden particles, and then fused together. Pipe exclamation mark question mark quote. Seeing this picture, everyone present was shocked. Of course they recognized it. This TM is an upgrade. That's right, it is a special light effect that only appears when the class transferee who has awakened once leveled up. What's going on? This guy obviously didn't do anything. Just standing in the same place, why did you suddenly get a level up? Naturally, no one understood this strange picture. However, next, a scene that made everyone feel like a ghost happened. Only see the front. After a golden light flashed. Jiao, but it didn't stop for a moment. Instead, a brand new golden light emerged. Dang, another upgrade. 2 levels in a row. Some people started to hold their breath. But this is still not over. The light of the second level has not yet dissipated, and the light of the third level has rushed out again. Dang, Nima, level 3 in a row. Everyone's eyes widened and they froze in place. But they didn't expect it anyway. This is just the beginning. Next, one after another golden light. Everyone was completely stunned. Lin Ye here just stood there and listened to the reminder sound that kept coming from his mind. Level up. Even the man on the throne, his smile froze for a while. The whole place was dead silent. As if sitting on a rocket, the continuous impact began violently. And at this moment, level up, 142 world-class props are here, who else wants to grab it? Subscription required. A series of reminders sounded in my mind. The numbers showing the experience and level on the light screen in front of him also began to change continuously in an instant. At the same time, another shining light curtain pops up. Yeah, you have completed the Purgatory level dungeon, Road to Dusk, perfectly, and you will receive an extra large experience reward. 99. Settlement in progress. 35. Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. See here, a smile suddenly appeared in Lin Ye's eyes. As expected, in addition to the basic Dominator experience, there are additional customs clearance experience rewards. From the Dragon God Irene Mist to the end of the Fire God Phil in the Road of Twilight. Countless masters, because their level is much higher than Lin Ye, their experience points add up to an overwhelming number. Not to mention, under the double experience buffs of, furthermore, and, brilliance of the Secret Realm, the experience he gained has also skyrocketed like never before. So that, this way down, even when the experience gap became huge and the leveling up became difficult, he still performed explosive continuous leveling up in front of hundreds of people. From the original level 49, directly soared to, level 69, Crazy Brush level 20, and at this moment, this outrageous picture, it was also carefully watched by all of the class transferees in front of him. There are even many people who are silently counting the number of times of light. It didn't stop until 20. Now, above Lin Ye's head, the golden information note was displayed. LV.69. Unknown occupation. See here. Finally, everyone's brain is left blank. The audience was so silent that they could hear the beating of their hearts. Those transferees who were still coveting and full of hostility. At this moment, without exception, all froze. The expressions on everyone's faces were like hell, and their pupils were constricted. Just staring at Lin Ye over there, not even daring to take a breath. At the moment when the upgrade stops, they even came up with an idea in unison. Finally stopped 777. If it doesn't stop, the only thing to stop is their little hearts. No doubt, no one has ever seen such an outrageous battle against the sky. A level 49 class transferee, while standing still, Nima has soared to 20 levels one after another. This TM is no longer an impossible problem. Totally FG sci-fi. Now, no one cares how to do it. What makes them even more concerned is, what is the origin of this Nima? First come on stage with world-class props. Then, and TM directly in front of everyone performed a 20 level straight up standing still. And, it's all after coming out of that dusk road. Is this a martial arts novel? The protagonist fell into the abyss of the cliff, picked up the secret book and jumped over. At this time, countless people's brain CPUs have completely shut down. From the moment I saw this picture, they have almost subconsciously given up the fight. This situation is so FG weird. But at this moment, what they didn't know was that, if the highest level of the class changer in the crack of the Tomb of Dusk is not limited to 69. Maybe Lin Ye's level may continue to soar. Because at this moment, Lin Ye has clearly seen, After his level reached level 69, a black chain appeared to lock the level slot. This seems to come from the rules of this dimensional crack, so that the experience is forcibly stored, and it is in a state that cannot be upgraded temporarily. Depending on the situation, it should be automatically released after leaving this Dusk Mausoleum. Since it is not his own level shackles, the exclusive talent, Limiter Breakthrough, has not been activated. And after reaching level 69, Lin Ye's primary concern is naturally the inherent power that was unlocked recently, CJCB. As predicted, as the level increases, the acquisition of inherent powers also slows down. From the first one at level 5, to one at level 10 later. Until now, after leveling up to 20, only one has been unlocked, so Lin Ye has gradually lost track of the rules. But fortunately, his own upgrade speed is fast enough, and the acquisition speed of power is not slow in general. And at this moment, the newest ability unlocked in the system made Lin Ye's eyes shine. Inherent Power, named Ghost Talent S+. Describe. The skills of the strongest heroes will never be restricted to any form or name, even the most ordinary-looking strike can be transformed into the most powerful move. Illustrate. All your attacks will be automatically generated as blank skills, and you can name them at will. At the moment when the naming is completed, the skill will receive special damage effects added by the system, such as increase damage, drop defense, pierce armor, lock, distance bonus, group attack, and many other effects. Remark. At present, you have used 4 attack methods, and blank skill, X4 has been generated. Do you want to start naming? Quote exclamation mark question mark. 55. Take a look at it. Lin Ye was instantly pleasantly surprised. Good guy. I always thought that this profession has no ordinary skills other than Nirvana. Unexpectedly, now there is a blank skill named by yourself. Moreover, it is still generated with the attack I used before. After the naming is completed, it can also give special effects. He hurriedly looked towards the blank skill. Sure enough, the original skill slot now has 4 more blank skills. When Lin Ye chose to view the first one, an illusory picture instantly appeared on the light curtain in front of me. It seemed that it was the scene where he once killed the gluttonous demon and volleyed a punch. And the picture when the dragon god Irene Muse was killed not long ago. Is that what it means? Lin Ye's heart moved instantly. Because when I dealt with these 2 monsters at the time, I used the method of punching after accumulating power. So is it classified as the same attack, and thus the same new blank skill? Then this. Why don't you just call it Power Punch? Lin Ye was thinking so, and before he could confirm, the prompt sound came out instantly. Ding. 39. Inherent Power, named Ghost, has been activated. 35. Your blank skill 1 has been officially named, Charge Punch. Effects obtained. Increase damage katakana middle .lv 0.9, break defense LV 0.9, rage LV 0.9 inches 39. Quote question mark quote. Does this just end with naming? So easy. Lin Ye was stunned for a moment, and then he couldn't help but laugh a little. This way of naming is really genius. But, after obtaining these named special effect bonuses, maybe if you use this trick again, the power will explode even more. Thinking of this, Lin Ye immediately checked the remaining 3 skills. As expected, these 3 also represent 3 different attack methods, such as kicking skills and so on. Soon, Lin Ye named the 3 blank skills according to their characteristics. Until this time, he closed the class panel with satisfaction, and then raised his eyes and looked forward. The all-round points rewarded by the upgrade have been upgraded, but he has kept the free attribute points for the time being. After all now, it's totally enough. The next thing to do is very simple. That is to go to the throne of the sunset and authorize this dusty world-class item. After all, the world outside the rift seems to be a mess, and it is obviously not a wise move to delay time here. Think of this. Lin Ye was about to step forward and walk forward. However, just then, all of a sudden, bass, 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 as the sound of breaking the sky sounded, among the crowd in front, 3 figures suddenly rushed forward. Their figures turned into 3 afterimages of different colors. Go straight to Lin Ye's left. No doubt, their target is the world-class item, Twilight Ring, on Lin Ye's left index finger. Now, the expressions of the 3 were cold, and they gritted their teeth and shot. In the case of tight time, they can no longer manage so many complicated situations. No matter why he was able to rise to 20 levels in a row, their goal is very simple, there is only one. That is to get the ring first. Then, immediately rush to the throne over there and authorize this dusty ring. Thus, no matter how strong the others are, authorizers can rely on the power of world-class props to be directly invincible. That is, now the competition is the speed between them. See who it is, the first to take the ring from this guy. Ho-oh-ah-ha-ha-ha. 9. The fierce shouting sounded. Someone threw a heavy fist, someone instigated a long sword, and another danced a long whip. Boom, boom. The bells and whistles of the skills flooded directly in an instant. Quote exclamation mark question mark. This sudden scene, naturally, it also changed the expressions of the other people who were sluggish there. They didn't expect it at all. These 3 people would suddenly take the lead at this moment. Aware of this, some other people who want to seize world-class props are naturally not to be outdone at this moment. They stepped out one after another, ready to join this doomed chaotic battle in an instant. However, just as they were about to rush out, Suddenly, boom, a loud explosion like an explosion suddenly exploded. Immediately after, I saw around Lin Ye, the 3 transferees who were besieging him just now. All of them were blasted away at the same time. Puff, they all looked terrified and spit out a mouthful of blood. The figure that flew out quickly was like 3 cannonballs, blasted to different directions. It smashed hard on the far edge of the altar, making a dull crashing sound. Immediately, almost at the same time, he rolled his eyes and lost consciousness. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. This moment, after seeing this strange picture, all the people who were still eager to try just now, once again all froze in place. Don't even dare to move at all, because just now, they didn't even see Lin Ye's movements clearly. From start to finish, the guy seemed to stand still, but the 3 people who attacked were just blown away like this. What happened? In that moment just now, what happened to TM? Everyone was shocked and dumbfounded. The whole place was silent again. And at this moment, Lin Ye over there just raised his left hand, his eyes swept towards the audience calmly like a frozen lake, and said indifferently. The world-class props are here, is there anyone else who wants to come and grab them? I'm in a hurry, let's go together. 143 turned into a sharp sword that cuts through the twilight, pointing directly at the throne. Subscribe. As soon as this is said, it was like a stone that stirred up thousands of waves, instantly making everyone present dumbfounded. Nima, what is this nonsense? In a hurry, so let's go together. Everyone is in the Twilight Mausoleum, and they are all working hard to compete for world-class props. You are in a hurry. Even if you want to pretend, you don't need to say such things, right? This is too arrogant. For a while, many people secretly sank their hearts. Now, as for the strength of this guy in front of him, it is natural to re-evaluate it. At the beginning, seeing that he is alone and not wearing any high-level equipment, he naturally thinks that he is very weak. But, after his miracle of level 20 in a row, in addition, after the 3 people were inexplicably directly blown away, naturally, no one dared to underestimate it. Joke. Even if the level doesn't explain anything, it's a real deal that those few people were killed in an instant. And those 3 people are all level 69. It stands to reason that 69 vs 69, with the same level plus 1 more fight, it is impossible for the situation where 3 fights to be counter-killed in any case. But it still happened, and among all the transferees on the scene, the highest level was level 69. This is enough to show that, if you want to snatch the Ring of Dusk, it is not something that 1 or 2 people can easily do. As the guy himself said, go together. That's right, at this moment, only by going up together can they win the ring. This starts the next round of battle. Then, aware of this, the transferees all looked at each other. Seems to be communicating with eyes. The people who used to be rivals with each other seem to be uniting at this moment. In fact it is so. Although this is a personal battle, only one person can win the final victory. But, when there is such a situation of, one strong and many weak, undoubtedly, these weak people, of course, recalled that they should unite and solve the strongest first. At least so, it is guaranteed that they will have a chance to compete in the future. If they fight each other from the beginning, it is very likely that the result will be the same as the 3 people who rushed over just now, and they will be knocked out on the spot. Therefore, anyone who has a brain, at this time, they will not choose a single-handed attack. At the same time, naturally, some people showed helpless expressions after looking at each other. Either they were just shocked by the 20-level rise in a row, or they were shocked by the scene of killing the 3 people in seconds. Anyway, at this moment, they unanimously chose to give up. Although they were chosen to come here, the level of these people is generally not level 69, and there are even many people who have not reached level 65. Although I really want to take the world item, but they certainly won't be arrogant enough to think that they can cross the gap to start this competition. Then, they silently chose to give up. But even so, the tense atmosphere on the field did not weaken in the slightest. Those transferees who were going to join together were secretly accumulating their strength, as if waiting for someone to take the lead and then launch a siege together. As predicted, just the next moment, 2 people from the Tianquan College, one of the top 10 universities, rushed out first. At the same time, their eyes were incomparably piercing, and on the left and right hands of the 2, they used their own weapons, sending out gorgeous magic and fighting spirit that multiplied to the peak. Boom. Of course they are not stupid. Instead of approaching the attack like the previous 3 people, while rushing out, they launched a long-distance attack to suppress. Thus, it can suppress the opponent's shot to the greatest extent, and it is convenient for follow-up actions. And at this moment, as they rushed out and attacked, the other people who were already eyeing them were like triggering a chain reaction, and naturally they also took action. That's what they've been waiting for. In an instant, one after another colorful skills were launched from their hands in an instant. Lifa, surprised electric light, sword skill, blue falling flame slash, charge skill, demon king bombing cannon, sacred rhythm, Carlos aura. This moment, beneath the pale yellow sky, all kinds of complicated skills, like a rainbow-colored meteor shower, suddenly bombarded Lin Ye here. Obviously, everyone's purpose is to suppress him. First work together to defeat him, and then consider the action to capture the ring. Boom, boom, boiling golden lightning, rushing red flames, howling gray storms, bursting blue magic, dark purple beams, and countless swords and swords. In an instant, a grand scene like the overturning of the ocean was formed. See here, on the golden ladder, the man sitting in the throne grinned instantly, revealing an excited smile. That's right, he was just waiting for this picture. This is a picture of everyone attacking him. Thus, you can end this toughest enemy without even using yourself and the Shadow Knight behind you. In this case, I will borrow the power of the throne. Let me give you a helping hand. Think of this. The man's eyes narrowed instantly. Dang, in an instant, from the throne below him, a faint yellow sunset light silently emitted. Subsequently, I saw the various skills that swarmed away. It was increased rapidly in the air, and both the range and the intensity were instantly expanded to the extreme. Boom. See this picture. Don't talk about those who didn't make a move. Even the people who launched these attacks couldn't help being slightly surprised. Our power has been amplified. What's the situation? Is it subject to regional rules? The so-called regional rules means that in some special regions, the skills of job transferees will be blessed by the rules and become stronger. And this scene in front of me, it seems to echo this speculation even more. Realizing this, everyone's eyes suddenly lit up, and their confidence in their hearts greatly increased. It's too late, it's too soon. The chaotic and terrifying skill frenzy completely engulfed the figure of Lin Ye ahead. This scene, not to mention a class transfer in white clothes, even if it is a mythical equipment, it is impossible to resist. Ask for flowers. Even if there is a monster master who is good at defense, I am afraid that the defense will be directly broken. However, at this moment, what they didn't know was that, now, under those violent skills, Lin Ye still stood there calmly. The violent shock wave storm blew his black hair and clothes high, but he was still like a landslide ahead without changing his face. Because at this time, in his eyes, these attacks, no matter how fast, seemed to have entered a state of slow motion, as slow as falling into a quagmire of air. Lin Ye could even clearly see the movement trajectory of every magic and sword skill. That's right, inherent power, the strongest on the surface katakana middle dot speed. In the eyes of others, his speed is so fast that it is difficult to see clearly. In his eyes, the movements and attacks of all people were unbelievably slow. After all, under his agility multiplier of 2000%, all the people who shoot, the agility points are naturally far lower than him. Therefore, of course he wasn't flustered either. And just now, the reason why he said those words was purely to try it out. But, not to tempt them. It's tempting. The man on the throne. That's right, it is the master of the sunset, Twilight King, who is high above and giving orders. In fact, from the moment I saw him, Lin Ye's heart felt something was not quite right, although this guy seems to have marked the golden entry of NPC in the system. But it still doesn't look like an ordinary NPC. That's why Lin Ye wanted to try it out. And as expected, just at the moment when these people shot, in Lin Ye's field of vision, a strange scene was clearly captured. The man on the throne sneered. As an NPC, it is impossible to show such a special emotion to the battle between the class changers. In other words, the situation in front of you is likely to be a chess game played by this bee. Plus now, the attacks of these people were suddenly intensified, which almost confirmed the speculation in Lin Ye's heart. Obviously, this seemingly fair Twilight King is the driving force behind this melee. Aware of this, Lin Ye, who was under the storm's surge, shone slightly. He has decided, no matter what else, first kill this so-called NPC first. Then, I saw his legs suddenly burst out. Base. The whole person instantly turned into a red and black arrow and burst out. From the ferocious skill frenzy all over the sky, he shot out in a flash. Boom. The violent air cannon exploded in an instant. The shock wave set off by the explosive force directly blasts away all the skills attacking around. And Lin Ye's figure, all the people who witnessed this outrageous scene changed their faces instantly. The smile on his face froze instantly. And the man on the throne, like a sharp sword that cuts through the yellow sky, pointing directly at the Dusk King on the throne. Over the altar. Dot. Quote quote. This moment, 144. It is very hard to step on an ant without stepping on it. Please subscribe. No one could have predicted. In the mad bombardment of this kind of sky-filled skills, he was able to blast it away in an instant with the air wave that he raised when he rushed out. No one could have predicted. After rushing out, he didn't even care about the people who took action here, instead, rushing towards the sunset throne. Quote. This moment, all the people who took action below were stunned. The expressions on their faces went from shock at the beginning to the back, leaving only countless question marks. Is this TM doing something wrong? Rushed over there, aren't we the ones who attacked you? Did you make a mistake? Go straight to the throne. Moreover, what happened to that intense murderous aura? Do you still want to kill NPCs? Now, countless people were naturally stunned for a moment. But at the same time, there are also many people who instantly feel bad in their hearts. Throne. Could it be that his purpose is to receive authorization from the throne? F#7. Once the world-class props in his hands are lifted, we have no chance. Think of this. A few people even gritted their teeth and rushed out subconsciously. In fact, they had planned from the beginning to prevent others from getting close to the throne. But did not expect, the first one to approach the throne, is Lin Ye. Now, several people are very regretful in their hearts. Miscalculated. We can think of that kind of priority authorization tactics. How could this guy not think of it? We must stop him from approaching. Quote. That's it. At the moment when Lin Ye rushed to the throne, there were also a few people who rushed out like a conditioned reflex. However, at this moment, Lin Ye, who rushed over, was extremely cold. He knew that the group of people behind him really had the heart to compete for world-class props. Otherwise it can't be so hard. But it's a pity. Lin Ye didn't want to waste time with them. After all, after the awakening, and now that he has been continuously upgraded to 20 levels, his power has long since changed. The attack issued in the battle is not something that anyone can withstand. If you don't exert force, you can't quickly suppress these people. This leads to the fact that when he shoots, he must control the strength to adjust right range. That is, under enough circumstances to defeat them, but not to kill them directly. This battle, it seemed a little too restrictive. After all, the famous honest philosopher Aizen Sosuke once famously said, "It is difficult to grasp the strength of stepping on an ant without stepping on it." Although Lin Ye doesn't want to see other people as ants, but in fact, their defensive power is indeed the same in front of Lin Ye's power. Just like the 3 people who rushed out at the beginning, Lin Ye is the result of precise control of the power. Otherwise, with his outrageous strength attribute, if he punches with all his strength. The 3 people just now, I am afraid it is not the end of loss of consciousness. And, fighting these guys, not doing any good yet. While wasting time and energy, you can't get any experience at all. Therefore, Lin Ye didn't plan to continue to ink with them. Just kill the man on the throne in front of you and you're done. Anyway, in the introduction of the system, the authorization of world-class props is through the sunset throne under him, not himself. Then, at the moment of approaching the throne, Lin Ye raised his hand without hesitation, his eyes were piercing, and he threw a violent punch straight out. The bursting fist wind instantly set off a terrifying shock wave, which burst out in an instant. Skill, normal fist. Description, from one of the 4 named blank skills. A punch unleashed at will, but has unpredictable terrifying power, enough to instantly kill all bluffing enemies. Effect. Increase damage LV.7, critical strike LV.7, armor piercing LV.7, break defense LV.7, pressure LV.7, speed LV.7. A series of skill descriptions have become so numerous that they need to be recorded with ellipses. No doubt, after awakening the latest power, Lin Ye is already different from before. Every punch in the past, no matter how powerful, was a normal attack. And every punch now, no matter how ordinary, is an exaggerated skill. Now, that punch carried a terrifying shock wave and blasted directly at the man on the throne over there. This picture, suddenly the pupil of the man over there shrinks. Not only that, but the few transferees below who were about to intercept them were even more shocked at this moment. Shit, what's the situation? Didn't he want to see the throne for authorization? But Nima launched an attack. This is so, really attacked the NPC. However, before their thoughts fell, the terrifying fist style had already hit the throne. Just then, all of a sudden, I saw only the side of the throne. The Dark Shadow Knight, who was originally leaning on a heavy sword, instantly burst into a ferocious red light. He seemed to sense the danger of the throne. Next moment, just like changing shape, it disappeared directly in place, and then appeared in front of the throne. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, he has great speed and power far beyond everyone else. Then, at the moment when the fist blows, he raised the heavy sword in his hand without hesitation, and suddenly blocked the fist style. Boom! The explosive bombardment directly hit the épée, making a deafening steel trembling sound. The Shadow Knight obviously did not expect that the power of his random punch was so majestic and terrifying. However, at this moment, he didn't even have time to add strength, and the whole figure was forcibly knocked into the air like this. Puff! At the same time, see this picture. The man on the throne over there also gritted his teeth, his eyes were fierce, and his face was extremely ugly. He had to hurriedly use his strength to shroud the Shadow Knight in front of him. He was barely able to stop him. But even so, there was still a terrifying crack on the épée in the hands of the Shadow Knight. Quote exclamation mark. At this very moment, I saw the man on the throne, the golden entry originally displayed above his head. In an instant, it turned into a striking blood red. The Master of the Sunset, Twilight King, and in front of him, the Dark Shadow Knight holding the épée, at this moment, naturally also turned blood red. Throne Guard, Shadow Knight Grouse. Hiss, see this picture. For a moment, countless people below, their thoughts were completely interrupted. This kind of picture is enough to make their brain CPU burn out. Attack NPCs, it's not really a new concept. That's a bad fun way of playing that is widely spread in all kinds of video games. Any open world game, many crazy players will do this after many weeks, so 2.1 can get new fun. However, it's just a game after all. In the game, players are basically savior-level existences. Naturally, they can do whatever they want, and others can't stop you. But the problem is, this is not a FG game. Attacking the NPC will really trigger the hostility of the NPC. Moreover, this is the ultimate ruler of the entire Dust Crack. Just by looking into the past, you can see that the strength is not at the same level as the previous masters. Attacking such a ruthless person, isn't it so special? This TM, it seems to be changing. For a while, it was originally an ordinary competition. Everyone looked at Lin Ye's back over there, and the expressions on their faces were a little like crying. I can't even think of the benefits of attacking him. Now, what is going on in that guy's mind? More importantly, point 145 sorry, what did you just say to take back? Subscribe. Of course they were completely bewildered. After all, from their side, the Twilight King on the throne exists entirely as a level guide. His role, it is in this final area. Guide the present transferees to compete for world-class props, thus ending this crack exploration journey. Otherwise, it is also impossible for him to just throw out his world-class props and explain the unblocking rules. But now, Lin Ye's surprise attack, however, this originally neutral leader turned into an enemy in an instant. This situation naturally made everyone feel powerless to complain. Even the group of people who had originally tried to prevent Lin Ye from approaching the throne directly looked at each other at this moment. There was only an awkward silence. And at this moment, Lin Ye stepped on the golden stairs and stared blankly at the two people in the direction of the throne ahead. The Twilight King with cold anger on his face, and the shadowy throne guard knight in front of him. To be frank, when Lin Ye attacked the throne just now, he really didn't notice the shadow knight over there. To be precise, he saw it, but he didn't pay attention to him. After all, judging from his extremely weak breath, it was like an ordinary decorative existence. However, it wasn't until the moment when he suddenly appeared in front of the throne that Lin Ye suddenly realized that the strength of this guy is not simple. In fact, if you think about it carefully, it is true. After all, it is an elite monster who can stand by the king alone, and it is normal to have a little strength. My skill just now katakana middle dot normal fist. Its power has obviously far exceeded the level of ordinary attacks. Logically speaking, if it were those masters in the Road of Dusk, I am afraid they would have been torn apart. But, this guy not only reacted and blocked. It's just that there are cracks on the épée, there is indeed something. However, at this moment, what he didn't know was whether it is the Shadow Knight Grouse over there, or the Twilight King. At the same time as the mood is cold, there is a deep fear in my heart. And this, it was because of the crack on that épée. Only fought once, just once, he actually cracked his artifact, Grey Burning Épée. What kind of outrageous skill is this? It has so much power. After a deadly confrontation for a moment, the Shadow Knight over there raised his épée again, assuming a stance of waiting. And behind him, the man on the throne slowly narrowed his eyes, arrogantly and indifferently said, "Humanity, do you know what you're doing? 99. As the benefactor of the setting sun, your assassination is a desecration of the throne. I'm officially announcing, retake the Ring of Twilight in your hands. You will be permanently disqualified from competing for dusty world-class items." The voice fell, a fierce light flashed in his pupils, he suddenly raised his hand, and held it in the void. Dang, in an instant, I saw on his left hand, an invisible air distortion suddenly appeared. Subsequently, on Lin Ye's left hand, a huge force appeared instantly. But it is not his power, but the power from the outside world. Subsequently, that rainbow-colored ring, as if being controlled by some kind of power in the void, he involuntarily started to break away from Lin Ye's index finger. See this, Lin Ye suddenly felt a little condensed in his heart. Is this mental power? The so-called mind power is the ability to intervene in the movement of the external material system through the mind. Generally speaking, it only appears in occupations such as psychic, and magician. It can be activated directly by consuming mental power, so as to control the target locked by them in the air, etc. Many monsters also have similar abilities, such as the Lich family, the monster species, the god species, etc. It seems, did this ring fly to me before, and he did it with this ability. Think of this, Lin Ye's eyes narrowed. Really, this is a battle royale game that was set in advance. By putting the coveted treasure on my body, I am being targeted by other people. However, this way, instead it explains, this Dusk King seems to be unable to control this Dusk Ring himself. Otherwise, it seems that there is no need to do this. Just as Lin Ye was thinking about this, on his left hand, the traction on the ring is getting bigger and bigger. Afterwards, it was as if an invisible giant was pulling it hard. Finally, it suddenly fell off. Call out, the rainbow-colored light suddenly appeared. Just like a small bullet, it flew directly towards the throne. The Dusk King raised his hand, his pupils were as cold as ice, and he seemed to carry a trace of contempt. See this picture, the hearts of the people below suddenly jumped. Shit, was taken away. Doesn't that mean the rules are starting to change? They were very nervous at the moment. After all, there are indeed many cases in human history where NPCs change the rules after falling into hostility. Could it be that, do they still have a chance to fight? However, when everyone thought so, only see the front. The moment the ring came out of his hand, Lin Ye didn't give up. Instead, suddenly, one vertical step forward, reach out and grab. This step completely exceeded the expectations of everyone present, and also exceeded everyone's vision. You can't see it clearly at all. Boom. The next moment, a loud explosion came suddenly. The rainbow-colored ring that was originally shot out by the huge psychic power, the light disappeared in an instant. Because at this moment, Lin Ye's speed has completely surpassed it, and he just held it in his hands. Dang, the ring that had come out of my hand. In this way, he was intercepted again and stopped 3 meters away from the throne. Quote exclamation mark question mark. 9. This picture. Finally, everyone's eyes widened, and their breathing stopped completely. Even the Twilight King on the throne suddenly changed his face. This, how can that be? Mere humans, blocking my psychic power with bare hands. Wrong. This is not blocking. Instead, it is a confrontation formed by an absolutely powerful force. However, after realizing this, the pupils of the Dusk King actually shrank again, and cold sweat emerged. Wrong. My motivation. Even Grouse, who has 3,000 plus strength points, can't compete. He is a level 69 human, how can he compete? However, not waiting for his thoughts to fall, Lin Ye over there has already slowly raised his eyes and looked over. Holding the ring firmly in one hand, with a faint smile on his face, he smiled and said, "Excuse me, what did you just say to take back?" 66. Quote exclamation mark. The voice fell. The Dusk King's heart suddenly sank again. This guy, are you still smiling? How easy is it to fight against my psychic power? And at this moment, everyone who watched this scene below was even more stunned. But at this time, only the Shadow Knight Grouse over there suddenly stood up. Tom. As he dragged the gray heavy sword, a dim yellow light emerged from his body. From under his dark shadow, a low and hoarse voice came out, and said solemnly, "The arrogant generation, dared to blaspheme the king. Go to hell." The voice fell. Bang. His feet suddenly exerted force, and the entire figure suddenly rushed towards this side. At the same time, he also waved the gray heavy sword in his hand, and suddenly slashed directly towards this side. That burst of oppression instantly spread throughout the audience. At this moment, his eyes shone like stars, and he punched out with a normal punch. Even everyone who was watching from a distance below was suddenly startled, and all of them were shocked. Skill, Charged Punch. Effect. Increased damage LV.9, critical hit LV.9, armor piercing LV.9, defense break LV.9, suppression LV.9, speed LV.9, lock LV.9, LV.9, heavy wound LV.9, sustained LV.9. Lin Ye here. The charging has already been completed ahead of time. What this rushing out throne guard Shadow Knight Gravis didn't realize was that. However, just before he rushed out, 146 an incomprehensible existence. One blow destroys everything. Subscribe. Under the effects of countless enhancements, what seemed to be an ordinary punch, instantly seemed to cause a tremor in the space. An incomparably powerful force suddenly erupted from the fist. At the same time, the Shadow Knight who was slashing with the heavy sword in front was already approaching within 2 steps, and it was cut down with one sword. Gravity Wave Sword, Landslide. Boom. In an instant, in addition to his gray armor, the light is even brighter. The dim yellow light instantly all gathered on the heavy sword in his hand. Originally without a blade, at this moment, it seems that it has transformed into an unstoppable blade in an instant, and it slams down in an instant. Quote pipe. See this picture. All the transferees below were instantly shocked. Shit, this sense of oppression, what's going on? A second awakener. The power of this elite monster. Have you reached the second awakening level above level 75? Hiss. In an instant, some even started to gasp involuntarily. However, electric flint moment. Lin Ye's power-packed punch also happened to be thrown, and it collided with it instantly. Boom. The sky-shattering explosion exploded in an instant. The violent shock wave suddenly spreads in all directions with the touch point as the center. A violent storm formed directly, sweeping everything around. The violent shock wave that generated. Even the knight statues directly above the golden steps had huge cracks. The whole earth shook violently. Afterwards, the light around the Shadow Knight was like an ignited hydrogen balloon, which exploded in an instant. Boom. Another deafening loud noise exploded in the dim sky. Powerful shock wave. It seems that even the clouds above the sky have been shaken away. At the same time, at the center of the collision, a gray and black figure suddenly shot out. Just like an arrow on a full bowstring, it flew upside down into the distance. Boom. In the end, it slammed into the air barrier in the distance, under the setting sun. In his hands, only the broken sword remained. And his gray armor that was still aggressive just now, is also all shattered at this moment. Revealing the inside, that strange body like a black shadow. But at this time, even his black body is covered with fine cracks like glass. From the inside to the outside, layers of collapse. Realize this. At this moment, there was only indescribable horror and puzzlement left in the Dark Knight Grouse heart. He thought, with his terrifying 3000 strength attribute, plus the buff of the throne and the setting sun, it is enough to overwhelmingly solve the enemy in front of you. After all, these two buffs add up to a nearly 99% increase in terror points. That is to say, the strength of his gravity wave sword just now has probably reached the threshold of 6000. It seems that the number of points has only doubled in the middle. But the attack power presented has definitely reached several times, even dozens of times. Logically speaking, it is the one who can definitely help the king to eradicate this blasphemous person with a 100% probability. But now, what's going on here? That guy, with just one blow, it completely destroyed my AP and armor, and directly shattered my shadow soul. This, in Grouse's mind, at this moment, there is only a blank space left, and the CPU of the brain is completely down as if it was burned out. No panic, no despair, no anger. Only Incomprehensible. That's right, this is completely beyond the scope of his cognition. Although he has always been wearing gray knight armor, in fact, his real power is this special, shadow body. As long as there is an inner, shadow soul, he has a very high defense that surpasses most equipment. Even if it is broken and severely injured, it can be completely healed in an instant under the influence of the shadow soul. This is the gift the setting sun bestows on him. Therefore, he will stand out from all the knights, be the one and only throne guard chosen by that sunset. However, just as his body began to collapse, he understood that seemingly unremarkable punch just now had destroyed everything in him. From outside to inside, all in all, lose. Click. A crisp explosion sounded. Immediately, his shadow-like body fell apart like shattered glass in an instant. The arm holding the broken sword dropped instantly. The whole figure couldn't move an inch any longer. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, its wreckage seemed to set off a tragic atmosphere. However, at this moment, above the entire golden ladder, only Lin Ye was left. A breeze blows. Everything fell silent, as if the whole world was at peace. However, the explosive second kill seen just now was still engraved into the DNA of everyone present. Everyone below, they were all dumbfounded, and froze in place. Although they come from the top 10 colleges and universities, although they are also recognized as the elite. But at this moment, the moment I saw that picture, I couldn't help being stunned. To know, they could clearly feel it just now. There was a strong sense of oppression from that throne knight grouse. No doubt, it is definitely a second awakener. However, in front of Lin Ye's punch, it was still an instant kill. This horrific contrast, words can't describe it at all. Countless people's scalps are numb, their cold hairs stand on end, and there are only cold sweats on their heads. When I thought that I was just preparing to fight this monster for the Ring of Twilight, they were even more afraid. TM, putting it in the game, it's completely open to the player, right? Quote. In the silence, Lin Ye's expression was still calm, but he slowly retracted his fist with a smile in his eyes. The skill version of the charge punch, and the ordinary flat are completely two-dimensional moves. It's no wonder that this newest ability is rated S+. Just as he thought of this, in my mind, a prompt sound suddenly sounded. Ding, you have killed the throne guard, Shadow Knight Grouse, in the final area. 35. Experience up. Den. Due to the crack rule, it is temporarily impossible to upgrade. Lin Ye's eyes moved slightly. Really, unsurprisingly, it is precisely because the crack has a level limit of 69 that he cannot obtain experience upgrades normally. But, I don't know if this part of the experience will be made up after going out. While thinking, he looked up at the man on the throne over there, and said lightly. Your turn or mine? This sentence seems to be a question. However, from this moment, after his achievements, it seems like a threat to say it out of his mouth. The people below swallowed their saliva one after another, and their nerves were extremely tense. Damn it, no wonder this ruthless man just dared to directly hedge against the NPC. Under this outrageous strength, he does have reckless capital. However, I just don't know how the Twilight King on this throne will act. For a time, the eyes of everyone in the audience were all fixed on the face of the Dust King over there. However, what they don't know is that, now, on the throne here, although the pale Twilight King seemed calm, but in fact, the back is already covered in cold sweat. His cold hair stood on end, his breathing was completely stagnant, and he didn't dare to take a breath. His heart was like 10,000 grass mud horses galloping past, beating wildly. The thoughts also surged violently in an instant like a tangled tangle. What's the matter with this TM? A few minutes ago, didn't Grouse say that he could kill this guy 100%? Why was he killed in one hit? How to do? Is it my turn now? What a joke. How can I beat an enemy that even Grouse can't beat? Even with the power of the Sunset Throne. Isn't it possible? If I am stronger than him, how could he be needed to guard this throne? If the Ring of Twilight hadn't been sealed, there would still be a chance. The problem is, I can't authorize the ring at all. Otherwise, it would be impossible to throw the ring as a bait before. That so-called world-class prop is completely useless to me. How to do? What to do? Quickly think of a way. While sweating, this Twilight King has lost his previous indifference and arrogance. Only a panicked group remained. No way. After feeling the oppression brought by Lin Ye up close, he deeply understood. He is by no means his opponent. Even if the buff of the Sunset Throne is added, it is impossible. Because just, Grouse, buff is already maxed out. Is that useful? Totally useless. These so-called throne buffs are simply not as powerful as that man's power. Pipe. And here, of course Lin Ye also noticed that something was wrong here, and immediately frowned. Exclamation mark question mark quote. See this, the Dust King opposite finally realized that he couldn't delay any longer. Then, after a frantic and intense inner struggle, an ugly expression suddenly appeared on his pale face, and then, looking at Lin Ye here, he smiled reluctantly and stiffly. Quote. This brave man, I think we can still have a good chat. 5. This matter, it's not negotiable. Question mark. As soon as these words came out, Lin Ye on the opposite side was naturally taken aback. However, not only him, but all the transferees below were dumbfounded on the spot. 4. Is this something negotiable? Didn't he just say he was going to take back his Twilight Ring? What about that rebellious look? Question mark question mark question mark question mark question mark question mark. At the same time, in the world beyond the crack, now, outside Linlan City, naturally, it was completely messed up because of the frequent monsters. Not only that, the situation at the moment is still deteriorating. In Linlan City campus, outside the Twilight Crack, countless Jiao Nuo's college commissioners were scrambling to deal with various crisis information, sweating profusely. And at this moment, the principal in the center, he has completely lost his usual calmness and composure, his brows are furrowed, and his eyes are extremely condensed. Of course he could not have imagined an ordinary crack trial would actually cause a natural disaster in the entire Linlan City. Now, even though the vast majority of the transferees have already invested in the annihilation of monsters, there is still a shortage of manpower. Because the frequency of monsters is too high, and the location is not sure at all. As a result, many times it is impossible to arrive at the scene in the first time. And the trickier thing is, just a few minutes ago, something even more horrific happened. School, principal, confirmed. A somewhat panicked voice came. The principal suddenly looked over with a gloomy expression, and said solemnly to the commissioner. How's it going? Quote. The commissioner swallowed hard and said with a pale face in fear. Just the last 7 minutes. The number of monsters in the whole territory of Linlan City has indeed dropped sharply. But out of thin air there are more than 40 powerful monsters above the elite level. Quote question mark question mark question mark question mark question mark quote. Without exception, all are masters. Dash exclamation mark question mark. As soon as this is said, and all the other people who heard this information were even more sluggish on the spot, and the audience was dead silent. More than 40 masters. The principal's pupils shrank suddenly. Also hit NM. Is there a FG mistake? 7 minutes. 147 The blooming rainbow light, the ecstasy that cannot be concealed. Subscribe. Well known. 10 minutes ago, the principal has already confirmed through the cooperation with Lin Ye across time and space. The monsters that appeared in Linlan City this time, all are from the world-class props crack, Twilight Mausoleum. And the reason, most likely because the paths of death of the monsters have been modified. As a result, they were killed in the Dusk Mausoleum, unable to return to the Black Star Hell, but instead came to the world. Although I don't know why the pathway was modified for the time being. But it is clear that this is an inevitable disaster. The harder the explorers try, the calamities in the present world are on the contrary. But now, due to the limitations of the Dusk Crack, we can only wait for it to open again, and then forcibly recall all the explorers from it. Therefore, all they have to do is simple. That is to do everything in the academy to try to help the entire Linlan City solve the monsters that appeared in this crisis. But, it is simple to say, when it was actually implemented, it was in trouble. First, naturally because of the shortage of manpower. After all, the most important group of combat power in the entire academy, the sophomore, junior, and senior students have almost all entered the Dusk Mausoleum. Without them, the academy can only dispatch teachers and professors at this level. Just in case, except for the principal and a few sporadic deans, who were responsible for guarding the campus headquarters, all other deans participated in the battle. Even not long ago, many freshmen even participated spontaneously. However, after all, far water cannot save near fire. The frequency of monsters appearing everywhere is too high. The 790 plus is completely random, so it is difficult for the academy to predict the position and orientation at all. You can only move towards those crisis positions that cannot be conquered and be reinforced. And even more tricky, not long ago, there was news from Dean Feng and others who went to Yefu Park to perform a mission. The one who was in contact with the principal at the time. The monster killed by Lin Ye and teleported to the world is not only a powerful dragon. Still an inexplicable, mechanical boss. The term comes from a special design mechanism in video games. Its meaning is, boss monsters that must be killed by a certain method or mechanism. And placed in the dimensional cracks. It means, such monsters usually wield some extremely powerful, even inexplicable, divine power. This power, since it is comparable to a world-class item, it is also not called God's power. So, there is another more sensational name. Theocracy Ruler. And this paragraph, that dragon god Irene Muse is obviously one of the extremely rare theocracy masters. Must be targeted in a specific way, otherwise there will be no possibility of killing. $E. That's exactly what happened. In the crack of dusk, the boss that Lin Ye killed in just 10 seconds. In the real world, at this moment, it has become a terrifying existence that defeats several second-degree awakeners. Don't say kill. No one could even hurt her. Even the President Feng was defeated on the spot at the moment of the fight. In the end, the assistants had to be entrusted to return this key intelligence information. Not only that, this picture of the dragon god, it was also recorded by an extremely outrageous female anchor at the scene with a mobile phone. No, to be more precise, it was filmed live. Subsequently, some of the online audiences who watched the fun and did not think it was a big deal began to record the screen and began to spread. Just 10 minutes passed, it has already begun to make the original crisis entry on the internet about Beast Tide in Linlan City heat up again. Just when everyone in the academy began to struggle with how to target the dragon god. Now, there is even worse news. That is the information that the commissioner just sent out. In the past 7 minutes, although the overall number of monsters in Lin City has decreased. However, the number of rulers has shown an exponential surge. The original situation was, it will take a few minutes for a master to appear occasionally. Thus, Lin City Disaster Countermeasures Bureau can reasonably mobilize manpower to carry out strategies for the master. But now, as the commissioner said, in just 7 minutes, more than 40 masters who defied the sky appeared. What the hell is this outrageous speed? That is, in just 7 minutes, in the entire Dusk Crack, a total of more than 40 masters were eliminated by the explorers. This, just imagining it is unbelievable. After all, the area of the Dusk Mausoleum is really too big, and if you don't have any luck, it is impossible to meet the master. Even if met, not necessarily strong enough to defeat it. And now, just so coincidentally, there are more than 40 raiding teams, and in the same time period, more than 40 bosses have been defeated. This exaggerated data can be said to be at the level of the Arabian Nights. But even more exaggerated, in reality, it did happen. At this point, the principal's face has changed from gloomy to ugly. Now, the reinforcements from the 2 neighboring cities have not yet arrived. Among the guilds in Lin City, only a few guilds such as Kang Soul began to participate in the battle. If this continues, the efficiency will not be able to keep up with the speed of the wrong transmission of monsters in the cracks of the Twilight Tomb. CJCB. Think of this. The principal fell into a heavy thought and was silent for a long time. A dean on the side approached with an equally ugly expression and hesitantly whispered. Headmaster, we forcibly interrupt the Twilight Rift. Using that tool, it should be possible to forcibly open the crack. However, as soon as this is said, before waiting for the headmaster to react, the headmaster on the other side suddenly showed a bitter smile. Old Lee, have you forgotten? The cracks of world-class props can be different from different dimension cracks. Once interfering rashly, it is likely to cause the cracks to collapse. 5. As for the word, collapse, don't I need to explain it? By the time, not only can it not change the reality of the monster invasion, but it may also cause the students in the cracks never to leave. We cannot bear such consequences. At this point, the dean who made the suggestion over there instantly frowned. Really, if used rashly, if so many geniuses in this school plus the elites sent by the 9 universities were all blocked. That's not what can be described with the words, crisis, or disaster. That is simply an evil act that will be directly nailed to the pillar of historical shame. But the problem is, at this moment, he really couldn't think of any other way to change the status quo. More than 40 masters are scattered all over the place. When I came to Land City, there were already some shortage of manpower. Now, I am afraid that it is even more anxious. Can you only watch the entire Lin City suffer annihilation because of it? Thinking of this, everyone present felt unwilling and extremely heavy. However, at this time, suddenly, a strange mutation happened suddenly. Behind everyone, the originally black space crack suddenly shook. Dang, in an instant, it actually glowed with rainbow-colored light. That light shone so much that the entire hall was left with only Wagwang Wandao and Ruikai Qianjian. This moment, everyone in the audience was instantly stunned. Shit, what's the situation? The cracks are black again, and colored. This screen, naturally, many commissioners were dumbfounded. They have only heard that the crack turns white or blue, which means the crack has been cleared. But now, this rainbow color was something they had never seen before. But, except for the principal and others. At this moment, whether it was the principal or the several deans beside him, their hearts were suddenly shocked, and they were shocked. This light is the fluctuation of a world-class item. How can it be so strong? Actually, it escaped directly from the Dusk Mausoleum to the outside of the crack. For a moment, everyone's eyes widened. Even those department personnel who are responsible for observing and studying cracks every day are stunned. After all, during their research throughout the year, although the fluctuating light of world-class props has been observed countless times, but it has never been so dazzling. Could it be that the previous light is just an incomplete version? And now, is that its true form? For a time, everyone was in disbelief. After all, there is only one possibility for this to happen. That is, someone has unearthed a world-class prop. Almost at the same time, there was an undisguised ecstasy on their faces. Suddenly someone started to gasp. However, the principal, the dean, and the others in front of the crack over there, after a moment of daze, their eyes lit up instantly. Aware of this, hiss, wait a moment, what are you kidding? Found it in such a short time. 148. What kind of novel-level plot is this TM? Subscription required. In the past year, the Academy has spent countless time and money, manpower and material resources. Ultimate goal, it's nothing more than finding the ultimate treasure buried in the deepest cracks. World-class props. However, due to the fact that the ancient gods and their relatives who blocked the final area of the rift were too powerful. So far, among countless explorations, no one has ever done it. In the past year, countless failed job transferees have personally admitted their stuck positions after leaving the crack. As long as they reach the 3rd floor and above, almost 90% of them are stuck before the family of the ancient gods. If only 1 or 2 would be fine. The issue is, it's almost everywhere there, so, no one ever got through there. Although after leveling up, after the mental power and physique of many job transferees are strong enough, they can weaken the power of those mentally immersed attacks to a certain extent. But at that time, the level limit of Dusk Mausoleum was only level 59. Many people who are beyond the level can't step into it at all, and naturally they can't do it by accumulating points. And this time, although the upper limit of the crack level has been raised to 69, the number of places to enter it has increased. But correspondingly, the strength of the monsters in it will inevitably increase. Therefore, in the beginning, not many people will have too much hope. After all, when the elements of awakening are not considered, under the condition of the same level of increase, the strength of the monster must exceed that of the transfer person with the same level of increase. If there is no accident, explorers may still get stuck in the face of the troublesome old gods. The result this time was completely beyond the expectations of everyone present. It has only been less than 2 hours since the opening of the crack. In such a short time, somebody has already unearthed the deeply buried world-class props and brought it back to its brilliance. And, even the dimensional seal of this crack can't stop its gorgeous light. 1. The excavator can basically be identified as its owner. Think of this, these old guys from the academy are full of surprises on their faces, and their hearts are simply boiling with enthusiasm. Principal, succeeded, it took us a year to. Finally someone made it. Who will it be? 35. Do you think they will be our students of Feng Lan? 39. Now, this group of deans were all red and excited. Even the gloomy headmaster before had a smile on the old face. However, unlike several deans, his eyes were fixed on the crack in front of him, and he suddenly grinned and spit out 2 words. Lin, wild. 35. As soon as the voice fell, the several deans on the side were stunned for a while. They were just guessing just now. Did the dean directly come to a conclusion? Lin Ye, you mean, that double professional who jumped up Lin Ye? That's right. 39. The principal still stared at the crack, and answered affirmatively with a smile, saying, I admit that I have gambling elements. 35. After all, it was indeed a bit too reckless to let him, a freshman who just entered the school, attend the Twilight Mausoleum. I'm pretty much sure now. I bet it, if in this crack, if someone can clear the Twilight Rift and find world-class items at such a fast speed under the mental attack of the ancient gods' retinues. 39. That could only be him. 35. The principal's words were loud and firm, as if he had already stated the facts. It reverberated continuously throughout the Fisher Hall, and these words naturally made the deans beside them a little stunned. But in the meanwhile, they did recall the most peculiar variable in this trial. Just a few days ago at the freshman entrance ceremony, Vice President Chen Qishan and Dean Yin of the Magic Academy announced that it is said that the blessed dual-class user, Lin Ye, is very likely to have a powerful and exclusive talent of immunity to mental attack. And this is exactly the key to restraining the ancient gods' relatives in the Tomb of Dusk. Therefore, at the high-level meeting of the academy, the principal directly proposed to arrange for him to skip grades to obtain the crack authority. And in fact, later, the academy's research on the dying intruder, Mr. N, also confirmed it. That guy's eyes are indeed a pair of pupils fused with the power of the ancient gods. It is because of those eyes that he can easily defeat all defenses in the heavily guarded campus. But even so, Lin Ye was able to annihilate it without being affected at all, which is enough to explain the problem. Therefore, later, the dissatisfied college seniors gave up their protests against the principal's actions. But even so, they still didn't have much hope for the team, Lin Ye. Just like you can't expect a new employee who has just arrived at the company to take the CEO on the same day and lead a company that is about to go bankrupt to directly turn against the wind. No matter how talented he was, he couldn't do it at all. Unless, a miracle. Therefore, when the principal's words fell, they looked at each other a few times in disbelief, and looked strange. This, real or fake, without any exploration experience, quickly passed through the Dusk Rift within 2 hours. What kind of novel-level plot is this? Honestly, of course they thought it was impossible. However, when the principal said this with such confidence, they would not express their doubts. After all, if you really hit the principal in the face later, you won't be able to get off the stage. Cough cough. Better yet, wait and see. Let's see who the person who walks out of the crack with world-class props will be. Several people looked at the crack over there, and their hearts were settled. Now, they are all looking forward to the moment when the crack is cleared. After all, if you even have world-class props in your hands, there is no reason not to pass the level. And now, they have even briefly forgotten that the outside world is still in the midst of the invasion crisis of those masters. At the same time, in the final area of the Twilight Tomb, under the afterglow of the setting sun, Lin Ye stood alone in front of the empty throne. He held the Ring of Twilight in his hand. At this moment, a golden light is constantly pouring into the ring from the throne. And the original splendid throne, it also begins to decay, wither, and decay as quickly as time is accelerated. Along with this picture, the light on the ring in his hand also began to grow stronger, until it was so dazzling that no one could see it clearly. Under the golden ladder, everyone in the audience stood stunned. Killing them can't think of it, at the last moment. The seemingly dignified and arrogant Dusk King has no rebelliousness at all. Not only did he directly hand over the throne, but he even flattered and helped Lin Ye, opening the authorization. As it is now, at this moment, the Dusk King himself has retreated to the edge of the golden ladder. Standing like a hooligan. Now, ask for flowers. Lin Ye held the light-absorbing ring in his hand, and a prompt sounded in his mind instantly. Ding. Authorization succeeded. The dust seal of your world-class item, Twilight Ring, has been lifted. Den. 35. In an instant, all the bright rays of light disappeared in an instant. Immediately, the ring that originally shone with rainbow light instantly turned into a gold ring. At a glance, it seems to be no different from an ordinary gold ring, even a bit old-fashioned. However, the heavy and majestic power contained in it, just holding it in his hand seemed to make him feel the shattering picture of Ragnarok. Is this a world-class tool? Lin Ye lifted it up and his eyes lit up. But at this moment, the sunset above the sky began to change dramatically. Like a cooled furnace, its light began to gradually change from yellow to weak red, and then gradually diminished. The entire sky immediately dimmed. Finally, sunset goes out. The sky that used to be the twilight for eternity, now, turned into night. And that sunset, as if some kind of switch was pressed again. 0. It started suddenly, and a bright white light gradually radiated. Like a full moon. Now, the whole place was silent. Everyone was stunned when they saw this dreamlike picture. They never imagined, in the end of this crisis-riddled world of cracks, it ended with such a peaceful picture. The king abdicates peacefully. The setting sun turns into a bright moon. At this very moment, a loud voice resounded above the heads of everyone in the Dusk Mausoleum. The hour of dusk is over. Eternal night comes. The mausoleum of the moon is open at this moment, and all the guests at dusk will be stripped away. Den. The moment the sound fell, under everyone present, a white halo emerged at the same time. Immediately after, from the sky up, one after another gorgeous moonlight falls. It will cover every class transfer person present except the Dusk King. Not only here, there are also all the class transferees who are far away from the final area, exploring and fighting outside. At the same time, all shrouded in moonlight, the students from different areas all had expressions of shock and disbelief. FK, what's up? It's over so soon. Nima, this doesn't look like it's opening hours, is it customs clearance? Someone got a world-class item. My day, is it too fierce? Ah, damn, I haven't even reached the 3rd floor yet. 95. I just want to quietly brush the mobs to level up, this is just 2 levels up, and I haven't brushed enough yet. In a murmur, they were completely covered by the pillar of moonlight and opened the way of teleportation. And at this moment, what no one noticed was that in the first area, outside the withering castle, several figures in purple uniforms are looking up at the moonlight. The leader's left hand is covered with a rose flower logo. I can't wait to meet the dragon god, who holds the supreme divine authority. Quote, very good, 6,639. In his strength, 35. Then let us see what the outside world has become. 39. Wearing a clown mask, he slowly opened the corners of his mouth and smiled. 75. How on earth are you going to ravage those blasphemous fools, hee hee. 35. It is finally over. 149 Shadow Beast Claws, a kick of the afterimage passing by at high speed. Subscribe. With beams of light falling from the sky. In the entire Dusk Mausoleum, all the transferees began to teleport out one after another. At the same time, inside the Fenglin campus outside, the crack that was originally chilling, at this moment, naturally began to turn into a pure azure blue, rippling like the waves of the blue sea. Quote exclamation mark. 99. Quote exclamation mark question mark. 99. See this picture. Undoubtedly, everyone present was shocked. Although they had just witnessed the light of world-class props, they still did not expect that they would pass the level directly. At this time, around the crack, a series of moon-white beams of light fell from the void in an instant. Immediately, one after another figure emerged from it. It was the students who entered the rift to participate in the trial exploration not long ago. But strangely, at this moment, the expressions on their faces were very different. Some people looked around with a confused look, as if they had no idea what was going on. Others bowed their heads and sighed, seeming to be sighing with emotion. Even more bizarre, there are quite a few people with a frightened look on their faces, as if something terrifying happened inside. And, 790s, they were naturally the group of people who were randomly summoned to the final area. But at this moment, the principal and others were looking for something everywhere. The rules for teleportation in the Twilight Tomb Fissure are almost the same as those for the Sudden Fissure. The lower the level, the faster the teleportation. Correspondingly, the higher the level, the more it will be sent back. Therefore, the first one who appeared in the beam of light just now was naturally the group of sophomores. Then came the junior year, and then the senior year and the aid teams dispatched by the 9 universities. But, among them, there is only one exception. That is Lin Ye. Lin Ye, a sophomore jumper, didn't even appear in front. Several dozen seconds have passed. Even the speed of the beam of light began to gradually slow down, and almost 99% of the people had already come out. However, but still couldn't see him. On this side, the headmaster and the dean suddenly all had strange expressions on their faces. Of course they felt something was wrong. After all, they remember, before Lin Ye went in the crack, his level hasn't even awakened yet. In other words, it is below level 45. Even if you increase your level by brushing experience in the cracks, it stands to reason, it can't be later than this group of students above level 60. Could it be that? What's wrong? Realizing this, their hearts suddenly tense up involuntarily. However, at this very moment, before the crack, the last moon-white beam of light fell. Finally, the figure that they had been waiting for a long time appeared. It's Lin Ye. Not only did he not have any problems, he was even unharmed. See here, several people's hearts suddenly relaxed. But at the same time, his face immediately became even more strange. What's going on? Since the rift is teleported in rank order, why is he the last teleporter? However, when they doubt, at this moment, Lin Ye here is also in doubt. What's the situation? The extra experience that I have been limited before has already left and will not be settled. Moment. Lin Ye felt that he lost 100 million. Obviously, so many masters were solved at that time. With the blessing of the buff, it is absolutely possible to soar a few more levels. Originally, Lin Ye was already thinking about whether it would soar to level 75 or more the moment he came out. It looks like a dream come true. When he was helpless. Now, on the other side of the high platform, the headmaster and the others all understood their thoughts after looking at each other. For the time being, it's not a matter of entangled with that. We should first figure out why the monster path of Dusk Rift was suddenly modified, and the issue of the ownership of world-class items. As for his rank, it has become secondary for the time being. Think of this. The principal let out a sigh of relief, calmed down in his heart, then glanced at the audience and said in a condensed voice. Everyone, please be quiet. First of all, on behalf of the school, I would like to congratulate you on your safe return from the crack. But at the same time, 35. There is also unfortunate news to inform you. Question mark. As soon as this is said, the people below immediately stopped talking and looked towards this side at the same time. They had rarely seen such a solemn expression on the headmaster's face. Naturally, he was very surprised at this moment. At this time, the principal paused slightly. Suddenly he took out a small remote control, pointed it aside, and pressed the button. On the white wall over there, a clear projection image appeared instantly. 35. Everyone immediately heard the news and looked away. But at this sight, everyone was stunned. Because at this time, what appeared inside turned out to be pictures of all kinds of strange monsters. And, he's still fighting the class changers. The chaos of the picture is like a large battlefield in some kind of crack. But strangely, the scene is not a dimensional crack. The picture behind the monsters in the projection seems, it is this city of Linlin. Realize this, almost everyone present was stunned. At this time, the headmaster swept over and continued to explain in a condensed voice. You may not know, while you are exploring the cracks and moving forward, the outside world has already changed. Inside the Twilight Mausoleum, all the monsters you killed, all were mistakenly teleported into this world. 35. What? Hiss. 35. As soon as this is said, there was an instant uproar in the audience. Almost all the students present, including the elites from the 9 universities, were all dumbfounded in an instant. The monster killed in the crack, teleported into the real world. How can that be? Is there such a weird setting? For a while, they even wondered if the principal, the old Biden, was joking with them. But the next moment, suddenly they discovered, with the continuous flashback of the projection screen, some of the monsters in here are really familiar. Looking closely, it was exactly what they had seen in the cracks before. Shit, it is true. Everyone immediately looked at each other and all froze. At this time, in the crowd, Lin Ye's eyes moved slightly, and then he secretly thought that something was wrong. What the FK? I just seemed to see the figures of those masters in the Road of Dusk. Shouldn't even the dozens of dominators I killed on the Road of Twilight be teleported out? Lin Ye was a little confused, although he already knew this through the headmaster. But I didn't expect. The chaos of this scene was slightly unexpected. And at this moment, the expression on the headmaster over there was still extremely serious, and he said condensedly. Looking at everyone's expressions, it seems that it is unclear what happened to the crack. But, I have reason to think that it was someone or some of you present who interfered with the way the monsters died. Therefore, it is necessary for you to cooperate with the investigation. After the investigation is over, you can leave here and participate in the hunting of monsters from the outside world. As soon as this is said, the whole place was silent. All the students suddenly looked different. Someone looked suspicious and glanced at the people next to them, as if they didn't quite believe this speculation. But others nodded thoughtfully, expressing understanding. After all, once the cracks are closed, there is almost no interference from the outside world. Even if it interferes, with the principal in charge, it is impossible for anyone to do anything under his nose. But inside, maybe. However, while people were thinking about it, suddenly, a strange aura burst out from behind the crowd. Immediately, a purple shadow beast claw suddenly rose from the 2.1 on the ground, soaring into the sky. He even devoured the figures of several of them in an instant. Like a strange space teleportation array, it will take them away. Quote! See this picture. Naturally, everyone present was shocked. Even the principal and several deans over there could not help but suddenly change their expressions. However, before they could react to what happened, suddenly, a high-speed afterimage, like a storm, suddenly passed over the heads of everyone. In an instant, he rushed to the front of those people. Immediately, his eyes were like knives, and he kicked out from the side. Boom. The violent storm exploded in an instant. Within the animal claw teleportation array, the expressions of the two of them changed drastically on the spot. He was instantly kicked out of the beast's claws by the violent shock wave. Puff. Blood splattered, and the two flew out directly. See this picture. The people who were stunned in the first place were even more stupid at this moment, and they were all sluggish in place. What happened? 150 Dragon God Irene Muse, slaughtered that kid. Subscribe. No doubt, this sudden and explosive scene directly caused everyone on the scene to fall into a circle of confusion. It was not until the figures of the two people flew out that they could vaguely see the afterimage that passed by. Lin Ye, after seeing clearly, the principal, the dean, and the others here were all breathless, and the other students who knew each other were naturally stunned. However, without waiting for their response, Lin Ye here has no intention of stopping at all. His eyes were cold, and he punched again. 99. See this picture. The remaining two people who were surrounded by the beast's claws were naturally frightened and scattered, their faces bloodless. However, this time, Lin Ye's violent fist style seemed to penetrate through the air. It penetrated directly from the shadow beast claws. Subsequently, the remaining figure, surrounded by animal claws, disappeared directly into the ground. The air is dense and no longer exists. Lin Ye slowly retracted his fist, his eyes suddenly narrowed. ... Once that guy's teleportation technique is completed, it interferes with the ability of the space level. With my current power situation, it is indeed impossible to intercept it. Think of this. Lin Ye raised her eyes and looked over there again. On the wall in the distance, the two people who had just been kicked directly by their feet were collapsed to the ground at this moment. 29 motionless, life and death uncertain. They were wearing purple uniforms, obviously, all from UZ, one of the top 10 universities. It was also the few people who had suddenly attacked Lin Ye in the withered castle. Then, after Lin Ye killed their leader and a member, the remaining masked man seemed to be frightened, so he teleported them away in this weird way. But at that time, because the clearance items in Lin Ye's hands were limited in time, he did not immediately pursue them. Not to mention, at that time, Lin Ye just knew that something was wrong with them, but he didn't carefully notice what was wrong. And until just now, when the principal finished saying those words, Lin Ye finally came to a realization. If there is anyone in the crevice of dusk who can interfere with the rules of this level, so, it is most likely the man wearing the mask in Yu's high school. Because he was the only one. Only show the power of space level. Then, Lin Ye immediately glanced around. But, just as he glanced at it, the man over there had quietly completed the construction of the technique. As in the Wither Castle, he summoned the portal-like shadow beast claws again and surrounded himself and the four around him. Others may not know what this is, but Lin Ye had already met once, so, of course, they immediately understood that they wanted to escape from here. So, he just rushed forward without hesitation and launched an attack directly. But, at this very moment, the masked man who activated the spell has disappeared. Therefore, Lin Ye can only change the target to the few people next to him, and kick him over. Unfortunately, in the end, it was still a little slower, and only intercepted two people. Now at least within Lin Ye's super large sensing range, there is no scent of those who escaped at all. It becomes very difficult to track. We can only see if we can find some information from the minds of the two people who passed out at the scene. Just as Lin Ye was thinking about it, here, everyone in the audience fell into absolute silence in an instant. Everyone stared at the picture here, and their expressions were completely at a loss. Everyone's face seemed to be filled with question marks. So, what the hell happened? Why did those people from Tsukuzawa High School suddenly launch such a strange teleportation? Why is this Lin Ye attacking suddenly? And, more importantly, you're acting too fast, isn't it? As soon as the formula over there was constructed, you kicked out two people directly. Everyone was in disbelief. Finally, after a moment of silence, the principal and several deans over there naturally reacted, as if they realized something at the same time. Immediately, the headmaster's low voice broke the dead silence. He looked at Lin Ye with a solemn expression and said condensedly, "Lin Ye, do these people have any problems?" 99. In fact, of course he knew the problem. It is impossible for a normal person to want to escape at such a moment. But the point is, what exactly happened, and why did Lin Ye react at the first time and launch an attack directly? This is what he wants to know. Not only him. At this moment, everyone in the audience wants to know the answer. Heard, Lin Ye turned his head and nodded. They attacked me when they were on the first floor of the crack. So just after seeing them teleport, I realized, maybe, they're what you said, principal, the culprit behind the wrong transmission of the monsters in the Tomb of Twilight. What? As soon as this is said, everyone present was shocked again. Afterwards, the audience was in an uproar almost instantly, and the voices of astonishment were endless. Wait, the culprit, is that just those people? My god, there really is a traitor. This, isn't it right? Didn't they come from UZ? Yeah, how could Tsukuzawa High School do such a thing? But if they don't have any ghosts in their hearts, why would they suddenly launch teleportation to escape? At last the soul of this man asked. Almost instantly, all the doubts in the audience were quieted down. Right, yup, just now, Mr. Principal just finished saying that everyone can't leave, to carry out an investigation. As a result, these guys turned their heads and started teleportation. There is indeed a problem with this TM. Think of this, when everyone looked at Lin Ye again, there was nothing but shock and admiration. Good guy, this mister can make you react, and directly intercept the two of them. Sure enough, there is something. While everyone was surprised, over there at the moment, after listening to Lin Ye's words, the headmaster and the others suddenly froze again. Still attacked Lin Ye in the crack. It turned out to be the case, no wonder Lin Ye would shoot without hesitation just now. Think of this, the principal nodded earnestly, and while walking towards the bottom, he said in a condensed voice. I see, classmate Lin Ye. 55. Although those people ran away, thanks to your high-speed interception, 2 people were still stopped. 55. Now I can from the memories of both of them. Let's see if we can find some clues. The voice fell, the principal raised his right hand, and a gorgeous blue light suddenly appeared from his fingertips. No doubt, he wanted to personally observe the memories of those 2 people. At the same time, far beyond the academy, on the roof of an abandoned building, the dark purple circular magic circle began to gradually appear, and then the animal claws emerged. Like peeling paint, the 3 figures gradually emerged. People standing in front. Naturally it was the man who launched the teleportation wearing the clown mask. General Rose. The 2 behind them were 2 pale, sweaty people. Just at that moment, they clearly saw their companions at close range, and they were directly kicked and flew away. The shock and horror are beyond words to describe. If you want to compare it, it is like seeing a train hit and kill 2 people up close. And even more frightening. Next, the punch hits them again. If the teleportation technique hadn't completely surrounded them, at this moment, they would be gone. I remember being scared for a while. At this time, after finally getting out, the 2 quickly gasped for breath. 35. We will follow in his footsteps, return to Fenglin, and kill everyone here. 5. Including that kid just now. When he is found. 35. HMPH, don't be so unpromising. Lord Dragon God Irene Muse. The masked General Chengwei glanced at the front, snorted lightly, and said contemptuously. Let's go, see this picture, come with me to meet our future, new king. 151 Can this NM be killed in seconds? Subscribe. As soon as his voice fell, the 2 behind them were suddenly shocked. What? The new king of the future? Dragon God. Irene missed this. The 2 looked at each other, and both were a little confused. To know, in the past, the existences in the organization that they could call kings were basically terrifying existences with a level of 99 or even 100. Such as LV 99's Devil Lord Ferpina, another example of LV 99's Deep Sea Lord Argos, and even LV.100 inches Dark Moon Lord Sherlock, etc. Because of their extremely high level and powerful powers, they are called kings, and they are almost the strongest combat power in the organization. But now, the monster in the crevice of the Twilight Tomb, logically speaking, cannot reach that level at all. Why is it called the new king? Just when the 2 were puzzled, the masked man over there naturally noticed their expressions. But he just raised his hand in front of his face and said lightly. I know what you are curious about, but you can shut up for now. We'll find out later. 39. Talking. Dark purple light poured out of his hands, and the clown mask on his face was instantly removed. Immediately, a slightly dark face was revealed, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. On the right side of his face, there is a dark red scar, as if left by a knife blade. Subsequently, he stepped up and walked in one direction. The 2 behind them looked at each other and suddenly showed a helpless look. Afterwards, the person on the right had a strange expression again, but he stopped talking and said. But, Mr. Rose, we just stopped 2 people, don't you mind them? In case they are dug up the intelligence. Hear this, General Chengwei just looked forward indifferently and said without looking back. It doesn't matter. 35. What's in their heads is useless anyway. At least in this city, there is no longer any weapon that can kill Lord Dragon God. Hear this. The 2 behind them looked at each other and looked at each other. What's going on? It is said that General Rose is very cautious. I could feel it before, and now, how can I be so confident? That Dragon God is really that strong. The 2 were a little confused. However, he could only bite the bullet and keep up. After a while, in the direction not far away, on an abandoned viaduct, at this moment, under the dim sky, the cold wind is as chilling as the light of a knife. A dark red figure is floating in the air at this moment. Like a god, with those golden pupils, he looked down indifferently. At this time below, on the other hand, there was a team of transferees, who were looking up at the sky. They are the members of the only A-level guild, Long Night, in Linlan City. At this moment, the leader is the vice president and a group of elite-level cadres. In fact, just now, a group of people was preparing to take a shortcut and go to the north area of Linlan City to perform a special task assigned by the president. However, before they could set off, they received an urgent message from the vice president. Subsequently, a group of people immediately ran to reinforce, and just after they arrived here to meet the vice president, then found the figure of that special monster. Now, looking at the dragon god floating in the sky, everyone's eyes narrowed slightly, and they whispered. Vice President, this guy is what you just said on the phone, the monster that can help our guild make a name for itself. That's right, the vice chairman nodded, his eyes shone brightly, and said condensedly. You probably don't know, it wasn't that long ago that this monster caused an uproar online. 99. It was in Yefu Park, and it successively defeated dozens of powerful transferees and then left. Even that Li Wangxing and a dean of Feng Lan Academy were not his opponents. They were all killed in seconds. What? Spike. As soon as this is said, all the guild members were stunned for a moment. Although they were not familiar with the dean of Feng Lan Academy, they knew the genius Li Wangxing from the next city. After all, in last year's guild ranking tournament, they had met once, and although they had never formally fought, their strength should not be underestimated. He also became one of the fastest people in the world to break the second awakening record. Even he was beaten. No wonder even a vice president with such a high level needs reinforcements. People are thinking. The vice president narrowed his eyes and looked over there, saying, "There are rumors on the internet that it is a mechanical boss, but after my observation just now, you should just listen to it as a joke. I was like sniping at it at first, but I didn't expect. It's wonderful to meet it here before you even get to Yefu Park. In this way, you only need to solve one of them, and you can obtain effects far beyond other monsters. Isn't this stronger than the Blue Soul Guild?" Speaking of which, the vice president slowly smiled. The few people beside him were stunned for a moment, and then they also laughed lightly. This is true, although the Blue Soul Guild has already started hunting and killing invading monsters all over the city. 1. But he didn't grasp the trick of promoting fame. Netizens won't care how many good deeds you have done secretly and how many people you have saved. They only care about your exploits in front of the camera. In other words, it is useless to deal with those unknown monsters. Even if you save hundreds or thousands of people, no one will notice. But now this is different. Since it is a monster that caused an uproar on the internet, it must have its own traffic. Thus, as long as it is defeated, the reputation it brings will explode directly. Think of this. Several people naturally began to be eager to try. One person even raised the corner of his mouth directly, and the moment he raised his hand, a ray of light poured out. He immediately switched out his combat equipment, and at the same time, he also took out a gorgeous longbow in his hand, emitting a silver light. I saw him looking up at the dragon god over there, his eyes shining brightly, and he said with a smile, "Vice President, let me take the lead." How? I've always wanted to use this bow, to shoot down a flying monster. Hear this. The people on the side laughed helplessly. The vice president directly rolled his eyes and said, "Don't be so careless. Its strength is not as weak as you think. Let's all go together. Maybe I will also use mythical level props." Well, everyone nodded and started to transform. The gorgeous combat equipment was cut out in an instant, and the light shone. In fact, due to the durability of the equipment. So, in this rapidly changing and dangerous world, in order to deal with monsters of different levels and races, the transferees will of course prepare different equipment and weapons. For example, when dealing with beasts with a lot of fur, you need to use fire attribute weapons, and when dealing with those mechanical armor monsters, you need to use thunder attribute, and so on. As for dealing with dragons, needless to say, of course, it is necessary to use equipment with relatively high fire resistance and lightning resistance. After all, as we all know, 95% of dragons can breathe fire or fight thunder. Then, as they switched gears, the vice president over there suddenly turned his head again, looked at the last person in the team, and said, "Little Wong, don't take action. Get your phone ready to take a video in the back, and once we're about to finish the fight and kill the guy, you start filming. Remember, don't shoot too openly. Better in the corner." 35. With that kind of abnormal perspective, candid photography, you know what I mean. Understand. The man nodded quickly with a smile. Of course he knew, if the video shot is too normal, it will make the whole thing feel like a pose. But if it is from a candid perspective, moment, isn't the sense of substitution here. This is not the first time they have done this kind of operation, they are naturally familiar with it. Subsequently, under the leadership of the vice president, several people over there rushed towards the dragon god over there in an instant. On this side, the last member, Xiao Wang, began to take out his mobile phone and prepare to record. However, at this time, suddenly, I saw a fierce explosion in front of me. Boom. Immediately, I saw the figure above the sky, rushing down like a dark red electric light. Go straight to the bottom, the vice president and others over there. Pipe exclamation mark question mark quote. See this picture. Everyone's faces suddenly changed. I didn't expect this monster to attack at such a terrifying speed. The battle is imminent. At this moment, at this high speed, it is too late to dodge. Hold it off. The vice chairman shouted in horror, and immediately clenched his teeth and took out the holy shield. The other people around him also displayed their own blocking skills or props. And at this moment, the figure of the dragon god slammed down like a meteor falling from the sky. Boom. A deafening explosion sounded in an instant, and a blazing red fire shot into the sky. The whole earth began to vibrate violently with it. Almost like a small nuclear bomb, it drowned everything around it in the form of a mushroom cloud on the spot. Bang! The shock wave of the riot swept across. The unsuspecting members were blown away in an instant. And the next moment, when he looked up again in horror, his face was pale. See there, right in the middle of the abandoned viaduct. It was a huge explosion crater filled with gunpowder smoke, and the sand and gravel were burnt to pitch black. And around the pothole, the vice president and others all lay on the ground, covered in bruises and wounds, motionless. Central position. The dragon god's slender body floated up into the air, and the golden pupil was still indifferent, standing proudly alone. Under the strong wind, the terrifying aura is self-evident. See this picture. The last member in the distance immediately had a thump in his heart, and his hands and feet were instantly cold. Wordless fear completely engulfed him in an instant. 35. At the same time, he is not the only one who pays attention to this scene. And on the other side of the viaduct, there are 3 people, Zhao of Xi'an, in purple uniforms. It was General Rose and the other 3 who came over. Now, the 2 behind them were equally terrified, and their expressions were full of disbelief. This TM. What's the situation? If you read it right, among the few people who were killed in a flash just now, there are 2 second-degree awakeners above level 75, right? And, also basically wearing mythical equipment. This Nima can be killed in seconds. Shit. This moment, they all gasped in unison. Although I don't understand why, I finally understand what General Rose said before. This dragon god is too damn strong. While they were emotional, suddenly, the dragon god over there seemed to notice them here. Immediately, she turned her head, looked at the cold golden pupil, and said indifferently. Is this world actually full of trash fish of your level? 5. Well, if you want to die, come here. This kind of boring battle is really enough. Quote exclamation mark question mark. As soon as this is said, the 2 behind them were shocked and their expressions changed greatly. And at this moment, only General Cheng Wei in front of him shone brightly. He grinned and said with a smile. With my humble body, 35. Of course it can't be compared with you, the great dragon god. 39. However, Bet, please calm your anger. I do know a place. There, maybe there's something that can make your battles a little more interesting. 5. 152 This thing, is it a special anti-god treasure? Subscribe. At the same time, on the Fenglin campus, in the hall of the crack test field, the audience was silent. Everyone stopped in place and looked seriously at the direction in the corner over there. Now, the principal was holding out his hands. Put them on the eyes of the 2 comatose people on the left and right. In his palm, the blue light shone slightly, connecting with the brains of the 2. This is not some kind of therapy. It was the obvious mental magic, memory observation. But, according to common sense, this magic can only work on a single individual at the same time. And, it takes concentration to detect the contents of the other party's memory. But now, the principal actually launched the attack on 2 people at the same time. Many people suddenly looked surprised. On the other side, the dean and the others stood quietly behind them, their faces dignified and unmoved. Of course they know that this is the principal's basic operation. The reason why his expression is dignified now is just curiosity about what content he can detect. As for the others, after the recent emergency, now even if I want to leave here, I don't dare to make a sound. Everyone is waiting seriously. Lin Ye also stood there and stared at that direction, but his mind was no longer on it. Now, 807 his pupils shone with an imperceptible iridescent brilliance. That's right, that is naturally the light of world-class props. For Lin Ye, there are a total of 3 super harvests in this evening tomb exploration. First, successfully completed the first awakening, and directly increased the level breakthrough to level 69. Second, finally unlocked the skill bar, and obtained the god-level inherent power that can use Ping A as a big move. Third, that's a world-class tool. From a long time ago, this word was something that Lin Ye could not achieve. Don't say it's world-class, even if it's a mythical level item, Lin Ye has never seen it a few times. See you for the first time. It was also used when the vice-chairman of the Long Night Guild appeared in Park No. 7. At that time, he suppressed the monster with a formation composed of thunder guns. Although the monster is not strong, but the repressive power and shock strength of the mythical level props are still evident. This also leads to, Lin Ye's anticipation for world-class props became stronger. After all, as we all know, the gap CJCB between world-class props and mythical class has reached an indescribable level. Only from its market price, can barely see the feeling of the gap. After all, myth-level props, depending on the strength, range from hundreds of thousands to millions and even more than tens of millions. And world-class tools, completely priceless level. Last year, one of the richest man proposed to buy the world-class props unearthed on an island country with 2 billion, but it was still rejected in the end. But it is said that the guy later secretly held an auction. The price of that prop was directly raised above tens of billions. 2 words, outrageous. And now, Lin Ye looked at the world-class props in his warehouse, and at the same time with a smile, he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Think at that time, he just casually agreed to Lu Qingyang's question about college selection. Unexpectedly, I was actually recommended to come to this Fenglin Academy along the way. Then, and was inexplicably recommended to skip a grade. On the first day of school, he obtained the qualification for crack exploration that would have taken a year to obtain. Seems like a series of coincidences. But Lin Ye knew very well that, of course, this couldn't be done without the help of the principal over there. After all, listen to Director Lu Qingyang say. At that time, at the meeting, the principal proposed a plan for skipping grades. Moreover, during the subsequent assessment by the supervision team, the principal also took the initiative to help. Lin Ye saw this in his eyes. Therefore, at that time, in the cracks, Lin Ye would not hesitate to cooperate with the principal on a remote mission. After all, he is not a white-eyed wolf. Now, looking at the prop, Lin Ye called up the information and looked up. At that time, after the authorization was completed at the throne, before he had time to check it, he was sent to be interrupted. Checking it for the first time now, I don't know if it will have any unexpected effect. Dang, a rainbow-colored light lit up. The dazzling illusory panel unfolded in front of her eyes in an instant. Item: Ring of Twilight. Quality: World Class. Grade: None. Description: World-class props from Dimensional Rift, Twilight Tomb. It is said that once under the sunset, witnessed the twilight of the gods, thus forming this supreme ring, hence the name. It contains some indescribable power, and the owner will be able to control the world-class power within it. One of only 46 world-class props in all dimensions and worlds. Effect: Supreme Power. Ragnarok. Illustrate. Among the 46 world-class items, the only item that has a special attack effect on the god race. When the power is activated, a twilight lock will be formed, and all abilities of the Protoss will be suppressed in all directions, including but not limited to physique, spirit, strength, agility, divine authority, coercion, etc. The suppressing ability will continue to grow with the improvement of the user's level. When the level reaches 100, the suppression force will also reach 100%, and the prop user will be able to ignore all the special powers of the Protoss and achieve absolute suppression. Cooldown: None. Duration: Unlimited. Durability: Unlimited. Remark: World-class items are immune to the interference of all negative effects. Under any circumstances, this ability can be activated instantly and has priority over all other abilities. When the user's level exceeds 100, the use of the Ring of Twilight will truly promote the world level, and will absolutely suppress all existences with the concept of God. At a glance, Lin Ye was instantly shocked. He never imagined the Ring of Twilight in his hand turned out to be a special, anti-god noble phantasm. Not only can it suppress Protoss monsters, and even after that, it can directly suppress the concept of God. And many more. What does concept mean? This is it as long as it is considered to be a god, even if it is. Lin Ye was stunned for a moment. For some reason, he suddenly remembered. Those heretics. It seems that all the monsters in the dimensional cracks brought by Black Star are called gods. When Lin Ye was confused. Suddenly, the headmaster in front of him who was under memory observation suddenly changed his expression, and then his eyes lit up. Found it. 153 Borrowing a knife to kill. A just choice. Subscribe. The voice fell, instantly broke the silence of the audience. Afterwards, everyone's hearts were shocked, and they immediately focused on watching. Lin Ye's attention was naturally diverted, and at the same time as his heart moved, he closed the virtual panel and looked forward. At this time, I saw the principal over there withdrew his hand, then stood up and turned to look here. He first glanced at Lin Ye without showing any trace, and nodded secretly. Then, he looked up at the dean and the other students over there, with a serious expression. As expected, this time, the monster pathway modification incident was indeed done by a few of them. However, he is not from U's high school. 35. It's heretics. Question mark. As soon as this is said, everyone present, including the dean and others, suddenly lost their heads. What do you mean? While saying that they did it, at the same time saying that it wasn't UZ. Besides them, is there anyone else in the audience wearing Yez's uniform? And these people are indeed familiar faces of UZ. How could they be heretics? If it's a heresy, how could it possibly pass the initial admissions test? When everyone was surprised, the headmaster's expression did not change, and he still said earnestly, I would have a hard time believing that if I hadn't observed their memories. In fact, 7 members of the aid team dispatched by Tsukuzawa High School, early on the way here, I was attacked by a heretic organization. Even though the memory is locked, I still find it. The heretics used an unknown ancient secret technique in a hotel to invade their bodies. That is to say, the people who participated in the crack exploration this time are all heretics. 99. Their original purpose, it seems, was to capture world-class props. But for some reason, Lin Ye suddenly attacked classmate Lin Ye. It's not so obvious in memory. Fortunately, in the end, Lin Ye defeated them directly in the crack. After they fled quickly, a high-level heretic with the code name, General Rose, suddenly appeared in the team. 9. It was under that fellow's power. This event was triggered, so that the death of all monsters in the Twilight Mausoleum was connected to the present world. 99. That's the whole picture of the incident. The headmaster finished quickly and methodically. In fact, these contents are relatively important intelligence information. Since it involves high-level heretics, according to regulations, it cannot be released at will. But, this time he chose to make an exception. As the principal, he needs to give an explanation to all the students present. Similarly, it is also necessary to give an explanation to the students of the top 10 universities. After all, in the future, they may have to rely on their strength to solve the crisis in Linlan City. If you hide even these most basic reasons, you will lose trust. And here at this moment, after hearing the principal's words, everyone present looked surprised and gasped. What's the situation? Grab the body, then blend into the crack. Can heretics actually do such a thing? Oh my god. So to say, those monsters that appeared in this world were instead sent by our hands. Realize this, many people felt a chill in their hearts. That's right, of course, they have already noticed the sinister nature of this trick of borrowing a knife to kill. The other party seems to have paid no price at all. Let them, a large group of people, directly become the accomplices of the heretics without knowing it. The more monsters they kill inside, there are just as many monsters out there. More than sinister, it simply lacks the virtue of the 18 generations of ancestors. Think of this, some justice-minded students even gritted their teeth and clenched their fists. FK heretics, use us as gunmen. Damn, we hunted so hard in the Twilight Mausoleum, didn't expect to help them. 5. This group of dogs is really doing all kinds of evil. 66 plus. Now, the audience was excited, and many people began to swear with ugly expressions. There are also some people with heavy expressions and silence. But there are also a small number of people. However, he looked at Lin Ye here with a strange expression, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. What they don't know is that, at this moment, Lin Ye's drooping eyes could not help but congeal slightly. It seems that at that time, I should really chase them out and get rid of those guys to make up for the knife. Unexpectedly, they started a more sinister plan. However, at this time, the principal over there seemed to have seen through their minds, and suddenly said solemnly, "Everyone, I know what you're thinking. But now is not the time to dwell on those. Linlin City is already in danger of accumulating eggs, and reinforcements from the neighboring city have also encountered problems and still haven't arrived. 5. If you don't want to be used by those guys, you can only settle this crisis. These monsters, after all, were killed by you in the cracks. So I think it shouldn't be a big problem for everyone. 35. I have already contacted the administration to count the information on various monsters. Rest assured, this will definitely not be in vain. Feng Lan will give you corresponding rewards according to your combat situation, and the administration will also calculate their respective results to give corresponding rewards. Certainly, it's not a mandatory task either. 99. If there are those who want to withdraw and refuse to participate, of course we will not force it. Next, please choose according to your own will. 35. The principal said with a serious look. His stance was kept low, and he did not show an official domineering gesture. Instead, it's like negotiating. 35. The whole place fell silent immediately. Many people began to look at each other, as if asking each other's opinions. However, the students who were filled with righteous indignation just now raised their hands and said firmly without any hesitation, "Headmaster, let's join. I join too." 9. It's just one more fight, it's not a lie, knock over those monsters. Yes, and me. 35. If you don't give up the second reward for nothing, you will lose, and I will join in. In an instant, dozens of people took the lead in raising their hands. See this picture. The dean and others over there were stunned for a moment, and then nodded with a look of relief. However, at this time, suddenly, among the people in black and white chessboard uniforms, a leader raised his hand and said calmly, "Sorry, Mr. Principal." 35. Our Tianquan High School team refused to join. 95. Exclamation mark question mark quote. As soon as the sound came out, it was like a shot of silence medicine. The whole place fell silent immediately. Everyone looked in this direction with a confused look. However, the expression of this man remained unchanged. He just looked at the principal over there and said indifferently, "Although out of justice, we really want to help your school deal with this crisis, but we have other tasks to deal with, and we really can't get away, sorry." 99. Quote. As soon as this is said, the expressions of everyone in the audience turned a little weird, although this guy's mouth said he was embarrassed. But the calm expression on his face didn't mean any embarrassment at all. Obviously, his remarks seemed to be nothing but nonsense made up because he didn't want to participate. Realize this, the dean and others over there frowned suddenly. But even so, for flowers. Hearing this, the principal over there still nodded and said, "Well, understandable, please go to channel C on the right. After the basic inspection, just report it and you can go to rest if there is no problem." "Thank you." 35. The leader of Tianquan replied indifferently, and then directly led the crowd towards that direction. And among the few people who followed behind him, some were equally expressionless, while others looked a little embarrassed with their heads bowed. But, after they have spoken, many people present, but their expressions moved slightly, and their thoughts were moved. To be frank, in fact, they are reluctant to participate. After all, for them, just coming out of the crack is already very tired, and they don't want to continue to work hard. But the problem is, there are so many people who have chosen to join before, and of course they dare not express their opinions. Until now, after seeing those people quit, at this moment, they started to feel alive. After a while, teams from several other colleges and universities began to raise their hands one after another. And the answers they gave were quite different. "Sorry, Mr. Principal, our academy told us to go back immediately after the end, so we had to leave." So are we. The professor is still waiting for us, so he won't participate." 0. Mr. Principal, your school is so strong, I think it should be able to handle it, and our Beiyuan University will not bother. The reasons for their refusal are varied. The dean and the others over there turned green. In the end, even some students from Linlin raised their hands one after another, expressing their refusal to join in with their eyes dodging. This picture, it even made several deans angry. After a show of hands, the number of people on the field basically showed a 37. About 30% or more of the people chose to refuse to join, and the reasons are also different. See this result. The noses of several deans are almost crooked. They can't understand that people from other colleges don't live in Linlan City, and it is barely understandable to refuse to join, why there are so many people from this school who don't join. But the principal just said that he is voluntary. Although they are the dean, of course it is not easy to speak at the moment to morally kidnap. After all, this, although it has something to do with the students, of course it has not yet reached the level of compulsory action. To see the final result. Unlike the deans, the principal over there smiled and said loudly. Haha, not bad, 99. I didn't expect so many people to stay, which is great. Then, let's go to the division of the team. You can deal with monsters in different areas according to the type of monsters you are good at dealing with. As he said, while throwing the latest picture on the projector. These pictures seem to have been made by the commissioners not long ago, and they look very rough. But even so, it basically indicates the type and number of monsters in each area, and the patterns and characters are numerous and complicated. See this picture. Many people at the scene suddenly gasped and sighed. Unexpectedly, there are already so many invading monsters, which is completely beyond their expectations. However, the next moment, when the picture was switched, some red demon icons began to appear on the screen. The principal immediately explained. Attention, these icons represent the rulers, and the numbers behind are their approximate grades. Please do what you can. 35. Hear this. Almost everyone at the scene was instantly stunned. Wait a moment, what happened? With so many red demon icons all over the screen, all the FK are the masters. Isn't that right? In less than 2 hours. We actually killed so many bosses together. A knife .154 is half exclusive. Is this TM pure bragging? Subscribe. 16, 20, 24, 39. Now, many people have even started to count the number of red icons above in their hearts. However, the more you count backward, their hearts became more and more confused and horrified. After all, this is not the number of mobs, but the master. Each master represents an absolute boss in a large area. Plus, this is still a world-class prop crack. Even if you think about it with your little toe, you can understand how difficult each master is. Not to mention, among those who participated in this exploration, most squads, such as sophomores, have almost no chance of challenging advanced bosses. Therefore, according to their original expectations, taking a team of 7 people as an example, based on the number of teams at the scene plus their own experience in it. Even if the rulers are killed, maybe there are only 20 or 30, at most, 40 will break the sky. This is still a theoretical maximization algorithm, and it can't be reached in practice. However, now, 8 and 7, the number they counted on it. But it has completely exceeded the normal calculation, directly reaching the outrageous 80. Everyone looked at each other, stunned. But, just when they were extremely puzzled, the principal over there suddenly walked over to the projection and said loudly. Attention everyone, because traces of monsters have appeared in many institutions and departments in the city, many institutions have been temporarily paralyzed and cannot conduct precise statistics. So, the number of dominators shown above was actually counted just a few minutes ago, not complete real-time data. Some of them have been resolved before, and now there are probably some new ones that have not been counted. In short, there will be some differences in the number. The number of monsters should only be more than this count. We'll give you real-time communication equipment later, so you can be flexible. The principal quickly explained. Many people present were stunned. What? The actual number of dominators is more than this. How can that be? We only met 2 bosses in 2 hours inside, which was good luck. Did the other teams fail so much? Thinking of this, many people suddenly turned their heads and looked towards the others. However, while they were curious, almost everyone has the exact same puzzled expression at the moment. As a result, almost everyone began to look at the other people beside them suspiciously. The whole scene looked at each other. The atmosphere was awkward for a while. Finally, after a moment, someone is starting to realize that something is not right. In the principal's commentary, a long-haired girl wearing round-rimmed glasses suddenly raised her hand, interrupting the principal's words. Likewise, attracted the audience's attention. The principal moved slightly in his heart, looked up and said in surprise, "What's wrong, classmate Chen Qi? This girl is an outstanding student in her senior year. She is in the top 10 all year round, and her family is also very good." The principal can recognize it at a glance. And his words fell. The girl suddenly said with a strange expression, "Headmaster, I suspect that the monsters above may not all come from the Twilight Mausoleum." As soon as this is said, the principal, the dean and the others were stunned at the same time. How do you say this? Of course they didn't get it. Isn't it already stated that the monsters are all teleported from the Twilight Tomb? Is there any objection to this? At this time, the girl named Chen Qi continued to explain helplessly. According to our team's exploration in this crack, after the whole journey, we arrived at the bottom of the 2nd floor, the Wind Snow Valley, and only met 3 masters in total. This is because we were lucky and encountered a double dungeon in the 1st level. And even in this huge wasteland, we haven't seen many wild bosses along the way. So it stands to reason. It is impossible to kill so many masters in such a short period of time. I think, some of the masters on this, part of it comes from there, it's confirmed. But the ones that surged out probably didn't come from the Twilight Mausoleum. At least, not by us. Even if the teams from the 9 universities add up, it is impossible. Although her face was strange, but he still threw out his arguments and speculations with great certainty and method. After hearing this, everyone present nodded earnestly. Although no one spoke out, it was clear that they all agreed with this reasoning. After the speech, this time, it was the turn of the principal and the dean over there to be confused. What, didn't you solve it? Then who else could it be? But at this time, they suddenly remembered the strange state at that time. In 7 minutes, inside Linlan City, more than 40 masters appeared one after another, shocking everyone. At that time, they already felt that something was wrong. This efficiency is too high. Now that I think about it, is there really something tricky here? The headmaster's brows suddenly wrinkled slightly, and he pondered. At this time, a dean on the side suggested in a condensed voice, need to count the number of kills of each team. As soon as this is said, the principal suddenly became helpless. It's not that he didn't think about this method. It's just that the external crisis is imminent, the time is too urgent, and there is no time to do this stuff, not to mention that a group of people have just left, and it is temporarily impossible to count. He had planned to let these people set off immediately after allocating the area to start the War of Annihilation. But now, if it wasn't for statistics, it seems that there are indeed a group of monsters of unknown origin. Maybe if there is another crack connecting the world, then the problem will be big. While he was struggling, a glance in the middle of nowhere, but suddenly found, in front of the crowd over there, Lin Ye was looking at the picture on the projector here with a strange expression on his face. See this, the principal suddenly moved in his heart. He had paid attention to Lin Ye many times for a long time, so he immediately noticed that he rarely showed such a strange expression. It's just like, hesitant to say anything, thinking of the special circumstances he had experienced before. The headmaster suddenly became alert and asked almost subconsciously, "Student Lin Ye, do you have any clues about the masters of these explosions?" Hear this. Naturally, everyone including Lin Ye was taken aback. Why did you ask him all of a sudden? Silence for a moment. Lin Ye looked up and said honestly, Actually, I have encountered a little more masters, so I have solved a little more than others. 35. As soon as these words came out, the headmaster's eyes lit up. However, after the other teams on the side were stunned, many people suddenly rolled their eyes. Cut. Bullshit. How many can you have more than others? Could it be more than a dozen? No matter what, the numbers don't match up at all. Of course they didn't think so. But, unlike them, the headmaster seemed to have grasped a vital clue, and immediately asked, "Have you calculated the number of kills you killed?" Hearing this, Lin Ye stretched out his index finger and scratched his forehead, saying, "There should be more than 40. Anyway, it's less than 50. Question mark. Exclamation mark. Dang. As soon as this is said, the whole place fell silent in an instant. Everyone's heart throbbed at the same time in 2.1. One by one, they were dumbfounded, showing a ghostly expression. More than 40. Crazy. Is this NM pure bragging? The masters above add up to only 80, and you alone account for half. Can you make some drafts for bragging? When you are running the map, are you directly killing it all the way? For a moment, countless people just feel like grass and mud horses galloping past in their hearts. I even feel that my IQ has been insulted. However, at this moment, behind the crowd, only that Yan Han's expression did not change at all. She just stared at the back of Lin Ye over there, with no doubt or surprise in her eyes. In fact, when she just saw the number of those masters, she had already guessed this faintly. Therefore, when Lin Ye said it, others may think in their minds, "FK, what are you bragging about," or something like that. But what she was thinking was, as expected, 155 is enough majestic power. Is world-class props enough? Subscribe. After all, when she just saw Lin Ye come out last, she already understood. Lin Ye's level definitely reached the upper limit of level 69. Thinking back to the level before he entered, he must have gained a huge amount of experience in it, enough to continuously upgrade to more than 20 levels. And this kind of experience is not something that only a few masters can bring. So at that time, Yan Han had already vaguely guessed the truth. It's just that now it's just heard from Lin Ye's mouth. 66. However, of course not everyone reacted as quickly as he did. At this time, faced with this sentence, the deans over there were almost as confused as everyone else. The principal's expression froze, and his eyelids jumped. This moment, it was only when he suddenly realized that he finally knew why Lin Ye was so stubborn just now. TMD such words. As long as anyone else said it, it can basically be regarded as pure nonsense. But unfortunately, he is Lin Ye. He is the first dual vocational person in the history of Linlan City who was blessed by God. Before that, he has created countless miracles. The unprecedented 4 elephants test has all full marks. The absolute advantage crushes Shu Yan. The Dragon Knight of the Sky, one of the 9 major occupations, alone captures the high-level heretic with the pupil of the ancient god, and the incomprehensible upgrade speed. All of these are added together. After the absurdity has reached its extreme, it seems, on the contrary, it seems that his words are not embarrassing. The principal's face gradually became strange, and he confirmed. Lin Ye classmate, you mean, the number of monsters that came out of this world were all killed by you in the Twilight Mausoleum. Should be. Quote, Lin Ye looked at the projection over there, at least I have some impressions of the many masters that have just appeared in 29. As soon as this is said, the others at the scene fell silent. They thought they would get it just by blowing it, but they didn't expect that the more they said it, the more real it became. Even several deans looked at each other in dismay. However, at this moment, seeing their reaction, although Lin Ye's expression here did not change, he was still a little speechless in his heart. In fact, he has long known that saying these words may cause this kind of reaction. So I didn't plan to say it at first, but did not expect. The principal actually launched an inquiry directly. In order to avoid misunderstanding, Lin Ye had to explain honestly. Now that it has been said, there is no need to hide it. Lin Ye raised his eyes and decided to propose a plan that he had brewed a few minutes ago. Headmaster, actually I have an idea, that should help. 35. As soon as these words came out, the principal's eyes suddenly lit up. Before waiting for the other people over there to react, he quickly arrived. Tell me about it. Lin Ye sorted out the language a little, and then said. I remember there was a way to get the attention of all the monsters in a huge area and direct them to the same place. 35. The textbook has mentioned before that someone used a similar method to solve the beast tide. If we also bring all the masters together, 35. Is it possible to solve it all at once? Lin Ye's voice fell. The expression on the principal's face suddenly froze. At the same time, for some reason, many of the students behind them had strange expressions on their faces. Finally, after a moment of silence, the senior girl named Chen Qi suddenly spoke again. She looked at Lin Ye with a cold look, and said indifferently. This classmate Lin Ye, with all due respect, do you think we can't think of this method of attracting monsters? 35 feet. Those historical methods of attracting monsters. It's all the aura emitted by the aggregation of high-quality black star energy crystals to attract the attention of monsters. So many masters come together, whether or not we can solve it all at once. 99. Just this majestic breath, in such a short period of time. Can you get it? As soon as this is said, the audience was still silent, and many people nodded reluctantly at the same time. In fact, they did think about it before. Collecting the materials needed for this majestic aura might not be as efficient as directly destroying them. However, at this moment, after hearing this, Lin Ye turned to look over and said thoughtfully, is it a majestic energy? Do you think this is enough? While talking, he raised his right hand. Above the palm of the hand, an extremely dazzling rainbow light exploded in an instant. As if there are tens of thousands of spotlights scattered, countless splendor rises into the sky. Just for a moment, gorgeous reflections in all directions. At the same time, an invisible vast breath surged in. Like a volcano about to erupt, it exudes unimaginable energy fluctuations. Even the space seems to be affected. Exclamation mark question mark. Quote question mark question mark question mark question mark question mark question mark quote. The moment I saw this picture, finally, everyone in the audience shrank their pupils and their expressions suddenly changed. Whether it is the principal or others, or the students over there, all scalps are numb. And the Chen Qi who asked the question just now is even more blank at this moment. And many more. Lying trough. This light is TM's world-class prop. How is it possible? Why does he have the rumored world-class props? It was only the first time to participate in the exploration, but the world-class props were discovered directly. Is it that time? The person who cleared the Tomb of Twilight, that's him. Hiss. The moment I realized this, the hearts of countless people immediately sucked in a breath of cold air, only to feel extremely shocked in their hearts. Although they are the elite of the top 10 universities. However, world-class items are still just words of legend to everyone. No one has ever seen it so close. In the bright rainbow light, a faint yellow ring could be seen, floating quietly in Lin Ye's palm. So bright, but the engraved lines on it are still clearly visible. It's like some kind of crack pattern, and it's like some kind of ancient shackles. It's as if you can engrave it into your DNA just by looking at it. Although its shape is small, it always gives people a majestic feeling that is difficult to see directly. Is it the supreme oppression from world-class power? Quote. The light also began to fade away. Till the end, it gathered into the center of Lin Ye's palm, and it shone softly. However, the shock on the faces of everyone in the audience still did not retreat. They were still looking at this almost dully. There were even many people who exclaimed in a low voice, FK, and the like. And this side, the principal, the dean and the others, although the expressions on their faces were equally astonished, they also carried a trace of surprise that could not be concealed. Now, Lin Ye held the Ring of Dusk in his hand and said with a surprised expression. Senior sister just said that it takes enough energy to do it. Are there enough world-class props? As soon as this is said, Chen Qi over there, his face suddenly turned green. The other people beside him immediately twitched involuntarily. Grass, isn't this Nima nonsense? Where can there be more majestic and pure energy than world-class props in TM? However, at this moment, Lin Ye really doesn't understand. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked, and he would have put forward the plan directly from the very beginning. Then, he still looked at Chen Qi, and at this moment, facing Lin Ye's innocent gaze, that Chen Qi's face finally quickly turned red, and she lowered her head in shame. But, okay, enough. I don't know if he was answering a question or talking about Lin Ye. At this time, the principal behind him finally showed a smile and laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect it, I really didn't expect it. Student Lin Ye, it's your first time participating in the exploration, and you have actually discovered a world-class item. It is good, it's too damn good for Feng Lan, ha 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 ha. He said it loudly, and he had not shown such a sincere and cheerful expression on his face for a long time. The deans on the side also laughed likewise. After looking at each other, they even applauded him involuntarily. Crack, crack, 35 inches crack, quote, immediately, together with the other students over there. They also showed their sincere expressions of envy and applauded. Applause from the audience immediately sounded like a tide. Surrounded Lin Ye here. In the eyes of everyone, there is no previous doubt at this moment, there is only very obvious envy, even jealousy, and they all muttered to themselves. Alas, FK, I'm so envious. All I can say is good guy, first time attending, graduating straight away, day 35. I really want to cry now. Damn it, this be woo-woo. Come on, why don't I have such luck ah. Countless people cried out with sadness in their hearts. Facing the applause around, Lin Ye looked back at the principal over there, and chuckled from the bottom of his heart. 807. Thank you, Mr. Principal, for the opportunity. Although this statement seems to be human, it is actually the truth. After all, this opportunity would not have been possible without the headmaster recommending him to skip grades. Therefore, thanking him is of course also necessary. Heard, the principal smiled and nodded, saying, let's not talk about that for now. Since you have world-class props, then we can indeed carry out your plan to attract monsters. While talking, he looked directly at a dean beside him and said with a smile. Old Li, go and contact the major agencies. Let them prepare immediately. We will guide all monsters to the waste area in the north of the city. Then, annihilate in one fell swoop. Clear. The voice fell. The dean nodded quickly. Immediately, after showing an admiring smile at Lin Ye who was here, he left quickly. And here, the principal looked at Lin Ye again, and said with a chuckle. Theoretically, it should only be necessary to activate the internal power of world-class items by specific means, and it should be enough to attract the attention of the vast majority of monsters in the city. So, I'll trouble you later. Lin Ye nodded. Since he proposed this plan, of course, he has already made preparations. However, at this moment, but no one knew that, just above the sky outside Feng Lan University, at this time, there are several strange figures emerging in the sky. Among the clouds, the three figures in the back, it was three humans in purple uniforms, with confident and unconcealed smiles on their faces at the moment. And the figure in front, it was a tall and arrogant woman with golden pupils shining slightly, she said indifferently. Is that the place you're talking about? Quote. Yes, Lord Dragon God. General Rose behind him replied respectfully with a smile. However, the Dragon God Irene Muse remained indifferent and said with an expressionless face. It doesn't look like that, then it's just ruined. 35. While talking, she raised her white arm, above the dragon's claw. A terrifying crimson fireball exploded in an instant. 156 In any case, there will be no justice from heaven, right? Subscribe. See this picture. General Changwei and the other three behind him suddenly burst into unexpected ecstasy. They thought that when they arrived, we still have to find a way to convince the arrogant dragon god to take the initiative. Therefore, I had already thought of the lines in my mind in advance. But unexpectedly, it's not even close at all. She even took the initiative to prepare for the bombing. And it looks like, this red fireball light is still brewing. Obviously, it is a power charging type move. As we all know, the power of accumulating skills is far more than ordinary skills. This means that, when this shot goes out, it will inevitably cause a violent explosion and agitation. In this way, their purpose has been achieved. In an instant, it will completely arouse the anger between those blasphemers and the dragon god. Thus, use his hand to complete the revenge and divine punishment for this college. Think of this. A flash of excitement flashed in General Rose's eyes. Although always cautious, but this time, for some reason, he felt an indescribable self-confidence. At this time, as the fireball's charge gradually increased, in the city below, now, there are no pedestrians on the street. Citizens either stayed at home or went to specialized institutions for emergency evacuation. All that was left were the transferees who traveled in and out of the streets. Of course they were there to deal with the monsters that appeared on the streets. Although there is no news that new monsters continue to appear, everyone is relieved. However, the number of remaining monsters still cannot be underestimated. In particular, the number of outrageous masters is almost equal to a super large beast tide of S-rank difficulty. Therefore, everyone is acting urgently. However, at this moment, they all began to notice the change. From the sky, there was a strong aura that was extremely oppressive. As a result, many transferees looked up one by one in an instant. Immediately after, everyone's eyes widened at the same time, and they were immediately stunned. Lounging, what is this, son, and, is still getting bigger. Hiss, someone started to gasp. It's not that they have bad eyesight, but because the light of the fireball has almost completely blocked everything. Looking at it from below, only a few black spots can be felt. Moreover, judging by the degree of glare and the shape of the fireball, except for the word, sun, there is really no more suitable word to describe it. Until a moment later, only then did someone suddenly realize that something was wrong. His face paled instantly, and while cold sweat emerged, he shouted in horror. It's the ruler. Run. It's probably going to bomb here. The voice fell. Boom. He drove the locomotive directly without hesitation, and drove away in an instant. Others were shouted at this. Naturally, his face changed drastically, and he quickly ran away while shouting, "Why?" After all, to them, the monster was found directly above the head, and of course, I subconsciously felt that it was going to bomb here. But they couldn't think of it. The other party was about to bomb the institution of higher learning a few hundred meters away. Now, above the sky, with the violent high-temperature fluctuations, the majestic fireball has also been charged. The dragon god raised his hand indifferently. The fireball floated above the head, like a sun. The three behind General Chengwei didn't even dare to approach. Directly back to a few meters away. They held their breaths. There was an excited smile in his eyes, waiting for the dragon god to strike this blow. But at this moment, suddenly, the dragon god, who was originally expressionless, moved slightly. He suddenly turned his head and looked in the west direction, then frowned slightly, as if he had found something. After a moment, she opened the mouth with a little surprise. That direction. Where is it? The voice fell. The three behind General Chengwei were stunned for a moment. Looking along her gaze, there is a mountain road there, and there seems to be nothing special. There are just a few cars on the road. That's all. Then, General Chengwei and the two beside him looked at each other. After discovering that they were not clear, they could only look forward and said honestly. Lord Dragon God, it should be just a wilderness road over there, it should be nothing special. However, his voice has not completely fallen. All of a sudden, the dragon god here's golden eyes narrowed slightly, and then he waved his jade hand. Boom! I saw above her head. The huge fireball that was fully charged flew out like a meteor in an instant. A blasting trajectory was drawn in the air. However, where the fireball was heading. But it's not Feng Lan Academy, which is a few hundred meters away, but the mountain road 2 kilometers away. Quote exclamation mark question mark. Quote question mark question mark question mark question mark question mark question mark quote. See this picture. The three General Chengwei behind him changed their expressions on the spot, and they were immediately stunned. FK, what happened? Why did you suddenly attack over there? Positioning so wrong. This Nima angle is directly crooked by 120 degrees. Several people were completely stunned. After a while, General Chengwei's mouth twitched and he turned his head. Then, a very reluctant smile emerged from his face, and he said stiffly. Lord Dragon God, you seem to be slightly off. The person who can fight you should be in the academy over there. However, his voice has not yet fallen. The indifferent gaze of the dragon god Irene Muse instantly looked over. At the same time, the terrifying pressure in the pair of golden dragon eyes instantly escaped. Like a pair of invisible giant hands, it directly grabbed the throat of General Rose. Are you teaching me to do things? 35. Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. To the power of 9. The voice did not fall. The face of General Chengwei was already covered in cold sweat, and he quickly panicked and said. No. Don't dare. All your actions must be justified. Please forgive me. The voice fell. The dragon god here turned his head indifferently. Did not continue. In fact, of course she did not stray from the target. But because, at that moment, she clearly felt a few moving black steel blocks over there. There seems to be some strong aura. And, in the academy here, I can't feel it at all. Obviously, people over there, maybe he is the one who can really fight. Therefore, she changed direction temporarily without hesitation. After all, after leaving the Twilight Mausoleum, she no longer has the world shackles on her body, she has completely lost the shackles. Now she, not only has the supreme divine right been liberated, but other powers have also raised the upper limit. To this extent, the breath that can still be felt must be unusual. Even if you may not be able to defeat yourself, you may be able to feel the joy of fighting a little. Aware of this, her eyes flickered directly. In an instant, the entire figure rushed in that direction. And the three behind him. Originally, it flew under the influence of her mist, and was naturally carried over by it. The expressions on the faces of the three were very ugly at the moment, but they did not dare to be disrespectful. What is this TM called? At the same time, on the wild road here, at this moment, among the several black advanced combat vehicles that are driving forward. Inside a lot of carriages, there are well-equipped and well-armed transfer teams. Naturally, they were the aid teams that rushed over from the neighboring city this time. But among them, in the second car, but it was a group of civilians in suits and leather shoes, with shiny leather shoes. They were smoking cigarettes and chatting happily at the same time. From the look on his face, he was obviously very relaxed. There was no rush at all. Even the speed of this car seems very leisurely on the road. Now, in the corner to the side, a certain young staff member had an ugly expression on his face. He hesitated again and again, but still looked at one of the leaders and said carefully. Minister, it has been so long since the notice for help from Linlan City. 5. We had already delayed for too long to go. Now, driving so slowly. Can you arrange for the drivers to speed up, so that the job changers can participate in the aid and annihilation operation? In case there is some serious consequence due to our being late, it is likely to be our responsibility. Point 39. He reluctantly persuaded. From the beginning, after hearing the help message, the minister did not seem to intend to give any assistance but has been procrastinating. He was still saying, Anti Qian's Zhao is that they have a Fenglin High School there, so don't be afraid of this. On the one hand, the madness began to procrastinate. It seemed that he didn't want to leave at all. These series of confusing operations are completely confusing. However, now, after hearing this, instead, the minister over there laughed lightly, exhaled a puff of smoke, and said with a sincere smile. Quote, You're still young and you don't understand. I know you're in a hurry, but don't worry. Anyway, it's not like we don't go to help, what's our responsibility? And, 35, even if there is responsibility, there will be no justice from heaven, right? However, his voice just fell, suddenly, boom, the huge fireball that flew from the distant sky, just like a precise positioning missile, it slammed down directly and violently. In an instant, it directly hit the front car on the wilderness road over there. Almost desperately stomped on the brakes frantically. Boom, and infinite madness, and everyone looked at the picture in front of them. A terrifying red flame rises into the sky. The faces of all the people in the vehicles behind changed suddenly, and there was a sudden thump in their hearts. The screeching sound of the tires rubbing against the ground at high speed echoed throughout the wilderness. Only fear remains. Immediately, 157 dual professionals with unlimited potential versus world-class prop owners subscription. Now, inside Feng Lan Academy, a group of people are getting ready to go. Prepare to go to the waste area in the north of Linlan City. The reason why it is called an abandoned area, as the name suggests, is naturally an area that has been abandoned. A few years ago, there once broke out a rift beast tide. The monster type is the rare, crown monster. Although their strength is not strong, the blood in their bodies has extremely powerful radiation. Therefore, after completing the annihilation of the beast tide, that entire area has been individually divided as a radiation forbidden area, and entry is prohibited. Although last year, officials have confirmed that the residual radiation in that area has completely disappeared. But, still no citizen dared to go back there. As a result, naturally no developers are willing to intervene. Therefore, it is still a wasteland. Apparently, the principal chose there for a simple reason. After all, if we fight here, the entire academy will undoubtedly be destroyed, and the losses will be countless. But if you go there, without any worries, there is no need to worry about threatening the safety of passers-by, let alone damage to buildings. It is very suitable for attracting that group of monsters. At this point, naturally everyone knows that, due to the large area of Fenglin Academy, therefore, it is necessary to go out from the north gate, which is the closest route to the waste area. But, before departure, the principal left alone, said to do some preparatory work and meet them later. So the leaders became two deans. Now, armored vehicles have also been prepared, and the people who have participated in the battle have been triggered. If this battle is for ordinary college students, it may be a little nervous. But they are elite transferees after all. Even if he knew that he had to face the chaotic scene of dozens of masters, he would not be in chaos at this moment. They know very well, there is also a world-class prop in Lin Ye's hand. Almost everyone believes that the end of this battle should be settled easily with just that world-class item. After all, he was in the Twilight Mausoleum at the time, perhaps using this world-class tool to annihilate more than 40 masters alone. Because they followed this time, maybe just as an alternative. However, everyone is so happy. After all, 807 will be rewarded as long as they participate. It is not bad if they can find out. But, if they knew that the Ring of Dusk in Lin Ye's hands could only be used against the Protoss, maybe. Not so optimistic. Now, just as the armored vehicle was heading towards the north gate, now, from the far south of the academy, suddenly there was a faint loud explosion. Boom. Hear this voice. Many people in the car suddenly moved slightly. At this time, one of the deans who was in charge of leading the team raised his hand and pressed his hand, and said in a condensed voice. Calm down, students don't care. Before you came out of the crack, this kind of movement has happened many times. It should be the job transfer troops outside fighting. Everyone just needs to rush to the waste area with me quickly, this is our top priority. The voice fell, everyone sank their hearts again. They either started talking in a low voice, or they shared what they saw at the Dusk Mausoleum. Several people gathered beside Lin Ye, as if they wanted to ask him something. However, Lin Ye leaned on the seat alone and closed his eyes, and they didn't dare to disturb him. That's it, armored vehicles bearing the Feng Lan School badge drove towards the waste area. And at the same time, in a high-end hotel outside Fenglin Academy. At this moment, a group of teams in black and white uniforms entered a certain room. This is not a bedroom. It is a rather elegantly furnished study. In the center of the study, there is a rectangular mahogany conference table with several cups of unknown black tea on the table, which looks quite stylish. Now, a man in a dark blue suit and a burgundy tie sat alone at the top of the conference table, holding a book in one hand, and looked up. With a smile on his face, he raised his hand and said, "Sit down, everyone. It's hard work this time, and the black tea is ready." 5. Hearing this, the students over there immediately said, "Thank you, Professor Lan." 99. After all, several people sat on both sides of the conference table. They are naturally the team of Tianquan High School who left from Fenglin High School not long ago. Then, They were the first in the audience to refuse to join the monster extermination project. The reason given was, there are other tasks. Although it seems to be a random reason, but in fact, it is also the truth. Long before they entered the crack, their Professor Lan had already told them in advance. After coming out of the crack, if it is not necessary, return to the hotel immediately and report to him as soon as possible. Therefore, they will get here, and at this moment, the Professor Lan, who was wearing a suit, put down the book in his hand, took off his glasses at the same time, and said with a smile. Everyone has just finished working out, and they probably don't want to listen to my nonsense. Then I won't be polite, let's go straight to the point. First of all, you naturally failed to capture world-class items, right? 35. The voice fell, everyone bowed their heads sadly, lowered their eyes, and expressed their acquiescence. This is not just the mission of the Academy, it is naturally their personal opportunity. Not grasping, of course they will be disappointed. However, this Professor Lan did not seem to be disappointed at all, his expression remained unchanged, and he said with a light smile. Fine, it's not your fault. Feng Lan's crack is very strange and difficult, and no one has been able to win it in the past year's exploration. I can't count on you all, it's normal to not win. Just come again next time. The school has already approved my application submission, and the next special action quota is still with you, so don't be discouraged. 5. What he said, of course, to comfort the people over there. Unexpectedly, however, after hearing this, everyone over there looked a little weird. One person even brought black tea to his mouth, but suddenly stopped. This picture is very weird. It was as if someone had suddenly pressed the world, time pause button. Professor Lan's smile stopped, and naturally he immediately noticed something was wrong. However, before waiting for him to ask questions, the captain of the Tianquan team over there lowered his eyes and said helplessly. Professor, sorry, there is no next time. The rift in the Twilight Mausoleum, where world-class items are stored has been cleared. Quote, what? 35. As soon as this is said, Professor Lan, who had been smiling for a while, finally changed his face in an instant. You said, cleared. How is this possible? Doesn't it mean that, even world-class props are 99? Quote. The captain still looked down slightly and answered weakly. Here confirmation. Professor Lan's pupils froze for a moment. It was almost as if he had been taken out of his mind, and the light in his eyes was not as bright as before. This was a result he hadn't expected at all. To know, the reason why he was calm just now, just because no one can get it. As a result, now, not only has it been obtained, even the TM's Twilight Mausoleum has been directly cleared. What's the situation? Hasn't there been any major progress at all over the past year? What the hell happened this year? A series of thoughts were entangled in his mind, and Professor Lan finally said with a complicated expression. Who is it? Which college? The voice fell. The captain pursed his lips, and then said slowly. Quote. Feng Lan. A person we've never met and don't even know his name, but looking at the uniform seems to be a sophomore, CJCB, it's possible that we've read it wrong. Why is he so clear? Of course, because he had witnessed that scene with his own eyes. That's right, in fact, at that time, he and another teammate happened to be among the hundreds of people who were summoned by the Dust King to the throne. And, in that battle, when the first 3 people were blasted away, he and another teammate around him were the first ones to launch the long-range bombing among the rest of the people. He uses magic, and his teammates use grudge. But, it's a pity that, in the end, even if the attacks of so many people were superimposed together, they didn't have the slightest impact on that guy. He is like a sharp sword. Straight to the throne. In the end, he even killed the terrifying picture of the throne guard with one punch, causing the Dust King to directly admit his counsel. These pictures are still vivid in my eyes. And after hearing this, Professor Lan over there looked complicated, then frowned and sighed. Not good. Why is Feng Lan's shit luck so good this year? First of all, I gained a dual career with unlimited potential during the admissions season. Now, I have successfully captured a world-class item again. Doesn't that mean, the new generation of freshmen and sophomores, are we going to be completely crushed? The more I think about it, the more worried his face became. The ranking competition among the top 10 universities has always been known to everyone. After all, the higher the ranking, naturally, the more rights and interests you can gain from the state. Naturally, more and more students and cooperative companies have signed up. Even in the past 10 years, national officials are still trying to widen the equity gap between each ranking to promote this healthy competition. But in fact, with the continuous changes in the rankings in recent years, the competition has gradually changed from benign. For example, the previous principal of Feng Lan, it is with the support of the school board of directors that some black box operations were developed in the national ranking competition to try to obtain better results. As a result, it was finally found out, and the investigation was directly dismissed and sent to prison. Even the school board with the entire Feng Lan began to undergo a long-term investigation. In fact, behind each of the top 10 universities, not only the state is funding and managing, but the school board is a more important source of funding. After all, these colleges are different from ordinary universities. The amount of money that needs to be spent is not one level at all. It is impossible for the state to invest all the funds here, so the existence of the school board is needed. On the other side of the school board, it happens that they need to increase their income by operating the ranking of the college. Basically it is run as a company. Coincidentally, he, Professor Lan, happened to have an identity. That is one of the board members of Tianquan High School. It can be said that the ranking of Tianquan University directly determines his income. Therefore, after learning that Feng Lan had, twice, consecutive shit luck, of course he was a little worried. However, while he was struggling, suddenly, a text message came over. After he glanced at the mobile phone, his expression changed slightly, then he raised his eyes and said condensedly. The school board has received information, 35. It is said that there are more than 80 bosses in the Beast Tide here in Linlan, 95. Let's take this opportunity to investigate the issue of this Feng Lan Beast Tide. Looks like you don't have time to rest. As soon as this is said, everyone at the conference table was stunned, and their expressions became weird at the same time. Seeing their expressions, Professor Lan was naturally stunned for a moment, and frowned. What's the matter, do you know what? Hearing this, the captain suddenly looked strange and said, we are preparing to report to you. The origin of this beast tide in Linlan City happens to be the crack in the evening mausoleum of Fenglan High School. Professor Lan's breath stopped for a moment, and he was stunned on the spot. But the next moment, after realizing it, there was ecstasy in his heart. I rely on, and such a good thing. The internet has already paid a lot of attention to the large beast tide in Linlan City. Now, it's actually related to Feng Lan University. At this moment, he was like a cat smelling the breath of a mouse, his eyes lit up instantly. As the message authentic, well, it was personally admitted by the principal of Feng Lan, all the monsters died in the Twilight Mausoleum and then were mistakenly spread. Okay, wait for me, 35. Professor Lan's eyes lit up and he spoke quickly, interrupting him directly. Then immediately picked up the phone. And this, good, word, of course, made all the people on the opposite side bewildered. It is good, where is this TM? We're not done talking yet. However, at this moment, what they don't know is that, in Professor Lan's mind, a public opinion plan has already begun to brew. Back then, the Luohong High School in the northwest once accidentally triggered a wave of fissures and mutant beasts because of a trial. As a result, the entire city fell into ruin. Finally, after a day, due to the intervention of the National S-level organ hunters, it finally calmed down. But from this, however, Luohong University was directly criticized by the whole network in public opinion. At last, even the state directly came forward. As long as the public opinion is well controlled, the one who has been revoked this time is Feng Lan. Forcibly revoke Luohong College's ranking among the top 10 universities. Even if the hunters from the National S-rank organs intervene directly, it would be too late, haha. Almost exactly the same as that one. This is an almost unprecedented super large beast tide. More than 80 boss, tisk. In the current situation, Professor Lan's eyes were excited, and he decided to contact the school board immediately to prepare for operation. 158 core. Just kidding, is this kind of person really okay? Subscribe. At the same time, more than a dozen armored vehicles that drove out of Feng Lan Academy rushed forward on the street. After all, when it comes to this kind of crisis, drivers don't dare to be neglected. Although I also encountered monsters on the road, no one stopped, and the hurricane continued along the way. Finally, under the leadership of the two deans, they successfully reached the edge of the waste area. However, when getting off the bus, Lin Ye suddenly discovered that there were already quite a few class transferees waiting in the waste area ahead. Looks like, at the far end of the waste area, there seemed to be a lot of transferees approaching. They also seemed to be waiting for something. As the core of this plan, Lin Ye is naturally at the forefront with the two deans. Others followed, and when they arrived, many people over there immediately looked in this direction. Subsequently, a figure who seemed to be the leader discovered the three of Lin Ye here. He was wearing a black knight uniform. A dark red long sword was slanted behind his back, and an elf-like species stood on his shoulders. The whole person exudes a strong temperament from the inside out, and the top of his head. Then 3 lines of very obvious text appeared. LV.79 katakana middle dot, Dragon Blood Knight. Dot, affiliated to the A-rank guild, Blue Soul, Vice President, and besides that, the other people, who are shown above their heads, are almost all members of the Blue Soul Guild. Lin Ye was stunned for a moment. Because, he wasn't even far away. I saw a few acquaintances over there. Those people, naturally, it was the few people who followed Yi Zhixia and took them to frantically brush pictures and upgrade. At this point they were still together. But, there was no Yi Zhixia at the scene. Lin Ye immediately looked around and searched. After all, Yi Zhixia was the captain of that squad, and when all the team members came, it was impossible not to show up. At this time, go with them. The Dragon Blood Knight, the leader over there, came over immediately. As if he knew the two deans here, he walked over, nodded, and said hello. President Chen, President Lei, you are here too. Heard, the two deans here are also a little surprised. Kang Soul Guild, there are 3 vice presidents in total, and this one is the latest one to be promoted. Dragon Blood Knight, the top fighting profession of the Quasi-Pyramid. Just like the magic boxer, he was hailed as the existence most likely to be promoted to the 9 major occupations. Unexpectedly, he actually brought so many people from the Blue Soul Guild here. Vice President Xiao Yuan, you guys are here too. The dean on the side asked in surprise. Heard, the young man named Xiao Yuan nodded and smiled. It was the president who contacted us to help. I didn't expect that your Fenglin Academy would leave the entire army after a long absence this time. It looks like you have also received the abandoned area plan. He asked in a low voice. And hearing this, the two deans here suddenly looked at each other. They really didn't expect. The person who contacted the members of the Blue Soul Guild to take action this time turned out to be the extremely mysterious Blue Soul Guild president again. It seems, although that person didn't show up, he was still very concerned about the crisis in the entire Linlan city. I don't know if the principal contacted him. While thinking, Dean Chen on the side could only laugh helplessly. Actually, this abandoned area plan was proposed by our college. ABAJ. The leader was stunned for a moment, then smiled awkwardly. Cough, sorry, I thought you were also dispatched by the president. While talking, he glanced at the crowd over there again, and then smiled. Since it was proposed by you, then it's easy to handle, ready to start. Our people are almost here. Don't you need to lure the monsters over? Tell me what to do. Are you two doing it? Obviously, he only knew the existence of this plan from the chairman, but he didn't know how to get it. Heard here, Dean Lei on the side smiled and shook his head and said. This time the two of us are just supporters. The core of the mission is him, Lin Ye, a classmate from our college. While talking, he raised his hand and pointed to Lin Ye next to him. He also subconsciously added the words, our academy, which seemed to be quite proud. And when this is said, the leader on the opposite side, Xiao Yuan, was stunned for a moment. Seeking flowers, question mark. As if he noticed Lin Ye in the center of the two deans. But in fact, Lin Ye's eyes did not look here, but looked into the distance. He was still looking for Yi Jixia's figure everywhere. After hearing this, he looked back at Xiao Yuan in front of him, and said politely, hello. In view of the relationship between Yi Jixia and Kang Hun, plus the affection of that leveling up, Lin Ye naturally has a good impression of this guild. However, after hearing this, on the other side, Xiao Yuan's face suddenly became strange. After looking up and down, he said, Lin Ye, you are the core of this mission. Okay, tell me about your plan. How will you attract the monsters to gather here this time? 0. He said strangely. In fact, his heart is obviously full of extreme distrust. After all, the guy in front of him was wearing a school uniform and looked extremely unprofessional. Maybe it takes half a day to fight a small monster. Core, are you kidding me? Is it really okay to rely on such a person? However, when he was surprised, Lin Ye smiled calmly and said, it's simple, no plan, just use world-class props. 5. Question mark. As soon as this is said, there was a short circuit in Xiao Yuan's mind for a moment. But then, his pupils shrank suddenly, and his breathing froze. What, you said, you have a lifetime, a world-class item. He exclaimed directly and unconsciously. This voice, in the sky over the entire waste area, it reverberated immediately. Undoubtedly, it was also heard by all the members of the Blue Soul Guild over there. Then, in an instant, all eyes are gathered like a spotlight. All eyes widened in an instant, and all expressions were a little surprised. In the middle of this, of course it also includes before that, the few people who once took Lin Ye to brush pictures together. Their expressions at the moment were also frozen in place. One by one, they were stunned for a moment, and almost at the same time they subconsciously blurted out. FK, it's him. 159 geniuses are generally reckless, but he is the ceiling of recklessness. Please subscribe. No doubt, they didn't expect it at all. In this kind of place, I will meet Lin Ye again. What was even more unexpected was, the words that came out of the mouth of the vice chairman at this moment, turned out to be addressed to him. World-class props. I heard right, TM, this guy really has that kind of stuff. Several people immediately glanced at each other in confusion. The first conclusion was that, not likely. After all, judging by how they've been into the Fisher dungeon together over the past few days. Although he has an incredible horror escalation speed, but logically, the probability of being able to grab a world-class item among those talented transferees is still extremely low. After all, if he didn't complete the awakening, the basic strength in those of those people are 2 gears. They thought so in their hearts. Since Lin Ye didn't show his level, they could only guess. And here at this moment, after a subconscious exclamation, of course, the Vice President Xiao Yuan immediately realized that he had lost his temper. Then he quickly forced himself to calm down. But even so, the expression on his face is still a bit weird. He looked at Lin Ye in disbelief, and lowered his voice to confirm again. The world-class props you just said, 807, is true. As soon as this is said, before Lin Ye could answer, Dean Lei, who was beside him, answered with a smile. Of course, 35. In fact, this waste area plan, 35. It is completely based on Lin Ye's world-class props. Otherwise, if we're going to raise enough pure energy crystals, maybe tomorrow. 35. This. Heard here, Xiao Yuan suddenly reacted in time. Immediately, his face became a little embarrassed. He looked at Lin Ye, stretched out his hand and said with a dry smile. I may not have spoken in a good tone just now, classmate Lin Ye, don't mind. Introduce yourself again. My name is Xiao Yuan, I'm from Kang Hun, a grade A guild, and I'm currently the 3rd vice chairman. Looking forward to the future cooperation. Now, his attitude changed 180 degrees in an instant. Compared to the previous contempt, he doesn't look like a person at all. Lin Ye shook hands with him helplessly, then glanced around and said in surprise. Speaking of which, I would like to ask, I remember you have a squad leader named Yi Jixia, why didn't you see her? Heard, Xiao Yuan's face was stunned for a moment, and then he immediately smiled. Ah, so you know Captain Yi. It seems to be an old acquaintance of our Kanghan. 35. About the same. Lin Ye thought to himself. If Yi Jixia was compared to the Kanghan Guild, he was indeed an old acquaintance. Just not familiar with other people, and at this moment, the reason why Lin Ye asked this was naturally that he was more worried. In fact, not long after he came out of the Dusk Mausoleum, he used his mobile phone to contact Yi Jixia once. However, no reply was received. As usual, as long as Yi Jixia was not in the crack, he would usually reply in seconds. But now, the entire Linlan city is in danger, and there are many vicious masters, and there are also some ancient gods who are good at spiritual attacks. She suddenly didn't reply, which naturally made Lin Ye a little worried. But, at this time, Xiao Yuan on the opposite side explained. Well, actually, Captain Yi does not belong to the jurisdiction of our 3 vice presidents. How to say? The strength seems to be too unfathomable, therefore, it will only accept the dispatch from the president. 39. Others, don't give face at all. I was going to contact me this time, but I was rejected by the president. The president said that she was arranged to perform the difficult task of a single person. Lin Ye nodded thoughtfully. He had also heard that Kanghan's guild president has always been mysterious. I didn't expect to trust Jixia so much. Right, with Jixia's strength, even becoming the vice president, is not surprising. And at this moment, after Xiao Yuan said these words, he was very helpless in his heart. Logically speaking, as the vice president, he should also know the true identity of the president. It's a pity that since he was only recently promoted, he didn't have time to see him once. Even that Yi Jixia knew the identity of the president. He, the vice president himself, didn't know it, and it was really helpless. While he was distracted, Lin Ye here changed the conversation again and said, in this case, let's not delay, let's get started. As he spoke, he looked at the 2 deans beside him and asked politely. Dean Lei, President Chen, what do you think about the arrangement? Heard, the 2 here look at each other. Subsequently, Dean Chen said helplessly, Student Lin Ye, the principal said that if he doesn't come to arrange it in person, then, it's all up to you to arrange it yourself. Looking like this, he doesn't seem to be able to come. Dean Lei added, Lin Ye nodded, he actually meant it. At the beginning, I wanted to arrange it myself. However, these 2 deans are also elders, and they have a very good attitude towards themselves along the way. If you don't ask a question, it is somewhat impolite. After obtaining permission, he just said logically, actually, 35, I've probably figured out the basic plan too, so I would like to ask you to cooperate a little bit. No problem. Xiao Yuan, who was on the side, immediately gave a thumbs up response and smiled. The president asked us to fully cooperate with the abandoned area plan this time. Any arrangement you have, we will absolutely execute it perfectly. On the other side, Dean Lei nodded and smiled. Don't worry, Lin Ye, you can use us as temporary assistants this time. As soon as these words came out, Dean Chen, who was beside him, suddenly laughed. To be frank, in front of a dual professional plus world-class props owner, they really don't dare to care. Everyone knows that, once he is given time to grow up, his future achievements are absolutely limitless. Joining the country's natural disaster agency and becoming an S-rank hunter is just the beginning. With the terrifying talent and strength he has shown so far, in conjunction with hidden occupations and world-class props that have not been revealed yet. In the future, he is very likely to become the first king of the Yan Kingdom, a powerful hunter. Maybe even the world's #1 hunter. And then, not to mention the 2 deans of them, even if the entire Feng Lan Academy was in front of him, it was nothing at all. Therefore, naturally, they were very interesting this time. Seeing their reaction, Lin Ye's heart relaxed a little and smiled. It is good, I'll go to the very center of the waste area first. 35. Just ask everyone to be as close as possible to the southern border of the waste area to be on guard. As soon as this is said, several people immediately nodded to show their understanding. Since the waste area is in the southernmost part of the city, the monsters are located all over the city. By the time, once attracted, most monsters must move from north to south. If you stay in the northern part of the waste area, you will naturally be directly hit by monsters. In the south, it is equivalent to waiting for the rabbit. This point, the moment Lin Ye said it, they immediately understood. Immediately, after Lin Ye explained some key points of the plan, left alone, he walked straight, crossed the yellow warning line around the waste area, and walked towards the central area ahead. And at this moment, the people outside are naturally not idle anymore. Xiao Yuan immediately gave orders to the members of the Kanghan Guild to garrison in small groups, staying at the 5 o'clock and 8 o'clock directions of the abandoned area. Naturally, the 2 deans immediately began to guide the students behind. They just headed to the border line to the south of the waste area to be on alert. However, at this time, Dean Chen, who was at the forefront, walked with a slightly worried expression on his face. There seems to be a kind of hesitation. Seeing this, Dean Lei with a mustache suddenly looked over and said in surprise. What's the matter, old Chen? 99. Hearing this, Dean Chen looked over and lowered his voice complicatedly. I'm thinking, isn't it too dangerous to just let Lin Ye perform his attraction to monsters by himself? So many masters, it would be too risky to swarm up in one go. So I'm confused, would you like to send a few people, or just the two of us, for personal protection? At that time, it's better to act accordingly to prevent Lin Ye from being surrounded by the beast tide in all directions, and there is no way to retreat, so it will be difficult. Hear this, Dean Lei was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed and said. Are you all right, Chen? You really treat him like an ordinary student. Who is he? That's a guy who holds the power of world-class props. Do you think the power of world-class props is still used to fear those masters? These words come out in 2.1. Dean Chen's face darkened immediately, and he sighed helplessly. You don't understand what I mean, 39. I mean, 39. What if the world-class item in his hand cannot take effect on these masters? 35. Think about it, there are a total of 46 world-class props, but not all of them have huge lethality. 35. In case the one in his hand, 35. It just so happens that it doesn't have the power to wipe out all the enemies in an instant. After all, he didn't say it from beginning to end. Hearing this, even Dean Lei was stunned this time, and then he said with a strange expression. Probably not. Then why did he choose to do it alone in it? On the other side, Dean Chen looked into the distance, his expression still strange and authentic. Hard to say, quote, isn't it really that reckless? Geniuses are generally reckless. Go on and on, knowing that this item doesn't have that kind of power, how dare you stand in the center alone to attract monsters? This kid is the ceiling of genius, maybe, more reckless. 35. Dean Lei's expression became even more bizarre. Obviously, he couldn't believe this speculation. 160 All the common sense are broken, all the situation is reversed, please subscribe. It's hard for him to say. It made the opposite Dean Lei suddenly angry and funny. In the end, he patted Dean Chen's shoulder hard, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, before saying. Don't think so much, maybe it's just that you are too suspicious. 99. I think his world-class props may be very similar to the world-class props that appeared in the past. Ominous omen, maybe it just happens to be able to deal with a group of monsters. Quote, after all, think about it. Without this power, with his personal strength, do you think it is possible to kill more than 40 dominators in a row within 7 minutes? On average, a dominator takes about 10 seconds. Having said that, Dean Lei couldn't even hold back and laugh directly. He felt that it was too outrageous to say this from his own mouth. Put it on the internet. It's an outrageous remark. On the other side, Dean Chen was stunned for a moment, then nodded with a wry smile. It's also, there seems to be only one way to explain it. Maybe it's me who complicates a simple problem. Speaking of which, Dean Lei also looked forward and said with a light smile. Relax, I know you're worried about the risk of premature death for someone like him. But in my opinion, with the help of this world-class tool, 29 inches at present, in the entire Linlan city, there shouldn't be any monsters that can threaten him, right? This sentence, it should be very easy. But in the end, for some reason, Dean Lei's expression suddenly became subtle. Even the tone was dull. And at this moment, on the side, Dean Chen's expression was just relaxed, and he was stunned. Two people at this moment. It stopped unexpectedly. All the students behind were stunned for a moment, and all stopped in surprise. At this time, a drop of cold sweat appeared on the faces of Dean Lei and Dean Chen over there. They turned their heads stiffly and looked at each other. After that, he slowly spit out 2 words with a confused expression on his face. Quote, exclamation mark. That's right, Dragon God Irene Mist, the one who appeared in Yefu Park before. The strongest monster that killed dozens of high-level transferees in seconds, confirmed by Dean Feng. Theocracy. Now, they finally remembered that monster. For a moment, the two of them only felt that their hearts suddenly became cold. Before, originally, they paid a lot of attention to this. But later, the dragon god suddenly rose into the sky and left from Yefu Park. Moreover, in the entire Linlan city, dozens of dominators appeared one after another, so that their focus changed unknowingly. Plus, later, world-class props were excavated, cracks were cleared, and a series of major events. So that, almost all of them, all unknowingly, subconsciously ignored this most terrifying existence. Until just now, when referring to all monsters in the whole Linlan city. Before their eyes, this figure began to emerge involuntarily. Think of this, the faces of the two of them suddenly became difficult to look at. To know, the power of world-class props is paramount, and the so-called theocracy, the power they hold, is also supreme. In other words, from the standpoint of power alone, their power seems to be the only one that can be compared with world-class props. The most notable example, it is the King of all Shadows, who once lived in the secret realm of the snow-capped mountains in the north. As a theocracy, its special mechanism is to make all people close to its own domain enter the absolute blindness effect. This effect, more than just temporarily blinding the eyes, at the same time, it can directly block all types of external knowledge channels such as hearing, smell, touch, and perception. Even people can't even perceive the system. And, its effect does not belong to any attack type yet. It's not magic, it's not spells, it's not secret, it's not law, it's not mental attack, it's not illusion. Therefore, almost any corresponding equipment or resistance can be ignored. At one time, countless people fell into misery. Even if a person who has a world-class item enters, it is only to compete with it, and it cannot achieve an absolute suppression effect. At last, or because of the discovery of the secret territory, the mechanized prop, long night origin lamp, specially used to deal with it. Only then can this absolute blinding effect be lifted, thus eliminating it. And, after this war, officials also came to a conclusion that was suspected to be confirmed. That is, the power of the theocracy, likely to be completely homologous to world-class props. Even, the divine right of some masters comes directly from the blessings of world-class props. Therefore, it cannot be suppressed with world-class props. After this conclusion was published, it can almost be said that the whole world was shocked. Since then, everyone understands, if you want to deal with the mechanical boss, theocracy master, you must first find the corresponding special props, otherwise there is no possibility of victory. And those special tools, although it is generally written that it will not be destroyed, in fact, when the destruction is strong enough, it is difficult to say. Fortunately, they are different from ordinary props and equipment and can be repaired. Once, after someone killed the boss, they tried to bring these props out of the crack, but they turned into ashes the moment they left the crack. This also confirms the point that the weapons and props used to kill the theocracy are all rules. Once you leave that crack, without the blessings of the rules, there will be no existence. But, fortunately, the theocracy is also protected by the rules, so it is impossible to leave the crack. This also puts everyone at ease. However, until today, all these so-called conventional theories have been completely broken. In the information returned by President Feng, it was clearly mentioned that this dragon god, Irene Muse, was a mechanical boss. Throughout the history of the world, the first theocracy who entered the world from a special crack. That is, it now seems to be the only existence that can keep pace with world-class props. And, in the real world, there's no FG mechanic for it at all. Because of this realization, at this moment, Lin Ye and Lin Chen are suddenly so nervous. After all, the attraction of energy to monsters is common. Once you attract those ordinary monsters and masters, you will also directly attract the dragon god who is the master of theocracy. By the time, all the situation may be directly reversed. Think of this. Lin Ye suddenly looked at Lin Chen and gritted his teeth with an ugly expression. Not good. 35. I have to remind Lin Ye and the principal immediately. 39. This plan still needs to be discussed. Old Chen, hurry up and contact the principal. I'll go in and find Lin Ye. The voice fell on Lin Ye. A blue light flashed, and the equipment was cut out. Immediately, the whole person suddenly turned into a meteor and flew out in an instant, directly towards the center of the waste area ahead, rushing at full speed like an arrow. And here, of course, Lao Chen understood this. His face was extremely serious. He immediately looked at the students behind him and said solemnly, "Students, pause for a moment. There are special circumstances that need to be dealt with, and the 807 plan may be slightly changed." Now, hearing this, all the students were naturally stunned. I was already surprised enough to see that Lin Ye rushed in. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen suddenly said that the plan was going to change. There was a slight commotion in the crowd, and many people chatted in a low voice. Pause. What does it mean? I don't understand. Why did we all go to the gate of the waste area and say that the plan needs to be changed? Could it be that the monsters have been wiped out? Are you dreaming? Maybe it makes more sense to have stronger monsters. As soon as this is said, the faces of the people who heard it all at once were different. What the hell? This reasoning, why does it seem to make sense? If it really attracts a stronger monster, wouldn't it be troublesome? Is it really for this reason? Was it temporarily suspended and announced a slight adjustment to the plan? Many people have speculated in their hearts. And at this moment, Lin Ye walking in the waste area has come to a good position. Although it is a waste area, it is still abandoned, but there are still many skyscrapers around. Although it has been abandoned, at least it has not completely collapsed. Lin Ye stood there and looked at the various buildings, and finally, he chose the tallest one. His face changed in an instant. Boom. Lin Ye, who came at full speed over there, happened to witness this scene. The view from this building should be the best. Let's start from here. And at this moment, a few hundred meters away, almost subconsciously, he shouted in horror. While thinking, Lin Ye, wait a minute. Lin Ye slightly bent his knees, exerted force directly, and instantly ejected and took off. 161 The wings of the dark clouds, Lin Ye's selfishness subscription. Bang. Lin Ye fell from the sky, just came to the top of a skyscraper that flew to the center's tallest. The moment of landing startled a flock of birds. If you look closely, you will also find that they have nested in the corners here. Apparently, this place has become their home without human beings in the past few years. Lin Ye looked around for a while now, with a strange look on his face. Did you hear me wrong? It seems like someone called me just now. That's right. Just as he rushed up from the ground, he suddenly heard a faint voice. The reason why it is said to be vague, it was because there was only the whistling sound of the passing storm in Lin Ye's ears at that time. Under the shield of this sound, it was naturally not heard too clearly. But, out of prudence, he also subconsciously used his mental power to activate his perception. Although his spiritual attributes have not been greatly increased so far, after being awakened for a while, his own hundreds of points still brought a good gain. Therefore, perception range is also very good. At this moment, in the moment of calming down, an invisible field of perception opened up in an instant. And at this moment, he immediately found the singularity. Just below and in the southerly direction, there is a figure approaching at a high speed. This breath is Dean Lei. Lin Ye was slightly taken aback. Having stayed beside the two deans before, he naturally remembered this aura. But after recognizing it, Lin Ye was surprised. Didn't it say that I entered the waste area alone? Why did he also come in? The voice that just called out to me, also him. Is something wrong? 5. Lin Ye thought quickly in his heart. In fact, this time he chose to enter the battle plan in the waste area alone. In fact, there are certain comprehensive considerations. At the public level, Lin Ye doesn't want others to get involved. After all, among the more than 40 masters he killed alone, many of them belong to the ancient gods. Their mental attack is obviously very powerful. Although Lin Ye's power can completely immunize him, he can still detect it. If the seniors and sisters in the academy, or members of the Blue Soul Guild come, likely to be hit by it. After all, this is not the attack of a single master, but a group. Even if they can cope with certain existences at that time, they may not be able to survive the spiritual attacks of other ancient gods. Therefore, not only can it not help, it might even make the situation even more critical. At that time, Lin Ye will not only be responsible for annihilating monsters, but also find a way to protect them. That would be a bit boring. Therefore, in terms of combat and safety, Lin Ye deliberately excluded them. At that time, you only need to deal with those ordinary mobs, and you won't be too passive. On the other hand, in terms of personal selfishness, Lin Ye certainly has some considerations. Since breaking through level 45, Lin Ye has tasted the benefits of quick upgrade and awakening. Previously, the main purpose of Lin Ye entering the Dusk Mausoleum was to obtain world-class items. But since this time, he understands that although world-class props are important, however, the benefits of elevating self-level and awakening are also really good. Not only can you gain power, but you can also liberate the shackles of data. The benefits it brings may not be as effective as a world-class item in others. But for the current Lin Ye, it definitely surpassed the promotion of world-class props. It is a pity that, at that time, the hierarchy in the Tomb of Dusk was suppressed by the rules. As a result, although Lin Ye had accumulated a lot of experience, he was still suppressed at level 69. I thought that after leaving the crack, I might be able to continue to upgrade and directly break through the second awakening mark of level 75. But I did not expect that the settlement did not continue after it came out. It made him a little depressed for a while. But now, the opportunity has come. That's right, it is the extremely large number of rulers in Linlan City. As long as you kill them, you can also get a huge experience. And this, it is Lin Ye's little selfishness. While helping the city solve the crisis, annihilate the Dominator with one's strength, and gain unimaginable experience alone, and go straight to level 75 or higher. In one day, complete the second awakening. Therefore, it was only then that he took the initiative to propose this action of gathering monsters using world-class props as bait. After all, once the monsters are too scattered, not only is it inefficient to fight, but there is no way to guarantee that all of them will be killed by oneself, so it is a little bit of a loss. Lin Ye thought everything was going well. You only need to come here to start the plan, but unexpected changes have occurred. What is this Dean Lei doing here? Lin Ye was very puzzled. And at this moment, below the waste area, Dean Lei, who was running over the deserted weed street, naturally noticed Lin Ye on the roof over there. The two looked at each other from a distance. Then, Dean Lei suddenly let out a sigh of relief. When I just saw the picture of Lin Ye soaring into the sky, his soul was almost terrified. Fortunately, now he seems to have noticed himself, and should not start the plan casually. Think of this. Dean Lei's eyes narrowed again. I saw behind him, a purple light circle emanated, and immediately, it turned into two huge wings. Looking at it from a distance, it was like a dark cloud. His mind moved slightly, his wings flapped. The whole person immediately flew up towards the roof. The black wings also swept an arc in the air, like the traces of clouds. Mythical item, Wings of Dark Clouds. Among the various props, the most rare flying auxiliary props have no cooling time and consume mental power to activate. As the dean of the top 10 colleges and universities, naturally, his career as a career changer for so many years was not for nothing. These were his background. Now, on the roof, seeing the pair of wings, Lin Ye couldn't help but move. As expected of the dean, he still has something. After a few seconds, Dean Lei successfully rode his wings to the top floor. A fine layer of sweat appeared on his forehead, apparently caused by the previous full-speed rush. Before he could speak, Lin Ye walked over and said in surprise, "President Lei, what happened?" Hearing this, Dean Lei here is no longer ink, nodded solemnly, and said solemnly, "Student Lin Ye, this time the plan may have to change slightly. It suddenly occurred to us that there was a very tricky monster. If you rashly use a world-class item and attract it, it may not be very good." Lin Ye was stunned for a moment. Very tricky. What do you mean? Aren't we all killed in the Twilight Mausoleum? However, before he could speak, Dean Lei over there showed a helpless look on his face, and said with a wry smile, "I know what you're thinking, classmate Lin Ye. 66. You might think that all the monsters in it are defeated, so no problem, right? But in fact, you may have overlooked a most special existence like us. Speaking of this, Lin Ye paused for a while, then stared at him, and slowly spit out a few words. Dragon God Irene Muse. As soon as his voice fell, I thought Lin Ye on the opposite side would be very shocked. But he didn't expect. Even hearing this name, Lin Ye's expression didn't change. On the contrary, his expression was a little surprised, as if he didn't understand it. He looked at Lin Ye curiously and said, so what? Dragon God has been attracted, can't we just solve it together? As soon as this is said, Lin Ye's face was suddenly stunned, and then he said awkwardly. Lin Ye, you may not understand what I mean. 35. That dragon god is not an ordinary monster, but a theocracy master. It's also a mechanical boss, you know what I mean. You did kill it then, yes, but it's different now. This world has no special props that can restrain it. Lin Ye's eyes were helpless, and he explained earnestly. In fact, his temper is usually short-tempered. As dean and professor, he has always been one of the worst-tempered teachers in the college. In exchange for money's jow to be an ordinary student. He didn't understand a few words before he started to curse. But the person in front of him was Lin Ye. He wanted to scold but didn't dare to scold, so he could only hold it in his heart and understand it. Now, after hearing his words, Lin Ye showed a sudden realization. It seemed that he finally understood the meaning of his coming to stop him. However, what Lin Ye never expected was that Lin Ye not only did not realize the seriousness, but chuckled lightly and said, "Don't worry, Lin Ye. It's not a big problem, it can still be implemented as originally planned, I'll just solve it." Lin Ye was stunned for a moment. Solve? Wait, what do you mean? Do you have the props to restrain its divine power? Lin Ye's eyes suddenly lit up, but Lin Ye just stretched out his index finger and scratched his forehead, helplessly said. Well, not that. Immediately, the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. However, there is no problem in defeating it. 9. Although you are a genius, why don't you listen to my advice? It's really reckless, isn't it? This disappeared in an instant. There are no special props to say to solve the dragon god. The light that just lit up in Lin Ye's eyes. As soon as this is said, 162 tactics. Let's solve one by one, that's all. The rooftop was silent. After hovering in the sky for a while, the birds seemed to sense safety and flew back here. And at this moment, Lin Ye looked at Lin Ye across from him. Although his expression was calm, his heart was equally helpless. To be frank, he had never thought of it before. The dragon god Irene Muse, who was smashed with a punch by himself. It turned out to be the biggest trouble in their mouths. But, if you think about it carefully, the power of the dragon god is to absolutely suppress all aspects of equipment and weapons. And as we all know, a large part of the strength of the transferees relies on equipment. Moreover, the higher the level of the transferees, the greater the strength improvement brought by their equipment and weapons. Perhaps because of this, the power of the dragon god is very powerful. After all, it directly suppresses the opponent's equipment and weapon performance as soon as it comes up. Basically equal to the challenge of naked clothing, of course, cannot beat. Certainly, except Lin Ye, in the face of these invincible professional inherent powers, there is no pressure to be naked. But then again, although his hidden occupation has always been a secret. But, don't these deans realize that I've always fought with bare hands, without weapons? You can't ask me to say, my bare hands are better than weapons, right? Just as the two were at a stalemate. At this moment, the mobile phone in the pocket of Lin Ye over there suddenly rang. He didn't intend to pay attention. But after all, this is a special moment, and the situation is changing rapidly. He still glanced down immediately. However, after seeing the content above, his face was instantly startled. Then he raised his head. Looking at Lin Ye here, with a strange expression, he said. Lin Ye classmate, it seems that you can indeed continue to carry out the original plan. The principal and Lao Chen sent a message. Let me not stop you. Lin Ye was taken aback. Do you think they are so open-minded? However, before he could think about it, he heard Lin Ye continue to say with a bitter face. Also let me go out now, don't delay you. Goodbye then. Good. Lin Ye nodded 807 and said nothing more. Although I don't know what medicine the headmaster sells in the gourd. But at least this monster gathering plan is okay. After a while, Lin Ye flew downstairs and rushed towards the boundary of the waste area again. Although the wings of the dark cloud can help flight, it is actually inferior to his shadow step skill in terms of overall speed. So choose to put away the props. After a while, he came back to the boundary outside the waste area and saw Dean Chen who had been waiting in front of him. As he walked over, Lin Ye lowered his voice with a strange expression. Old Chen, what happened? The principal asked us not to stop him. Old Chen here nodded and raised his eyebrows. Do you know why the principal didn't come here? Why? Lin Ye was puzzled. Dean Chen suddenly smiled bitterly. Just when we ignored the dragon god. Mr. Principal has actually considered this for a long time, so he has been secretly preparing for it. Just wait for the dragon god to step into the trap, and then enchant him to restrain him. Lin Ye was startled at first, and then he was shocked. No wonder the plan here can be carried out as usual. So the principal is going to do it himself. Well, probably. Dean Chen nodded. At the same time, of course there are some emotions in my heart. They thought that the headmaster ignored the existence of the theocracy as they did. Unexpectedly, only the two of them ignored it. Sure enough, it's not a level, CJCB. At this time, Dean Chen looked up again and asked curiously, by the way, what did he say when you went to Lin Ye just now? Hearing this, Dean Lei rolled his eyes helplessly and said, what else can I say? As you said before, geniuses are reckless. 35. He's ready to go straight to the hard steel dragon god without special props. Ah, this. Dean Chen was at a loss for words. Then he couldn't help but shook his head with a smile and sighed. Fortunately, the principal took action, otherwise I'm afraid it will be really difficult this time. Just as he sighed, now, above the building in the center of the waste area in the distance, a rainbow-colored light suddenly rose into the sky. Dang, in an instant, a beam of light connecting the heavens and the earth was formed, extremely gorgeous. Quote exclamation mark, dash exclamation mark question mark. See this picture. The two of them suddenly looked at the past subconsciously, and their expressions changed slightly. That's the brilliance of world-class props. Have you started yet? At the same time, the other students participating in the war and the members of the Blue Soul Guild naturally became solemn. Everybody knows, not surprisingly, under the guidance of the brilliant breath of world-class props, a big wave of beast tide is approaching. At this moment, this waste area will become a garden in Plants vs. Zombies, and they are the plants that are about to fight monsters. According to the calculation, most of the monsters should come from the north, all the way to the south, into the center of the waste area. Then, they can double-team the monsters from the border. To this end, they have even prepared some enchantment props in advance. It's for later use. After all, to face so many kinds of monsters at the same time, if it is just a random battle, it will definitely suffer. However, as long as the tactics and props are used reasonably for restraint, an advantage can be formed. Although such scenes are rare, but they are not without experience. In fact, in recent years, the frequency of beast tide outbreaks in major cities around the world has become higher and higher. Linlan City also had an outbreak last year. Therefore, many of them still have some experience. It is not unreasonable to treat this waste area plan as a beast tide. It's just that there are more masters this time, and it seems a little tricky. But, as long as there is that world-class item, it shouldn't be a big problem. From this direction, you can also vaguely see the black figure under the beam of light ahead. Obviously that was Lin Ye. When the monsters rush over later, he should use world-class props to fight. I don't know how the effect will be. Now, many people are looking forward to this. Although everyone knows that world-class props are awesome, few people know exactly where they are. Even if you know about it, you have never seen it with your own eyes. And today, this is an opportunity to witness. Naturally, they were a little curious in their hearts. However, at this moment, but no one knew that. In the center of the waste area, Lin Ye raised his hand, looking at the dazzling radiance blooming on the ring of dusk in his hand, his face expressionless. Because only he knows, this thing in his hand is of no use when facing non-god race monsters. It can only be used once as a bait. As for the monsters later, Lin Ye never thought of using world-class items to fight the enemy. I didn't even think of any tactics. It is nothing more than to come to one to solve one, to two to solve one pair. Simple, rough, direct. But in the meanwhile, naturally, the group of them who are preparing to fight do not know. At the same time as the waste area plan was carried out, on the outside internet, a line suddenly began to appear, occupying the hot search of the front page headlines of major websites. Shocked, the source of the large-scale beast tide crisis in Linlan City has been confirmed. Latest reliable information. The monster that appeared out of thin air in Linlan City is actually related to Fenglin Academy, one of the top 10 universities. Unbelievable truth. The beast tide in Linlan City actually came from the cracks in Fenglin Academy. Outrageous. In order to explore world-class props, Fenglan Academy triggered a beast tide caused by crack mutation. A line of very eye-catching headlines attracted everyone's attention with various exclamation marks and tones. Originally, the internet had been paying attention to the issue of the beast tide in Linlan City. In particular, the almost invincible dragon god that appeared in that live broadcast, and the terrifying images of dozens of dominators mentioned in the follow-up reports, even touched the hearts of countless people. It can be said, almost half of the netizens have begun to pay more or less attention to the trend of this matter today. Naturally, many people are concerned about the source and truth of the beast tide. So now when these news hot searches appear, the topic has exploded in an instant. In less than a few minutes, it directly rushed to the top of the hot search list of major portals. Almost all of the keywords are directly pointing to the mistakes of Fenglan Academy. For a time, the internet can be said to be enthusiastic. Those netizens and keyboard warriors who were constantly paying attention to this matter were directly ignited by the fuse in their hearts, and they were all fired up. My god, what kind of suffocating operation is this Fenglan Academy? Exploring a world-class item can FG mutate the crack. What a set. I'm also convinced. The top 10 universities are so awesome. You really don't take the safety of our ordinary citizens seriously, do you? Do you still remember that some time ago, the headmaster of Fenglan was still using world-class props to hype as a gimmick to recruit students? Now that I think about it, tisk tisk tisk. Haha, I think the country should also take action to control it. Maybe Feng Lan will remove another principal. Remove the principal. It's too light, don't you remember the original Luohong College? If this beast tide continues to develop like this, Nima's entire Feng Lan should be directly withdrawn from the top 10 universities, right? I heard that Feng Lan Academy spent a whole year exploring this world-class item last year, but it didn't get any hair, and this year it also caused a beast tide. If I say, it really deserves to be withdrawn. Some time ago, didn't they use some blessed dual career to hype? It always feels like it's fake. It's really an internet celebrity school, isn't it? Hurry up and get out of the top 10, please. Online rhetoric has intensified. From the surprise at the beginning to the condemnation afterward, to the end, it was almost a mad rant. Even many people began to find out Feng Lan's old accounts, accuse. Therefore, some students from other colleges and universities who were not too serious to watch the fun also joined in one after another. Participated in this internet spray war. No doubt, everyone knows that. Once Feng Lan couldn't solve the beast tide this time, and the S-level hunters of the state organs were required to intervene, it would be equivalent to a direct death. And now, there are many people waiting for that situation. For example, at this moment, in the upscale luxury hotel in Linlan City, looking at the screen on the laptop in front of him, Professor Lan grinned, showing a very satisfied smile. As many as 80 dominators. With the strength of your mere Feng Lan Academy, without the intervention of the S-level organ hunter, how could it be solved in a short time? Wait to be sanctioned by the state. However, just when he thought of this, suddenly, a student standing by the window of the room looked at the picture outside, and suddenly his face changed. Subsequently, he suddenly turned his head stiffly, and said with a strange expression. Teach. All the monsters outside seemed to be moving in the same direction suddenly. Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. The words fell, and Professor Lan's breathing suddenly stagnant. What did you say? 163 Eating an Instinct, Advanced Hunter Organization. Subscribe. Heard. Professor Lan immediately stood up again from the conference table. Immediately, almost 3 steps and 2 steps, he immediately came to the window and looked out. Looking at this, his pupils shrank slightly. As the student just described, at this moment, there is an extremely strange phenomenon outside. This is the presidential suite on the top floor of the hotel, so it has an extremely wide view. Looking down from here, it can perfectly overlook a large area, the scene in the old town. Before that, the scene below was a chaotic battle between job transfers and monsters. All over the streets, one after another. The reason why this student was just arranged at the bedside was to observe the activities of monsters outside. After all, if a certain monster suddenly rushes here, it is always better to take precautions in advance. But now, the development of things was completely beyond their expectations. I saw all kinds of weird monsters in the streets below. At this moment, it is like staring at a prey, and at the same time, it is moving fast in the same direction. The monsters in the air are flying fast, and the monsters on the ground are galloping. He completely ignored the class changers who were chasing behind him. This picture made everyone's mind go blank. H4. A group of people running after the monster. Isn't that right? Logically, shouldn't it be monsters chasing a group of people? Now, in a hotel room, after everyone looked at each other, they were a little confused. It is very important that monsters will take the initiative to attack human beings because of the vitality and special soul of human beings. Especially the souls of the transferees. If, for example, the souls of ordinary unawakened human beings are regarded as dry food that can only be eaten, then the transferees, with the blessing of the power of Black Star, have become the delicacy of the mountains and seas in the eyes of the monsters. They do not enjoy delicious food in the way of eating, but the way of absorption. In other words, as long as they kill humans, they can get a very strong sense of feeding and satisfaction. So in general, except for those very high-level monsters with high IQ thinking, the other monsters all act according to this feeding instinct. There is absolutely nothing wrong with this. But now, the picture in front of me is completely beyond the common sense of everyone's cognition. The monsters actually ignored the job changers behind them and went in the same direction. What exactly happened? Professor Lan's brows furrowed tightly. It has already arrived at this time, and the public opinion offensive has already begun. If something changes, it will be troublesome. While thinking, he looked at the students behind him again, and said in a condensed voice, hurry up, go online and see if there are any reports about this. 5. Several people nodded quickly, and each started to use the equipment to search. However, after a while, the things they found were almost the same. The news headlines that seem to be published are completely incomprehensible. According to reliable eyewitness information, it seems that the beast tide in Linlan City has begun to move in a wide range of directions. Reported by our reporter, the monsters seem to have suddenly started to flee, collectively. 35. Shocked. The originally vicious beast tide in Linlan City seems to have turned a corner, and many monsters have fled. See here, several people's faces were a little helpless. Really, the media will just speculate. Fleeing, what a joke. The sprinting eyes of those monsters didn't seem like they were trying to escape. Exactly like a hungry tiger rushing to eat, right? At this time, a girl in the corner suddenly turned to something, raised her hand and said quickly. Professor, I have a suspicious message. Speak, Professor Lan said quickly. According to the information of the enthusiastic citizens, just now, there was a mysterious light in the direction of the waste area of Linlan City, which seems to be one of the reasons for the large-scale transfer of monsters. Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. As soon as this is said, including Professor Lan, everyone's eyes flashed. Mysterious light, the reason that caused the monster to move. Thinking of this, Professor Lan suddenly thought of something, and suddenly said. Did anyone say, what color was that light? As soon as this is said, the girl immediately turned her head down again, and then said. Quote. Some people in the comment area say it's colored, but some people say it's red, some people say it's purple. As soon as she said this, the other people next to him suddenly looked helpless. What's the matter? Isn't this the same as not saying it, it's just guessing. However, Professor Lan frowned and said condensedly. When you left, Feng Lan's was the principal, did you mention any battle plan? No, the captain shook his head, it's just a general statement about preparing for divisional operations. 35. Yes, because we were in a hurry to come back and report to you, we refused to participate and didn't stay any longer. Another person added, and here, Professor Lan nodded, his face still solemn and said, well, I probably know. It seems that their plan should have been confirmed after you left. Plan. Several people were stunned and puzzled, and Professor Lan pushed the window open, looked at the beast tide that was moving in a large area outside, narrowed his eyes and said, Monster gathering plan. Using the breath of a certain high-purity energy crystal from Black Star to forcibly attract a wide range of monsters. To them, this energy is like an elixir of life. Once ingested, it can make their level skyrocket, and even the ability lock can be lifted. The result is an extremely powerful attraction that goes far beyond the instinct to eat. And, the more powerful the energy, the larger the scope of its breath. Unsurprisingly, 35. The light in the news should be the vision of their energy, 35. The reason why it is in the direction of the waste area is obviously because it is suitable for a large-scale melee. Ask for flowers. After all, looking at this situation, 99. Their goal seems to be to attract all the monsters in the whole city. Speaking of which, there was an imperceptible chill in Professor Lan's eyes. Quote exclamation mark quote exclamation mark question mark quote. And after the voice fell, naturally, the people around were suddenly shocked. Dude, has the battle plan changed directly to this? From the original division battle, it directly turned into a monster gathering battle in the waste area. But, this is a bit too exaggerated, isn't it? Everyone looked at each other, and their eyes were obviously a little incredible. Subsequently, one of them asked curiously with a strange expression, Professor Lan, how much energy does it take to spread the aura all over the city? I remember that I seem to have seen it before, the last similar plan in history, the energy crystal reactor was only prepared for a day. Hearing this, Professor Lan turned his head and looked over. If it's just the energy aura produced by the reaction and polymerization of ordinary black star energy crystals. 99.0. Of course, all kinds of preparations are needed. But, what if it's a world-class item? Speaking of the end, Professor Lan's eyes were bright, and his tone suddenly increased. And here, everyone over there naturally widened their eyes one by one. What the hell? World-class props. Wait, could it be that the so-called light is the rainbow color of world-class props? If you think about it carefully. Indeed, in this world, there is nothing purer than the energy of world-class props. If you use this thing to gather monsters, it can be said to be twice the result with half the effort. But then, another person looked strange and said, but, Professor, I remember that there is an extreme high-level heresy organization that is famous in the world recently. It seems to be crowded by people who specialize in hunting world-class items. In the past 3 months, there have been 2 tragedies in foreign countries. That is, 35. They already have at least 2 world-class props in their hands. In this case, you have repeatedly reminded us that even if you get world-class props, don't be too high-profile, in order to avoid being targeted too early. 5. But not only did they not restrain a little, but they showed it directly. Isn't this a bit heard here? Professor Lan's eyes were also a little strange, and he narrowed his eyes and said, who knows? Perhaps they have nothing else to do. Perhaps, they are not afraid of the so-called hunter organization. Or, the owner of that world-class item doesn't even know that there is such a crisis. Taste. If so, it would be a pity. Soon, a world-class item will be reduced to heresy for nothing. 9. 164 There is no difference. Next, have a good time. Subscribe. Professor Lan said regretfully. In fact, he is not acting, but from his own inner thoughts. The so-called high-level hunting organization. In fact, it was a relatively obscure existence for a long time. Although also called heresy, but they are not like ordinary heretics. Ordinary heretics worship monsters from the cracks in the dimension. They worship it as a god. In addition, the texture of the organization based on the emblem of flowers is represented. Such as other shore flowers, lavender, laurel, etc. But, although they are organized differently and believe in different gods, they have the same doctrine. Destroy human beings, and the world belongs to the Black Star gods. It may sound like a middle school, but it is the creed they have always adhered to for so many years. To that end, the number of crazy things they've done is endless. The evil deeds are so serious that they have even been expelled from their membership. That's right, in the laws of the New World, there is absolutely no protection for these heretics. They were treated like beasts. However, the so-called high-level hunting organization, but it is completely different from these conventional heretics. It is said that their whole process is organized by the high-level transfer person hunting association. In fact, they do not worship monsters, nor do they want to destroy humans. They also hated those heresies that worship monsters, and there was a conflict at one point. Because of these people, their purpose is to become the masters of mankind and to establish a new era of kingship. To this end, they seem to have decided to collect all the world-class props to accomplish this great feat. It is said that, in those chaotic times, when Black Star just came, many people in the world had this idea. But in the end, they have all been eliminated step by step by the tide of the times. But, although this idea is too fanatical, but for those who have the power, it is indeed very attractive. Who doesn't want to be a motherlander when he has the ability of a superhero? It is possible to go even more than the natives. Therefore, this heresy organization has also been listed as a confidential existence by major countries in the past. After all, their danger lies not only in their strength, but also in their minds. So that, all countries must jointly keep their intelligence secret and try not to be known to the public. The degree of this secrecy, it is no less than the secrecy of the countries when the Black Star and the Crack first appeared. But, just in the last few months, strange things began to happen one after another. First in an island country, in a grand fireworks show, the owner of a certain world-class prop took part in it. But at this moment, the high-level hunters appeared. They wore black and white chessboard uniforms and masks of various evil spirits. Not only will everyone in the entire party be banned, it also forced a local TV station to live broadcast the scene. Once the live broadcast is suspended, 10 people will be randomly killed. Finally, there was no choice but to agree. And then, in that live broadcast, the high-level hunter organization started a battle with the owner of the world-class item. But the scary thing is, the situation of the battle completely presented a one-sided crushing. At last, the man was killed, and the world-class props in his hands were also taken away by force. This incident in the island country has shocked the whole country for a whole year, although the officials tried their best to cover it up. But in the end, the paper still does not cover the fire. Countries gradually began to smell the unusual breath. Not long after, a second similar incident began to occur again. At a charity auction party held by Eagle Country, a group of people with the same uniform and different masks appeared again. This time, it can be said that they have repeated the old tricks and realized the reenactment of the famous scene. The same is to block everyone. In the end, in the way of live broadcast, he killed the owner and stole another world-class item. Then, the news also began to spread like wildfire again. In this case, apparently, they were deliberately adding fuel to the flames, and the group became more and more famous. Because of knowing them, before this departure, Professor Lan will remind and exhort these students in advance to prevent them from being too high profile and being targeted. After all, it is said that the founders of that organization are two terrifying beings with a level of 99. Not only that, but one of them had secretly acquired a world-class prop. And the members of the entire hunting organization, without exception, are all second-degree awakeners above level 75. This alone is exaggerated enough. Even more outrageous, there are also unreliable intelligence claims that all their entrants, without exception, all are one of the top 9 professions of TO. This news was once regarded as a rumor by many people not long ago. However, just in the past few months, when they appeared, when they hunted and plundered world-class items, the members that appeared were indeed all second-time awakeners of the 9 major occupations without exception. And, not the same group of people. From this, one can imagine how terrifying their overall strength is. Because of this, in recent months, many world-class prop owners have begun to restrain themselves. Even hide directly to prevent being targeted outside for no reason. But now, Feng Lan University did such an operation. There is no doubt that it is equivalent to announcing to the world that there are world-class props here. Coupled with the reports and gossip that are expected to appear in the future, the identity of the owner will undoubtedly be revealed. Think of this, many people's expressions became a little strange. Even Professor Lan, who was waiting to see Feng Lan's joke, was flickering at the moment. Although he hates Feng Lan very much, however, he has never hated geniuses, let alone world-class props. Once you're really caught, it can only be said that it is the loss of the entire Yan Kingdom. I don't know which idiot came up with this bad idea of using world-class props to attract monsters. Professor Lan thought to himself. And at this moment, in the distant wasteland of Linlan City, Lin Ye, who was above the skyscraper, suddenly wanted to sneeze. He rubbed his nose. I don't know if someone is talking bad about him behind his back. But now, it's not the time to care about that. Not far away, there have been changes in monsters. Lin Ye's eyes flickered. He is waiting to start this experience harvesting operation at any time. As for the so-called exposure of world-class props, high-level hunter organizations, etc., he doesn't know the details. But, even if he knew, he would most likely choose to do so. After all, there are so many master experience packs. After this village there is no such shop. It's time to, the second awakening of a shock wave of level 75. At the same time, in the southwest direction of the edge of the waste area, the members of the Blue Soul Guild led by Xiao Yuan held their breaths and stared at the front. Although their number is small, but they are basically elites, and their overall strength will naturally not be weaker than Feng Lan's. After Lin Ye's side showed the brilliance of world-class props, on his side, he was already ready to go to war, and he was waiting for the moment when the war started. And at this time, the ground ahead began to tremble constantly. Dong dong dong, it's as if there are thousands of troops coming in stride. The people present suddenly became tense, and each began to accumulate energy. Xiao Yuan in the center looked serious and said solemnly, "Attention everyone, don't stop the master. According to Lin Ye's plan, our task is to stop the mobs." The master let them all enter the waste area. Yes, the voice fell. Everyone present nodded in understanding. After all, Lin Ye has world-class props. Since he proposed this plan, it should be explained that his props may be very easy to deal with the masters. On the other hand, they can just deal with the mobs a little easier, and they can also decompress. As predicted, at this moment, there is indeed a large group of 2.1 monsters rushing over. A dark shadow of Wuyongyang is majestic, and in the front too, it is the figure of two masters. Their speed is obviously far beyond the mobs behind, sprinting at the forefront. As usual, their target is undoubtedly Xiao Yuan and the others here. But today, in their eyes, they did not put their group in their eyes at all. What you are looking at is the direction of the center of the waste area ahead. Get out of the way. Xiao Yuan roared quietly with his eyes lighted. The voice fell. The guild members tacitly retreated to both sides immediately, and the two masters passed through their gap smoothly and directly, rushing towards the center of the waste area. He grinned and smiled, his eyes shining like stars. Above the skyscrapers here, it's time to have a good hunt. Next, Xiao Yuan and the others adjusted their formation again and faced the beasts rushing forward again. Everyone's eyes were firm and unmoved. Lin Ye looked at the two masters who were deliberately put in the distance, and his eyes lit up. Now, subsequently. 7 stone, 165 collapsing wings, shattering bones, ordinary kick. Subscribe. Thoughts so far. Lin Ye let go of his hand directly. That world-class item that bloomed with rainbow-colored light just stayed in the air, floating as if still. Immediately, Lin Ye made a fist. He just confirmed it. Although this ring of dusk is a prop, but once you wear it on your finger, it will be equipped according to the weapon, and it will not occupy any equipment slot and enjoy weapon bonuses and so on. At this point, it's completely different from when it was dusty before. It means that as long as he wears this thing, it means that Lin Ye is equipped with a weapon, and his power, proficient with bare hands, will naturally not be able to play smoothly. But once it is stored in a warehouse or put into a container, it will affect the radiance of the radiance. Therefore, in order to keep the effect of attracting monsters continuous, Lin Ye finally chose a more special method, placement. That's right, place the ring of dusk in the air in a UFO state to keep it glowing. And Lin Ye can let go of his hands and feet to fight. The only thing that needs to be done is to stay around the ring of dusk to prevent it from being really snatched by monsters. Thus, it becomes a game similar to tower defense. The ring of twilight becomes the ultimate treasure coveted by the monsters, and Lin Ye is the tower guard who guards the treasure. He stared ahead. The two dominators who rushed in first were already rushing towards this direction at a rapid speed. Their basic information is also displayed in front of Lin Ye's eyes. LV 72 inches Swamp Master, Bloodless Cairo, as well as LV .73 inches the Owl of Melting Wings, Wilnut who betrayed the sky. From the appearance, they were a mutated white-boned lizard and an owl eagle with broken wings. While approaching, it seemed that they suddenly noticed that the props over there were above the skyscrapers, so they took action one after another. I saw that Werner, whose wings were broken, actually ignited a dark green light, and then directly opened two gorgeous illusory wings. Immediately, it soared into the sky and came directly towards the direction of the roof. The bloodless Cairo over there also did not dare to show weakness, suddenly accelerated, and went straight to the skyscraper. Immediately, like a large gecko, it crawled directly upwards along the wall. The two chose completely different approaches to approach at this moment, but their breath remains the same: madness and hunger, full of aggression. Lin Ye stands alone on the edge of the top floor of a skyscraper. Raising his eyes, he narrowed his eyes and looked at the broken wing owl who was rushing over there. Then, he calmly threw out a punch. Skill, normal fist, effect. Increase damage LV .7, critical strike LV .7, armor piercing LV .7, break defense LV .7, pressure LV .7, speed LV .7. In an instant, countless violent effects and blessings were instantly applied to it. Boom! The terrifying fist strength set off a sky-shattering wind pressure, like the invisible hammer of the wind god, directly hitting the huge monster. Puff! Its originally broken wings collapsed on the spot. The entire body wrapped in the dark green light exploded instantly, and flew out directly against the sky. Blood spurted out of the sky. But at this moment, Lin Ye, who was punching, lowered his head and didn't look at him. On the one hand, it was because he knew that this punch was enough to kill the opponent. On the other hand, he also knew that the guy who climbed the wall below was coming. As predicted, at the moment when the prompts of experience enhancement and interested sounded in his mind, the white-boned lizard below, the bloodless Cairo, had already climbed up. Its footsteps have left startling pits in the walls of entire skyscrapers. At the moment of rushing up at this moment, the entire body of the bones actually showed an extremely twisted direction. It seemed to want to bypass Lin Ye here and head straight for the world-class procs over there. However, naturally, its sweet dreams will come to naught. Lin Ye's pupils slightly brightened, he raised his feet expressionlessly, directly exerted his strength, and kicked him. Skill, normal kick, effect. Increase damage LV.8, crit LV.8, armor piercing LV.8, break defense LV.8, oppression LV.8, speed LV.8. That's right, as one of Lin Ye's common attack methods, this seemingly ordinary kick was also recorded as a skill. Under the power of naming ghosts, Lin Ye named it according to the routine of ordinary boxing very casually. But what I didn't expect is that the power of this skill is actually located in the middle of the ordinary punch and the power punch, and the bonus effect has reached LV.8 or above, which is very useful. It is naturally effortless to start these monsters in seconds. Boom. Under 1 foot, the body of the white-boned lizard exploded on the spot as if it had been detonated. Boom. The whole body exploded. Experience up. Your ability, inspired by interest, has been activated, and the experience value you have gained has been increased. Your secret radiance has been activated. 99. Level up. 35. Ding. Congratulations, you have reached level 70. Quote question mark exclamation mark. Lin Ye's eyes suddenly lit up. Is this a direct upgrade? Sure enough, the efficiency is very high, only 2 masters have been directly promoted to 1 level. Thus, it should not be a problem to directly break through 75 today. While thinking, the corners of Lin Ye's mouth grinned, revealing an expectant smile. And at this moment, in the other direction below, there was also a master who was deliberately leak from the direction of Dean Lei. But in the meanwhile, what no one knows is that, now, just when the waste area plan was in full swing, in an illusory space, an undercurrent began to flow. This is a combat arena in a high-level area. At this moment, there is a group of extremely high-level transferees fighting with each other and fighting for points. Today is the beginning of the month after all. On the first day the arena opened, naturally many people were rushing to score points. And at this moment, in the viewing seat, a girl's figure emerged, looking down. She was wearing a checkerboard dress, and her face was cold and arrogant. The young people next to her seemed to have noticed that she had just come in. Seeing how beautiful she was, they immediately approached with a smile. Miss Haha, you are a little late, you just missed a good show. See that number 16 player? She just performed a nirvana that killed all the people who had been besieged in the past. As expected of a ruthless person who is well known in Bayou City. Tisk tisk, I guess she is the most awesome tonight. However, after hearing this, the other person on the side suddenly glanced at it and said disdainfully. FK, miss, don't believe him, that number 7 is the real tough guy. The only occupation at the scene, Mage Lei Yan. The scary thing is, from the beginning to the end, he has already defeated several people without even using the Thunder Flame Resonance magic. There are only a few left now, and it is estimated that when the remaining few are eliminated, it will be a 1v1 duel between No. 1 plus number 6 and number 7 right away. Hear their words. At this time, another person, 820, suddenly approached from the other side, and when he came to the girl's side, he chuckled lightly. Miss just came in. Want to place a bet? It's already open tonight. Well, 200,000 black crystals, press number 3 over there. The girl nodded. He answered with a 5-faced expression. She is a veteran of the arena, so she naturally knows that people in the viewing area often place bets, which are virtual bets. Although this kind of behavior is often silenced by officials, many people have been secretly doing it in private. And at this moment, after she said this, everyone on the side was shocked. Shit, 200,000, Sombra, what's more, pressing no. 3, no way. What shocked them was that, first of all, Sombra was the most valuable gold exchange item, and the exchange rate between it and real currency was terribly high. Secondly, number 3, you were right, that number 3 was the type that was beaten all the way just now. How could he be the opponent of number 7 and number 16 over there? Even if he's a handsome guy from a foreign country, you don't need to lick it like that, right? What Muyong dog? Several people looked at the girl with strange expressions. Look at the people over there froze. The girl just asked impatiently, will you accept the order? Ah, take it, take it. Just now, a new world-class item appeared, and this time it's our turn to hunt. The man nodded excitedly. At this moment, the girl over there suddenly had a special light in her eyes. Facing the air, he said lightly, if you encounter such a rich man, of course, you will be slaughtered. However, Kree, stop playing. The prey is in Linlan City, we are going. Just as they finished the transaction in a special way. 166 1 master per second. TM what headline party? Subscribe. Her voice is very special, although it sounds normal from your own perspective. But in the ears of the few people next to him, it was like an obscure ancient language, completely incomprehensible. However, without waiting for their response, a strange picture appeared. I saw in the special fighting arena below, the number 3, who had been passively beaten. As if he heard something suddenly, his expression changed slightly. Immediately, he raised the corner of his mouth and spit out 2 words, understood. The voice fell. Dang, he was seriously injured. At this moment, he suddenly jumped up from the ground, and the whole person turned into a black arc and rushed out. Like a sharp sword, sweep across the field. Immediately, bang 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 bang, before everyone can react to what happened. Where the black arc swept past, countless continuous explosions erupted in the audience. One after another, crimson flames rose into the sky. All the other players on the field over there are shrouded in an instant. Immediately, one after another screams began to come out. 35. Accompanied by screams, there are also white beams of light falling out of thin air, directly covering their figures in the flames. Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. See this picture. In the viewing area, everyone's eyes widened at the same time, like a ghost. Of course they recognized it. It's a FG beam of light. The light that only appears when a player surrenders or enters a state of near-death elimination. Now, so many beams of light appear at the same time. Doesn't that mean they've all been eliminated? Everyone was instantly dumbfounded. This is a level 80 war zone, Nima's. In a battle between this level, how can the outcome be reversed so quickly? When they were stunned, in the light curtain above the battlefield, as expected, the number of people remaining has started to decrease sharply. Till the end, when the figure of the number 3 player appeared again, there was only one left. That's right, in just a few seconds, he single-handedly killed all the other players in the audience. Similarly, it also includes the 7th and 16th who were favored by everyone there. In an instant, there was only a dead silence left. Shock, silence, and countless disbelief. Many of them today are involved in secret betting and betting on their favorite players. However, 90% of the players were betting on the 7th and 16th players. As for number 3, just a foreigner whom no one has ever seen. The first half has been frantically beaten, and naturally no one will bet on him. The girl just now, except now, player number 3 stands alone in the field. Under the brilliance, he raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. Immediately, he raised his blue eyes to look at the girl in the viewing area and smiled. I see, Captain, quote, did you just bet secretly again? 35 inches. Hee. How about the prey this time? Is it qualified for us to start a national live broadcast of killing? His language, also like the girl over there, it belongs to the words that other people can't understand at all, and it is extremely obscure. But at this moment, in the viewing area here, the girl's eyes are calm and light. Just take a gamble, but this one should earn a little more than the salary the boss gave us. 35. The information on the prey this time is not clear for the time being, and I also received a message from the boss. It is said that the guy took the initiative to reveal the coordinates of the world-class props and was carrying out the monster-inducing operation. Soon after, the boss will send someone to investigate and find out the specific information. Whether or not to broadcast live at that time will also depend on the local situation. However, we need to go now. Receive. The man named Kriya below smiled and nodded. Then he clapped his hands very easily, and picked up his jacket on the ground again. Then he smiled helplessly and said, speaking of which, I really haven't had enough fun just now. Captain, if you encounter this situation next time, can you wait a little longer? Words fall. The girl's eyes remained unchanged, and she said lightly, stop talking nonsense. Even if you enjoy being beaten and pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, you can't delay the progress of the mission. Otherwise the boss will make you really a pig. Okay. Player number 3 below, Kree reluctantly spread his hands to express his surrender. I'll go out first and wait for you at Moonbucks on the corner. The voice fell. Shrouded in light, his figure disappeared into the battlefield. And at this moment, on the viewing platform over there, the few young people over there who saw this picture were completely dumbfounded at this moment. Nima, is it really number 3? What the hell is this? The number 3, who has been beaten all the time, suddenly started to explode after the girl made her bet. I am grass, shouldn't there be some shady? But, those number 7 and number 16 are always arrogant geniuses, how could it be possible to cooperate with the shady? So, this number 3 really hides its strength. Everyone was stunned, and all of them looked very strange. And the man who was betting with everyone just now was even paler at the moment. I was thinking of slaughtering. Therefore, after the girl finished betting, he also quietly made a bet himself, wanting to slaughter it. But unexpectedly, damn, but we were all slaughtered. However, at this moment, the girl just looked up indifferently and said, quickly count how much I won. Quote. The voice fell. The man over there swallowed his saliva immediately, and said with a face that wanted to cry without tears. Miss, who are you, where are you? Now, he came up with this sentence. And the girl over there just had a calm face and said lightly. Just a passerby who knows a little bit of gambling. At the same time, in the outside world of Linlan City, at this moment, naturally no one knew about the undercurrent of killing that was coming. In the Linlan City Transfer Persons Administration, Director Lu Qingyang was anxiously processing the documents while asking, how are the high-level transferees of the administration that I asked you to contact? Do you have a reply? 35. Hearing this, the secretary's eyes were complicated and he said, there are 10 people in total, 5 of whom cannot be contacted, they should be in the dungeon. Of the other 5, 2 of them indicated that they did not want to be involved in such a low-level crisis and let others come. Hearing this, Lu Qingyang's expression turned gloomy. This level of disaster, is it also a low-level crisis for them? 66. Pipe. The secretary smiled bitterly and said, you should know that due to the surge in the number of dungeons in the past 2 years, and more wealthy businessmen and companies entering the game, As a result, in Linlan City, most of the high-level transferees are working independently, and the official remuneration provided by us is no longer enough for them to act. What's more, the incident was too sudden, and many job transferers were attacking crack dungeons that appeared elsewhere. However, having said that, Director, why are you so worried? Didn't Feng Lan and the Kanghan Guild already carry out the annihilation plan for the waste area? The secretary asked in surprise. Hear. Lu Qingyang's expression became helpless, and then he sighed again. Feng Lan's waste area plan. Although it can gather the monsters to approach, if there is no way to quickly solve the monsters, it is still a big problem. As long as 1 or 2 masters are not wiped out, that's a big problem. At such a time, we need more elite high-level transferees to completely reverse the status quo. You can't rely on them alone. 35. However, as he said this, suddenly, someone hurriedly pushed the door and rushed in. Boom. The man held a tablet in his hand, and shouted with a panicked expression. Director, update. The money combat situation in the waste area seems to have been photographed by TM with a telescope. 35. Also made a video and uploaded it. At this moment, I don't know if it was because he was too surprised, he even burst into foul language in a hurry. Hearing this, Lu Qingyang and the secretary were stunned on the spot. What the FK? We have specially arranged for people to subordinate armed groups nearby to prevent external media from approaching. As a result, Nima's telescopes are all used, right? So outrageous. Lu Qingyang's face suddenly became ugly, and he said solemnly, "Come here and I'll take a look." Before he finished speaking, the man handed over the tablet in 3 steps. Sure enough, this was a 1-minute-long video that was posted on a certain audio platform. Whether it was Lu Qingyang or the secretary next to him, they were instantly dumbfounded. Quote. I don't know if the official diversion is intentional or not. What kind of title party? Shocked. The live battle footage of the suspected beast tied in Linlan City leaked. Who is this person, who dominates every second? He's so handsome. This video has only been posted for less than a few minutes, the number of likes has already exceeded 1 million, and the number of comments is increasing at the speed of light visible to the naked eye. Video title text. And see here, 167 feels like fake, not sure, take another look. Subscribe. With this question in mind, Lu Qingyang immediately clicked on the video to watch. The picture inside is a black circle, and it looks like the picture taken in the telescope. And the next moment, Lu Qingyang's eyes widened instantly. He thought that the title might be a bit of a headline party. However, only within the screen, a slightly blurred figure is indeed fighting against a huge monster. The figure appeared to be wearing a red and black uniform, standing alone on the edge of the top floor of a deserted skyscraper. At this moment, there is a huge flying monster rushing towards him. However, faced with such an oppressive picture, the figure not only did not have any dodge and fear, but instead punched out directly. Immediately after, terrifying images appeared. I saw that the flying monster was suddenly blown away by a huge force when it approached. The blood burst and the wreckage fell on the spot. Subsequently, not waiting for a response, another bone-like crawling monster quickly climbed up from the wall of the building. I saw that figure was completely unhurried, turned around and kicked it at will. Puff. Although the photographer of the video is very far away from the screen. However, the shocking power of the picture is still unbelievable. Just like the kind of special effect that you can see the sense of blow just by watching the video, the monster's body of bones was completely smashed by this kick in an instant. That's it. In just less than 3 seconds 820. This figure in the picture, extremely relaxed and exaggerated, killed 2 monsters in seconds. Subsequently, the video just ended abruptly. 39. The office suddenly fell silent. Lu Qingyang and the secretary on the side looked at each other, and both saw a trace of shock and confusion in the other's eyes. This is so, not a title party. What's going on? Who is that person? He alone took on the monster annihilation operation in the center of the entire wasteland plan. Logically speaking, shouldn't the members of the Blue Soul Guild and Feng Lan Academy come here to act together? No doubt, this picture makes them incomprehensible. After all, the news they received from the headmaster of Feng Lan Academy not long ago. It only mentioned rough information about attracting monsters to the waste area for centralized annihilation, without mentioning the details of the battle plan. But seeing this, they are no longer calm. Subsequently, Lu Qingyang subconsciously opened the comment area for this video and watched it immediately. I saw that the top comment above was a sentence left by the video publisher himself. The video comes from a group of friends in one of my game groups, and it is said that it was recorded inadvertently with a telescope on the balcony of my home. Do you think it is credible? 99. The following responses are also strange. Quick your group friends, and let him quickly send a follow-up. Are you asking me if I'm credible? Wouldn't you say that this kind of picture is still true? I feel like fake, not sure, take another look. 35. Big brother, go and ask your group of friends where you bought the telescope, and let that be returned it quickly. What kind of thing is this shot? You can't see your face clearly, right? Don't be embarrassed upstairs, maybe it's just that the special effects are not in place, haha. 35. Speaking of which, how did you confirm that the 2 monsters are the masters? There are also large-sized trash fish. I can kill them casually, okay. I have to say, This video is the most real one among the fake videos I've seen this year, 666. Squat for a follow-up. Obviously, this video shows a trend of polarization for the general public. Some people are very convinced that it is a fake video, and frantically joke and play tricks. But another group of people started to urge the author to send out follow-up videos. Lu Qingyang crossed the comment down again. There are almost hundreds of comments posted. Obviously the popularity of the video is very high. And these latest comments are almost all urging follow-up remarks. I'm rubbing it. I've seen videos of job transferers being beaten before, and it's finally a good one. The most shocking scene of the Beast Tide crisis in Linlan City so far, praise. When are you going to post a follow-up? I've been brushing for 2 minutes. I have to squat here today for a follow-up to see if it's really awesome or a hype dog, GKD. Quick, send out your group number and let the brothers rush your group friends. A comment. The atmosphere is rendered somewhat entertaining. Lu Qingyang couldn't help laughing in his heart. He said in his heart that the crisis of TM here has not been resolved, and you have already watched it as a movie on the internet, right? Afterwards, he still had no choice but to look up and said quickly contact Feng Lan Academy to verify the authenticity of this video. Yes, the man quickly turned to leave. At this moment, Lu Qingyang simply put the file aside and continued to open the publisher's homepage. I thought he would be a marketing account or an official V or something. After all, those who liked to post this kind of video in the past were often these CJCB self-media who liked to hype. But what he didn't expect was that the publisher was really just an ordinary private account. The video content that is usually released is also some very ordinary video games, such as Where is the hidden door on the side of Dashudong? Is the Iron City really so underworld? I lost my way in the Forbidden Forest again. I singled out, double melting furnaces are really a bit of hell. Such content, from the time span of the release, the publisher is just an ordinary player, and there is not much strangeness. Basically, the possibility of malicious marketing account hype or fraud can be temporarily ruled out. Which is to say, did he really receive the video from a certain group friend? Lu Qingyang frowned slightly, just when he was hesitating whether to inquire as the official account of the Linlan City administration. Suddenly, a prompt pops up. The user homepage you are browsing has uploaded a new video, come and see. Quote pipe. See here. Lu Qingyang's heart suddenly froze. He hurriedly clicked in, and sure enough, the video upload time was within 1 minute. And this time, the title of the video is also immediately before. At the urging of the family members, the group of friends sent out another video, which was also just taken, but it seems to be even more outrageous. The tag of the video is still, Linlan City Beast Crisis, live screen, and so on. Lu Qingyang immediately clicked in. Unsurprisingly, it was still the familiar scene just now. Only this time, not only is the lens still not clear, but it seems to be zoomed out a little bit, making the picture wider. In the very center area of the lens, it is still the figure standing alone on the tall building, which is very sturdy. However, this time, there were more than 1 or 2 monsters rushing up around. There are 5 of them. They are strangely shaped, and they almost rushed directly to the top of the building in a double team. One of them is even more exaggerated, like a giant built from rocks. Perhaps it is precisely because I want to capture its complete figure that the camera is deliberately zoomed out. However, even so, it is still unable to capture the whole picture, which is enough to show its shock. In front of these monsters, in the center, the lonely figure was as small as an ant. Surprisingly, just like the shocking picture before, this time, when the monsters attacked and left, the figure remained calm and unmoved. Just a sudden jump, the body turned into an afterimage and burst out, and the camera could no longer capture his movement trajectory. All I can see is a blurred figure tossing and turning among the monsters. Bang, 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 bang. 5 monsters with different shapes and appearances, in the same instant, seemed to be directly hit by an invisible high-speed giant hammer. At the same time, it suddenly flew upside down. The largest rock giant even exploded on the spot. The wreckage exploded. Boom. I don't know if it was because the photographer was too shocked. At this moment, even the video screen shook violently, and finally stopped abruptly. It was fixed on the picture that the figure finally emerged. Quote exclamation mark quote. To the power of 9. World-class props. He was completely convinced. See here, just behind that figure, a dazzling brilliance quietly exudes. Lu Qingyang finally shrank his pupils and his breathing stopped. This time, because, in the last freeze frame picture, he saw a rainbow-like light flashing by. There is no possibility of any fake in this video. 168 This can no longer be called powerful, it can only be said to be against the sky. Subscribe. That's right, world-class props. That bright iridescent light, if it is in normal times, it is nothing, at most let people's eyes shine. But now, in today's special time, only possible world-class props tools. Although Lu Qingyang did not know the specific combat details of the abandoned area plan, but also learned from the principle. This time the monster attraction plan uses it as a world-class item. Moreover, it just happened to be obtained from the crack of the Tomb of Twilight today. In connection with the time and place, the credibility of this video fills up almost instantly. Realize this, Lu Qingyang's expression suddenly changed from the solemn and incomprehensible before to a trace of uncontrollable surprise. He hurriedly watched the video again and confirmed it. After that, he suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, good. It seems that this time the problem shouldn't be a big deal, haha. 5. Quote question mark. His face change naturally made the secretary beside him a little dumbfounded. Director, what do you mean by that? Hearing this, Lu Qingyang suddenly looked over and said with a mysterious smile. Hee, I've been thinking about it before. Faced with so many masters, it may not be a good thing to forcibly gather them together. After all, the superposition of the powers of the masters is no joke. Because of this, I thought of inviting some high-level transferees to go there. 99. Now it seems that it is not necessary. The guy in the video, maybe it's enough to do it all alone. The secretary's eyes also lit up. You mean, the video is real? That person can really kill the master so easily. 35. That's right. Lu Qingyang nodded, looked at the blurred figure, and said with a chuckle, unsurprisingly, this should be the powerful power brought by world-class items. Probably something that can add buff props. Lu Qingyang guessed to himself, and then said with a smile. But anyway, this year is really my lucky year in Linland City. Although the secret realm crisis in Park Number 7 and the sudden beast tide this time also broke out, there are also two more unprecedented existences. A dual professor blessed by Black Star, a master of world-class props, wonderful. While talking, Lu Qingyang even took out a cigarette and lit it with a smile. There is a feeling of sudden relaxation after a high tension. The secretary on the side was curious. Wait, what if the two people the director said were the same person? Dual professional Lin Ye plus world-class props, wouldn't that be the ceiling in the ceiling? While relaxing over there, now, the center of the waste area, Lin Ye counted the number of monsters while dealing with the surrounding monsters. Till this moment, he has already killed 13 dominators, but the experience has only reached level 72. Except for the first two monsters that took him from 69 to 70. The accumulated experience of the remaining 11 dominators has only increased by 2 levels under the blessing of the buff. This is a bit too low. Sure enough, is this the experience gap torrent theory? Lin Ye thought in his heart. The so-called experience gap flood is a basic theory that has been put forward a long time ago. It probably means, the experience gap required to level up is slightly different for each different class. However, with the exception of the Demon Sword, which was slow to upgrade in the early stage, most of the occupations were slow to upgrade in the later stage. The reason why it is called torrent theory is to use the river as a metaphor. The starting point of a big river is often a trickle, but the further forward, the more grand and majestic. And so is the experience gap. After a certain node, it will start to slow down, and it takes a lot of experience to fill the gap. And the key node of this slowdown is also different between different occupations. Lin Ye thought that his node had passed. But I didn't expect that level 70 seems to be the real node. It seems, whether it can break through the experience shackles and level restrictions of level 75 in one fell swoop today is still a question. Lin Ye thought about it. Another monster rushed forward. Without hesitation, he threw himself forward again. And at this moment, beyond the edge of the waste area, at this moment, the members of Fenglin High School and the members of the Blue Soul Guild who were fighting against the mobs are still fighting hard to kill the enemy. Fortunately, most of the mobs are not too strong, and many of them are things that can be mowed. Except for some elite monsters that are slightly stronger, most monsters have no threat at all. But while fighting, they also began to notice that something was wrong. 40. We all deliberately let so many masters go in just now. Why is there no big movement inside? Either a sound or a snap. There is no feeling of fierce battle at all. Could it be that the world-class item is working? But that's not right either. The enchantment we set up around the waste area can sense all the special aura changes in it, in order to prevent special situations. Logically speaking, as long as the world-class props bloom with power, there must be a resonance effect on the barrier. Why is there nothing? This world-class tool, shouldn't it be the type that can instantly kill a monster as soon as it sees it? Something like Death Note. If so, that would be a bit outrageous. Many people were very surprised. And at this moment, Xiao Yuan here is naturally very surprised. After eliminating the two orcs and goblins in front of him, he approached the person beside him and said condensedly. Hang, give it a shot, I'll go upstairs to see what's going on inside. It is good. The man nodded and said nothing, replacing Xiao Yuan in the center of the queue. On the other hand, Xiao Yuan's eyes narrowed, and he stepped up. After jumping over several tall buildings, he soon came to the top of one of the best buildings. Just because these buildings blocked their vision, they couldn't observe the scene in the center of the waste area carefully. After coming up at this moment, the vision instantly widened. Coincides with the front, two more monsters climbed up the central skyscraper, and Lin Ye stood on the edge of the building. Xiao Yuan's eyes suddenly froze, and he was slightly stunned. What's the situation? That guy actually didn't wear a world-class item, but put it aside. What is this operation? However, before he could think, ask for flowers. I saw the next moment, the two monsters rushed at the same time, and swooped towards the ring of dusk over there. At the same time, Lin Ye's figure instantly turned into a flash of lightning and rushed out. Boom, boom, with two tremors resounding through the sky. The silhouettes of the two monsters were blasted off the spot like two cannonballs. There was no room for resistance or struggle, and died on the spot. Exclamation mark question mark quote. Quote, see this picture. Xiao Yuan's pupils shrank instantly, and he only felt his scalp tingling. And many more. What happened? Instant kill, without using world-class items at all. Instantly killed. This is not right. I remember that of the two monsters we leaked in just now, one of them broke through the level 75 awakening shackles, right? How can this be killed in seconds? What kind of weapons and equipment is this guy wearing, so defiant? Xiao Yuan thought so subconsciously. However, thinking about it, his eyelids twitched again, only to feel a little chill behind him. Because until this moment, he suddenly reacted a little. Wrong. That guy, it seems, from the beginning to the end, he didn't wear any equipment at all. From the moment he came, he was wearing the ordinary red and black uniform of Feng Lan Academy. There are no special abilities and effects at all. No, let alone the effect, not even the basic panel edition. And just now, the moment he rushed out, only used fists, fist without any gloves or weapons. In this configuration, he can kill monsters of this level in seconds. Xiao Yuan suddenly broke out in cold sweat and couldn't help swallowing. He suddenly remembered, Dean Lei and Dean Chen have said that he is the core of this mission. Could it be that, the core is not only because he has world-class items, but also because of his powerful strength? No, this can no longer be called powerful, it can only be called against the sky. Aware of this, Xiao Yuan's face was extremely strange. In the end, under the entanglement, he still couldn't restrain his curiosity. Decided to continue to look inward. Let's find out. However, what he didn't know was, now, in the distance beyond the waist area, on a balcony, the telescope naturally captured this picture. Although I can't take pictures of Lin Ye in the distance. But at this time, he was clearly photographed. Especially his iconic black armor, the light from the heavy sword on his back, and his handsome profile like a knife. Subsequently, the person who was filming on the balcony suddenly exclaimed, FK, as this person, the vice president of the A-rank Blue Soul Guild. Is he even here? The voice fell. Behind him, a black masked figure suddenly appeared like a ghost, and said indifferently. Thank you, friend. If it weren't for your video, I still can't accurately locate the owner of this world-class prop. In this way, the hunt can begin. 169 Can't you just eat alone? Subscribe. The voice just fell. A dazzling golden fire suddenly rushed out from the balcony. Boom. Instant explosion. This fierce flame is not so much a burning, but an impact. Directly blast the young man standing by the telescope with his mobile phone into the air in an instant. It hit the anti-theft barrier on the balcony, bang. The entire metal anti-theft fence was directly knocked out of a huge depression. And the man hadn't fully reacted yet, he spat out a mouthful of blood and passed out completely. The telescope he set up was not hit, and the phone fell to the side. At the same time, in the direction behind him, another voice sounded with a slight rebuke, saying, What are you doing? Didn't the boss say, you can't take any action against these non-awakened people? The voice fell, and an indifferent answer came out. But the boss also said, 35. For the smooth progress of the task, the necessary means must be used when necessary. Heard. The other side fell silent for a moment. The breeze blew in from outside the balcony and lifted the hem of the 820 clothes of the two figures. They were wearing identical black and white checkerboard uniforms, which were very large and perfectly concealed their figures. From a distance, there is even a feeling of carrying the chessboard on your back. Below them, they were wearing similar tactical overalls and a pair of marten boots. Now, both were wearing masks. The mask of the person on the left is Brown Bear, and the mask of the person on the right is White Wolf. The person on the left has short gray hair and is the one who just shot. The person on the right is wearing a hat and can't see his hairstyle clearly, and he is also the one who has just issued a rebuke. Now, he also doesn't plan to argue with his teammates. Originally, it was sent here, just to use this position to observe and monitor distant targets. I didn't plan to take action on this guy, but I didn't expect that my teammates would always be so inhumane and cold-blooded. Regardless of age, women and children, they would always shoot mercilessly. Every time he thought of cooperating with this kind of guy, White Wolf felt extremely disgusted in his heart. But there is no way. After all, this is the boss's arrangement, and he can only do it. At this moment, he stepped forward, picked up the phone that had just been dropped from the ground, and found that it was a group chat interface. Now, inside, there are countless group friends who are urging the same person's name. Brother, some more. GKD, 99. Yes, boss, hurry up, I haven't seen a new video for a minute, I can't help it. What's the matter, brother, shouldn't you just eat alone? No, 99. What's next? These unequivocal remarks, if you don't read the previous chat content, you will even think of this as a driving group. But in fact, judging from the id of their id named, Yan'an Chainsaw Man, it is obviously urging the video of the battle in the waist area. And this id is exactly the young man who was blown away by the flames just now. Just as the White Wolf here was checking his mobile phone, the gray-haired man in the brown bear mask walked to the telescope and looked closely. After a while, he said, It really is here, I can vaguely see the direction over there. Like in the video, the man's fight against the monster still ended with one blow. But, it's still too far apart to see the details after all. To make more detailed observations, we may need to get a little closer. His voice fell. The White Wolf over there put down his phone and looked over, shook his head helplessly and said, No, if you get too close and are found, you will be shocked. Have you forgotten that there are top-notch profiling masters here in Linland City? By the time, once our whereabouts are leaked, the boss will never allow us to reveal any information about the organization, either to clear our memory or to physically disappear. You don't want that, do you? Heard. The brown bear looked away from the telescope and frowned. I'm curious, who did you learn such a timid and cautious character from? Talk to the boss. The brown bear's mouth twitched slightly. Then he turned back again, looked into the distance, narrowed his eyes and said. Then we can just go over and deal with that kid. Anyway, the boss's purpose is world-class items. As long as they are successfully captured, it doesn't matter if they are stunned by the grass, right? No. White Wolf shook his head again. This mission belongs to Kree and his team. Our mission is to find out the identity of the other party as soon as possible and obtain the information before handing it over to the boss. Don't screw it up. What's more, you have already made a name for yourself at the fireworks show in the island country last time, right? The boss doesn't want you to appear in front of the world media for the second time in a short period of time, you should understand. Quote. It's alright, I understand. The brown bear waved his hand impatiently, interrupting the other party's words, saying, then tell me what to do next. Even if you can't get close, what should you do? Find out the identity of the other party. Obviously, he is not interested in the chatter of this White Wolf teammate. But it happens that the other party is right. If you just kill an ordinary person in violation of the rules, at most you will be reprimanded by the boss, which is not a big problem. So he can do whatever he wants. But, if there is any action that negatively affects the boss's plans, the consequences are not as simple as reprimands. No matter where you are, whether it is the end of the world or the corner, the boss only needs a thought to immediately obliterate him. This is the absolute power of God. I am afraid that no one in the whole world can resist. Therefore, even if he felt noisy, he had to listen to the words of the teammate beside him. Let me come. At this distance, you should be able to use spirituality. 5. The White Wolf said in a condensed voice. Then he walked to the balcony and looked down. But below, a group of green goblins were sprinting forward. Obviously, their target is also a world-class item in the center of the waist area. The White Wolf's eyes shone with a dark purple brilliance, and then locked on one of the goblins below. Dang. Activate the skill, Psychic Invasion Spirituality. One of the second awakening skills obtained after level 75 from the high-level profession, Mind Puppet, Magician. To be able to temporarily separate one's own soul for a short period of time, and lodge it on the designated target, so as to complete the instant soul connection, that is, to seize the house. During the activation of the skill, by continuously consuming mental power, you can obtain the vision and 5 senses of the controlled target, and at the same time, you can control the opponent's body to act recklessly. However, the activation conditions are very harsh, and the first designated target requires a soul that has been touched by the light of the Black Star. That is to say, it can only be a job transfer person or a monster. Ordinary people or small animals are likely to die directly in the moment of manipulation because their mental power is too weak. Therefore, the spell fails. And this failure will also bring side effects to the soul. In addition, once the spiritual power and self-will of the target are too strong, they will not be able to complete the soul pass, and may even encounter backlash. Therefore, this seemingly invincible technique of seizing a home has many more restrictions. Generally speaking, it is only suitable for use on mobs. It would be more risky to use it on masters and job changers. And now, the group of goblins in front of them happen to be the most suitable target group. Not only are they numerous, but their self-will is also very weak, which is very suitable for spiritual invasion. Dang. In an instant, a dark purple light beam shot out like lightning from the eyes of the White Wolf. Next moment, without anyone noticing, the fusion with a Gob 2.1 forest with a mace in the beast group below was completed in an instant. The goblin's pupils immediately turned dark purple. Then, as if nothing had happened, the troops continued to rush forward. Now, on the balconies of tall buildings. Seeing this picture, the brown bear suddenly realized and nodded. No wonder this guy just advocated a forward-looking plan to come here and start hunting. Did you think of this method from the beginning? Right, if the distance is too far, this kind of spiritual invasion will consume too much spiritual power. This distance is just right. He could completely see the man's appearance with the help of the goblin's body. Even, maybe you can invade other people in the middle, so as to conduct more detailed intelligence investigation. Watching the group of goblins below leave. At this time, boom boom, fellow, open the door. We are from the Water Conservancy Department, let's check the water meter. Quote. The man in the brown bear mask remained silent and thoughtful. Suddenly, at the door of the living room behind me, there was a knock on the door. However, 170 is not wrong, just wrong, please subscribe. Hear this voice. On the balcony, brown bear's face suddenly darkened. Check the water meter. What year is this all about? I don't know if the water meter can be checked directly online now. No doubt, of course he sensed something was wrong. Not only these words, but also, the breath outside the door. That's right, of course he had sensed it. There were a total of 4 people standing outside the door, all of them were transferees, without exception. Taking 1,000 steps back, even if there are job changers in the Water Conservancy Department, they really come to check the water meter. It is also impossible to send 4 transferees directly. The identity of the other party. 99% is fake. While thinking about it, the brown bear looked at the white wolf next to him again, but saw that he was motionless. In fact, when the mind invades, he can also act freely. But it looks like, this time, he seemed to be too absorbed and put all his mind into it. Thus, instead, the main body of the body was temporarily in a dormant state. At this time, the voice from outside the door came again. Boom. 35. Fellow, the water situation here is very abnormal, open the door, or we will break in. Heard. The brown bear's face darkened even more. Is there any self-cultivation of actors? Even if you are disguised, at least you are disguised a little bit, right? How can the Water Conservancy Department break into the houses privately? In this case, then just don't do it and don't take 29 days off. While thinking, the brown bear stepped towards the living room outside. In the third knock on the door, he walked to the door with a blank expression. Then he raised his hand. The palm of his hand was facing the door, and his eyes flashed indifferently. Boom. The detonating flames rushed out fiercely from the palm of the hand in an instant, and blasted directly to the outside world. Boom. At the moment when the explosion sounded, the sound outside stopped abruptly. And at this moment, in the waste area here, the white wolf possessed by the goblin group moved forward cautiously. Not long after, I saw the edge of the waste area ahead. The team responsible for countering and blocking in this area is Fenglan University's team. Currently, they are also in chaotic warfare. Some people are fighting hard against elite monsters, and their skills are dazzling and dazzling. Some people are attacking each other with the mobs quickly. After the white wolf's eyes swept over, he immediately settled on the area with the weakest defense. The defensive group level over there is generally lower than other areas, and it is some sophomore members in Fenglan. Think of this, the white wolf suddenly had a new plan. Without hesitation, he looked at one of them, and his eyes met instantly. And at this moment, the sophomore students over there were dealing with low-level monsters, and their eyes lit up one after another. Is that a goblin? Good guy, are you here to give experience again? Wow, goblins of this level are so comfortable. Many people present were all gearing up and eager to try. Other high-level monsters are not something they can deal with. But, these are just goblins. No matter how high the level is, it's just a goblin. It's nothing more than a little thicker blood and a little more attack power. Therefore, in an instant, countless people swarmed over there in an instant. All eyes were excited, wishing to swallow all the goblins alive. Naturally, Yanhan is also included. Her demon sword career was originally one of the most special, late-stage careers. The upgrade speed in the early stage can be said to be the slowest among all occupations, and there is almost no one. However, since she came out of the evening mausoleum, her level has reached level 29. Just reach level 30, you can completely remove the experience limit debuff, and start the journey of explosive speed upgrade. That's right, level 30 is the key node that belongs to the demon sword. But not slow nodes, but fast nodes. Therefore, of course, without hesitation, she immediately rushed towards the goblins over there. Call out. In an instant, the two groups scuffled together in an instant. However, what no one noticed at the moment is that a seemingly unremarkable mace goblin, but constantly shuttled through the chaotic station, all the way forward. Almost every time it just happens to dodge the opponent's attack, as if it were lucky. However, in reality, it was the result of the manipulation of the powerful mental power of the white wolf. In the end, it managed to reach the edge of the waste area with almost no effort. However, it was at this moment that a young man in warrior armor stood in front of it. Holding two big axes, he looked tall and mighty with well-developed limbs. However, do not know why, in the next moment, the moment he swung his axe, his body suddenly slanted, and the goblin was directly leaked into it. Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. Quote question mark quote. Seeing this picture, someone over there suddenly found it. FK, what the hell are you doing? Can this be washed by it? Still dumbfounded, hurry up and chase, yelling loudly. In an instant, the warrior youth reacted, and quickly chased the goblin on the ground with the axe. Then, a funny scene appeared. Outside the edge of the huge waste area, countless job transferers and mobs were fighting. And in the waste area, a warrior with an axe was running after a mace goblin. This picture is very funny. It even caused a lot of people to let out a knowing smile. After all now, the master has the world-class props in it that can be solved. They only have to deal with mobs, so naturally there is no pressure, and it is normal to smile. But at this moment, no one noticed that. In the eyes of the goblin who ran deeper and deeper, the purple light gradually disappeared. Instead, it was the young warrior with a double axe. Within the pupils, a dark purple light began to gradually appear. That's right, at this moment, he was the one who was taken over by the white wolf. As he ran forward, a sarcastic smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. ... Sure enough, the limbs are developed and the mind is simple. People in this kind of warrior profession often have no brain power and physique, but ignore mental points. As a result, the mental resistance is extremely weak. The moment just now, the white wolf didn't even use all his strength, so he easily completed the mind invasion and transfer technique. He shifted his goal from the goblins to the warrior youth, subsequently pretending to let the goblins pass through it very inadvertently. In this way, you can sneak in under the eyes of everyone without knowing it. Think of this, the smile on his face couldn't be suppressed, running fast all the way forward. Finally, after crossing a street, he could gradually see the picture on the building over there. However, at this time, suddenly, a cold crimson sword light rushed from behind. Boom, it's like a flash of cold light. Let the white wolf's heart jump suddenly. He subconsciously jumped suddenly to the left, but, after all, he was one step slower. A sword light directly slashed his shoulders. Puff, blood splash. The white wolf turned his head to look with a big change in his face in an instant. 820 saw behind him. Suddenly a figure appeared. This is a very delicate short-haired girl. She is wearing a swordsman-like costume, but she is holding a simple long knife in her hand, and her face is as cold as an iceberg. At this moment, he was just looking at this side with his long knife, his expression extremely indifferent. See this picture. The white wolf's heart throbbed instantly, and he was stunned on the spot. What happened? This girl, who the FK is that? Why are you suddenly chasing in from outside? MB, isn't this stealth move, the assassin's, invisible clothes, skill? How can she master a swordsman class? And, even if she has mastered, why did he suddenly attack my classmate? Does she recognize me? No, it can't be. My psychic invasion is absolutely impossible to be seen through. Even a brown bear can't tell the difference between me and the manipulative. It's not a matter of perception strength. This moment, my breath should be exactly equal to his. What the hell happened? In an instant, White Wolf could only feel the drums in his heart. After all, under the control of this ultra-long distance mind, naturally, it is impossible for his strength to remain so high. After a while, the voice fell, but Yan Han over there just raised his eyes and said lightly. At the same time, the White Wolf immediately calmed down, pretending to be panicked and shouting, "Hey! You, what are you doing? Did you make the wrong call?" "That's right, it's just wrong." Finally, however, it's only about 2 or 3% higher than the person being manipulated. Without hesitation, she raised the knife and rose again. 171 This guy is completely unreasonable strong. Please subscribe. The crimson dagger shines brightly. Yan Han's figure immediately turned into a streamer and suddenly jumped forward. And the White Wolf here suddenly gritted his teeth. It was too late to worry so much, so he immediately raised his hand to activate the skill. He understands. Now is not the time to pretend. This guy in front of me has no intention of stopping at all. Although she has no idea how she discovered the anomaly, obviously, she should have been exposed. No, don't dwell on her for too long. Regardless of whether or not the true identity will be discovered, the strength of this guy alone is a bit elusive. Even though he is a profession, a demon's sword, he possesses the skills of professions such as assassin and juggernaut. It's a bit unbelievable. If you really fight with the current strength of this young warrior, it seems that he can't take advantage of it at all. And it is also unlikely that you want to carry out spiritual invasion and transfer again. The profession of Yaodao has high requirements for spiritual attributes, which cannot be compared by mentally handicapped warriors. A hasty invasion is ruined if it fails. So, the best way is to either escape from here, or find a more suitable transfer target. It's too late to say. The opponent's crimson knife light is already rushing. White Wolf didn't have time to think about it anymore, so he quickly controlled his body and immediately retreated, turning around without hesitation and running away. And coincidentally, right now, at the corner ahead, a huge bronze puppet suddenly emerged, heading in the same direction. Exclamation mark. The moment he saw this monster, Bai Lang's heart suddenly burst into joy. A puppet. Sure enough, there is no way out. The thunder monster, the puppet, although its physical defense and magic defense are extremely high, but it has no spiritual attributes at all. When it appears as a master, it is just a body that acts according to instinct, and there is no so-called self-will. This thing, it's the perfect soulmate. Think of this. He no longer hesitated, and speeded up in an instant. With the knife light behind him, he burst out suddenly, directly approaching the bronze puppet over there. At the same time, skill, psychic invasion soul shaker, transfer activated. Dang, the invisible huge divine sense instantly turned into a purple gleam of light. Immediately after, the warrior youth here staggered suddenly again. Puff, a crimson knife light hit him directly from behind, blasting him away instantly. He let out a completely bewildered scream. And over there, the master, bronze puppet Bales, still dragged his rotten greatsword and walked forward. Seemingly unmoved, he is still attracted by world-class props. But it was already dominated by the White Wolf. And this side, when Yan Han saw his sword light hit, his eyes sank slightly. Then he took a step and quickly came to the man. At the same time, without hesitation, the long knife was raised. It was placed directly on the neck of the warrior youth. At this moment, the young man who just had a painful mask on his face was immediately stunned. Lying trough. Yan Han, what happened? He was bewildered. It's as if you don't know what's going on. And at this moment, seeing his reaction, Yan Han suddenly frowned. Intuition told her that something was wrong. This reaction, and the reaction just now, obviously not the same person. In fact, at that time, the reason why he chased in was precisely because he noticed something was wrong. This warrior youth is the former partner of Yan Han's roommate Ning Xiaoyu. Therefore, Yan Han still knew a little about him. This is a 2B youth who is very cautious and serious in battle although he is usually carefree. In other words, it is the existence of a typical personality with contrasting life and work. However, he was outside just now. The series of operations in the face of the goblins, but it cannot be called any caution or seriousness at all. It was obviously just an ordinary goblin, but it slipped in like that, and it still didn't catch up. This funny look is normal if it is normal. However, at a time like this, it can almost be said that it is Ming Yu. Therefore, Yan Han's intuition told him that there was definitely a problem. Then, without hesitation, she activated the assassin skill, invisible clothes, and after hiding her breath, she followed directly all the way. At last, since it is really uncertain, she decided to attack directly to test. So, the first sword, not accidentally, missed. Rather, it was an attack that anticipated the opponent's dodging route. Objectively speaking, offsets are also anticipated, and sure enough, after the opponent was hit the next moment, the reaction he showed had already explained everything. He wasn't that person at all. Therefore, Yan Han did not hesitate to decide to attack again. But now, she was just about to get serious. The guy's reaction, suddenly normal again. What happened? Yan Han frowned and thought for a long time. At this time, I saw the young man on the ground looking around stiffly and said, "Wait, what's going on? Didn't I just deal with goblins outside the waste zone? How did I get here?" As soon as this is said, Yan Han's heart suddenly moved slightly. Immediately, she lowered her eyes, put down the long knife in her hand, and explained calmly. "Looks like you must have been manipulated. Sorry, in that case, I had to temporarily take action against you." While talking, she raised the palm of her hand, and a bottle of green radiance emerged, and then threw it to the young man. "Recover with this, I'll take a look at the front." 35 inches. While talking, Yan Han walked straight away. All that was left was the young man who continued to look bewildered, holding the recovery medicine in his hand, with a very strange expression on his face. And here, Yan Han continued to head towards the center of the waste area. Tell her intuitively, no matter who the manipulator is, the purpose may have something to do with Lin Ye in the center. Or rather, it has something to do with world-class props. Therefore, Yan Han felt the need to remind him no matter what. Maybe it has something to do with the heretics who left before. While thinking, Yan Han came to a crossroads. From this position, if you look up a little, you can just look up at Lin Ye above the building over there. At this time, there also happened to be a few monsters that climbed up along the wall. Yan Han's eyes moved slightly, but at this moment, she suddenly discovered that there was a figure not far from the left, who was sneakily staring in the direction of the building ahead. Yan Han suddenly froze in his heart. Almost subconsciously, he immediately moved towards the past. However, as soon as she got close, she was stunned. At the same time, the figure on the opposite side found her trace. The two looked at each other and looked at each other. Immediately, almost at the same time, he spoke. 66 Yan Han. Vice President. The two were both members of the Blue Soul Guild, so of course they knew each other. However, but did not expect, we'll meet suddenly at this special node at this time. For a while, the atmosphere was a little subtle. After a while, the Vice President over there, Xiao Yuankai, said with a strange expression. "Aren't you supposed to annihilate the beast tied outside? How come you came in?" The voice fell, but Yan Han did not answer. After looking up and down, he calmly said, "Aren't you in there, Vice President? And you're so sneaky." Cough. Xiao Yuan coughed quickly. "I'm not sneaking, I just want to observe, but I don't want to disturb him." "Oh, quote. Yan Han nodded indifferently, then also raised his eyes and looked up, saying, "Then have you observed anything about the owner of this world-class item?" 99. The voice fell. Xiao Yuan's face was solemn, and he nodded very seriously. "With money, of course it was observed. This guy is completely unreasonable. From what I just witnessed to now, all the monsters he killed, all were one-shot kills. And, it seems, the power of world-class props is not used at all." 35. This kind of terrifying rolling level expressiveness. It's just unheard of. It's hard to imagine. He's just a student at Fenglan Academy. Having said this, Xiao Yuan suddenly thought of something, and suddenly looked over. 66. If I remember correctly, you should be in Fenglan too, right? Are you familiar with this person named Lin Ye? Good. 33. Yan Han nodded slightly with his eyes lowered. Her current relationship with Lin Ye is very delicate. It is impossible to say that you are not familiar, but to say that you are familiar, seems a bit strange. Seeing Yan Han nodding, Xiao Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said excitedly. "Great, it's easy to say if you're familiar with it. Although he has such a strong strength, it seems that he has not joined any guild yet. I want to invite him to join our Blue Soul Guild after this mission is over. Can you help me with a recommendation?" 172. Shocking. Disastrous total extinction. Subscribe. Hearing Xiao Yuan's words, Yan Han was stunned subconsciously. Invite him to join Kang Hun. 99. Yup. Xiao Yuan was naturally excited and said, "After the school starts this time, it will be the National Guild qualifying tournament soon. Last year, our guild was almost immediately promoted to S rank. If he can join this year, the S class is a certainty. And, think about it, didn't our guild have a few super difficult dungeons that were not completed before? 35. Once he joins, maybe he can do it all in one go." And also, Xiao Yuan spoke at an extremely fast speed. Obviously, he was looking forward to and excited about the addition of Lin Ye. From this, it can be seen that his feelings for this guild are really good. After listening, Yan Hansai nodded thoughtfully. Oh, I see. At this time, Xiao Yuan was about to continue speaking when suddenly a communication tone came from his earphones. After hearing this, his expression changed slightly, and he said, It seems that several elite monsters have come in a row outside. The pressure on our defense line is a bit heavy. I will go back to support first. 35. Yan Han nodded. Xiao Yuan quickly turned around and rushed outside. As for why Yan Han came here, he subconsciously ignored it. After Xiao Yuan left, Yan Han looked up again. This moment, it happened to see that the bronze puppet master holding the huge sword of corruption at the intersection earlier. At this moment, when I rushed to the top of the building, it seemed that before I had time to show my head, I was directly kicked to pieces. Bang! The explosion sounded. The puppet turned A20 into bronze parts and exploded. At the same time, behind him, another huge flying master descended from the sky, seemingly trying to snatch the ring of dusk. However, he didn't turn his head at all, just casually punched directly in that direction. Boom! The other party hasn't even approached. It was directly blasted away by the violent airflow shockwave caused by that punch. Next, one by one similar scenes were staged in turn. Lin Ye is like a grand master who has been practicing martial arts for many years, facing the mindless siege of kindergarten children. There is no pressure at all. It even seems a little boring. See here, Yan Han suddenly fell silent. Do you still need to go up and tell him what happened just now? As if, not necessary. To him, if it's just the level of the guy just now, it's not enough to threaten him at all. Going up instead disrupted his rhythm, so let's wait until it ends. While thinking, Yan Han looked over there again. The mace goblin who was belatedly arrived at this moment. Without hesitation, he charged up with the knife. At the same time, in the far direction of the waist area, on the balcony, the man wearing the white wolf mask seemed to wake up suddenly, gasping for breath. Call, now, living room direction. The gray-haired man wearing the brown bear mask also walked over slowly. When he saw the white wolf like this CJCB, he immediately frowned. What happened? Did the plan fail? No. No. The white wolf slowly exhaled in shock, swallowed, and said, I see what that guy looks like. Although it's only for a moment, but I did see it clearly. Oh, then why are you so panicked? The brown bear wondered. Hearing this, the white wolf suddenly looked over, and after a moment of silence, his eyes lighted strangely and said, You know why I only watched it for a moment. That guy, too fast. Quick. The brown bear chuckled. How fast can it be? 99. Indescribably fast. The white wolf's eyes were piercing, and he said solemnly, It makes people feel that the flow of time is starting to change so fast, even if the brain can barely respond, the kind of fast that the body can never keep up with. Not only that, but there is a huge force that is incomprehensible. Like just now, I just approached with the bronze puppet with a soul, and he stepped on it with one foot. It seemed like such an ordinary blow, but it was so close that I couldn't react at all. It was also a seemingly ordinary blow, and I was directly bombarded to death before I had time to use my soul connection release. From the beginning to the end, I didn't even feel the power, and I lost consciousness. Are you writing a novel here? The brown bear rolled his eyes. Don't exaggerate, since you have seen what it looks like. Let's go, there will probably be big trouble here soon. Hear this. The white wolf was stunned subconsciously. Only then did he notice that the uniform on his body seemed to have traces of battle. Turning to look at the living room, there is already a mess. Several bruised figures lay on the ground, looking dead. The white wolf's pupils shrank suddenly. What happened when I opened my soul? Oh, nothing. The brown bear patted his clothes and said indifferently, These guys should be from the Linlan City administration. They seem to want to come and investigate the person who took the video. Authority, you killed them. Years. Well, I can't help it. I didn't intend to deal with it at first. I kept knocking on the door, and I was annoyed. 35. Heard here. The white wolf's face darkened completely. If it was said that this guy killed ordinary people without authorization before, it was just a violation of the rules, then killing the administrative staff can be said to be completely ignorant of the consequences. If anything is really investigated by them, it will have an impact on the next plan. Thinking of this, he could only say with a dark face, Come on, go back to the boss. With the picture in my mind, this guy's information is basically enough. The voice fell. He brought out a pyramid-shaped black prop from the virtual warehouse. Immediately, a spiral pattern emerges. The air seemed to be twisted, and even the bodies of the two were twisted together and disappeared in place. At the same time, in the very center of the waist area, Lin Ye sat on the edge of the roof, looking at the direction in the distance. His eyes moved slightly. As expected, because as your level increases, the level is also very close to the rulers who came out of these dusk mausoleums. Therefore, there is no additional experience bonus for leaping level kills. In addition, the experience gap after level 70 becomes very huge. So far, although he killed dozens of dominators, his experience was still stuck between level 74 and 75. No wonder there are so few people who have awakened for the second time. It's not just because the awakening task is difficult to do, but even the normal leveling up is somewhat difficult. Lin Ye sighed helplessly in her heart. No way. After all, many of the masters who came later were 1 or 2 levels lower than him. Level 71, level 72, level 73. These monsters are naturally good experience packs when Lin Ye is over 40 levels. But now, it is not realistic to expect them to upgrade. Roughly speaking, there are almost 60 kills so far. I don't know if it's wrong, but judging from the speed at which the monsters are approaching, there should be no masters approaching in a short period of time. Maybe it was solved by other class transferees outside. Just as Lin Ye was thinking, he raised his phone again and swiped it casually. No way, after all, it's boring now, and there are no monsters, just look at the news on the internet. However, after seeing this, Lin Ye was immediately stunned, because at this moment, the entire public opinion on the internet is actually all about 2 topics. First topic, it is, Feng Lan University's misoperation caused the crack mutation to cause the citywide beast tide crisis. Although the topic was very long, Lin Ye was stunned the moment he read it. Wait, isn't that right? Isn't it the work of heretics? How did this suddenly become the wrong operation of the academy? And the next topic, it even made Lin Ye immediately bewildered. This is a topic about Dragon God Irene Mist. At first, Lin Ye didn't feel anything. After all, he had already heard from Dean Lei that the principal would personally prepare to deal with the Dragon God, so it shouldn't be a big problem. However, when he clicked into the topic and saw the content, his heart suddenly froze. Lines of shocking words emerged. Shock. According to a reporter on the scene, the high-level transfer team responsible for rescuing the beast tide in Linlan City suffered a catastrophic annihilation half an hour ago. The murderer is the master who once killed Li Wangxing, the Dragon God. Even the headmaster of Feng Lan University personally took action, and it seems that he is completely at a disadvantage, and he has been seriously injured now. Is it really the invincible theocracy? The news came to an abrupt end. There's even a video of the past shot from a distance below. Now, a breeze blows, lifting Lin Ye's uniform on the rooftop of the skyscraper. He looked at the phone, dumbfounded. 173 The enchantment of glow, the bursting meteor. Subscribe. What's the situation? Even the principal is at a disadvantage. Seriously injured. Is there such an exaggeration? Lin Ye's face became weird, and he opened the video suspiciously. The first impression is that the screen is extremely shaken. It seems to have been shot while running towards the front, while in the distance. The Dragon God is standing above the sky. Behind her, gray mist filled the air, and in the mist, the 3 figures could be vaguely seen. Although the picture was too shaken, the faces of the 3 people could not be clearly seen. But, from the color of their uniforms. But it can still be seen that they are wearing the dark purple uniforms of Yu's high school. In other words, it was the 3 heretics who escaped at that time. Realize this, Lin Ye's heart suddenly froze. What happened? Why did the Dragon God Irene Muse suddenly get together with these 3 guys? Then, in the lower right corner of the screen, he found the figures of the principal and others over there. As predicted, the headmaster's left hand was covered in blood. At first glance, there is indeed a feeling of serious injury. But at this moment, the video stops abruptly here. It seemed that someone on the side had stopped the shooting, and only heard the sound of a rustling black screen coming from inside. Subsequently, completely ended. After watching the video, Lin Ye's eyes moved slightly. Judging from the pictures in the video alone, the situation is not as tragic as I imagined. Although the principal was injured, but it is not the so-called dying serious injury. As far as the distance, there are indeed many wrecks of vehicles, as well as scattered figures, all of which are still alive and dead. Looks like, that group of people seems to be the rescue force from the so-called neighboring city who had a conflict with the Dragon God on the way. Is that the sound you heard at that time? Lin Ye couldn't help thinking in his heart, and at this moment, a ding-dong sounded suddenly on his mobile phone. Received the news, Lin Ye immediately picked up the phone. Unexpectedly, the text message happened to come from the principal's secretary. They added contact details to each other a long time ago. Open the text message, and the lines of text in it immediately come into view. Student Lin Ye, we just received the news. At present, there are less than 10 dominators remaining in the city, which can be solved smoothly. Therefore, the world-class props on your side can stop shining. In addition, quote, please be careful, Mr. Headmaster has just been attacked by a mysterious person in the shadows. According to his speculation, that person is most likely from a heretical, high-level hunter organization. Since they have started activities in Linlan City, they are likely to grab the world-class props in your hands. Please be careful. At the end of the message, he also emphasized the words again. Lin Ye's eyes suddenly sank, and his heart suddenly became serious. He raised his hand first, put away the ring of dusk suspended over there and put it directly into the warehouse. Dang. Next moment, the invisible energy breath completely disappeared. At the same time, all over the city, those monsters who have not arrived have turned into headless flies. They were dazed, as if trying to continue sniffing out the scent of world-class props, but couldn't feel it at all. And here at this moment, Lin Ye on the roof quickly entered an entry in the mobile phone browser. That's right, that's exactly what was mentioned in the text message. Advanced Hunter. To be frank, he had heard this word before. However, due to limited horizons, I did not understand it carefully at all. But now, he had to understand. After all, in the text message from the secretary just now, he suddenly realized. The principal was not injured in the battle with the dragon god at all, but was attacked. It looks like the news is completely misleading. And that group of people seems to be coming towards themselves. This of course made Lin Ye have to be on guard, and he quickly began to inquire about relevant content. Unexpectedly, all the relevant content on the internet is actually something that happened within 2 months. And there are also the Island Fireworks Gala incident, and the Charity Gala serial killing incident that caused a huge international sensation before. After Lin Ye clicked in and checked it out, his heart suddenly condensed. The so-called high-level hunters. It turned out to be a group of people who wanted to capture world-class items and inform the world. And it seems that you are still in a hurry to make a name for yourself recently. So why did you plan this live broadcast killing style snatch process? So to say, they appeared in Linlan City, and it seems that it is indeed possible to stare at the ring of dusk in my hand. Lin Ye's mind moved slightly in an instant. Unsurprisingly, the strength of this group of people should be very strong. Otherwise, it is impossible for even the principal to prevent their sneak attack. Although Lin Ye didn't know the strength of the principal, but judging from the respectful attitude of the principals to him before, it was obvious that his strength was extraordinary. Certainly, this is also nonsense. As the principal of one of the top 10 universities, how could he be weak? But even so, it was still attacked by a high-level hunter. It's enough to show the seriousness of the problem. Lin Ye stood up from the roof. After thinking for a while, he decided to call the principal's secretary directly. AJ. A busy tone came from the receiver, and it was connected after a while. Immediately, the secretary's somewhat surprised voice came from inside. Lin Ye, why did you call? Heard. Lin Ye didn't have any ink marks either, and said in a condensed voice, has the dragon god on your side solved it? The secretary obviously did not expect Lin Ye to ask this question, and was stunned for a moment, then said helplessly. No, Mr. Principal's injury is deteriorating, and he can't use enough strength to deal with the dragon god. We are just barely trapping her for the time being. Oh, I see, then you send me the address, and I'll go over now. 35. As soon as these words came out, the secretary was taken aback. Until this time, it was only then that he suddenly realized why Lin Ye suddenly made this call. Wait a minute, classmate Lin Ye, didn't you see the text messages I sent before? 35. At this special moment, you must not appear in such a place at will. If you were targeted by a high-level hunter, wouldn't it? However, his voice has not yet fallen. Ask for flowers, Lin Ye just said calmly and lightly. Don't worry, I'll be measured. But, the dragon god is also different from other monsters. It is an extremely powerful theocracy. Even if you have world-class items, it is difficult. Lin Ye was very helpless listening to the tangled voice of the secretary on the phone. All along, the secretary gave him a capable feeling. There is one thing to say, one thing is never procrastinated, simple and direct. But this time, I don't know if it's because of the principal's injury, and even he became hesitant. In desperation, Lin Ye could only interrupt him, saying, I have a special way to deal with the dragon god, so please send me the address. I'll tell you and the principal later on the scene. As soon as this is said, inside the phone, the secretary's voice suddenly shook. However, before he could continue to ask questions, Lin Ye here hung up the phone directly. He knew that the longer the call, the longer the delay. It is better to hang up directly, and the address will probably be sent over there. Even if it is not posted, Dean Chen and Dean Lei outside the waste area should know the approximate location of the address, and it is the same to ask them. Think of this. Lin Ye lowered his eyes and looked at the bottom of the building, where there were countless wreckages of masters, extremely tragic. Since there is still a little bit of experience left to complete the level 75 upgrade, then just use that dragon god. Lin Ye's eyes shone brightly, and then, with one step. Boom! The roof under his feet burst instantly, and the whole person burst out like a shooting star. And at this moment, on the wilderness road in the distance of Fenglin Academy. Now, above the sky, a light blue cubic enchantment floats. It exudes a faint glow, trapping several blurred figures in it. Outside, a group of fully armed job transferers were waiting with ugly expressions on their faces. One by one, they released their power, barely maintaining the barrier. There was smoke all around. Behind the crowd, in a ruin full of gravel and cracks. The headmaster, who was seriously injured, was leaning against the ruins. There was already a pool of blood under him, and his face also looked a little pale. At this moment, there are two people beside him who are anxiously performing healing on him at the same time. Their faces are covered with sweat. But I don't know why. Even though they have continued treatment for so long, they still cannot stop the blood flow. Obviously only the left hand is injured, but it has already caused a very serious impact on the function of the whole body. The headmaster's face was pale, his eyes narrowed slightly, staring at the dragon god in the barrier over there, his eyes flashing. Even if he was injured to this extent, he still seemed to be thinking about a plan to deal with the dragon god. Until the next moment, the secretary who finished the call came over from the side, and his face was extremely strange. Before he could speak, the principal retracted his gaze, looked over, and said in a condensed voice, Did Lin Ye say anything? Hearing this, the secretary bit his head and said, Student Lin Ye said, he has a special way to deal with the dragon god, and asked me to send him the address here. 5. What? The voice fell. Everyone at the scene was startled at the same time. 174 heroes always come crashing down at the most critical moment. Subscribe. Hear the secretary's words. Not to mention the principal, even the person who was in charge of healing suddenly turned weird. What the hell? Dare to come here? This is the theocracy. If there are no mechanical items, how can there be any special methods? For a while, the scene fell into a brief silence. Just a moment later, the secretary here continued to ask, "Do you want to send it?" Mr. Principal, 55. The principal nodded. Since he has called specifically to say it, there should be no problem. The person who just attacked me has also been marked by me. In a short time, shouldn't be any closer. As he spoke, a thoughtful and complex light appeared in his eyes. After the secretary over there finishes sending the message, the principal raised his eyes again to look at the barrier over there, and then said a little tiredly, "What's going on over there to refute the rumors?" As soon as this is said, the secretary suddenly looked bitter again. "I just announced the matter on the official account according to your intention, and using the dragon god here and the 3 people behind it as evidence, I explained that the outbreak of the beast tide was caused by heretics modifying the way of death. But, it seems most people don't believe our rumors. A considerable number of people say that we are throwing the pot and washing the white, with the meaning of 820. Heard. The headmaster's eyes suddenly froze, and then the already pale face became a little ugly. And one of the college commissioners on the side suddenly became angry and said, "Is there something wrong with this group of people? So confident and unwavering in a public opinion that appeared out of nowhere. When we didn't refute the rumors, we said that Feng Lan didn't dare to respond. There must be ghosts in our hearts. Now the rumor has been refuted, and it is said that we are throwing the blame and whitewashing. Are they all brainless keyboard warriors?" 9. The voice fell. The secretary shook his head with a wry smile and said, "In fact, there are still some people who believe this statement, but a small proportion. Another reason is, they don't believe that the 3 people behind the dragon god are the culprits in this incident. After all, these people are still wearing the uniforms of Tsukuzawa High School." 5. As soon as this is said, the crowd fell silent for a while. This really makes them unable to refute. After all, if it wasn't for this group of people who behaved abnormally in the academy and were then subjected to memory observation by the principal, it would be impossible for anyone to know that something was wrong with them. Now this situation, even if they knew they were heretics, there was no way to prove it to those on the other side of the screen in a reasonable way. The trickier point is that, not long ago, after the principal was attacked and injured by that mysterious man, he happened to be photographed by a few good reporters. They also mistakenly thought that the principal was injured by the dragon god, so they posted it online. So much so that the entire internet is now full of remarks about, the principal lost to the dragon god. In this situation, Feng Lan's refuting rumors about the whole incident became increasingly pale. With complicated eyes, the principal raised his hand weakly to the secretary, "Show it to me." Hearing this, the secretary immediately called up the relevant interface on the mobile phone, and then handed it over. The principal took the phone. The hot news inside, at this moment, is almost all about the topics of Linlan Beast Crisis, Feng Lan's refutation of rumors, Dragon God, and Principal Feng Lan's serious injury. The principal frowned. To be honest, he has always been very concerned about the public opinion on the internet, otherwise it would be impossible to apply for an official authentication account to publish various news on it. Although these netizens cannot substantively interfere with Feng Lan Academy, but the problem is that their public opinion is likely to lead to intervention at the national level. After all, the departments above are the ones that value the public's approval rate and the voice of public opinion the most. Just like the previous XX group fight incident, due to the media hype and the outbreak of public opinion, the senior departments of the Yan Kingdom had to intervene, and this incident directly rose to a popularity that did not belong to it. Not to mention the issue that the most famous Western Luohong College was directly removed from the top 10 universities by the state because of public opinion. It is based on this. He will arrange for the secretary to refute the rumor as soon as possible. If it is not clarified, it will completely change the nature of the event. The principal clicked on an entry at random. All major official media and self-media are forwarding relevant news and news. But without exception, most of the hot comments in it are in blatant ridicule. As long as there is a problem, it must be a heretic again, right? The last time I saw such a clumsy dump was the last time. I'm really convinced, don't they know how to change the reason for these official accounts, and they talk about heretics. The picture is actually a student of Yu's high school. You really think everyone is blind? 5. Everyone, I have just contacted the official account of Yu's university, waiting for the opposite side to slap in the face. The funniest thing is that there are people who say that the monsters in Linlan City have been almost solved. I was thinking, even the most troublesome dragon god hasn't been solved yet, right? Feng Lan's headmaster personally lost, how do you expect them to win? Tisk tisk, it is estimated that the hunter of the national S-rank organization needs to intervene. I'm just waiting for this. As soon as the state intervenes, let's see if Feng Lan dares to make up excuses to cleanse himself. Hundreds of thousands of likes and millions of hot comments, no doubt show the trend of public opinion. After flipping through more than a dozen articles in a row, I can barely see a few sporadic hot comments that support rumors. But soon these people will also be accused of being Feng Lan's dog licking, or receiving money. After looking at it, there were tears in the headmaster's heart. Although he had anticipated that public opinion would be very unfavorable, but I didn't expect it, to the extent of being one-sided. It always felt like, as if there was some kind of power behind the flames. But, who is it? Who would have hoped that Feng Lan Academy would be sanctioned by the state under public opinion? Any other top 10 colleges? Or those colleges that want to move up to the top 10? This is now impossible to know. After all, the entire internet is full of relevant news. Finding out who started the whole thing is like looking for a needle in a haystack. If you want to quell this public opinion, there are only two means. Or prove to the world that this incident was indeed planned by heretics, and those members of Yu's high school have long been replaced by heretics. Either the beast tide crisis in Linland should be completely resolved first, including this dragon god who was called invincible on the internet. But the problem is, without mechanical props, can this guy really be defeated? Everyone's psychology is clueless, including himself. He didn't even think about this when he first came here, he just wanted to restrain him first. However, just when several people thought of this, suddenly, boom, a deafening explosion sounded in an instant. The sky blue barrier that bound the dragon god over there suddenly exploded. The deafening explosion sounded like thunder in the sky above. The blue particle stream beam scatters in an instant. On the entire battlefield, the storm caused by the shock wave spread violently in an instant. In the fog, the slender dragon god Irene Mist slowly emerged, and those arrogant golden eyes were still extremely indifferent at this moment. Terrifying storm, also at this moment, spread the audience in an instant. Boom, everyone at the scene suddenly changed their faces. Including the principal here, his face is also ugly. This level of enchantment is still not enough to limit it. And the fully armed transferees over there were blasted away by the shock wave. One by one's face changed greatly in an instant. They had long expected that the barrier would not last long. However, at the moment when it was really broken, everyone couldn't help but sigh. This extreme sense of terrifying oppression is completely indescribable in words. And at this moment, the dragon god Irene Muse over there just looked down at everyone condescendingly and said indifferently, "I just gave you enough time to move the rescuers. It looks like no one's coming. Humanity is a real letdown." The voice fell, her golden pupil swept over like a blade. In an instant, the coercion directly slammed onto everyone's body as if it had formed substantial gravity. Tom, the weaker ones can't even stand up. Many people were directly pressed to their knees on the ground, their faces instantly pale, and they were terrified. Some even felt dizzy and foaming at the mouth. And this side, the headmaster, who was seriously injured, turned pale and spit out a mouthful of blood. Puff, principal, 35 inches principal. The pupils of the people on the side shrank, and they were extremely horrified. No one wants to get. The dragon god has already suppressed the audience just by coercion. Now, the dragon god's expression was still extremely indifferent, like an iceberg. 2.1 The coercion gushing out from the golden pupils has not weakened, but has continued to strengthen. Everyone's faces were pale, their pupils dilated, and they couldn't even breathe. The principal's pupils narrowed. What's the situation? This guy's power, stronger than ever. Could it be that her strength is constantly evolving every moment? However, at this moment, he couldn't think any longer. The heavy pressure made his heart seem to be stagnant, and he could no longer breathe. Are we all going to die here? However, just at the crunch time, suddenly, an aberration happened. Above the distant sky, a red-black figure suddenly pierced through the sky like a shooting star. Boom, the shock wave exploded violently. Amidst the overflowing storm, a figure with attributes instantly fell to the ground. Just like a superhero, at the most critical last moment, it finally came with a bang. This moment, whether it was the frightened secretary or the headmaster whose mouth was covered in blood, they froze at the same time. 66. Lin Ye, 175 You will pay the price for your ego, please subscribe. Their pupils fluttered. It was completely unexpected that Lin Ye would arrive at the scene so quickly. This place is a few kilometers away from the college, and the waste area is completely at the other end of the college. From there to here, even at full speed, it will take at least 10 minutes. And now, after the secretary sent the address, it took less than 2 minutes, right? Such a short time, he rushed directly from the waste area. In a split second, almost everyone present was stunned. Not only that, the other job changers over there stared wide-eyed one after another, as if they had seen a ghost. And many more. What's the situation? Where did this guy come from? From the sky. This uniform is the uniform of Feng Lan High School. For a moment, everyone was startled. These people are not Feng Lan's internal personnel, but civilians who have transferred jobs. The reason why they appeared here this time is just to cooperate with them. Therefore, of course, the missing person was completely unknown. But unlike them, now, over there, the dragon god Yilin Wuxi, and General Cheng Wei after that, were all breathless for a while. This figure, yes, of course they felt familiar at the same time, even though this figure is looking in the direction of Principal 18 and others over there at the moment, with his back to them. But, they still vaguely sensed something about the uniform and the breath on their bodies. The heretic General Cheng Wei and the other three were stunned for a while. Then, almost at the same moment, a faint smile appeared in his eyes. No doubt, of course they noticed it. This person is exactly the person who had 2 brief fights with them. It is also the dual professor who defeated Mr. N, the pupil of the ancient god. They had thought before, kill this guy with the help of the dragon god, and then take his blessed soul. As a result, dragon god changed his goal midway. I thought that in a short time, I might not be able to meet this guy again. But I didn't expect, he actually delivered it to the door by himself. The three of them looked at each other, their pupils flickering, and there was no doubt that they were already looking forward to it. As long as the dragon god kills him, then they can approach and use special spells, to absorb the blessings in his soul. In this way, the powerful power of blessing will be transferred to them instantly. At that time, they will be the ones with that powerful power. But at this time, unlike them, Dragon God's eyes suddenly narrowed slightly. For the first time, a hint of doubt appeared in her golden pupils, as if she was a little surprised. Even subconsciously, he withdrew his dragon pressure, as if in a trance for a moment. During this short silence, among the storm and dust here, Lin Ye waved his hand to sweep away the smog in front of him. The landing strength was not well controlled, and the ash was really a bit big. But at the same time, after seeing the situation in front of him clearly, he also breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, we caught up. It seems right to rush all the way just now. Judging from the breath, the headmaster's injury is indeed serious to a certain extent. Lin Ye raised his eyes and looked over. His gaze meets the principal and secretary over there. Lin Ye didn't speak, but nodded to them after making subtle eye contact. See here, the weak headmaster originally wanted to remind Lin Ye about the ability of this dragon god. But at this moment, suddenly there was another meal in my heart. Because, when he saw the extremely calm expression on Lin Ye's face, just suddenly remembered, in the Twilight Mausoleum, the person who killed the dragon god was Lin Ye himself. Therefore, for the ability of this dragon god, he must have already known it well, and there is no need to remind him at all. And, watching Lin Ye's various battles before, it seems that I have never seen him wearing any special equipment and weapons. All the time, he seems to be fighting completely naked plus empty-handed. Although this point has been subconsciously ignored by people, but when you think about it carefully, it is extremely outrageous and against the sky. And the dragon god in front of him, the theocracy she possesses is exactly the absolute suppression of equipment and weapons. Could it be that, the characteristics of Lin Ye's hidden profession, can really restrain the dragon god just right? Aware of this, the headmaster suddenly became short of breath. Although he couldn't be 100% sure, but for some reason, at this moment, he suddenly felt that it was very possible. Finally, he also said nothing. He just looked at Lin Ye and nodded weakly and seriously. Now, everything goes without saying. Seeing this, the secretary next to him swallowed and said in a low voice, "Student Lin Ye, be careful." Lin Ye nodded and didn't say much. He just turned around calmly and looked at the dragon god Aaron Wuxi over there. Dusty room, his line of sight and that of the dragon god finally came together. This moment, it was as if time had stopped. Lin Ye's face was calm, and his pupils were like a windless lake, calm and calm. While far away, the dragon god Aaron Miz over there was startled suddenly, and her golden pupils shrank instantly. The moment I saw Lin Ye's face clearly, in its heart, a moment of turmoil was set off. And many more. This guy is the human hero who appeared at that time. The man who defeated me without using the hunting sword in my palace. Impossible. Isn't that just a dream? If I was really killed at that time, what is going on now? How can I still be standing here alive? For a moment, in the golden pupils of dragon god Aaron Miz, a faint mist seemed to appear. Incomprehensible, she couldn't understand the situation at all. And at this time, behind her, General Cheng Wei over there naturally hadn't noticed this yet. He just took a slight step forward and said with a light smile. Master Dragon God, I think you should know Black Star very well, and you probably also know the existence of Wisher. Quote, that's right, the guy in front of me is a person blessed by Black Star. His soul has mutated due to blessings, and he has mastered dual professions, so his power is also extremely powerful. Perhaps, it can make you feel the joy of fighting a little bit. He said with a smile. There is no doubt that these remarks were deliberately fueling the fire. After all, he had already missed an opportunity before, and of course he couldn't miss it this time. However, after hearing this, the dragon god in front of him suddenly had a slight glint in his eyes. It turned out to be, well-wishers. However, before she can continue to think, seeing Lin Ye over there walking over, he said with a blank expression on his face. Go ahead, stop talking nonsense, it's not the first time we've met. Quote. Quote. As soon as the words came out, Dragon God was stunned again, then frowned. 513 is not the first time. It seems that, was there a fight with this guy then? However, while she was thinking, behind her, General Cheng Wei and the other three over there also moved their eyes slightly. Almost subconsciously, they thought that Lin Ye was speaking to them. Then, one of them suddenly had cold eyes, and said in a deep voice. Make no mistake, boy. It is the great dragon god, Lord Aramis, who will bring divine punishment to you, not us. You will pay the price for your ego immediately. His voice was very quiet. It seems that he has forgotten the panic when he escaped by chance. Obviously, with the backing of the invincible dragon god, he has already forgotten his fear. However, after hearing this, Lin Ye just glanced at it, without changing his expression, and said flatly, Shut up, I didn't talk to you. Hey, The man seemed about to open his mouth to retort, but his words have not yet fallen. Suddenly, base, the figure of Lin Ye. It turned into an afterimage and disappeared on the spot. The whole person is like a gorgeous red and black gust of wind, sweeping towards me. Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. See this picture. Everyone in the audience was shocked, and their hearts were shocked. Especially the three heretics over there. Their pupils shrank sharply at the same time, and their faces changed drastically. Because at this moment, they suddenly realized that Lin Ye's figure actually bypassed the dragon god in front of him and arrived at them. Yes, his sudden action. The target is not the dragon god in front at all, but them. 176. Is this still the situation after holding back? Are you kidding me? Seeking subscription. Aware of this, the faces of the three changed drastically at the same time almost instantly. And General Cheng Wei in the middle instantly realized something was wrong. His face was extremely ugly, and he wanted to launch the magic book to fight back in an instant. However, the moment the magic book flew out, he could only feel Lin Ye's figure approaching at high speed. Now, there is no time to react. The activation of the magic book requires chanting and gaining momentum. This distance and time cannot be done at all. Then, he immediately changed his mind again. Deng even subconsciously raised his hand and waved it over. However, this is not an unarmed attack. The moment he made a move, a gorgeous silver blade burst out from his palm, and he slashed towards Lin Ye's figure in an instant. Magic Sword Art. Silver Sword Shadow. Level 65, Advanced Melee Instant Magic without any chant. In a moment of thought, you can instantly condense a silver blade made of magic spells from your hand by consuming mental power. And, when the skill proficiency reaches the full level, this silver knife shadow will also have different enchanting characteristics according to the caster's thoughts. In other words, you can add attributes such as thunder, flame, and ice to carry out elemental strikes. You can also add attack type attributes such as sharp and puncture to cause special attacks. And at this moment, he added attributes such as high speed, sharpness, and magic penetration, almost without hesitation. Want in an instant, immediately counterattack Lin Ye, who is rushing at high speed. He has always been a dual specialization in spirit and speed. Therefore, the speed of counterattack with the knife is already so fast that others can't react at all. But even so, he still far underestimated Lin Ye. As everyone knows, now he proudly strikes back at the silver blade. In Lin Ye's eyes, it is as gentle as running water. There is no lethality at all. He just turned slightly sideways and easily dodged. Afterwards, he successfully approached within one step of General Cheng Wei. Between lightning and flint, no one could notice that the moment Lin Ye finished moving, he clenched his fist and rushed over. Skill, normal punch, boom. The incomparably fierce force surged out in an instant, directly hitting General Zhang Wei's chest. What followed was a crit-like punch, bursting out in an instant. Boom. General Cheng Wei's face instantly turned pale. Before he even realized how his skills were dodged just now, he directly felt a huge sense of oppression in an instant. Immediately afterwards, there was indescribable pain and bombardment. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out. He only felt his brain roaring, and his internal organs seemed to be shattered. The figure of the whole person turned into a cannonball and flew out, boom. Under the broken armor, the figure of the whole person smashed directly into the ruins. The earth trembled, and sand and dust flew all over the sky. Nothing more. At this moment, the two heretics beside them were already terrified and sweating profusely. Just froze in place. Of course they want to escape too. However, the strong sense of fear in their hearts at this moment stopped their steps. Escape. How to escape? This terrifying speed. Even General Cheng Wei couldn't react at a speed. How is it possible to escape? No. Only by relying on Lord Dragon God is it possible to defeat this guy. Thinking of this, the two were almost at the same moment, and they wanted to cry out for help in great fear, Dragon God. But their words have not yet fallen. Bang, bang, two swift and dull sounds exploded in an instant. Before they could react to what happened, they felt a roar, and their consciousness instantly faded away. Boom. The two also flew upside down at the same time like baseballs being knocked into the air. The whole process didn't even have time to let out a scream. The scene suddenly fell into a dead silence. All the people who witnessed this scene, whether it was the principal and secretary over there, or the other transferees, were all stunned. What happened? Within 3 seconds, solved 3 people. What speed is this Nima? Can't see at all. The eyes just can't keep up. This guy, does he use his big move right from the start? Or did it without wearing any equipment or weapons at all? Everyone held their breaths in disbelief. This NM is a monster. Now, even the dragon god froze slightly in place. However, Lin Ye, who was standing behind her, just clapped his hands easily and said with a smile. That way, no one is making noise. In fact, the reason why he shot, of course, it's not just that they are noisy. It is mainly these 3 people, especially the bee in the middle, who master the technique of space transfer. The previous 2 times, it's all because he didn't make a move in the first place, which led to the completion of his technique. This allowed them to escape from under their eyes twice in a row. So this time, before the war started, he decided to deal with them first. Otherwise, if these guys run away again after defeating the dragon god, it will be a bit troublesome. Think here. Lin Ye looked up at the shocked principal and the others again, and said loudly. Principal, would you please have someone check to see if they are still alive? I kept my hand on purpose just now. I should be able to dig out some information or something. Quote question mark question mark question mark question mark question mark quote. As soon as the words came out, everyone was shocked again. Keep it, are you kidding me? This shocking attack effect, is it the level of holding back? Or did you keep it on purpose to find information? Now, everyone was dumbfounded. Never expected that Lin Ye has made so many plans in such a short period of time. Even the headmaster, at this moment, he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He just talked to Lin Ye a little bit before, saying, it would be better if he could get information from General Cheng Wei, but, here it is. After being stunned for a moment, he glanced at the secretary beside him. The secretary naturally understood immediately, and quickly looked at the narrators and said in a concentrated voice. Go over and see, if you are still alive. Immediately put into detention. As good. After the voice fell, several job changers instantly turned towards the direction where the person was blown away. And here at the moment, the principal looked at the secretary over there again, suddenly lowered his voice, and said in a concentrated voice. If later, Lin Ye really crushed the words of this dragon god called, invincible. Remember to record it on video. As soon as the words came out, the secretary was stunned. What do you mean? The headmaster looked over, and suddenly a smile appeared on his slightly pale face, and said. There are always people who want to take pictures of our defeat, so as to add fuel to the fire and make the whole thing more and more dangerous. Since that's the case, let's use the same method to deal with them this time. Just rely on Lin Ye's strength. As soon as the words came out, the secretary was shocked in an instant. Immediately, after a moment of confusion, he immediately reacted, his eyes lit up, understood. Of course he understood what the principal meant. Judging from the current situation on the internet, this dragon god has already become the epithet Wang Nojiao for the animal tide crisis in Linlan City. No matter how many monsters are dealt with in the waste area. As long as the dragon god is not resolved, in the eyes of that group of people, maybe they are all the same, and the crisis is still not resolved. Fenglin Academy still has to take the blame. But instead, as long as the dragon god is defeated, at this time, I will record the battle situation in the abandoned area and all public opinion. Maybe there will be an instant reversal. From the present situation, Lin Ye possesses such terrifying power, it is indeed very possible to do this. After a moment of silence, Li Zi finally turned around, and Jin Tong looked at Lin Ye. After staring for a long time, she said coldly, Humanity, you seem to be stronger than before. Is it my illusion? The voice fell. Lin Ye raised his gaze. Would you know if you try it? Wen Yan, Aaron Wuxi's pupils suddenly sank. Then, a powerful coercion erupted again from within those gorgeous golden dragon pupils. But this time, instead of enveloping the audience, they went straight to Lin Ye on the opposite side. In the locked situation, the sense of oppression is like an invisible heavy hammer directly hitting it. 177. It seems very passive, but it is actually a full counterattack. Seeking subscription. After liberating the power, now her Longwei can already achieve the level of substantial gravity. See here, the moment the coercion descended, the ground under Lin Ye's feet exploded on the spot. Boom. Seeing this picture, everyone in the distance locked their pupils at the same time, and their hearts were shocked. Although they also felt the extreme oppression from the dragon god just now, but it didn't reach this level at all. Think back to the feeling of being out of breath just now, isn't it even more intense now? For a while, many people swallowed their saliva one after another, and their hearts became tense involuntarily. However, even so, in the coercive domain here, Lin Ye still didn't show any fluctuations. He just raised his eyes slightly, his expression extremely calm. Under the coercive attack of the dragon god, not only did he not feel any pressure, but even a reminder sounded in his mind. Ding. Inherent power. The strongest body on the surface has been activated, your physique has been tempered, and the multiplier has increased significantly. Lin Ye's heart skipped a beat. Substantial growth. This is the first time I heard. In the previous battles, every time Lin Ye was hit by an enemy attack 080 times, Lin Ye's inherent power would be activated automatically, and his physique would be tempered and increased. He has long been used to it. But this time, it was obviously different. After the dragon god's attack fell, what it brought turned out to be a substantial increase. As far as he knows, the effect of this power belongs to the type of, when it is strong, it is strong. In other words, when the defense is not broken through, the stronger the enemy's attack is, the stronger the tempering effect will be. In other words, the dragon god's attack is already so strong. Aware of this, Lin Ye raised his eyebrows involuntarily. In fact, when he first came here, he already noticed that the dragon god seemed to be several times stronger than before in the Twilight Mausoleum. But I didn't expect that there would be such an unexpected surprise. While he was thinking, now, the dragon god Aaron Wuxi over there rushed towards her with cold eyes. Boom. No doubt, of course she noticed that Lin Ye was not hurt. Because of this, she decided to take a step closer and launch a stronger attack. Yes, although she is a dragon, what she is best at has never been spells or roaring, but close combat. Because of this, she deliberately mastered the technique of transfiguration, in order to learn stronger fighting techniques. When in the mausoleum at dusk, Before her power was released, she had already mastered the strongest, God's Mie Lu, in the fighting system. And now, after the liberation of power, it is the best moment to show the God Mie Lu. Boom. The moment she rushed out, starting from the position of the dragon claws, the dark red dragon scales instantly covered the arms that were originally as white as jade. Immediately afterwards, thick dark red dragon scale armor began to appear all over his body. Reinforce the second type, dragon armor form. By consuming physical strength and mental strength, you can increase your own speed and strength by an extreme percentage, and it will continue to increase over time until your physical strength is exhausted. With the glow of the whole body lit up, the dark red figure that rushed out of her accelerated again in the air. Arrived directly in front of Lin Ye like a ghost, and then... boom. That punch, which was blasted like a missile, directly jumped Lin Ye's body on the spot. God Destroyer Technique, Ascending Dragon. Boom. Under the exploding punch, Lin Ye was directly blasted into the sky on the spot. Subsequently, Dragon God's golden pupil flashed suddenly. The whole figure disappeared directly on the ground, and then appeared behind Lin Ye in the air. Next moment, above her fists, a huge gray mist suddenly ignited. Stretching out from the mist are bursting lightning and boiling flames. Boom. The gorgeous high-speed continuous strikes fell like a storm in an instant, completely devouring Lin Ye who was floating in the air. Bang 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 bang. The continuous explosion suddenly, BIDB, sounded like a Gatling machine gun. On the entire wilderness road, bursts continue. Every punch, all accompanied by bursting fog, and bursting flames and lightning. Shock waves surged out like invisible waves, slapping away in all directions. The brilliance shines, the storm never stops. The dragon god's face was extremely chilling, and his attacking movements became faster and faster, completely turning into a brutal movie. God Destroyer skill, Meteor. Now, the originally lonely audience seemed to be left with only the dull sound of continuous explosions. Looking down from here, only fist shadows, flames, and lightning remained, and Lin Ye was almost completely invisible. Therefore, all the people who saw this scene were breathless and their faces changed drastically. Wait a moment, what happened? Lin Ye, who was so fast just now, was suppressed. Oh my god. How strong is the true strength of this dragon god? This is just an ordinary human form, what if it turns into a dragon form? Aware of this, many people were sweating and their hands and feet were cold. Just saw Lin Ye killing the 3 heretics at the speed of light, they still felt a little hopeful. But at this moment, the explosive attack of the dragon god has already shattered all their fantasies. The shocking force of horror made their brains almost go blank. Only at this moment, the principal, secretary and others here opened their mouths wide, their pupils terrified. But they were horrified, but not because of the scene of Lin Ye being beaten, but because they were keenly aware that Lin Ye was not injured at all even in the stormy onslaught. Not only was he not injured, he is even still fighting back, only, it's too fast to see clearly. People with insufficient dynamic strength will only feel that they are being beaten when they look at it. The so-called bombardment. Realizing this, the principal and the secretary next to him immediately looked at each other. But like a juggler, he took every blow with extreme precision. Although he seems very passive. Because at this moment, now, the dragon god who was performing the God Destroyer skill Meteor, while his eyes were extremely cold, suddenly clenched his teeth. It didn't sound from hitting him, but from the impact of his palm. Only she sees clearly, maybe that's not the case at all. Afterwards, the secretary understood almost instantly, and quickly took out his mobile phone to start shooting and recording. Without exception, high above the sky, but in fact, this Lin Ye, who was completely covered by his own attack, was not injured at all. Every punch he threw out at extreme speed was perfectly blocked by his outstretched palm. 178 How can someone still fight like this? Seeking subscription. Aware of this, a trace of disbelief finally appeared in the golden pupil of the dragon god. At the same time, but there is still a trace of long-lost excitement. How can that be? Obviously after leaving the Twilight Mausoleum, my power has been released, and there is no upper limit for strengthening, that's right. And now, in the strengthened state of the dragon armor, my speed and strength have already reached this level, and he can catch it perfectly. Moreover, it is still being suppressed by my supreme theocracy. That's right, this guy is indeed a man who can tell me. Boom. Aware of this, the dragon god's golden pupils shined extremely brightly, and once again exerted their strength. I saw the steel thorn-like dragon tail behind me, and it was speeding forward in an instant. Above the tail, the dark red light surged like some kind of sharp edge, directly piercing the air with an extremely ear-piercing buzzing sound. There is a huge difference in the size of the two of them. Now, in the air is the domain of the dragon god. So, her tail sting almost went straight to a dead corner. When Lin Ye was unprepared, he appeared directly behind him, attacking towards the heart. Now, Lin Ye was still between the rioting fist shadow and thunder and fire. Logically speaking, it was absolutely impossible for him to be distracted and pay attention to the dragon star's attack over there. Even if you notice it, you have no time to deal with it. In this case, the so-called 2 fists are hard to beat 4 hands is the simplest truth. Therefore, Dragon God is full of confidence. This blow may not be able to kill him, but it can definitely suppress him. Call out, it's too late, it's too soon. The dragon's tail of dark red light came in an instant. But at this moment, a picture that was completely unexpected to her appeared. At the moment when the tip of the dragon's tail was about to hit Lin Ye, his figure unexpectedly shifted in the air in a strange way. It's almost impossible to see clearly. Just like that, and the attacking dragon's tail instantly intertwined. Boom! The dragon's tail blasted into the air. With a shock, the dark red cracks spread in an instant, as if distorting the space. Yes, naturally, this is also one of her trump cards, but at this moment, it is still completely in vain. Erin Wuxi's pupils shrank instantly. If it didn't fit her identity, she even wanted to call it out directly. What's the situation? Obviously it's just a little sideways, but this TM can escape. What happened? The weird acceleration just now is the level that humans can do. The dragon god's eyes darkened. All the time, she all knew about this special race of humans. Among the many planes and races in the dimensional rift, the human race has never been the strongest, and it can even be said to be generally weak. Let alone compared with the higher existences in the dimensional rift, they are very weak even compared with the large number of creatures that exist in their world. Only by relying on armed tools and so on, can it barely surpass other creatures. However, for some reason, since a certain moment, human beings have frequently received the blessings of Black Star. Even the projection of Black Star's main personality directly descended on their world. All the time, even Irene Moss couldn't understand this. But today, she suddenly noticed something in this man in front of her. Is this the potential of human beings when they get serious? And at this moment, what she didn't know was, although Lin Ye here seems to be engrossed, he is very serious. But in fact, he is paying attention to his career panel in front of him. That's right, the reason why he kept punching Erin Wuxi just now was of course that he was tempering his physique. Unsurprisingly, the effect of her attack power can indeed greatly increase the multiplier. In addition, her attack speed is directly maxed out. This also caused Lin Ye's defense power increase rate to soar like a rocket in this short period of time. Currently, it has directly reached the outrageous level of 3,300% increase. And the trick just escaped. It also inadvertently promoted the tempering of speed, and also increased the agility multiplier. Therefore, this battle, it can be said that it is a happy leveling. However, at this moment, the dragon god Erin Wuxi on the opposite side, of course, was not reconciled to this. After the moment Lin Ye escaped, she didn't use her tail to stab it, but directly swept away forcefully. Directly aimed at Lin Ye's waist, and cut it in the middle. Asking for flowers, the sharpness of the dragon tail is not inferior to any elite weapon. The moment it passed by, there was a sound of breaking through the sky. In addition, this time she directly compresses and blocks the surrounding space in all directions. This time, no room for Lin Ye to dodge. However, what she didn't expect was that Lin Ye seems to have never thought of hiding from the beginning. At the moment when the dragon's tail swept across, he grabbed it with one hand. Boom! The steel blade-like tail directly hit Lin Ye's palm paper. There was a sound of collision like steel, resounding throughout the audience. Unexpectedly, Lin Ye's palm was not directly cut. Instead, it was like a pair of giant steel pliers, firmly imprisoning her tail. Can't move any further. The originally terrifying high speed, at this moment, stalled. This majestic power even made her feel a deep sense of powerlessness directly from her heart. Quote! Quote. Aware of this, Dragon God's pupils shrank suddenly. How is this possible? This guy just grabbed my tail with his bare hands. Question mark. For a while, even she, who has been fighting for a long time, just feels that her mind is blank and she can't understand it at all. How can anyone still fight like this? Isn't he afraid of his hand being cut off? However, at this moment, Lin Ye on the opposite side just looked up and said with a surprised face. Well, why is it hot to the touch? I thought dragon tails were cold. Quote? Quote. Erin Wuxi's face froze for a moment. However, before she could react, Lin Ye exerted a sudden force in his hands, pulled his tail in an instant, and slammed it towards the ground. Boom! Before Lin Wuxi could react at all, she felt an extremely violent force crashing down. The whole person was directly smashed to the ground at a speed that is difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. Boom! Between the explosions, the earth exploded in an instant. The gravel is flying, and the dust is everywhere. Around, all the people who witnessed this scene were all wide-eyed and dumbfounded. Question mark. One River 179 Is this FG harmless? The long river of blood soaring to the sky, seeking subscription, ! And many more. What happened? This was directly blasted down. Everyone held their breath for an instant and hurriedly looked in that direction. Between the shaking of the earth, the cracks on the ground presented a picture like a spider web. In the very center of the crack, there is a deeply sunken pothole. Everyone who saw this picture was dumbfounded. For the first time, they didn't even see who was smashed down. Many people even subconsciously thought it was Lin Ye, and felt tense because of this. After all, just last second, Lin Ye is still in the midst of the stormy offensive of the Dragon God, completely immobilized. Being bombarded at this moment seems to be reasonable. It can even be said to be logical. However, it all lasted only until 670, when they raised their eyes and saw another figure falling from the sky. Tom. Among the smoke and dust, Lin Ye, who was wearing a dark red uniform, fell from the sky and just landed next to the pothole on the ground. At this moment, like a geological prospector, he looked down calmly. Unscathed, there is absolutely no feeling of having just experienced a war. Quote. Question mark quote. Quote question mark question mark question mark question mark quote. See here, the hearts of all the people present thumped instantly, and almost at the same time, the same question marks appeared on their faces. What the hell? No more injuries. In the case of being punched so many times by the dragon god just now, is he still uninjured? And even the FG clothes are not torn. This Nima is wrong. Isn't this outfit just the basic school uniform of Fenglin Academy? Can you handle this? Could it be that his clothes are different from others? Is it a special enhanced version? Many job changers swallowed their saliva immediately. Some people even subconsciously glanced at Principal Feng Lan and the others over there. After all, this group of people is very familiar with that Lin Ye, so they should know something. However, when they saw their expressions clearly, the group of job changers were even more confused. Because at this moment, the principal and secretary over there, instead of showing any trace of understanding on his face, he looked even more dumbfounded. It seemed that they were even more shocked than the group of them. Amidst the dead silence, a drop of cold sweat appeared on the secretary's forehead. He was holding the mobile phone stiffly in his hand to take pictures over there, and everything just happened to be recorded. But, this is a bit outrageous, isn't it? Obviously wearing the most common appearance uniform issued by the academy. This suit, there is no defense or effect at all, right? This can completely maintain a state of no damage under the attack of the dragon god. It's a bit too much. Did it just? He hasn't been attacked at all since the beginning. Dodged all the way. However, at this moment, what they don't know, of course, is that, in fact, Lin Ye's clothes were already affected by the flames and attacks of the dragon god. If there is no inherent power to, do not break the law, the clothes will indeed be gone long ago. Boom. With another bang, a beam of orange-red flame suddenly rose into the sky from the hole in the ground over there. It directly swallowed Lin Ye at the edge of the pothole over there instantly. The blazing high temperature instantly heated the surrounding air, and the rapid expansion produced an explosion. Boom. Another series of explosions. Immediately, the figure of dragon god Yilin Wuxi suddenly rushed out from under the ground. There were some signs of damaged scales on her body, but they were being repaired quickly. And at this moment, after the flame beam disappeared, Lin Ye still stood there, as if nothing happened just now. Even the gravel under his feet was instantly scorched black, but he was still unharmed. Quote exclamation mark quote. Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. Dragon god's eyes dimmed for a moment. The other spectators over there were shocked again, and someone even yelled, "Damn it," in a low voice. If you say before, if those moves didn't really attack him, they could barely explain why he was harmless. But now, how to explain this stuff? Obviously everyone present could clearly see the beam of flame hitting him directly, engulfing him completely. Result, when the light disappears, Nima is completely harmless. This time, in the eyes of all, almost all are left with unbelievable shock and nothing else. And here, Dragon God and Lin Ye, across the 3-meter potholes, they stood facing each other in the air. The audience fell silent for an instant. Under the sky that is about to be dusk, everything seems to be frozen. No one dared to break this moment of stability. Dragon God's golden pupils shone proudly and indifferently, while Lin Ye's black pupils were as calm as ever. Finally, after staring for a long time, Dragon God Erin Wuxi suddenly spoke. She stared at Lin Ye and slowly opened her mouth and said, "Really, my prediction was right. In this world, after all, there are people who can make me feel happy. This feeling is really long gone. I think, it should be the same for you, right? With such great power, you should have already lost the most basic human emotions, right?" This moment, her words have a sense of heroism. On her usually cold and haughty face, there was even a faint hint of excitement. It seems to be fighting spirit, it seems to be fanaticism, and it seems to be pure joy. The breeze blew, but Lin Ye didn't speak. He remained silent. It seems to be thinking about the same problem. The dragon god possesses the supreme theocracy, so he cannot enjoy the pleasure of fighting. And that Saitama teacher, also because of his overpowering power, gradually lost his human feelings. Will the future self be like this in the end? This question has no answer. But at least so far, Lin Ye is very satisfied with his own strength. As for losing emotion, not really. Therefore, this is probably the difference between him and Dragon God at this stage. 5.6. Thinking of this, Lin Ye raised his eyes and looked over. However, just when his eyes met the Dragon God over there, suddenly, a sudden change that no one expected happened. I saw above the ground, a blood-red light suddenly rushed out. Like a long river of blood, it instantly enveloped the Dragon God over there, completely imprisoning it on the spot. Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. Realize that something is wrong. Dragon God's pupils shrank instantly. She tried to dodge out of range immediately. However, for some reason, the whole body can't move at all. And at this moment, whether it's Lin Ye on the opposite side, or the principal and others in the distance, they all looked stunned at the same time. Yes, they have felt it. This aura, it turned out to be the power of heretics. 180 The Bound Jesus, the perfect death contract. Seeking subscription. What happened? Why does the aura of heretics appear for no reason? Just around. Absolutely no associated fluctuations. Moreover, this power emperor is so powerful that it can interfere with the dragon god. Aware of this, not to mention the job changer and secretary over there, even Lin Ye and the principal's faces sank at the same time. Of course they realized something was wrong. This is the dragon god. The confinement that she can't break free with her strength is enough to show that it is very difficult. Apparently, the heretic who activated this ability probably planned it long ago. And at this time, the dragon god who was imprisoned by the blood-colored river over there had an extremely ugly expression on his face. She thought that by now, she could finally start to enjoy this pleasant battle with Lin Ye. But unexpectedly, she was trapped before her battle even started. At this moment, her whole body was blocked by blood chains, and she couldn't move at all. She gritted her silver teeth. The golden 18 pupils are extremely bright. Obviously, it is trying to make a forced breakthrough. But the next moment, all the power bursting out of her body began to drain rapidly. Immediately afterwards, from the bloody chains, it was as if some kind of extremely ancient existence emerged, swallowing her completely in an instant. Thump, accompanied by a roar in the brain. The pupils of the dragon god Yilin Wuxi froze for a moment, and finally, faded in an instant. Subsequently, it's like being drained of energy. Her limbs and head dropped instantly, and finally, unwillingly, she closed her eyes. There is no longer any resistance. The scene fell into dead silence for an instant. The dragon god at this moment presents a very strange and gorgeous picture. Just like the world-famous painting, Bound Jesus. This sudden change, undoubtedly, it sent chills down the spine of everyone present. Everyone held their breath and looked around nervously. Because they have all noticed. The cold and evil aura seeping out of this bloody river is definitely a heretic. However, in all directions at this moment. But I can't feel the source of any breath at all. Until a moment later, the headmaster over there seemed to suddenly realize something, and his breath stopped for an instant. Immediately, he quickly raised his head and looked in a certain direction over there, and shouted, "How are the 3 people over there?" What he asked, naturally, they were the 3 heretics who were instantly killed and sent flying by Lin Ye. Had several people go over to check on their situation before. At this moment the voice fell. The 3 people over there responded immediately. Although the one on my side is still alive, it has no breath at all. The one on my side is also completely banned. Well, the one on my side, it seems to be dead. Hear the last sentence. The headmaster's face changed instantly, and then his face sank. And here, Lin Ye's eyes moved slightly for an instant. The only one who died at the end. It happened to be the leader among the 3, that is, General Changwei. Among the 3 just now, Lin Ye used the strongest force when attacking him. And the moment the principal spoke, Lin Ye also subconsciously guessed whether this river of blood has something to do with him. Didn't expect. He was already dead. Did you guess wrong? However, while everyone was thinking, suddenly, boom, the mutation happened again. I saw that the dragon god bound by the chains of blood suddenly started to react with the chains. Those evil scarlet blood instantly fused with her skin at high speed. At last, all the blood is integrated into the body, and it all disappears. At the same time, the dragon god who just completely lost consciousness, at this moment, opened his eyes again. Thump, the violent sense of oppression instantly spread throughout the audience. Just like an invisible majestic tide, it hit everyone directly. Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. This terrifying oppressive force not only far exceeded the previous one, it even became more distorted. Make everyone shudder. What's even weirder is, what bloomed in her eyes is no longer the bright golden pupils of the dragon clan, but a pair of blood-red eyes. Not only does it not have a trace of majesty and greatness, but it also shows unprecedented madness and killing intent. It's like death is coming. Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. Aware of this, almost all the people present were shocked, their hands and feet were cold. And Lin Ye also lowered his eyes slightly, and his heart rose. Until then, the dragon god over there spoke again. But unexpectedly, this time her voice and tone were completely different from before. She stared at Lin Ye and said coldly, "I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be able to defeat me at that moment just now." Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. As soon as the words came out, everyone in the audience was shocked. Even Lin Ye was startled for a moment, as if he had suddenly noticed something. And then, the dragon god over there raised his hand. After looking at it, he opened the corner of his mouth and said with a cold smile, "But, thanks to you for killing me, too, I can finally trigger the death contract with that god. That's the only way to master this incomparable body. Ha 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 ha." Quote exclamation mark quote. The voice so far, she raised her hand suddenly. He waved lightly to the side, as if he was experimenting with something. Boom. In an instant, an escaping airflow directly blasted the ground beside it into 2 halves. Cut out the shocking horror of the abyss. This incomparably violent attack with 850 power made everyone's hearts tremble in an instant. And here, Lin Ye narrowed his eyes slightly. Of course he has already noticed the true identity of the person in front of him. General Rose. That's right, it was the person who was killed by his punch before. It was thought that the hidden threat posed by this heretic cadre could be completely ended. But unexpectedly, the contract he concluded with the so-called gods, it can only be triggered by death. And after that, base, thank you for helping me complete the contract. The headmaster's breathing stopped for an instant. Next, I will mercilessly kill everyone here. At this moment, he has completely replaced the dragon god. Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. He used the bloody chain to occupy the body of the dragon god. Like a ghost, it appeared directly in front of the headmaster over there. And the faces of all the people around changed drastically in an instant, and they were extremely horrified. Next moment, while Lin Ye was meditating, the whole figure immediately turned into an afterimage and disappeared in place. In the end, it's you. Voice down. General Changwei Dragon God grinned the corners of his mouth, showing a cold and crazy smile, and said with a sneer. He almost didn't have any warning at all, and suddenly exerted force. That is to say, immediately, he raised the dark red sharp dragon claw, grinned, and swung it down in a flash. 181 Serious killing intent, an absolute fatal blow. Sting subscription. No one expected this. Dragon God, after being invaded, has such terrifying power and speed. To know, switching to other types of techniques to control the monster's body will inevitably weaken the strength. Some are attenuated by 50% and some are at least 15% attenuated. But without exception, it is absolutely impossible to reach 100% of the original host's power. However, weirdly, at this moment, the dragon god whose body has been taken over seems to be stronger than before. The moment the afterimage appears, the violent storm directly suppressed everyone around them, completely unable to move. Even though he has already sensed that this guy's steel dragon claw is about to swing down, no one can resist. Now, whether it was the secretary or other commissioners, their pupils constricted and their faces turned pale with fright. The principal here gritted his teeth tightly, as if trying to resist. But at this critical moment, suddenly, at the moment when the dragon claw was about to fall, another high-speed afterimage suddenly moved over. He stopped directly in front of the principal. It turns out, it was Lin Ye who was just far away. Thump. At this moment, he arrived like lightning, raised his hand in an instant, and directly blasted backwards at the falling dragon claw. Boom. In a split second, the dragon claws of the dark red glow directly collided with Lin Ye's punch covered in colorless airflow. The shock wave erupted from the violent impact, instantly formed an incomparably fierce gust of wind and spread out in an instant. Lin Ye's eyes were as sharp as a knife, but his face was extremely calm. And here, General Changwei first sneered mockingly, as if mocking Lin Ye for daring to take his fist. But then, the smile on his face froze in an instant. Because at this moment, he already felt an incredible force coming from the dragon's claw. Immediately afterwards, boom, with a deafening bang, the dragon god controlled by General Changwei was instantly sent flying backwards out of the hospital. Puff, that huge body directly smashed hard on the burning car ruins. And at this moment, on his right arm, a melon that was originally blooming with a dark red light has been completely broken. At this moment, dark red blood gurgles out. Exclamation mark quote. Exclamation mark question mark quote. Seeing this picture, all the job changers over there were shocked and stunned on the spot. And the principal, secretary and others here, after a moment of shock, were instantly pleasantly surprised. Lin Ye, even this kind of power can counteract it. Obviously, it was just a fistfight upright. Unexpectedly, it directly shattered that guy's dragon claw. What kind of terrifying power is that? Nobody knows. However, almost everyone's eyes were full of surprise and excitement. And at this moment, among the ruins of the car on the opposite side, General Jian Wei's expression was very ugly. He glanced at his shattered dragon claw in disbelief, and gritted his teeth instantly. 2. What the hell happened? Obviously, I have completely mastered the body of the dragon god, and even gained a boost. With this kind of strength, he can't even take his punch. What's going on? In fact, of course he couldn't understand it. After all, to all the people present, he was the only one who didn't witness the scene where Lin Ye just fought with the dragon god. Naturally, I don't know. Before he used the contract to seize the body of the dragon god, Lin Ye has already completed a reverse suppression of dragon god. Therefore at this moment, he was more shocked and unbelievable than anyone present. Finally, he looked up again. In the blood-red pupils, there was a glimmer of murderous intent. Originally, he planned to clean up all those people and come to kill Lin Ye in the end, so as to avoid other accidents. After all, the principal of Fenglin Academy over there is not a small person. But now it seems that this Lin Ye is the biggest problem. Even if he has mastered the power of the dragon god, this guy is not so easy to kill at all. Must be the first to solve. And can't give this guy a chance to fight back. It is necessary to give him an overwhelming and absolutely fatal blow in an instant. Crush him to death. Thinking of this, he hardly hesitated. In an instant, he raised his left hand, gritted his teeth, and pressed it directly to his heart. Thump. In an instant, a fiery red light spewed out from the palm of his hand. Immediately, his entire body was completely wrapped in an instant, as if some kind of switch was turned on. The gray mist began to spread from his chest in an instant. At last, cover everything around completely, and gradually start to expand. Quote. Exclamation mark question mark quote. Seeing this scene, the other people next to him naturally didn't know what was going on, so they all stared at him seriously, concentrating on it. And here, Lin Ye raised his gaze slightly. After all, this is not the first time we have met, of course he can see it. So he raised his eyes and said calmly, "Stay away, this guy is going to turn into a dragon." Quote. Exclamation mark question mark quote. FK, Dragon Transformation. For a moment, those job changers who were a little closer changed their expressions and immediately retreated to distance themselves. Also up to this time, they seemed to suddenly recall. This dragon god, Erinmus, its body is in the form of a dragon. But now, the so-called dragon transformation is its true full version strength. And this side, after Lin Ye's voice fell, even the secretary and others, who were already far away, immediately supported the principal and moved back. After all, no one knows how big this guy's attack range is. Boom. Along with the expansion of the mist, the dark red lightning and fire exploded and boiled. The shadow of a gigantic monster like a mountain immediately appeared in. Still the same, black scales, silver claws, and dark red wings. But this time the difference is that its eyes are not golden, but blood red. At the moment when the figure is condensed, boom, the violent shock wave immediately rushed in all directions like a sea wave, shaking the whole earth. See this picture. Everyone in the distance widened their eyes and involuntarily slowed down their breathing. Is this its dragon form? This terrifying sense of oppression is really not comparable to ordinary monsters and masters. I am afraid that its indescribably huge figure can be seen even from several kilometers away. Now, Lin Ye over there stands in front of it. What happened? Everyone felt as if their hearts had stopped beating for a moment. To everyone's surprise, the powerful reaction force blew a terrifying shock wave comparable to a 12th level gale on the ground. The dragon god didn't attack directly downwards, but raised his wings high. However, this moment, it was as if time and space had been compressed. Ran away. That's not right. Boom. While the storm was whistling, it lowered its head and looked over indifferently without any emotion. In the mist of lightning and flames, it flew to the boundless sky. Closing square bracket exclamation mark question mark quote. All the people who saw this picture were almost dumbfounded. In contrast, it is almost like an ant. The next moment, it will directly soar into the sky. While on the ground, 182 the evil star that has not yet fallen turns into a rainstorm of blood. Seeking subscription. Above the sky, the giant dragon shining with dark red light flew higher and higher under the mist. Gradually, there is only one small dot left. Now, above the ground, all the job changers looked at each other, dumbfounded. So, what happened to NM? This is flying up. I just transformed into a dragon. I thought this guy was going to make some big moves. Result. Did it just run away? That would be a little outrageous, wouldn't it? Many people looked at each other one after another, and they all saw a trace of confusion and bewilderment in each other's eyes. And at this moment, the secretary who was still holding the mobile phone to take pictures here has an even weirder expression. He glanced carefully at the headmaster over there, planning to ask. But see, the principal still looked up at the sky. Instead of feeling relieved, he frowned tightly, as if he was worried about something. At this time, sure enough, a mutation happened. But see the sky, the giant dragon that originally flew into the sky, at this moment, unexpectedly, shot down at high speed. Like a burning comet from the sky, shining crimson extremely fierce and fierce light, in an instant, bombarded and killed. Boom. In an instant, over the whole sky, at this moment, everything seemed to be filled with harsh sonic booms, which suddenly sounded. Boundless pressure. In an instant, it was like the heat wave of the sun, making everyone feel terrified. Someone's eyes widened 517, someone's pupils constricted, someone's face was pale, and their feet were cold. Exclamation mark question mark quote. No doubt, almost no one can imagine. The reason why this guy flew into the sky was to complete this devastating, nuclear strike. He didn't just want to kill someone. He wants to kill everyone present at once and completely. Boom. Accompanied by the sound of the sonic boom getting harsher. The dark red evil star is getting closer and closer, and the oppressive feeling makes the scalp tingle. This moment, countless people gritted their teeth and turned their heads to look at Lin Ye over there. I thought he would also look up at the sky and make some kind of special reaction. But no one thought. Lin Ye didn't look at the sky at all, even with his head down. At some point, he actually took out his cell phone. Now, even if death is imminent, he still held the mobile phone with one hand in his left hand, lowered his head, and concentrated on operating it. Exclamation mark question mark. Question mark question mark question mark question mark question mark. At this point, everyone was completely dumbfounded. All the faces were filled with unimaginable bewilderment and shock. I rely on. Good guy. What kind of strange operation is this? In the last second, he was still in a life and death battle with the dragon god. The next second, TM directly started playing with his mobile phone. Switch so fast. No. The problem is, now that the enemy is about to bomb down, you are still looking at your phone. Is there BIDC more important content than that dragon? Now, above the sky, the giant dragon has descended at an extreme speed. The violent fire and lightning burst and boiled, entwined with dark red brilliance. Now, in those blood-red eyes, General Cheng Wei's eyes were extremely indifferent, leaving only an unstoppable killing intent. Destroyer skill. Evil Knight Starfall. The most powerful skill condensed with the strongest explosive power and the strongest speed. By consuming most of the physical strength, mental power, magic power, endurance, etc., release the strongest blow that can directly destroy a city. The locked target will be unavoidable. In other words, this is the strongest killing power. From now on, no one will be able to leave alive. Boom. In an instant, the body of the dragon suddenly accelerated again. Above the sky, the violent elements seemed to resonate instantly. The golden thunder and lightning fell in an instant, like beams of lightning and light, connecting the chaotic sky and earth. The terrifying shock wave instantly exploded the entire earth through the air. Bang. Boom. The gravel is flying, the sandstorm is rising, and the earth is shaking like a sieve. The deafening explosion made the whole world seem to be in doomsday. The faces of all the people in the audience were extremely ugly, they only felt their backs were shining, and their whole body was developing. It is no longer a power that humans can touch. Like a miracle of destruction. Among the job changers over there, some people even shouted in horror, "Flee! Run away!" And over there, the secretary couldn't care less, looked at Lin Ye, gritted his teeth with an extremely ugly face, and then shouted, "Lin Ye! Get out of here!" However, in the midst of his cry, above the ground, at this moment, Lin Ye has already quickly typed with one hand, and finished replying to the message on the phone. Then put down the phone and looked up. His eyes are still calm, just like every moment in the past. In the anxious voice of the secretary, not only did he not choose to dodge, but he suddenly bowed slightly, and his feet suddenly exerted force. Boom. The ground under your feet. In an instant, as if hit by a shell, it exploded directly centered on the position where he was standing. Like a spider web, it spreads directly in all directions. At the same time, Lin Ye's body was like a sharp sword, and it rose against the sky in an instant, straight to the sky. Now, in the sky of thunder, fire and mist, he turned into a red and black afterimage, and directly rushed towards the giant dragon in the sky, General Changwei. Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. Quote exclamation mark quote. Witnessing this scene, everyone present was startled suddenly, and their hearts were shocked. And the headmaster, the secretary, and others felt a little bit in their hearts and froze immediately. No one could have expected. Lin Ye at this moment, still made actions beyond everyone's expectations. Right. Boom. Facing the impact of a comet capable of destroying the world, he chose to fight against Boom. This shocking picture made their scalps tingle and their brains went blank. And now, above the sky, the falling giant dragon, General Changwei, saw this scene, and immediately sneered contemptuously in his heart. HMPH, self-defeating blasphemer. I'm going to crush you to ashes. Boom. Thoughts are not lost. Even more majestic lightning and flames exploded in an instant. Like a new round of the sun, it will burn everything around it into fiery red. Even the surrounding space seems to be distorted by it. At this time, Lin Ye, who rose against the sky, finally clenched his right fist. He raised his eyes to stare at the giant dragon with blood-red pupils above him. His pupils were cold, and spit out a few words. Nirvana serious punch. As soon as the voice fell, a punch was already blasted out. Between the bursting golden thunder and the boiling dark red flame, the colorless fist wind burst out. The final collision was staged in this chaotic sky and earth in an instant. Boom. The deafening explosion sounded like thunder. Lin Ye's berserk fist wind and strength were compressed at high speed in an instant, like an air cannon of extreme density, and ruthlessly blasted on the falling dragon. The first to bear the brunt are the dark red dragon horns of the giant dragon and the black dragon scales like steel. This is the source of its power to resonate thunder and fire, and it is also the strongest part. But this time, when the shock wave of Lin Ye's punch hit, the dark red dragon horn had no strength left to resist at all. A crack broke out in an instant, and then collapsed on the spot. And the jet black dragon scales exploded instantly. Even the berserk dragon wings spread out high behind the giant dragon were crushed without distinction on the spot by the violent fist wind at this moment. Boom. General Changwei finally realized something was wrong. Its huge blood-red pupils shrank to the bottom in an instant, and its heart beat violently. However, at this moment, he couldn't react at all. There was no chance of resistance or counterattack at all, and he was completely swallowed by the boundless and terrifying wind, in an instant. Amidst the desperate screams, the majestic body of the giant dragon, which was already entwined with flames and lightning, seemed to be ignited, exploded instantly. Exclamation mark. Above the sky, under the gust of wind that rises against the sky, the evil star that has not yet fallen turned into countless fragments and splattered blood, falling hastily like a torrential rain. Rumbling. And now, above the ground, those people in the blood rain all raised their heads blankly, looking up at the sky. The pupils dilated and froze. 183 The doomsday ends suddenly. Is that human being, seeking subscription, under the blood-red rainstorm? Everyone kept their heads up and looked up, completely frozen in place. Although their bodies are covered with blood, but still no one acted alone. The world seemed to stand still. Now, in everyone's eyes, it seemed that the breathtaking scene just now was playing back. And everyone's brains also shut down almost at the same time, falling into a blank. In fact, just before the collision, many scenes have been anticipated in their minds in advance. Either Lin Ye lost to the dragon and was directly defeated, or Lin Ye defeated the dragon and achieved reverse suppression. But no one can imagine. This war, which was just like the end of the world, suddenly ended at this moment. And the ending, it turned out to be TM's Spike. Like a great movie, at the moment when the screening was about to reach its climax, just like that it came to an abrupt end. No sign of it, everything that just happened, as if it was just a fantasy, showing various unreal feelings. if it wasn't for the blood-red torrential rain scattered on the sky, and the fragments of the dragon's wreckage falling down. No one could believe what they saw. Tom, center of the storm ahead. Lin Ye fell from the sky. He is still calm and calm, his pupils seem to have already confirmed the ending. And here, the people who witnessed this scene could no longer remain calm. Some people put their hands on their heads, their eyes widened, and their scalp felt numb. Someone swallowed their saliva violently, repeating in a low voice, "FK, shit, shit." Others took a sharp breath, their heartbeat accelerated wildly, hiss. They couldn't believe it, such a terrifying giant dragon, unexpectedly, was dealt with just one punch. Without any power to fight back. It was just the first round of the collision between the two sides, the instant kill was completed directly. Is this the FG dragon god from before? Or was it the invincible theocracy who instantly killed more than 30 high-ranking transferees? Aware of this, many people looked at each other a few times, seeing incredible horror from each other's eyes. And at this moment, the most horrifying thing was, of course, the principal and secretary over there. At this moment, the secretary's hand was still holding the phone stiffly, and she was shooting in the direction of Lin Ye over there. The expression on his face also showed the same stiffness. And here, the headmaster's complexion is not much better than his. The face that was already pale due to the injury was no longer bloodless. Unlike other job changers, the two of them have a clear understanding of Lin Ye's background. At the entrance ceremony a few days ago, he was just an ordinary freshman in his 20s. But now, it's only been a few days. How could he, without using any specific props, be able to single-handedly kill a theocracy? Or a FG Spike? This is that human being. Now, even the principal, who had always had high expectations of Lin Ye, couldn't help swallowing. But at this moment, I don't know if it's because of the complete relaxation. He only felt the pain from all over his body, which became more and more obvious at first, and finally. Boom. I only felt a roar in my head, and all consciousness began to fade away quickly, and finally disappeared. The headmaster's eyes began to fade, and then he passed out completely unwillingly. The whole body falls backwards. Quote exclamation mark quote. Principal, Mr. Principal. A few people on the side noticed this, and immediately shouted in panic. At this moment, before they even had time to cheer for Lin Ye's victory, they fell into a panic again. While far away, hearing this anxious cry, Lin Ye naturally turned his gaze over immediately. After seeing the situation here, his expression suddenly became dignified. The commissioners who mastered the healing technique hurriedly gathered together in a panic to perform the cure immediately. It wasn't until a moment later that a commissioner over there continued to grit his teeth with an ugly face and said, "No, not good. The headmaster's injuries are still getting worse. Our previous speculations seem to be all wrong. This is a curse. It's an attack equipped with the effect of the curse of disaster. If you want to solve the problem, you must go back to the academy and let the old dean and Dean Cheng come." Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. Hear this, the faces of the people present naturally changed drastically. After that, they didn't care about that much at all, and several people quickly helped the unconscious headmaster up. At this time, the secretary over there suddenly remembered Lin Ye over here, looked over in an instant, with anxious and apologetic faces, and quickly said, "Sorry, Lin Ye, we will take the principal back for treatment first. I will trouble you here for the time being. I will contact Vice President Chen Qishan and come over to meet you." Wen Yan. Lin Ye naturally nodded solemnly, expressing his understanding. Then, the secretary over there and the surrounding colleges and others left immediately. Only a group of job changers with different expressions on this side and Lin Ye on the other side were left. And at this time, Lin Ye naturally didn't care about their gazes. Because at this moment, a familiar system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding, you have defeated the Tomb of the Dusk, the ruler of the depths of the Blue Dragon Canyon, Dragon God Aramis. Experience improvement, inherent power, interested, has been activated, and your total experience value has been increased. Ding, level up. A series of notification sounds came out, and then the orange Unreal System panel jumped out. The level went from 74 to 75. Then, it is silence. Lin Ye realized something was wrong almost immediately. Wait a moment, I have already defeated the Dragon God and upgraded, but there is no follow-up reaction. What's going on? In theory, my previous experience has accumulated to level 74. After defeating the Dragon God and raising it to level 75, I should be able to directly trigger the awakening task, open the experience shackles. How now? I have already reached level 75, but there is no pop-up notification about experience shackles and awakening tasks. This is completely different from the previous awakening time. Lin Ye was suddenly surprised. Is the second awakening different from the first, and is there any special condition to be met to trigger it? While he was thinking, an unexpected situation happened, and a series of prompts sounded again. Ding, the drop item, Black Crystal, is detected, do you want to pick it up? The drop item, Golden Afterglow Reflection Dragon Stone, was detected, do you want to pick it up? The drop item, Irene Mist, King Shadow Summoning Book, was detected, did you pick it up? Dropped object detected, here, Lin Ye's eyes suddenly lit up. That's right, another long-lost drop, and, there is actually an extremely rare, summoning book. Dragon God, Irene Muse. 100,000,001, 184 Odin of Death, Phantom of the King, subscription required. Call book. It is a special, servant, item. Different from ordinary summoners, magic masters, spirit masters, and so on. Their summons are all professional specific, and there are almost no major restrictions. And props such as the summoning book. Generally, only masters or special elite monsters will drop, and it can usually be applied to most occupation types. But, relatively speaking, there will also be more stringent summoning conditions. For example, Lin Ye once heard that, half a year ago, a genius in a certain Western country obtained a summoning book called Odin of Death from a forbidden area. And that summoning book can only be used at the cost of level 89 inches plus 3,000 spiritual attribute points plus evacuate 99% of the magic power once. There is no doubt that even if this thing is placed in all the price items, it is extremely exaggerated. In the whole world, job changers above level 89 are already extremely rare, not to mention that 380 needs 3,000 super high spiritual attributes plus almost all magic power to be summoned, which is completely impossible. Therefore, so far, that Odin of Death was only summoned once. But just that one time, it has shocked the whole world. Later, Lin Ye also came to the conclusion that perhaps the more powerful the summoning books were, the more expensive it would be to activate them. He had obtained a similar item before, and that was Insect Dream Yeg Calamity Summoning Book. But, it's too late to unlock that thing. A comprehensive value of 1,000 points is required to summon. When Lin Ye got it in the early stage, the comprehensive value was not enough at all, and he couldn't check it all the time. As a result, when the conditions are sufficient, this thing is no longer useful. It can only be said that it is a pity. I don't know if it will be better this time. Think here. Lin Ye immediately chose, pick up all. Immediately, without hesitation, he opened his virtual backpack and looked. Sure enough, several brand new dropped objects appeared inside at this moment, exuding different lights. Most of the props are shining bright orange light, except for the summoning book in the middle. What shone on it turned out to be crimson light. Mythical level. Lin Ye's eyes lit up immediately. He immediately clicked on it to view the props, and lines of text popped up in an instant. Props. Irene Mist King Shadow Summoning Book. Quality. Mythical. Level. Level 75 inches. Description. It is said that Irene Muse was once the successor to the throne created by the most noble, world-destroying black dragon, Nidhogg under the world tree. In the prophesied Ragnarok, it will play the role of the existence of the fruits of victory. However, perhaps the Black King underestimated the power of the gods, or perhaps the arrival of disaster far exceeded everyone's expectations. In the end, when the twilight of the gods really came, Wang Ying Irene Moss also fell into silence following the Ring of Twilight. Effect. From the dark side of the void universe, summon the phantom of the dragon god Erenmus, and she will become your most loyal servant. Duration. Depends on physical strength. Cooldown time. Depends on mental strength. Requirements for use. In the case of, not equipped with weapons, not equipped with armor, and, not used props, only by defeating the King Shadow of Irene Mist, can you set a summoning book contract and make it completely surrender. On the contrary, fight if it fails, there will be a certain probability that Erin Wuz will deprive her of her life. Remarks. When using the mythical summoning book for the first time, you need to perform excellent summoning. Quote. After reading it in one go, Lin Ye just froze. Sacrifice call. What the hell, is it like summoning monsters above 5 stars in Yu-Gi-Oh? Also, if you don't equip weapons, armors and props, you can use them permanently only after Irene Wu surrenders once. If the battle fails, there is still a chance of death. No doubt, there are a lot of information points that are completely beyond Lin Ye's expectations. Especially this usage requirement made Lin Ye look weird. Although the price of the summoning book is all kinds of strange things, but this is a bit too strange, right? Logically speaking, as long as it is a summoning book, the thing summoned must surrender unconditionally. Unexpectedly, the summoning book of Eren Wusi was so unusual. It is indeed an existence that is silent with the world-class props, the Ring of Twilight. While thinking, Lin Ye temporarily closed the panel again. The phone in his pocket vibrated, and it was Yi Jixia who responded to the message, as expected. That's right, when facing Dragon God before. The reason why Lin Ye took out his mobile phone was only to reply Yi Jixia's text message. Because at that time, Yi Jixia, who had lost contact with him for a long time, finally received news. She said that after dealing with a mosquito monster, she was entangled by several ancient god race masters, so she didn't have time to look at her phone. The so-called mosquito, unsurprisingly, should be the Phantom Sound Mosquito, the master of the field at that time. As for the ancient Protoss, Lin Ye actually didn't see many of them in the abandoned area at the time, but unexpectedly, he met Jixia. Now, after taking out the phone, Lin Ye glanced at him for a while, and found that there was nothing wrong on the other side, just asking him if he was safe. So, after quickly typing with one hand to reply, Lin Ye put away the phone again. While far away, a few figures also rushed towards this side. It was Chen Qishan, the vice president of the college, and others, who, as expected, would start to deal with the funeral affairs here. Lin Ye looked at the distant sky. The world in this reality has also begun to approach dusk. Fort, with the death of the dragon god as the dividing point. This sensational, beast-tied natural disaster is finally coming to an end. Distance. A flock of birds flew by. It fell on the ruins of the wilderness road here, and the contrast was particularly strong. Lin Ye looked at the many wreckages around him, lowered his gaze, and remained silent. After one day, in the light rain in the morning, on the Peace Square in Linlan City, a solemn and grand memorial service was held, mourning those who did not believe in this natural disaster beast tide. In the same way, in memory of those warriors who died heroically in the battle against monsters. And those who have not yet arrived in Linlan City, they were all killed by the dragon god on the way, the reinforcements from the next city. Just above a certain building far from the memorial service. Well, let's start when he comes. In this kind of grand memorial service, holding a live broadcast of killing for him alone, is enough to arrange the face. Lin Ye, the forest of the woods, the wild of the field. Confirmed. Under the gloomy sky, the atmosphere looked solemn and depressing. Those present, it has the absolute top management of Linlan City, as well as various supernatural organizations and departments, Natural Disaster Association, Job Transfer Administration Bureau, Secret Realm Administration Bureau, Dimensional Rift Supervision Committee, etc. But at the moment, everyone was wearing black suits and holding black umbrellas, waiting for the memorial service to be held on 5.7. On the periphery, job transferees in charge of security, the armed police force, and many reporters and media surrounded them one after another. Are you sure it's today? The entire square was impenetrable. Then are we sure we'll make a move later? What no one knows is the owner of that world-class item. What's his name? One of them had a cigarette dangling from his mouth, and the blue mist rose up. Several mysterious figures stood on the roof of the skyscraper, looking over here. Oh, I see. Is it necessary to be excited about the birth of the 185S class hunter? Seeking subscription. In fact, from last night until now, even if the animal horde in Linlan City has been completely wiped out, the crisis is completely over. On the internet and in real life, there are still countless people talking about it. Among them, there is a unique piece of news that has become the hottest topic of discussion among the people. That is, Lin Ye. That's right, just late last night, a video about Lin Ye's battle with the dragon god suddenly spread on the internet. But, the video was not posted by an official account, but by an ordinary passerby. At first, of course, many people expressed doubts about this, and even started to spray it before watching it. After all, this video has been edited to a certain extent, not a complete shot of the whole process. Therefore, many people suspect that the video is fake. But in the end, when more and more people paid attention to it, the heat naturally began to increase steadily. Not long after, this video has already been pushed to the top 3 most searched positions on major websites. After watching the video, it can be said that the news and comments on the 18th district of almost all platforms exploded. Oh my god, is this video real? Where is the invincible dragon god that was promised? This was killed in a single blow in the end. This guy even has a cell phone in his left hand. Did you make a mistake about how high this boss's level is? Hiss, if I'm not mistaken, he seems to be wearing the red and black combat uniform of Fenglin Academy. My day, Fenglin Academy still has this kind of genius. Even the master who Li Wangxing couldn't deal with was dealt with so easily. Before, I thought that to defeat this dragon god, a national S-level hunter must intervene. I never thought that someone could actually beat it. It's so fierce, I don't know what to say. Video of the fight, just like a performance, it was even more popular among netizens who were already paying close attention to it. Not long after, similar videos of frame-by-frame analysis have even begun to appear on the internet. A group of people are trying to use editing theory to prove that this video is likely to be fake, the credibility is not high, and it is just an official method. But another group of people is just the opposite. They are trying to prove to everyone that although this video was edited, it was not maliciously edited to mislead, and it did not use any special effects. That's all. Then, people on both sides launch a seesaw theoretical battle. Most of the netizens who eat melons are directly caught in the choice. Till the end, on a certain pink website, a new video suddenly posted by an owner gave a guess. Not only did he mention this video, but he also used the 2 short videos about abandoned areas that appeared on a certain news before to demonstrate. In the end, he directly gave a conjecture that almost shocked everyone by comparing various details. The man who killed the dragon god, wearing Feng Lan's red and black uniform, it was almost exactly the same as the figure in the blurry waist area video at that time. Even, from the fuzzy silhouette of the hairstyle, the similarities can be seen. More importantly, the way the two fight is almost exactly the same, that is, pure fist. Then, he finally came to the conclusion. All of these videos are true, and the main character who kills the monster in the video is also the same person. That's the black-haired guy holding the phone in one hand and punching the dragon god with the other. As soon as this video comes out, it was immediately forwarded to major social platforms and websites by many supporters and fans. As a result, the heat exploded even more. Even at midnight and early morning, countless people across the country are staying up all night swiping their phones, excited. In the comment area of this video, it has become a new gathering place. Awesome, isn't this card too detailed? A contemporary Leeuwenhoek. Damn it, it seems like he's really alone. It can't be said that there's not much difference, but it can be said that they are exactly the same. It's too bad. Is this little brother born out of nowhere? I haven't seen any news about him before. Me too. I searched for his photos, but I couldn't find any relevant entries. It seems that someone has reported his name, saying that he is a classmate or something, but it is not credible for the time being. Let's wait for the official. I've watched the video several times again, isn't this too intense? After this battle, I feel that this little brother should be able to be directly promoted to an S-rank hunter, right? Well, it's really hard to say, it's possible. Such fierce strength, if the country sees it, it will definitely be invited to participate in the test. Many people discussed very enthusiastically. 593 especially those boys and girls who are passionate and adore the strong are even more excited and excited. After all, the little brother in the video is not only more powerful, but also handsome. He is completely the ideal type of strong man, which naturally increases his supporters invisible. However, events are often two-sided. While there are supporters, of course there are also a lot of critical and poisonous theories. 2. I don't understand what you are excited about. Doesn't this pay attention to those victims? Hee. That group of people just want to chase stars, they never thought about how many people were harmed by this beast tide, right? Could it be that Fenglin Academy is engaged in public relations, trying to divert everyone's attention? It's possible. I can't laugh at all. Even if an S-rank hunter is born, is there any need to be excited? If he is so strong, why didn't he come out and deal with that dragon god from the very beginning? Yes, I heard that the aid troops in the next city were all killed by the dragon god. If this guy came out earlier, wouldn't this tragedy happen? Become a hero by eating steamed buns made of human blood, haha. 186 settle accounts after autumn, rulers of the law. Seeking subscription, there are countless such criticisms. Below each video, there are countless similar remarks. Although there are some people who will refute their double standards, afterthoughts and so on. But most of them didn't speak up. They chose silence. It's not that I don't want to defend that heroic brother, it's just because I can't refute it. After all this time, the casualties in Linlan City were indeed too heavy. In fact, it is precisely because of the tragedy. Linlan City officials deliberately released the relevant announcement information about the memorial meeting overnight. Overnight, all the departments in the city were activated almost at the same time, and various investigations, rescues, logistics, etc. were started one after another. And finally, before 0 o'clock, the basic statistics were finally completed, and the approximate casualties of the Beast Horde incident were announced. Under official orders, this time, in the whole city, a total of 2,721 job changers participated in the citywide monster hunting operation. Among them, 663 job transferees from other cities were also mobilized. And finally, when the last ruler dies and the tide of beasts ends, according to statistics, a total of 141 transferees were seriously injured or died, of which 60 were from the reinforcements next door. In addition, 73 people among ordinary people were unfortunately killed and more than 400 people were injured. Either they were unlucky and were directly targeted by random monsters, or it was too late to avoid the battle between the monster and the job changers and was affected. In short, ordinary citizens plus job changers. This major death incident of more than 200 people has shocked everyone in the country. Although it sounds like just a series of very ordinary numbers, it is a tragedy for every family. Therefore, Linlan City officials are determined to hold this memorial service as soon as possible. And it has also begun to actively prepare to provide subsidies and relief funds for the families of the victims. Today's memorial service, the official announcement said that it will last a whole day, and the whole process will be broadcast live in real time. By the time, we'll give an answer to the people of the whole country. The results of the investigation on the cause, development, mistakes, etc. of the incident, etc. At the same time, outside of the memorial service, at this moment, some black vehicles also came to the Fenglin-affiliated hospital. A group of commissioners in serious black suits walked towards the interior of the hospital with various documents and silver lockboxes in their hands. They were not people who came to the memorial service, otherwise they would have gone directly to the square. The relevant personnel of the surrounding hospitals originally wanted to come together to ask. But when they saw the badges on their black suits, their expressions changed slightly and they stayed away. One by one, they looked away, pretending that their attention was not on them at all. Some pretended to be working hard, others pretended to be taking a nap, and still others pretended to be on the phone. The moment the group of people walked through the corridor, everyone was busy. This picture is very strange. But at this moment, no one felt that there was anything wrong. Because they all recognized the identity of this group of people. At the same time, at the bend at the end of the promenade, Lin Ye was holding a report in his hand and walking towards this side. The two sides can be said to meet on a narrow road. In the long corridor of the inpatient department, at a distance of about 10 meters, I want to echo. Aside, after seeing the identities of this group of people, the other personnel averted their eyes. However, Lin Ye just raised his eyebrows, his expression still calm. He already knew that this group of people would come today, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. Although he had never met each other before, the moment he saw the logo on the uniforms of this group of people, he naturally recognized it immediately. Ruler of the law, it is the most special executive department in a judiciary independent of the Supreme Administration of National Job Transfer Personnel. If the monitoring committee is to exercise justice and ensure that all rules are as fair as possible, then this law governor is for accounting and accounting. That's right, only this word is the most suitable to describe the nature of their work. In general, this department will not be dispatched at will. After all, wherever a beast horde or catastrophe breaks out, the Investigation Bureau, Strategy Bureau and other departments will be responsible for dealing with it. Once they show up, it is necessary to investigate whether there are serious mistakes or serious violations behind the incident. Once detected, they will use the laws of the new world as a benchmark and immediately implement first-level control and constraints on the parties or relevant departments. This is how the department got its name. That's why, after those people recognized them just now, they retreated one after another. Because people in this department usually don't talk about worldly sophistication at all. Once you focus on someone and feel that something is wrong, you will probably launch a related investigation immediately. Although most people have never violated any laws, they will naturally feel a little apprehensive. It's as if you are walking on the street and see several armed policemen walking towards you directly. Even if you haven't committed anything, I'm afraid you will avoid it. And at this moment, watching these people coming up ahead, the reason why Lin Ye didn't dodge was of course because he knew the purpose of this group of people. Yes, it was the topic of the Lin Lan Beast Tide incident, and Feng Lan crack, that caused an uproar on the internet. A lot of media fanned the flames and pushed this Beast Tide incident to the forefront. In the middle of the night yesterday, after the official statistics of the dead and injured ended, there were even many people who jointly initiated a topic, applying for the country to intervene in a thorough investigation of the failure of the Fengdong Academy. In the end, it was estimated that the country couldn't bear the pressure anymore, so they sent law controllers here. Seeing this group of people approaching, Lin Ye's eyes were calm. The eyes of the group of people moved slightly, obviously they all recognized Lin Ye. After all, in this short night, this little brother's face has already been on the hot searches on the Katian platform. Anyone who has paid a little attention to the news will probably be able to recognize it. What's more, they are the rulers. As soon as I saw the news, I immediately contacted the administration of Lingdong City for confirmation. Subsequently, from Director Liu of the Administration Bureau, he directly learned the true identity of the little brother in front of him. Lin Ye, 19 years old, a student, currently a sophomore in Fenglin College. Not only that, it is said that he is also the first dual-career person to be blessed in the history of Linlan City. The first job is a recovery warlock, and the second job is a hidden physical fist and foot melee class. Although this dual job status has not yet been officially registered by the state, it seems to be in the process of being submitted. Until you see here, only then did the controller team calm down a little. Before, they felt that this video might be suspected of being fake. But after confirming that he is a dual job person, the suspicion cannot be said to be completely eliminated, at least it has weakened for a day and a half. After all, the blessed person is a miraculous existence. It's normal for something outrageous to happen to them. Now, as this side gets closer and closer, isn't this the grown-up? At this time, wait a moment, in the controller team, someone Li's looked slightly up and down, looking at Lin Ye up and down, while others remained calm and kept their eyes fixed. But by now, at the corner over there, a girl suddenly came out and came to Lin Ye's side. However, she held 2 cups of soy milk in one hand, and fried dough sticks and buns in the other. To everyone's surprise, after seeing this picture, my heart was shocked instantly, and everyone was dumbfounded. She looked at Lin Ye and said with a smile, "Tianfen is cute. That Yi Zhixia hunter who kills decisively and claims to be the strongest S rank. You are actually buying breakfast for this guy." Walking towards Lin Ye, he stretched out his hand and said, "Hey, which one do you want to eat? This is the spicy vermicelli bun, this is the sour bean meat bun, and this is the spicy beef bun. Yes, this is the crab roe soup dumpling, I bought a super large version, we can share it." For them, the controllers here and all other members, I am grass, it wasn't enough to shock them too much. 187 The fourth organ of the association, Oscar level acting, subscribe. Several people present looked at each other in blank dismay, completely confused about the situation. Before they came here, it has long been known that Yi Zhixia also participated in this Linlan City Beast Tide incident. Although it has not fully demonstrated its absolute strength, there is no doubt that it must have played a big role. But they didn't expect to see her at this time, this place, or under such a scene. After several people looked at each other, they all bit the bullet and continued to move forward. They all signed the Article 21 of the Confidentiality Agreement of S-Class Organs in the headquarters. It is clearly mentioned in it that when a certain S-rank hunter requests that his identity be kept secret, they must not reveal his identity to outsiders under any circumstances. Obviously, Yi Zhixia is one of them. From the moment she was secretly promoted to an S-rank hunter, she declared her identity a secret. Naturally, all the people in the headquarters who knew her identity must respect this decision and abide by the confidentiality agreement. Therefore, although they all recognized it now, they couldn't show it at all. They couldn't assume that Lin Ye knew the identity of this Yi Zhixia, so they could only pretend that they didn't notice at all. Just a moment later, several people immediately adjusted their facial expressions, and after forcibly calming down, they walked over calmly. At this time, Yi Zhixia over there naturally noticed them too. Similarly, her expression froze slightly at first, and then a gleam of splendor appeared in her expression. Seeing this, Lin Ye at the side thought she was wondering why these people came, so she explained to her in a low voice calmly. "The law governors, the headmaster told me they're coming. This group of people should have come to him to find out about the situation of this animal swarm. Now, maybe they will chat with me for a while. Why don't you go eat first? I'll come to the factory later. The voice fell. Yi Zixia didn't say much, but nodded obediently. Then I'll go there first. You come earlier, don't wait until the soy milk is cold. Okay. Lin Ye smiled and nodded. Subsequently, Yi Zixia continued to carry the breakfast in her hand, and walked towards this side. Now, both sides of the corridor, there are still countless passers-by who are shifting their gazes. And Yi Zixia came face to face with all the members of the controller team on the opposite side. Her expression was calm, but her eyes swept over everyone's faces without showing any emotion. It seems to be observing whether their reactions are out of line or revealing. And this group of people naturally did not live up to the agreement they signed, and all of them produced top-level Oscar-level performances. From beginning to end, all eyes were on Lin Ye over there, and he didn't even glance at Yi Zixia at all. From the perspective of outsiders, maybe they feel that they are a little unreasonable, or that they are arrogant. But in fact, it was clear to both of them at the moment, and it just said something about their expertise. See this. Only then did Yi Zixia pass them by with satisfaction and peace of mind, and walked forward with a smile on her face. And here, the man in the suit at the front of the controller team walked up to Lin Ye, took out his ID, and said calmly. Hello, Mr. Lin Ye. We are the Law Regulators Task Force, the fourth organ of the General Administration of the Yan Country Job Change Management Association. I am the captain of this team, Zhang Shuo. The purpose of coming to Lawlan City this time is to investigate the Beast Tide incident that happened here yesterday. Quote, do you have time to answer a few questions? He said, neither humble nor overbearing. Neither was he moved because of Lin Ye's dual job status, nor did he have any psychological changes because of the relationship between Yi Zixia and him just now, and he was still very calm. The other members of the team on the side naturally admired the captain's determination. And at this moment, Lin Ye here took Captain Zhang Shuo's ID, glanced at it, then raised his head and said, how long has it been? Huh, Zhang Shuo was taken aback. Didn't you say you only answered a few questions? It shouldn't take too long. I'll go to the memorial service later. Lin Ye explained. Hearing this, Zhang Shuo finally understood, shook his head and said. Please rest assured that the process of your memorial service will never be delayed. 1. Okay, let's ask. Lin Ye nodded. Well, can you take us somewhere a little quieter? Okay, this way. Words fall. Lin Ye led a few people towards a lounge on the right side of the corridor. In fact, about the memorial service over there, Lin Ye originally only wanted to participate as an ordinary student, like other students. It's just to express the memory of the deceased who unfortunately passed away. But now, after reading the news on the internet, he realized that it was impossible. His own videos and photos have now spread wildly on the internet. As for now, is there any trace of falsification in these videos? Although Lin Ye didn't care too much about it, Captain Zhang Shukai took out his notepad and a ballpoint pen and started asking questions. A moment later, it is estimated that anyone who has paid attention to this matter can probably remember his own face. This is a rest room specially vacated by the affiliated hospital, decorated very elegantly and comfortably. Although he said he had no problem, he was forced to be brought here by Yi Zixia and the deans of the college for a careful inspection, for fear that he might encounter any problems. At this time, no one cares about portrait rights at all. At this moment, after the last member of the controller team closed the door carefully. Mr. Lin Ye, our first question is simple. About the few videos circulating on the internet from last night to now, you should have known about them, right? However, under such circumstances, it is obviously impossible to attend the memorial service in obscurity. A group of people came to the lounge. The first thing we want to know is, I just hope that there will be no mobs by then. Lin Ye took a short break here before. Lin Ye was not worried about the cross-examination of this group of people. 188 above the law, S-class privilege. Seeking subscription. Fake it. Lin Ye was taken aback for a moment. What do you mean? Well, it means, is there any content in this video that is deliberately fabricated or maliciously used special effects or editing methods? Zhang Shuo explained, and then went on to say, actually, we have confirmed with the administration that the dragon god was indeed dealt with by you alone. This is not a problem, but we also need to follow the procedures to confirm. Do you want to officially refute the rumors of these videos? After all, you probably know that the current public opinion on the internet will affect many things. Hear the words, Lin Ye thought for a moment. To be honest, he only briefly watched those videos at the time. The video of the battle in the waste area is too far away, it looks very blurry, and the video of the battle with the dragon god on the road is indeed edited. If you think about it this way, it is not without reason to suspect that it was faked. After thinking about it, Lin Ye still said, from my point of view, there should be no, but it's hard to say for others. If you want to completely refute the rumors, you should ask the publisher of the video to see if they can get the original. Yes. Zhang Shuo nodded thoughtfully, and after making some notes in the notepad, he said again. Okay. Second question. Regarding the sudden outbreak of the crisis in Linlan City, some news on the internet claimed that it was because your Fenglin Academy made a mistake in handling the cracks in the world-class props, which led to the appearance of the beast tide, right? Shouldn't this question be asked directly to the principal? Lin Ye felt helpless. I always feel that this guy's problems are a little bit off point. But Zhang Shuo just nodded calmly, with an expression of, I understand, and continued. Of course we will focus on investigating and questioning Mr. Principal. But before that, I also want to hear your opinion. After all, you are still the center of public opinion in this beast-tide incident. 17. The official rumor refutation released by Fenglin Academy mentioned that it was caused by heretics. Is there any relevant evidence to support this? He then asked. Lin Ye could only roll his eyes. Evidence. Those heretics are still temporarily locked up in the academy. What do you think? Understood. Zhang Shuo nodded thoughtfully. Then the next question. This time there is a rainbow-colored light in the waist area. Some people speculate that it is the power of world-class props, right? Quote. Zhang Shuo continued to chatter. Lin Ye was very puzzled when he heard this. I thought that this law manager team would ask some difficult questions, or give some special insights. Unexpectedly, it was really just some irrelevant, simple, questions. It really doesn't take much time. A moment later, after asking a few questions, Captain Zhang Shuo stood up, put away the notepad and ballpoint pen, and said to Lin. Thank you for your cooperation. Then we're going to Mr. Principal's side. There may still be troubles for you in the future. Please bear with us. After all, several people left the lounge. But at this moment, for some reason, everyone in the team looked a little strange. Except for the leading Captain Zhang Shuo, the expressions of the next few people were a little dazed and puzzled. Until a moment after going out, one of the girls approached, and lowered her voice with a strange expression. Captain Zhang, the questions you asked just now, don't seem to be questions we prepared in advance. As soon as the words came out, the other people on the side immediately agreed. When they just watched the whole process, they felt something was wrong. The captain's question is not only very low level, but even the way he speaks is not up to standard, not at the previous level at all. And upon hearing this, Zhang Shuo looked over, with the same helpless expression on his face, and sighed, do you think I want this? Several people were all taken aback for a moment, not understanding the meaning of this sentence. And here, Zhang Shuo walked forward and said, do you still remember that I received a text message before I entered the lounge? Several people nodded. When he first entered the lounge, he did take out his cell phone and glanced at it. Could it be? What's wrong with the text message? Just when they thought about it, Zhang Shuo took the initiative to take out his mobile phone and called up the text message interface to show them. Several people immediately took a closer look, and saw a few lines of simple text on the screen. Captain Zhang, I know the clichés and interrogation tactics that you law controllers use. However, don't use those dirty methods on Lin Ye. You should know what I mean. The text message ends here. After reading, the faces of all the team members present changed drastically, and they were shocked in their hearts. Although the message did not indicate who sent it, the phone also displayed a string of garbled unknown numbers, but there is an extremely eye-catching is logo at the beginning of those confusing numbers. And this, it represents the S-rank hunter. Combined with the situation just now and the content in the text message, the answer is ready to come out. No doubt, this message was sent by Hunter Ye Jixia. Ask for flowers. She is using extremely tough methods to put pressure on those who control the law. Thinking of this, everyone felt a layer of cold sweat unavoidably. If it were anyone else, it would be a proper contempt for legal institutions. But the problem is, this is an S-rank organ hunter. They are not under the law at all. From the moment Yan Kingdom established the S-level organization, it had no hope of using laws to restrain them. After all, with this level of strength, no matter which country you are in, it will always be the most popular. Dare to restrict by law. Then they dare to change their nationality directly and go to other places to enjoy better treatment. This kind of thing is not unheard of, nor is it a scarcity event at all. On the contrary, it is commonplace in many other small countries. Although it is not common in Yan country, there have been 2 of them in the past 20 years. Every time such an incident occurs, it represents a major loss of the strength of the country's top hunters. Of course, this is not what the top management of the authority wants to see. Therefore, it is commonplace for S-level hunters to be superior to other institutions. As long as it does not involve the interests of the Yan Kingdom or involves major violations of the law, they will generally turn a blind eye. As is the case now, it is impossible for them to anger an S-rank hunter because of an investigation. Especially Ye Jixia, who has recently been called the top 3 in the S-class. Now, Zhang Shuo's expression was also very helpless. He sighed while putting away his phone. Do you understand? It's not that I don't want to ask some high-level questions, it's just, the situation doesn't allow it. Let's go and ask the principal. This Lin Ye, we'd better not touch it for now. After all, but on the sofa over there. Nice meeting, Mr. Lin Ye. Almost subconsciously, I looked back in an instant. Hill 1 led a group of people on a walk. But at this moment, an unexplained dangerous aura instantly descended behind him. And at this moment, thump, Lin Ye's heart skipped a beat. Lin Ye tidied up the things in the room a little bit, and was going to find Ye Jixia for breakfast. Next moment, in the living room here, at some point, a man in a black windbreaker was sitting there. He wore a treacherous mask and made a smiling voice. There was a sudden noise in the room. Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. And at this moment, 189 confess the truth and rule the corrupted world. Seeking subscription. Inside the room, there is a faint gray-white mist. In the very center of the mist, there was this man sitting on the sofa. He was wearing a long black trench coat, a neat black suit and a wine-red tie inside. The slender fingers are crossed in front of him, and his feet are casually raised. At this moment, he just leaned comfortably on the sofa and looked at this side with a smile. But weirdly, Lin Ye couldn't see his face at all. It was as if some invisible force distorted the light in front of his face. You could just tell he was smiling. Quote, after quickly looking around, Lin Ye narrowed his eyes slightly. He has been able to confirm that this is definitely a mental attack or illusion. After all, his power is activated at any time, and no mental attack effect has been detected. And now, the reason why such a strange situation occurred in 243. It can only mean that this guy doesn't want people to see his face clearly. But before Lin Ye could speak, the man in the windbreaker over there smiled again and said, feel sorry, it's really not polite to say, meeting you for the first time, so boldly. Well, please allow me to introduce myself briefly. My name is Lucian, and my full name is Lucian Carl de Ferrand Galileo. Certainly, you can also call me, Boy Ban, like the members of my organization. The man said calmly, although Lin Ye's expression remained unchanged, his heart moved slightly. Organize, is this guy the boss of some heretical organization? Listening to this name, it looks like a foreigner, but this guy's authentic accent and appearance are completely from the Yan Kingdom. It seems that such a long name was temporarily made up because of the probability. And, just when he spoke, Lin Ye has also used his perception to perceive him and his surroundings in detail, and the results are also surprising. This guy, not here at all, to be precise, his body is not here at all. Yes, in this state, it's just a remote clone. Lin Ye has learned a long time ago. Many occupations such as ninja and Taoist have occupational skills similar to avatars. The principle is to manipulate elements to materialize one's own image, and to be able to form an independent self-awareness. In this situation, the avatar is basically equal to another of them. However, it is not yet clear what element the avatar is created from. But all in all, even if this clone is attacked, it cannot have any effect on the main body over there. It's no wonder that this guy is showing such a relaxed posture at this moment. Lin Ye thought quickly, and here, seeing that he didn't answer, the man continued to smile and said, I know, you may be very curious about my true identity and purpose now. Don't worry, since I'm here, of course I'm going to tell the whole story. While talking, he raised his hand and moved it slightly in the air. A strange picture appeared. However, in the air, the fog changed rapidly, forming a video image. And the content inside, it turned out to be the scene of Lin Ye fighting those masters on the top of the building in the abandoned area. Immediately afterwards, the man smiled and said, if I'm not mistaken, the things you use here to attract monsters should be world-class props. It's a coincidence that our organization is currently recruiting owners of world-class props. Especially a genius like you who can be so powerful without relying on world-class props. Here, Lin Ye naturally had some guesses in his heart. So, he raised his eyebrows slightly, and said calmly, your organization? You mean, what kind of high-level hunter? It seems that you know us. A slightly surprised look appeared on the man's face. Lin Ye's expression remained unchanged. He glanced at the video, and said, except for you, probably no one would be so eager to pursue world-class props, right? In fact, the moment the man released the video, Lin Ye noticed it. After all, last night, Yan Han had already told him that when he was in the waste area, someone had manipulated a monster to get close to him. Combined with the attack on its previous principle, it's almost easy to connect all of this to the person in front of you. At this moment, after hearing Lin Ye's words, the man smiled again, shook his head and said, that's not necessarily. I need to remind you that in this world, we are not the only ones who are eyeing your world-class props. Some people's methods are far more cruel and violent than ours. On the other hand, we will always give priority to gentle means, and it is absolutely impossible to do that kind of thing to a peerless genius like you. Besides, I have come to personally invite you, so you must be able to sense our sincerity, right? Sincerity. Lin Ye raised his eyebrows and said coldly, you mean you sneaked in with the avatar technique? Can this be called sincerity? There is no other way. The man waved his hand, showing a very helpless expression and said, if I came here in person, you probably wouldn't talk to me so calmly, would you? Maybe I haven't finished my first sentence, and you punch me, right? The man asked with a smile. Lin Ye did not answer. But with just this sentence, he already understood that this guy seemed to understand his own style of acting very well. Really, if you have just perceived that this guy is the main body, Lin Ye will not listen to any nonsense from him now, and his first reaction is to blow him up first. The reason why I didn't do anything now is, of course, because I want to gather as much information as possible. So, he remained calm and said calmly, yesterday's 5.5 principles side, were your members sneak attacking too? That's not. The man shook his head very honestly. With the strength of our members, without borrowing world-class props, there is no way to compete with that old man for the time being. So, well, I can't say much more specifically. After all, you may not know that your principal is probably the person who threatens us the most in Linland City, so. When the man said this, he seemed to stop talking. Immediately, as if he had realized something, he changed the topic again and said with a light smile. Let's not talk about this now, Mr. Lin Ye. Let's gossip less. Let me formally extend our invitation to you. Excuse me, would you like to join us, to rule this corrupted world together? 190 spiritual spells, contracts, live broadcast of murder. Seeking subscription. Dominate. Rotten world. Lin Ye's eyes sparkled slightly. If he heard the words of the second grader in normal times, he would definitely not be able to help laughing. But at the moment, I really can't laugh. After all, the goal of this group of high-level hunters is indeed the case. They have also created countless appalling murders for this sentence. It is indeed their goal. The man's voice fell, causing the surrounding white mist to tremble slightly. But he did not stop his brainwashing remarks. Instead, with that blurred face, he stared at Lin Ye's eyes, still smiling, and said persuasively. I know that your strength has already surpassed everyone of the same age, right? Even if you don't need world-class props, your strength is unique. In this case, don't you think other people around you look stupid at times? Or, don't you feel that the power you possess deserves a more respectable status? As long as you join us, the world will be completely changed. Wait until we have enough world-class props. At that time, the pattern of the world will be reshuffled, and the rules will be formulated by his powerhouses. How do you feel? At the end, the man opened his arms, and the smile on his face grew stronger. On the other hand, Lin Ye nodded thoughtfully. Well, being the rule maker of the new world, it does sound interesting. It's more than interesting. The man said with a smile, I can tell you responsibly, that will be an unfettered ultimate world that can satisfy all your dreams. So, what's your answer? The room fell silent. The man calmly waited for Lin Ye's reply. However, unexpectedly, Lin Ye suddenly asked back, should there be any conditions for joining? As soon as these words came out, the man was taken aback. Condition. That's right, Lin Ye said, isn't it possible for organizations like yours to join if they want? There are no conditions. Then I have to doubt your authenticity. The corner of the man's mouth twitched slightly, and said helplessly. Well, there are indeed conditions. When joining, you need to sign a virtual trust contract with us to ensure that you will not betray each other. All team members will sign this. As long as you sign, you will be part of us. In addition, your world-class props also need to be handed in temporarily, that's all. But, I want these little conditions. Compared to being one of the world rulers, it should be nothing, right? The man had a faint smile on his face. At the same time, the surrounding white mist once again tremored imperceptibly. Indeed, you are right. Lin Ye nodded again, with a calm face, as if he agreed with this idea very much. Even the double pupils seemed a little dazed. See this? The man on the opposite side seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, stood up and said with a light smile. Very good. It seems that you already agree with our philosophy very much. Come on, sign this contract. While talking, the man raised his hand, and the blue light of Radao lit up in an instant. Subsequently, white mist gushes from his hands. A virtual contract document appeared in his hands, and the dense and complicated spells were immediately revealed. This is a reversed pentagram magic circle, and quite complex incantations are engraved around it. Lin Ye took the contract expressionlessly. The man smiled and said, just engrave your blood on it, and the signing can be completed. The expression on his face was quite a sense of success, and there was a relaxed smile in his eyes. However, what he never expected was that, right now, Lin Ye on the opposite side suddenly raised his eyes and looked over. At this moment, his eyes were no longer the blankness just now, but a playful smile appeared in his eyes, and he raised his eyebrows and said, as expected, this little trick, you should have used it on every team member in the past, right? Quote. As soon as the words came out, the man's expression froze for a moment, and the smile on his face froze slightly. What do you mean by that? Lin Ye shook the contract in his hand lightly, and said with a smile. If I'm not mistaken, the above contract is not a trust contract at all, but a contract. Once it is signed, it must be like a slave, obedient to you, right? Quote. As soon as the words came out, the man on the opposite side suddenly shrank his pupils and his face froze completely. Although he couldn't see his face clearly, he could still see that he seemed extremely shocked. Totally incomprehensible. How did Lin Ye find out? And at this moment, Lin Ye just raised his hand vigorously. Boom. The contract document in his hand was immediately squeezed and exploded, turning into a violent stream of particles. As the light beams dissipated, Lin Ye's eyes sparkled, and he said, during the conversation you just had, hypnotized me with the speaking spirit spell that has been used many times in a row. Trying to make me enter a state of being manipulated, thus ignoring the type of contract and signing the contract directly. Is this the real purpose of your coming here? The voice so far, the man opposite finally had an ugly face. He has already understood that all his strategies from just now to the present have all failed. The verbal hypnosis created was completely ineffective. And at this moment, Lin Ye just raised his eyes lightly and said, as expected, you shouldn't be the real boss of this organization, are you? Otherwise, just this kind of strength and mentality, it would be really disappointing. The voice fell. He no longer hesitated, and kicked out directly with his feet. Boom. The extreme high speed is like an afterimage. The violent air flow came suddenly, and the man was submerged in an instant before he had time to react. Only the last horror remains. Boom. The entire avatar exploded in an instant. The wreckage turned into exploding sawdust, scattered in an instant, bang. Throughout the room, there were flying gray sawdust fragments everywhere, scattered like dust. Inside the room, all the breath 363 disappeared in an instant. Lin Ye's eyes moved slightly. It turned out to be a clone of the wood element. And at this moment, outside the door of the lounge, a group of hospital security personnel happened to pass by. After hearing the huge movement, the guards rushed in immediately. Boom. After the door was violently knocked open, several security personnel were on guard at first, but when they saw the situation inside, they were completely dumbfounded. Mr. Lin, what happened? Lin Ye looked back, shook his head and said, "It's nothing. We've just heard that. There appears to be an explosion inside." Several people also looked around the room. And now, while talking, a memorial service. If they appear here, if they are ready to make a move, there is basically only one possibility. The first time was a fireworks show in an island country. The second time was a charity gala in a certain country. And then, Lin Ye walked to the window and looked in a certain direction outside the window, his eyes flickering slightly. Hearing this, although the few people present were still puzzled, they had no choice but to leave. In the past 2 times, when the high-level hunters appeared, they would choose to make an extremely high-profile appearance. By analogy, but apart from some sawdust on the ground, nothing abnormal could be seen at all. He suddenly remembered. Lin Ye's eyes flickered slightly. In a large-scale occasion, conduct a public, killing live broadcast, to snatch world-class props. 191 rough plan, CAD-made cafe, subscription required. A memorial service. A moment later, in the restaurant of Fenglin-affiliated hospital, Yi Zhixia and Lin Ye sat opposite each other, swallowing the soy milk in their mouths, and asked curiously in a low voice. "You mean, the high-level hunters are already eyeing you, and having learned about your itinerary today through some means, it is very likely that they will ambush you at the memorial service and snatch your world-class props in public?" Lin Ye nodded. "Well, that's probably the case. I understand." Yi Zhixia nodded thoughtfully, then, while wiping her mouth with a tissue, she said. "Then, what are you going to do next? Do nothing first." "No, yes." Lin Ye lowered his voice while collecting the breakfast on the table, and analyzed calmly with his eyes. "I have checked the videos of their past actions, and found that in their action scenes, there are usually at least 4 members on the scene, and the one I met just now was only one of them. That is to say, there are at least 3 people who are ambushing in the dark. It is not surprising even if they have already mixed into the memorial service. Impossible. If I rashly change my itinerary for today under such circumstances, I will probably startle the snake." So you want to use your tricks?" Yi Zhixia asked with raised eyebrows. "That's all right." Lin Ye thought for a while, "But actually I don't have any special plan, just go there, wait for them to show up, and then defeat them all." Hearing Lin Ye's words, Yi Zhixia was stunned for a moment. What's going on? A lot has been analyzed before. In the end, it was such a simple and crude battle plan. Is it just messing around? Isn't it? Yi Zhixia suddenly had a strange expression on his face and said, "You told me this, isn't it to prepare for my help?" "No." Lin Ye stretched out his index finger and scratched his forehead, and said, "I just want to tell you, I'm afraid you won't react and do something stupid." As soon as the words came out, Yi Zhixia was dumbfounded again in an instant. "What? I? Do something stupid? How could my dignified, strongest hunter in active service in a national S-level agency do something stupid?" Realizing that she seemed to be underestimated, Yi Zhixia turned her head angrily. Of course Lin Ye also noticed that his words were inappropriate, and immediately added with a dry smile. "Hey, it would be even better if you can help to keep an eye out for other lurking members around." Okay, I got it." Yi Zhixia looked over, with an expression of, "I understand," gestured an okay gesture, and said, "When the time comes, I will listen to your command, Master Lin, as long as you alone eyes, I will definitely understand immediately, can't you?" As she spoke, she even made a salute gesture. However, this gesture seemed somewhat like a tribute to the head of state. I don't know where she saw it. Well, yes, Lin Ye couldn't laugh or cry in his heart. "By the way, have you discussed this plan with your academy?" Yi Zhixia asked casually again. "No." Lin Ye shook his head. "With the academy's style, they definitely won't agree with my plan. Also, the more people who know about it, the easier it is to cause problems. I'm afraid that if they behave too seriously and cautiously, it will arouse the suspicion of the enemy. It would be bad if they hurt ordinary people." "Well, I have a question." Yi Zhixia raised her hand. "Say, it's just, you are afraid of hurting those people. What if the group of enemies hurt ordinary people during the battle between you and the enemy?" Won't, because I will solve it as soon as possible," Lin Ye said calmly. Yi Zhixia was stunned for a moment. From this extremely calm sentence, she did not hear any tone of conceit or arrogance. Instead, there is only calmness like a well-thought-out plan, as if everything is under control. Unknowingly, it even exuded a strong aura. This aura, even Yi Zhixia, couldn't help being touched by it at this moment. What's the situation? This guy obviously hasn't even finished his second awakening yet. How could he give me this feeling? Is he already that strong? A moment later, she tentatively said again, "Then what if you want more than a dozen?" Do you really not need me? Rest assured. Lin Ye looked over, smiled lightly and said, I have a more suitable helper. Yi Zixia was taken aback for a moment. Except for the previous animal horde incident, she basically stayed by Lin Ye's side all the time. I have never seen him act with anyone. Why is there a helper, suddenly? Yi Zixia suddenly became curious. Who is it? Let's keep it a secret for now. Lin Ye stood up and said, you will know when the time comes, let's go. And here, Yi Zixia was a little confused. Since Lin Ye has become stronger, although she has indeed relieved a lot, the secrets have indeed increased. Sometimes you can't understand what you say or do. Gradually, riddles are humanized. However, judging from his powerful performance in annihilating the beast horde by himself before, you can look forward to it. In this case, let his strength be displayed in front of the live broadcast, and if he defeats those heretics. Doesn't seem like a bad thing either. Not only can it prove the authenticity of those videos on the internet before, but it is also a good way to make a name for yourself. Thus, you can also slap those trolls on the internet in the face by the way. While thinking, Yi Zixia's eyes also lit up. She spent the whole night online with people all night last night. Thinking of the faces of those people, she couldn't wait to see how it would develop. At the same time, far to the south of the academy, in a coffee shop outside the memorial square, a girl in a long black dress is sitting in a coffee shop at the moment, holding a cup of cappuccino in both hands, looking out the window quietly. Under the slanting sun, her pupils were blue-gray, but the light in her pupils seemed a little dull, as if she was thinking about something. At this time, the door of the cafe was pushed open, with the sound of a crisp wind chime, followed by the sweet voices of a group of girls. Welcome, this is the Cat-Made Cafe. For your smile and comfort, the owner, the cats will serve you wholeheartedly. Excuse me, what service do you need, meow? The voices are like cream, so sweet that it makes people feel a little greasy. I played too late yesterday, I almost forgot to update, I punish myself with a cup. The new guest who enters. First update a chapter, and then make up. The girl on the opposite side also retracted her eyes and looked over, with an extremely calm expression, and said, how about your initial test? Call. After the corner of his mouth twitched slightly, Tuan pointed to the girl by the window over there, I have an appointment. Excuse me, it wasn't until after he sat down that he finally breathed a sigh of relief, like a survivor who has recovered from drowning. Each girl is dressed in a cute maid outfit, wearing cat ears and cat tails, and stands on both sides, welcoming the new guests with a smile on their faces. And at this moment, it was a man wearing a black windbreaker and combing back his golden hair. The moment he came in, he was completely bewildered by the array of these lovely maids. So he avoided the gazes of other guests in embarrassment, and quickly walked towards the girl here. Talking. P.S. And at this moment, although it embarrasses some people, Qian Jiao, it also makes some people have intracranial orgasms. 192 Incomprehensible Existence, Book of Dustless subscription required. The voice fell. The man did not answer immediately, but looked around vigilantly. The girl took a sip of her cappuccino calmly, and said lightly, don't worry, they won't hear you. Duh. The man turned his head and looked over helplessly, and said with a wry smile, let's not talk about that first. I'm curious, why do we have to meet in this kind of cat and maid cafe? Because I like to look at beautiful girls, can't I? The girl said in a neutral manner. Okay. The man could only give an awkward laugh before returning to the topic just now, my temptation has completely failed. How did it fail? The girl's voice was still calm, and her eyes did not fluctuate, as if there was no surprise at all. The man looked out the window, narrowed his eyes and said, that rascal, perhaps he saw through my avatar and hypnotism from the beginning. But he didn't expose it, but continued to talk with me pretending to be calm, presumably for the purpose of obtaining information. I thought I could take him down very easily and let him directly sign the master-servant contract with me, thus avoiding some tedious procedures. Pity, the man said regretfully. However, after hearing this, the girl just glanced at him indifferently before saying indifferently, don't be sorry, you should be thankful for that. The man was taken aback. The girl put down the coffee cup in her hand, picked up a tissue, and said lightly, just after you set off. The boss has already issued an order to us. We must make this incident a big one. The bigger the better, not just like the past 2 missions, but on a larger scale. If you really sign the contract with him, even though you will get world-class props, it will interfere with the boss's plan. Hearing this, the man suddenly showed a strange expression on his face, and said with a wry smile, but as long as I successfully sign the contract, I can also order him to cooperate with us in acting together. It can also achieve the effect of live broadcasting. Do you think the boss would like to watch acting? Besides, if it's not what I expected, you should have pretended to be the boss when you used hypnosis, right? The girl asked with a blank expression. It was as if everything was in her expectation. On the other hand, the man suddenly showed a somewhat embarrassed expression, and said with a dry smile, that can't be helped. If I didn't say that, the effect of hypnotism might be even weaker. Isn't it just that I recruited those few people in this way? The man said helplessly. He also didn't expect that the method he had tried time and again would fall here. Obviously, all they dealt with before were werewolves after the second awakening. It is completely incomprehensible to face a person who has not yet completed the second awakening and actually overturned. What kind of ability does that guy have? His mental strength, is it really that powerful? A moment later, after meditating to no avail, he could only divert his thoughts, and after looking around for a while, he asked in surprise, wait, where did Claire go? He has already gone to the memorial service to prepare. The girl glanced at her watch lightly, and continued, if there is no accident, he should have entered the memorial service by now, right? What? The man was stunned for a moment. With his blonde appearance, wouldn't it be strange to enter that kind of place? It's nothing surprising. The scale of this memorial service is unprecedentedly large. It's not a big deal if there are 1 or 2 foreign friends. While talking, the girl in the long black dress stood up, looked down at the man and said, let's go, we should get ready too. The media has already covered the dojo. According to the information received, soon, the group of students from Fenglin Academy will also enter the venue. The man's expression became serious. He stood up and said in a low voice, are you ready for the enchantment ceremony? No ceremony required. The man was stunned for a moment. If you don't build an enchantment, then what? However, his voice has not yet fallen. She was interrupted by the girl, who glanced at her and said, this time we were given 2 world-class props by the boss. You don't need to mention the first one, but the second one is the Book of Dustless. Isn't there a stronger enchantment spell? Quote, exclamation mark, question mark, quote. Hearing this, the man was shocked. The Book of Wuchen. Oh my god, the boss actually activated this. After all, we don't know what that guy's world-class item ability is. Of course we have to make full preparations. Let's go. Clear. The man's eyes lit up immediately, and he quickly followed. And at this moment, on the side of Fenglin Academy, under light rain, there are school buses ready to go. This is the vehicle preparing to go to the memorial service site. Because this disaster has attracted widespread attention across the country, and Fenglin College is the core of the topic. Therefore, the college of course requires all current students to participate in this memorial service. At this moment, the students of all grades waiting to get on the bus lined up in several queues in the order of their student numbers. However, at the forefront of the sophomore queue, there is no Lin Ye with the student number 001. Many people suddenly looked a little strange. If before, it's fine if they don't pay attention. The main reason is that after experiencing what happened yesterday, it is impossible not to pay attention. At the back of the queue, some people even started talking in low voices. What's going on? Lin Ye is late. Maybe you didn't come at all. No way. Although he is popular on the internet now, he shouldn't put on airs like this. If you don't even attend the memorial service, it's a real bullshit. Don't mess around. He might have gone first. How is it possible? If he has already gone, how can there be no news on the internet? That's right. Everyone on the internet is staring at him now, and the media are also paying attention to his movements. As long as he appears at the memorial service, it must be big news. Then I don't know. At this time, what no one noticed was that, at a certain location in the academy, an orange-red spatial crack gradually emerged in the air. Lin Ye's eyes sparkled, and he stepped into it. There are 2 final preparations he must make before heading to the memorial service. 193 What about the non-existent myths and legends? Seeking subscription. The first thing, naturally, it is the second awakening at level 75. In fact, ever since he completed the first awakening at level 45 in the Twilight Mausoleum, he had already begun to look forward to the second degree. The reason is simple. The improvement brought about by breaking through the shackles of awakening is completely at the level of qualitative change. It can almost be said that its all-round strength has reached an exponential rise. Therefore, afterwards, whether he is facing the masters in the Twilight Road or executing the annihilation plan in the waste area, he hopes to quickly accumulate experience and break through. 75. But it turned out to be very unlucky. He failed to complete the second degree awakening until he killed the dragon god Aramis and rose to level 75. Come here now. Naturally, it is to use the random monsters here to see if any special awakening mechanism can be triggered. And speaking of dragon gods, the second preparatory work he has to do is naturally the Book of Summoning of the dragon god Aramis. It was also the most valuable drop he got after that battle. The reason why she is said to be the most valuable is of course because of her powerful supreme divine right. It can perfectly suppress the enemy, and immediately reduce the opponent's equipment, weapon, props, and other effects by a large margin. Although Lin Ye has never experienced it, however, judging from the other defeated job changers, it is obvious that this effect is extremely buggy. It can even be said that it has reached the level of disgusting and going to jail. However, this is only for the opponent. Once this guy becomes his summoning attendant, then will undoubtedly become a very powerful help. When facing the monsters in those dimensional cracks, it may not have much effect. However, in the face of human-type enemies, it is undoubtedly the strongest killer. After all, up to now, Lin Ye has never heard of any profession that does not require the blessing of weapons. Of course, except for his One-Punch Man. In short, according to the instructions in the call book, the cost of summoning this guy is easy to say. That is, when it is summoned for the first time, under the circumstances of not equipped with weapons, not equipped with armor, and not used props, defeat it with dignity and alone. As long as it is defeated, it can be completely surrendered, and the Eternal Master Servant contract is engraved. But on the contrary, As long as it fails, there will be a certain probability that it will be directly killed by the dragon god. Said with no exaggeration, this is probably the most expensive summoning book. Although the other summoning books are supermodels, they will not be used if they are not used anyway, and the price will not be so high. But this book is different. As long as it is placed in other people's place, I am afraid that everyone will weigh it carefully. After all, in a 1v1 situation, losing equipment, weapons and props. Naked vs Dragon God, the difficulty is comparable to climbing to the sky. Fortunately, he has always fought naked. While thinking, Lin Ye has also passed through the space barrier of random cracks and entered the Crack Space King. In an instant, the light curtain lit up in front of my eyes, and the notification sound came out instantly. Ding, you have entered a random crack dungeon. Current area, Territory of Death, Hill of Sisyphus. Difficulty, Abyss. While hearing this voice, in front of Lin Ye's eyes, the scene of the dungeon immediately appeared. However, said it was a dungeon. It seems vast here. Above the sky, it can be seen that the sky is clear and blue. In the cloudless, the sun shines on the earth, showing a beautiful spring. Now, Lin Ye was standing in a lawn. And ahead, there is a green mountain, a steep hillside, extending to the distance of the clouds. Such a dreamy scene is a bit strange. There is no sound. That's right, the whole surrounding area was unbelievably quiet. If it were placed outside, the surroundings would probably already be filled with the sound of birdsong or insects singing. No matter how bad it is, there should be rumors. But here, although he felt the wind blowing past his ears, there was almost no sound. And when he stretches out his perception, the surroundings did not perceive the existence of any special breath fluctuations. That is to say, not only are there no animals, there aren't even monsters here. A random rift dungeon without monsters. Or abyss difficulty. Wait a moment, did something go wrong? Lin Ye narrowed his eyes slightly, and once again focused his attention on the orange phantom screen. And then, he finally noticed the details. Sisyphus, Hill, that's right, the name of this area seems to have revealed everything. Lin Ye raised his eyes and looked towards the hillside extending ahead, and he remembered a very famous Greek myth. Sisyphus was the original king of the legendary kingdom of Corinth. Due to the kidnapping of the god of death, the world lost death, thus offending the gods of Mount Olympus. In order to punish him for his heinous crime, the gods decided to give him a special punishment. He needs to push a huge stone ball from the foot of the mountain to the top of the mountain in order to be free and return to the world. However, thanks to the power of the gods, whenever the boulder is about to reach the top of the mountain, it will roll down the hillside again and return to the starting point at the foot of the mountain. 7. In this way, Sisyphus had to go back to the original point and push the boulder up again. This punishment seems to be nothing at first glance, but in fact, it consumes everything Sisyphus has in an endless cycle. And that is the purpose of the gods. Let him reincarnate in a meaningless cycle and repetition until he dies. Lin Ye also saw a tribute to this myth in a novel not long ago, so he remembers it very clearly. But, now, what's the situation? In the absence of any monsters, is it possible that I can help Sisyphus push the stone? This is not right. Sisyphus is obviously just a myth and legend, and it should not be real. This crack is probably just a duplicate name. After all, it is not uncommon for the system to play tricks. After thinking for a while, Lin Ye didn't intend to ink anymore, and walked directly towards the hillside ahead. Since this is an abyss-level difficulty, there will definitely be extremely powerful monsters. And the mountain top that Sisyphus never reached may be the location of the monster. Therefore, Lin Ye decided to go there first, solve monsters, gain experience, unpack the second awakening, and then summon the dragon god to make him submit. This is his next plan. Soon after, at the top of the steep hill, Lin Ye moved forward step by step, and finally reached the top of the mountain ahead. Looking there now, indeed, there is a strange building. It's like some kind of temporary mysterious altar, with strange runes engraved on it. Immediately afterwards, Lin Ye saw a strange scene. But see the front, on the right side of the hillside, close to the top of the hill. A burly middle-aged man, wearing extremely shabby and ragged clothes, was kicking the ground with both feet, pushing a boulder with both hands. He has dark skin, long messy gray hair, his face is covered with the grooves of the years, his teeth are clenched, and his whole face is covered with sweat. No, it can even be said to be full of empty bodies. And at this moment, even if he moved a little bit, it seemed that he would use up all the strength in his body. Obviously, the closer you get to the top of the mountain, the heavier the boulder becomes, and it will gradually fall back to the original point. And at this moment, seeing Lin Ye here, I was completely confused. And many more. What's the situation? What about the non-existent myths and legends that were promised? How the hell is someone pushing stones here? One River 194 Lost Time, Desperate Journey Without Return. Seeking subscription. Sisyphus. Lin Ye frowned. Wrong. That's Greek mythology anyway. No matter how fictional it is, race can't be mistaken, right? Although the skin of the person in front of him was tanned by the sun, but he clearly had an oriental face. It can't be the so-called Sisyphus. Think here. Lin Ye's eyes narrowed immediately, and he launched a mental investigation. However, after a while, his expression changed slightly. As expected, this person in perception is indeed just an ordinary person, not some phantom or a monster that looks like a human. Aware of this, Lin Ye was about to step forward. However, at this moment, boom, as if an invisible force appeared. I saw that the boulder that the man was pushing was slightly tilted in an instant, and it deviated directly from the hillside. Directly along the side of the man, he rolled directly towards the foot of the mountain. Rumbling. The boulder made a continuous rumbling sound, and it took a long time before it finally stopped. Lin Ye originally thought that the men at 670 would roar and get frustrated when they saw this situation, but they didn't. It's like he's used to it. He just lowered his head slightly, and slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. After that, he raised his hand a little tiredly, wiped the sweat from his forehead, turned around, and prepared to continue walking towards the foot of the mountain. This series of actions, it was as if he had already accepted his fate. The moment he turned around, Lin Ye clearly saw the lack of expression in his eyes. In those pupils, it seems that there is only boredom and despair about the gloomy future. However, in the next second, everything has changed. Because of this man, he suddenly discovered Lin Ye on this side of the hill. His footsteps froze in place, and his breathing also stagnated involuntarily. The expression on his face changed from numb at first to stunned. Immediately after that, the beginning shifted into infinite writing of the unexpected. Till the end, faint tears appeared in his eyes, and the expression on his face became extremely ecstatic. It's like a person in distress drifting on the sea, finally seeing the mainland. With trembling lips, he spoke as if he was about to cry. 47 years, I've been stuck in this shitty place for 47 years. Finally, someone finally came, woo 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 woo. In the end, the man whose face was full of dimples actually started crying like a child. His body also seemed to have lost all strength, and he slumped directly on the hillside like this. See here, Lin Ye stood there silently. He's never been very good at handling situations like this. He's not even good at coaxing girls, let alone an old man whom he met for the first time. But, men's words, it was indeed completely beyond his expectations. Trapped for over 40 years. This doesn't seem right. Didn't I come here randomly from a random crack in the system? According to the inferences of the experts outside, every random dungeon is made up out of thin air, and will be destroyed soon. Did he really stay here for 47 years? However, while he was thinking, the man over there finally began to calm down a little bit. His face was stained with dirty tears, but he still managed to squeeze out an ugly smile and said, "No, I'm sorry, kid, I may have scared you. Can you understand what I'm saying? Cough, cough. Judging by your appearance, you shouldn't be from Bangzi Kingdom or Lan Kingdom, right?" "No." Lin Ye shook his head, narrowed his eyes again. "It looks like, are you really from outside?" To be frank, when this man said, "stick," and "neon," he knew that this could never be some other race, and the cliff was from the Yan Kingdom. However, the question that should be asked is of course still to be asked clearly. The man nodded very seriously, and then, as if performing some kind of military salute, Xiaoran said. Under Ling Jianjun, the captain of Team 172 of the Ghost Hunter, Zhongdong Theater, number BK 753. "I'm sorry, I just called you a kid. Maybe it's a bit impolite. Since you can come here, it means that you are also a job changer soldier from the ghost hunting army, right? May I ask, what is your theater and serial number?" After the man asked this series of words, it would be impossible for Lin Ye to straighten him out. After froze for a moment, he said helplessly, "As far as I know, the ghost hunters were completely disbanded more than 30 years ago, and now there is no distinction between war zones." "What?" The man named Ling Jianjun suddenly changed his face. He couldn't believe it and said, "Scatter." "What the hell happened?" "Do not know." Lin Ye shook his head honestly. Lin Ye only heard about this so-called ghost hunter unit while surfing the internet. It is said that it was the earliest job changer army under the national flag. At that time, monsters were collectively called ghosts, so they were called ghost hunters. At that time, in the entire Yan Kingdom, all job changers would join it. But later, for unknown reasons, this most special army gradually withdrew from the stage of history. Lin Ye has never experienced that era at all, and of course it is impossible to understand why. Today's university, plus guild, plus official management, is the general pattern of the latest job changers. But of course Lin Ye will not take the initiative to say these things. After all, if he has been trapped for more than 40 years, the changes in the world cannot be explained clearly in 1 or 2 sentences. And at this moment, of course, Ling Jianjun over there has also realized this, and immediately shook his head with a wry smile on his face and said, "Right, even the dimensional rift war lasted only 20 years. I have been trapped for nearly 50 years, and the ghost hunters were disbanded. It seems that it is not incomprehensible." As he spoke, he sighed a little dejectedly, then raised his eyes to look at Lin Ye, and said, "Little brother, may I venture to ask, how did you get here?" At the end of the sentence, Lin Ye looked over and said bluntly, "It's just a random crack, pure luck. I want to know why you are trapped here. Is it also a random crack?" Here. Ling Jianjun's expression suddenly became weird. "Come in randomly. Little brother, don't you really come in without knowing anything about it?" The corner of Lin Ye's mouth twitched slightly. He already said it was a random crack, how could he know it in advance? However, this sentence made him realize that this Ling Jianjun seems to have entered here through other means. But what he didn't expect was that the next moment, Ling Jianjun's face changed again, his eyes became complicated, and he said with a wry smile, It seems, I just seem to be happy in vain. Little brother, you are very unlucky. In the next few decades, you will probably be like me, unable to get out. Quote question mark exclamation mark quote. As soon as these words came out, Lin Ye's eyes moved slightly. Cannot go out, he subconsciously checked his backpack. Please use it carefully when deciding whether to use it or not. This item can be used at any time to stop the exploration of the random dungeon and go back outside the rift. From coming into now, there is no relevant hint at all. You have obtained a temporary item, Return Bone Shard, X1. In other words, ding. Also until now, this is the basic rule of random cracks. This random dungeon, how is this 5.7 possible close double angle bracket? But in doing so, you will lose all progress in the dungeon. Then, but this time, he suddenly remembered that every time he reached the random crack before, there would be a reminder sound. Even if you can't find a way to clear the level, there are still return props given by the system that you can send directly, right? From the very beginning, there was no recall item at all. However, upon seeing this, he was immediately stunned. 195 strange reverse shock, meteor soaring against the sky. Seeking subscription. Aware of this, Lin Ye's eyes instantly became serious. As we all know, a big reason why random cracks are different from other cracks outside is that you can enter at any time plus return at any time. But now, entering at any time is done, but returning at any time seems impossible. In the absence of city return props, this is basically equivalent to a sudden crack that has been sealed. There is only one way to leave. Clearance. That is, kill the final boss in this crack. Thinking of this, Lin Ye glanced at the altar over there, and said calmly. Why don't you just go over there and try it out? What? Ling Jianjun over there didn't understand this for a while. Lin Ye looked over and said with a calm face, since this is a rift, it will definitely follow the basic principles of the rift. That is to say, as long as you reach the final area and kill the master, you can leave directly even if you don't have a return item. So, have you ever tried to go inside that altar on top of the mountain? Hearing this, Ling Jianjun was slightly taken aback, then shook his head with a wry smile. It's been more than 40 years and 18 years, how could I not try it? But it's impossible. Every time I try to get close, I will be injured by the barrier reversal the next day. It happens that the injuries received here will be completely recovered, even if you are dying, you will be automatically resurrected. Here, this entire area is nothing more than an evil game set up by the ruler. When I came here, it was still a restricted area, not a so-called random crack. And all I got was one rule, push the rock to the top of the hill. Quote, that's all. But what I didn't expect was that every time I push the stone here, when it is about to approach the top of the mountain, it will become extremely heavy. Finally, it will roll down again. Loop, over and over again. Speaking of which, Ling Jianjun's expression was already full of bitterness. And Lin Ye's eyes flickered slightly. Sure enough, it is exactly the same as the Sisyphus in the myths and legends. While thinking, Lin Ye looked up at the altar and stepped forward. He decided to test it himself, what is the so-called barrier shock. However, the moment he stepped up, Ling Jianjun over there changed his face and panicked. Brother, be careful, the shock is very strong. Lin Ye nodded. When we came to the top of the mountain, there was indeed an illusory barrier around the altar. Can't see it at all from a distance. Only when you get closer to within 1 meter can you barely see the slight distortion and deformation of the air above it. When Lin Ye tried to perceive with the spirit, the effect of this distortion became more and more intense. Obviously, the enchantment is preventing him from perceiving the existence inside. It seems that there is no other way. Lin Ye raised his hand, his eyes were focused, he aimed directly at the barrier and punched out. Boom. In an instant, the incomparably fierce force directly hit the invisible space barrier. The shock wave of the explosion hit instantly, engulfing everything like a gust of wind. Boom. Even Lin Ye, at this moment, he couldn't help being forced to take a few steps back. Although he was not injured, he still felt a majestic force. Precisely, it was part of his own power that came back from the shock. Fortunately, I didn't use too much force just now, otherwise there might be a big problem. Lin Ye moved closer again. But this time, he discovered that there were several extremely fine black cracks on the barrier, but they were quickly repaired in an instant. As in the beginning, nothing has changed at all. Lin Ye's heart moved slightly. It seems that, as Ling Jianjun said, this enchantment is indeed a bit weird. In case you use too much force, the strength of the shock alone is dangerous enough. Think here. Lin Ye turned back to look at Ling Jianjun over there. However, he saw that his eyes had widened at this moment, and his expression was extremely shocking. You didn't get blown away, and you weren't injured. Obviously, he couldn't understand this. But of course Lin Ye didn't have time to explain in detail, he just looked at the foot of the mountain and said, how long did it take you to push that boulder up? It used to be about a day, now, it's about an hour. Ling Jianjun replied with some hesitation, why do you ask this? It's nothing, just wait for me. The voice fell. Lin Ye turned his eyes to look at the foot of the mountain, and immediately jumped out without hesitation. 6. The reaction force under the feet directly caused the ground on the hillside to explode in an instant. At the moment when the dust was flying, he almost rushed towards the boulder at the foot of the mountain like a rocket. Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. See here, of course Ling Jianjun was dumbfounded. At this moment, Lin Ye's expression became serious. He has probably guessed it. The boulder should be the key item to unravel the enchantment of this altar. In other words, only by pushing the boulder to the top of the mountain can it be possible to open the final area in this crack. And the reason why Ling Jianjun couldn't get out was only because he didn't do it. The reason why Lin Ye asked him the time just now, I just want him to push it up and figure out a solution by myself. However, if he wants to spend an hour, it is naturally too slow. Lin Ye couldn't wait. The memorial service outside is about to start, so I have to leave here quickly. Otherwise, if the group of high-level hunters directly hijack the memorial service, the problem would be serious. For example, the Overseas Charity Gala incident. The owner of the world-class props, in fact, did not rush to the party at the beginning. But that organization still took action, directly in front of the reporters, and started the appalling, murder live broadcast. The persecution made that person finally have to take the initiative to jump into the trap. And now, if that group of people thinks that they dare not show up, similar tragedies are likely to happen. Although I have already explained to Jixia in advance. But the opponent has world-class props after all, and their strength is extremely strong, so it is impossible not to be wary. In fact, the reason why he came to 133 is also to improve his strength for the last time, so as to ensure that there is no cure. So now, he wants to unravel the secret here as soon as possible, and then leave. Tom, it's too late, but it's fast. Lin Ye has already fallen directly from the top of the mountain to the foot of the mountain. Looking at the spherical boulder with a diameter of about 4 meters in front of him, Lin Ye raised his eyes and walked over. Although it can be clearly perceived that there is a special power shrouded in this stone. But, there is no need to think so much anymore. Next, it is necessary to get this big thing to the top of the mountain in the fastest time. Lin Ye's eyes sparkled, and he raised his hand. Think here, boom, FK. After seeing clearly, with a deafening explosion came from the foot of the mountain. Ling Jianjun's expression changed instantly, and he was stunned on the spot. Let me wait for him. Stone. Nima flew over. What's the situation? I've been pushing for so many years, and I can't do it. And at this moment, it's useless. Ling Jianjun, who was sitting slumped near the top of the mountain, had a completely dazed expression. I saw a huge black shadow, like a shooting star, shooting against the sky. Ling Jianjun smiled helplessly. However, what did he do at the foot of the mountain? Could it be that he also wanted to push stones? In the next moment, 196 this kind of power is not his full strength. Seeking subscription, such a shocking scene naturally made Ling Jianjun's mind go blank for an instant. In the short 10 seconds just now, he predicted a dozen or even dozens of Lin Ye's plans in his mind. But I didn't expect it at all. This stone actually flew over directly. Do not. How can that be? In terms of the rules of spells shrouded on the boulder, it is almost impossible to fly out of this arc. After all, once the boulder leaves its support, it will forcefully fall immediately. Even if there is a certain amount of inertia, it is impossible to fly so far. Ling Jianjun stood up in fright and swallowed hard. He wiped his eyes again and looked carefully. This time, he finally saw it clearly. That huge boulder was not directly flown up. Under it, there was a rustling figure. It was Lin Ye who just went down. But at this moment, he was holding the huge boulder with both hands, rushing towards it at high speed. That's right, the explosion just now was not caused by directly blowing the boulder away. It's the reaction. He took advantage of the powerful reaction force at the moment of jumping to start, and directly lifted the boulder up. Just like a rocket launch, start on flat ground and go straight to the sky. And this time, his destination is not Yunxiao, but the altar on the top of the mountain over there. Aware of this, Ling Jianjun felt his scalp go numb for a moment. Even if he has realized Lin Ye's plan and principle, but it is completely unbelievable. The power needed to reach the top of the mountain from a flat launch is already unimaginable. Now, he is still pushing this boulder. This TM is really the level that humans can do. Boom. Between lightning and flint, with a bang, Lin Ye's figure fell at the same time as the boulder, hitting the hillside about 10 meters away from the top of the mountain. Boom. In an instant, a huge pothole was smashed on the slope. As the terrifying shock wave dissipated, a powerful storm was formed, lighting up all around. However, the boulder did not roll down, because at this moment, Lin Ye was standing at the side, with one hand as the palm to support behind. He frowned slightly, as if talking to himself. I made a mistake and underestimated a part of the distance. If I knew it earlier, I would use a part of my strength. Looking at the position of the altar on the top of the mountain ahead, he seemed a little annoyed. However here, after hearing this, Ling Jianjun's face turned pale as if he had seen a ghost. What did he say? The reason why I came here is because I missed a distance. Even this, it's not his full strength. What a joke. Ling Jianjun looked at the boulder again. This terrifying boulder that has accompanied his 47 years of life, at this moment, unexpectedly seems extremely strange. Even he began to wonder if it was the same one. Then, Lin Ye looked at Ling Jianjun again, and said, "Can I trouble you to step aside?" As soon as these words came out, Ling Jianjun was slightly taken aback. Why let? Although he didn't understand what Lin Ye meant, he subconsciously moved aside. Unexpectedly, Lin Ye still waved his hand, "Go to the side a little more." Okay. Ling Jianjun moved a few steps to the side, and moved directly to the edge of the hillside. Only then did Lin Ye look away in satisfaction, and looked at the boulder here. When he made the first push, the reason why he deliberately withdrew some of his strength was not to save effort, it was entirely because he was afraid of breaking the stone. After all, the dragon hunting sword, back then was a lesson. Although it says, cannot be damaged, it is obvious that the entry is a bit exaggerated. But in front of me, the hardness of this boulder should be sufficient. The reaction force when I just ejected from that side was already strong enough, but only 2 palm marks were blasted on the boulder, which is enough to show its firmness. That is to say, next, you can try an easier method. Thinking of this, Lin Ye slowly concentrated. Aiming at the altar on the hillside in front of him, he adjusted his position immediately, and his arm exerted strength instantly. Boom. In an instant, with tens of thousands of points of invincible power bonus, the terrifying explosive power is stimulated in an instant. With his bulging muscle lines reaching to the surface of the palm, he exploded in an instant. At this moment, the boulder was blasted out like a super large version of a baseball. Boom. The terrifying loud noise like thunder is deafening. Ling Jianjun, who was dodging over there, hadn't even realized what happened when he saw the pitch-black boulder bursting at a terrifying speed. Boom. The violent storm moved along with it, passing by like an afterimage. And the direction it passed was exactly where Ling Jianjun was stationed just now. Thump. A lavender light flashed on the surface of the boulder, as if to stop it from moving forward. However, the powerful inertia and kinetic energy given by Lin Ye's blow are not comparable to the reaction force of this spell rule. Boom. The boulder directly crossed the line on the top of the mountain, and blasted towards the transparent twisted knot. Subsequently, it was like igniting some invisible circuit. In the air, brilliant golden fireworks began to ignite, turning into a hemispherical light curtain and covering the entire altar. Until now, they could see the shape of the huge altar barrier clearly. And the next moment, this golden flame also began to ignite on the surface of the boulder. The originally solid stone began to fall apart at this moment, gradually turning into smoke and dissipating. Over the top of the mountain, all were shrouded in billowing black smoke. At this moment, even the originally clear blue sky began to be gradually covered by dark clouds. Seeing this scene, a smile flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. Sure enough, I guessed right. This boulder is the key to unlock the altar in the final area, so there is that weird rule. Before, the reason why Ling Jianjun had been trapped here was simply because his strength was far from strong enough. Realized here, Lin Ye's eyes sparkled, and he walked straight ahead. He has already felt the breath of the monster, and if nothing unexpected, then he can return to the original plan, kill monsters, level up, and awaken for the second time. And at this moment, Ling Jianjun's scalp was already numb, and his hands and feet were completely unable to move. He couldn't believe it at all. I have been pushing for more than 40 years and failed to push the huge boulder on the top of the mountain. Li Mama Zhao just was directly blasted into it. It's like football in the net. What is this? However, but now he couldn't help thinking about it. Because just above the altar, strands of evil purple light gradually ignited. Immediately, more than a dozen glaring red messages appeared consecutively in an instant. LV.75. Altar Guardian. Great Sword Alanga. LV.76 Altar Magician, Corrupted Einskill. LV.75 Black Priest, Ni Yan. Pull. LV.81 Master of the Altar Sealed Bone General, Carl Peak. LV.82 Lord of the Altar, Arrogant Demon with Broken Wings, Liazandos. Looking at these pictures, Ling Jianjun's pupils constricted in an instant, and he was completely dumbfounded on the spot. I am Nima. In one area, 2 masters, plus a dozen elite monsters. This is still hitting your mother. 197 shackles, awakening, torrential rain. Seeking subscription, Ling Jianjun was sweating profusely. He stared blankly at the picture on the altar in front of him. He never imagined that after finally getting the stone to the top of the mountain, what he faced turned out to be such a scene like hell. With so many elite monsters alone, it is already beyond the reach of normal people. Not to mention that there are 2 masters, even the goddamn and the devil respectively. It doesn't look like it was set up for customs clearance at all. On the contrary, it seems that in order to completely seal them here. Although his own level has reached the second awakening, it is impossible to fight so many masters and elite monsters around level 80. As for the boy next to him, he had already felt it just now. Although the power is extremely powerful, after all, it has not yet completed the second awakening. In this case, even if 2 people fight together, the chances will be extremely slim. Aware of this, Ling Jianjun gritted his teeth unwillingly. He stood up tremblingly, his body was already trembling involuntarily. But he knows, if you don't fight, there's no chance of leaving alive. It is necessary for the 2 to work together to draw the bottom line. Then, he raised his hand, summoned a sharp blade, and the light began to flash on his body. At the same time, he gritted his teeth and said heavily, "Little brother, we, 087." However, his words were not finished yet. Suddenly, with a bang, the figure of Lin Ye has already swept out like a gust of wind. His eyes were like lightning, and he rushed directly towards the group of monsters above the altar. Thump. Ling Jianjun's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes widened. And many more. What is he doing? I rushed straight up. Facing more than a dozen monsters whose level is completely higher than his own, he rushed up without hesitation. Ling Jianjun was dumbfounded. If he hadn't seen too many shocking things today, he would even think that he was hallucinating. No, he can't be allowed to take this risk alone. I'm going up to help him. Lin Ye gritted his teeth, clenched the sword in his hand, and tried to rush forward as well. But the moment he rushed out, boom, all I could hear was a huge explosion on the altar in front of me in an instant. Immediately, the dark red blood erupted instantly in the violent shock wave. The wreckage of a monster flew upside down. Tom, he hit the ground hard and died on the spot. Lin Ye body froze suddenly, and he looked over with a pale face. However, on the wreckage of the monster, there are still some magical ores that have not been fully displayed. And his dark black demon scale armor undoubtedly revealed its identity. It is the monster with the highest level in the audience, the only ruler in the altar, the arrogant demon with broken wings, Liaxandos. See here, Lin Ye mind went blank for an instant. The reason why he was so horrified just now was to a large extent because he saw this demon with broken wings. As we all know, demons are the only monsters that can be called the three major races together with the gods and dragons. Their strength is far above that of ordinary masters. It was also its appearance that caused Lin Ye just now to be on the verge of despair. But now, this is the first wreck that flew out. In other words, after the little brother rushed up just now, he intentionally dealt with it first. Thinking of this, Lin Ye almost involuntarily gasped. The footsteps that originally wanted to step forward to help froze in place involuntarily. Level 82 Demon Master. Even when he was at the peak of Lin Ye strength, it was impossible to compete with him. Let alone now, after being trapped for more than 40 years. Although his level and experience will not regress, his proficiency in various combat skills and abilities will naturally drop significantly. Therefore, the decline in overall strength is inevitable. In this case, if he still rushes forward, it seems that it will not help at all. When he thought of this, on the altar in front, there was another explosion that shook the sky. 6. Another monster was directly blasted away, and the violent energy storm blew away, like the end of the world. The purple magic glow immediately turned into countless beam particles and dissipated under the dark clouds in the sky. Immediately afterwards, Lin Ye only saw, in the very center of the altar, a dazzling golden light suddenly burst out around Lin Ye's body. Boom. The moment the light appeared, it's like freezing all the time around you. Even the movements of all the monsters around them seemed to be stuck in a quagmire, turning into slow motion. And at this moment, a bright orange-red beam of light also descended from the sky. As if being induced and summoned, it instantly merged with the light on Lin Ye's body and connected together. In an instant, the majestic breath like the wave of the sea burst out suddenly. A series of incomparably mysterious golden mantras instantly appeared in the air. Like a huge magic circle, it surrounds the entire altar. See here, Lin Ye pupils constricted in an instant. While his face changed drastically, the horror in his heart was indescribable. It's second awakening. What happened? This guy, he actually broke through the 75th level limit and experienced blockade at the moment of fighting these monsters, and completed his awakening. Could this be his awakening mission? This TM is all right. Aware of this, Lin Ye brain, which could barely keep thinking, was finally completely shaken at this moment. And at this moment, in Linlan City outside, the memorial service has also begun as normal. Under the heavy rain, black umbrellas bloomed on the square. Countless official media and self-media reporters have already started the live broadcast. All over the country, countless people have been following the memorial service online. According to the process, at the beginning, it was the part of the official mourning. The top officials of Linlan City will take turns to take the stage, give speeches in person, and read out the names of all the unfortunate deceased, as well as their brief introductions and official compensation. Then came the speeches of other representatives attending the memorial service. In the end, it is the key link that many people pay attention to. That is the press conference on the investigation results and responsibilities of the Linlan Beast Tide incident. That's right, after the memorial service is over, the Administration Bureau will directly broadcast a detailed explanation of the incident, so as to solve the doubts that the whole people are concerned about. And this is also the main reason why many people across the country pay attention to the live broadcast of the memorial service. Everyone is waiting quietly. I want to see what Song Yi officials will say about this incident. Will Fenglin University be sanctioned by the state because of its misoperation? Can the vague figure who wiped out the master of the Beast Tide reveal his identity? What is the origin of the young man who single-handedly killed the dragon god Aramis in the video? These are what they care about. Now, not far away, more than a dozen school buses from Fenglin College had already arrived at the scene outside the memorial service, and the students got out of the bus and walked with their umbrellas in hand. Many media cameras instantly focused on the past, and the reporters who presided over the scene also began to explain. Attention all audiences, the school bus team from Fenglin College has arrived at the memorial service. Although the rain on the scene is getting heavier and heavier, the students are well organized and orderly. But he had just said this. A strange picture suddenly appeared. However, in the distant sky captured by the camera, in the direction of Fenglin College, a beam of bright orange-red light descended from the sky in an instant. Thump. For a moment, some kind of invisible terrifying force actually forcibly emptied the clouds in the sky. In the entire Linlan City, the torrential rain that had just poured down suddenly, came to an abrupt end. 198 God's pause button. Do we have a plan B? Seeking subscription. The torrential downpour disappeared on the spot, as if God had suddenly pressed the pause button. It is not a smooth gradual reduction process, but a momentary forced interruption. Even the dark clouds in the originally gloomy sky dissipated in an instant. They centered on that orange-red beam of light and scattered in all directions. In less than a second, it ended like an accelerated playback in a time-lapse camera. The initially dreary sky suddenly became clear and cloudless. The sun came out. In the entire square, all the people who saw this scene froze in place stupidly. Round shadows began to appear under their feet. That was the result of the black umbrella drop. Gradually, some people subconsciously put down the umbrella in their hands, and stared at the distant orange beam of light with wide eyes. There were even quite a few people who opened their mouths unconsciously and were just so stunned. And at this moment, of course, not only on the spot, even those who followed the live broadcast of the memorial service all over the country were dumbfounded. I just heard the phrase, "The rain is getting heavier," from a reporter just now. In the blink of an eye, it's TM Sunny. Now, in the live broadcast room, a lot of typed bullet screens gushed out like a tide. And at the moment in the field, while everyone was surprised, of course, almost all of them fixed their eyes on that weird orange-red light. Even the top executives of Linlan City on the podium of the memorial service froze in place. The scene was silent, and the atmosphere seemed a little weird. Until a moment later, the reporter who spoke just now seemed to have reacted suddenly, and said in shock and excitement, "It's the second awakening. This orange-red beam of light is a vision that only occurs when you break through the second awakening." My God, audience friends, while the memorial service is going on, it seems that a new second-level awakening powerhouse appeared in Linlan City. Who the hell is he? As soon as the words came out, it's like a ticking time bomb has finally exploded. In just a split second, there was a huge uproar at the scene. All the guests who participated in the memorial service, no matter whether they were job changers or not, were all stunned after hearing these words. Second awakening. This TM, is it true or not? Although it is quite normal to have a vision of a beam of light in the second awakening, but isn't this vision a bit too much? Even the rainstorm can be directly interrupted. What is this? Fantasy novels. Everyone present looked at each other in blank dismay. But at this moment, there is a lot of FG voices in the major official live broadcast rooms. What the hell? I'm sorry, the reason why the rainstorm suddenly stopped is because someone woke up for the second time. Is this NM on or off? I've only heard that the awakening vision will produce a storm or a slight earthquake, which is a bit. Shouldn't it be another supermodel TO level career? For a while, the scrolling speed of the barrage is extremely fast. But at the same time, there are naturally some people who don't understand technical terms such as awakening vision at all, and they directly ask questions on the internet. Brothers, after a long time, what is a vision? Please, yes, what does this have to do with occupation? But at the moment, as soon as the barrage they sent came out, it was immediately overwhelmed by the massive barrage group, and no one saw it at all. Or even if someone saw it, they didn't even bother to reply to them. And at this moment, it is naturally impossible for the people who came to this memorial service to be unclear. So, some people began to look different. Some people's eyes were shining, and there was a light of longing and surprise in their eyes. But there are also people with gloomy faces, who seem to be a little envious and degraded. Similarly, there are also people who frown tightly, showing a thoughtful look on their faces. They all understand. Awakening vision, which can only happen during the second awakening at level 75, is the special chemical energy emperor fluctuation generated when communicating with Black Star. This kind of fluctuation will even surpass the space barrier, directly connecting the Black Star with the basic coordinates of the awakened, and displaying it for everyone to see. Generally speaking, the stronger the job changer is, the more majestic and pure the power of the Black Star communicated during his second awakening will be. This will also lead to different awakenings, and their visions have different interference effects on the external world. There will be some basic storms around the beam of light of ordinary awakeners, and there will be a feeling of blowing when you get close. And those who are more powerful awakened, there will be a slight thunder or a small-scale earthquake. Those who can produce this kind of vision can basically be confirmed as one of the 9 major professions. But now, number 12 quintillion 12 quadrillion 111 trillion 218 billion 173,560,470. The vision of this beam of light in front of me is a bit too weird. You say it is strong. It has no signs of thunder or earthquake. But you say it is weak, but the moment it appeared, it directly emptied the entire dark cloud on the zenith. This is totally unheard of level. Many people have strange expressions on their faces. And at the same time, in the outermost layer of the memorial service, 2 figures, a man and a woman, dressed in black and holding black hands, looked at each other and frowned. But they are different from others. What they pay attention to is not the beam of awakening light falling from the sky in the distance. That doesn't matter to them. Instead, what they were paying attention to were the students of Feng Lan College who just got off the school bus over there. Did you see clearly? 0. The girl in the black dress frowned and said, at this moment, around their bodies, there is an air barrier that outsiders cannot detect. No matter what they say, the outside world can never hear it. The man on the side shook his head and said in a concentrated voice. No, although it's only for a moment, I can be sure, that kid is not inside. That's right, what's the matter, hasn't he come? The voice fell. The figure they are looking for at this moment is naturally Lin Ye, the owner of the world-class item. It seems that Plan A won't work, let's use Plan B. That guy will take the school bus of Fenglin College to arrive at the memorial service around 9 o'clock in the morning. Hearing this, the girl glanced at him. It's possible. According to their information, one scoop. While speaking, she put away the black umbrella, slightly shook the rein on it, and said, could it be because my actions at that time made him wary, so he didn't dare to come here? The man on the side guessed with a strange expression. The man raised his brows immediately, his eyes flickered and said, you mean, to directly start the live broadcast of the murder and force him to come here? However, among all the people who got off the school bus just now, they did not see that familiar figure. The girl glanced coldly. Have you forgotten the action at the charity gala? At least not in this batch. A gleam of surprise flashed in the girl's eyes again. The man on the side also put away his umbrella, and said in a daze, do we have a plan B? 199 to him, killing is just a game and carnival. Seeking subscription. If not, the girl said lightly, do you have some other better way? No. The man smiled helplessly and shook his head. Of course he understands. If it is purely for grabbing a world-class item, there is no need to use this method. It is enough to find that guy and defeat him. That would even be simpler and more direct than the current method, and it would be more efficient. However, this is not what the boss wants to see. It's not that he doesn't want to get his hands on world-class procs quickly. On the contrary, he was more obsessive and fanatical about it than anyone else. But the difference is that he has other goals. He wants to create chaos. Therefore, there will be 2 previous charity party and firework party events. The same is true for this memorial service. The boss of 180 has already explained. They don't need to suppress the incident, but they need to deliberately make the incident bigger. Hence the use of the memorial service scene. Because only here, the regiment has enough official media gathered. Only with their presence can this snatch event become more extraordinary. Thinking of this, the man raised his eyes to look over there again, and said in a concentrated voice, when will it start, and what do I need to do? Let's start after the students have all entered the venue. The girl folded the umbrella and said, I don't need you to do anything for now, just wait and see. The first move is by Fu Licheng. Cree. The man was taken aback. Can that kid do it? If you mean IQ, he is indeed not as good as you. But if you mean killing innocents indiscriminately, he is at least 3 ranks better than you. The girl replied blankly. Here. The corner of the man's mouth twitched slightly. This is true. If there is one thing that guy is good at, it is killing people. We can even say, he's the type to have fun with it. It is said that in his home country, he was sentenced to up to 3,700 years in prison for an extremely brutal serial murder case. He was enforced with the highest standard of restraint policy, sealed all his strength, and was locked in the deepest and strictest prison in the entire country. But the boss took a fancy to his strong combat power, and went deep into the prison alone, and brought it out with some unknown means. After that, he was allowed to join the 4th team and became teammates with the 2 of them. To be frank, if there is one person responsible for executing the killing link in this plan, it must be him. For others, killing is just work. But for him, killing is just a game and a carnival. Have you taught him the basics of threatening speech? The man asked again. Don't that be get red-eyed by then, and forget the purpose of our visit. Don't worry, you have explained everything to him during the time you set off. Are there any other questions? The girl asked calmly. Last question. Say, what if that Lin Ye still doesn't want to show up after the start of the plan? What's the meaning? I mean, what if that guy ignores our murder-live broadcast plan and doesn't care about the lives of these people at all? The man asked in a low voice. That's exactly what the boss wants to see. The girl still had no expression on her face. She raised her eyes lightly and looked forward. What the boss expects is just chaos. If that guy doesn't come, it will cause even greater chaos. Our plan remains the same, but we will repeat it at another time. Quote. Understood. The man lowered his eyes and nodded thoughtfully. And here, the girl stopped talking when she saw him. Then he raised his hand indifferently, took out a mobile phone, and tapped it quickly with his slender fingers. Not long after, a text message was sent out silently. At the same time, on the original white arm of her left hand, a dark engraved pattern immediately emerged. See this picture? The heart of the man on the side skipped a beat. Of course he saw what this magic seal was. It has been a whole year since he saw this thing last time. A year ago, this dark purple engraving was still on the back of the boss's hand. Then, the moment the boss took off his gloves and revealed the engraving. Then out of thin air, he summoned a huge barrier that covered the entire sky, and with the power of absolute law, he created a huge barrier enough to cut off the space. Like the Moses dividing the sea, in the myth, he directly divided the ocean in the Kaiserella Strait into 2, calmly entered the submarine prison below the altitude of 8,000 meters, and unearthed a dusty ancient treasures. And then, only then did he understand. This is the power of the world-class prop, Book of Dust. That's right, the Book of Dust is actually a prop in the shape of a book. Rather than calling it a book, it is better to call it a knowledge engraving that records the most advanced space magic. It is rumored that it was indeed recorded in the book at first, but since the first owner, it has transformed into an engraved existence. Although I don't know how it is activated, but there is no doubt. The moment the engraving appears, it means that she can create a result that can surround everyone on the scene at any time. The man took 2 steps back without any trace, and subconsciously opened the distance between him and the girl. After all, it is a world-class prop, and the lingering prestige that escapes alone may have an astonishing power, so we have to be cautious. But at the moment, the people at the memorial service naturally didn't know what was going to happen here. Most people's attention is still on the beam of light in the distance. After a while, the beam of light disappeared, and many people still had Xia Liang's expression on their faces. The atmosphere at the scene was once very strange. Even the members of the academy who came here from Fenglin Academy were puzzled. For a while, they thought of several possible candidates, but they couldn't determine who was 5.9 at all. But at this moment, they naturally couldn't allow them to think too much, and the teachers in charge of leading the team began to signal them to enter the memorial service site in an orderly manner. At the end of the line, 2 school staff immediately reversed direction and headed for the distance under the gaze of a certain dean. Obviously, they naturally went to check where the awakened beam of light came from. And at the same time, among the guests at the center of the memorial service here, a blond young man wearing a black suit suddenly felt the vibration in his pocket. With a flat expression, he withdrew his gaze and raised his phone to look at it. The moment he saw the contents of the phone clearly, his expression changed slightly. Immediately afterwards, a trace of Lu Xian's excited smile appeared in those blue eyes. The game is about to begin. 200 you probably don't mind. Mourning a few more, seeking subscription. Under the blue sky, the students entered the memorial service in an orderly manner. After experiencing the momentary shock just now, the scene quickly returned to solemnity again. After all, this is a memorial service. Although everyone has curiosity about the awakened person, they must restrain their emotions at this moment. The reporters of various TV stations also began to change the topic in due course. Refocused the camera on everyone from Fenglin Academy who entered the arena. Everything seems to be back to normal. However, at this time, suddenly, a dark purple light suddenly lit up above the memorial service. The next moment, like a floating star, it emitted a dazzling radiance. Thump. Immediately afterwards, the radiance extended rapidly, turning into a huge hemispherical barrier covering the entire venue. From a distance, it looks like a translucent glass bowl has been turned upside down on the ground. Before anyone had time to react, the scene was completely sealed off. Whether it was the guests at the memorial service, the students of Fenglin College who had just entered the venue, or even the reporter teams of the major TV live broadcast platforms who were in charge of filming and recording at the outermost periphery, they were all surrounded. Quote! Quote. The scene that had been quiet not long ago was immediately in an uproar again. FK, what is this? A barrier? Wait a minute, why is there a sudden result to surround this place? What happened? For a while, countless people at the scene exclaimed. But at this moment, the expressions of those high-level officials in Linlin City who were at the center of the memorial service naturally changed. Of course they didn't plan such a strange thing, it was completely beyond expectations. The bodyguards on the side naturally also sensed that something was wrong, and they all rushed over immediately, and came to the side of the high-ranking officer. All of them looked solemn and prepared to fight. The students present all stared intently, looking around. The weird atmosphere immediately spread. The videographers present subconsciously pointed their cameras in the direction of the barrier, terrified. Not to mention the reporters who had just recovered from the shock, their eyes widened and they even forgot to explain the situation for a moment. When the scene fell into a brief dead silence, suddenly, among the crowd on the west side of the memorial service, 2 shrill screams erupted. Immediately afterwards, there was a dull sound like a heavy object being hit. Boom. PFF'd. 2 black figures in suits just flew out of the crowd. Boom. The bodies of the 2 hit the empty ground in the middle, motionless. Without exception, their faces were pale. There were bright red bloodstains at the corners of their mouths, their eyes were wide open, their pupils dilated, and there were no traces of life. Quote! Quote. This sudden and strange death. All the people present were shocked, and their faces changed instantly. Countless people covered their mouths, their hands and feet felt cold, and their brains went blank. No one could have expected that in less than 5 seconds after the enchantment appeared, 2 people died on the spot inexplicably. And still with such a tragic death, everyone's eyes quickly looked in horror in the direction where the 2 of them flew out. And at this moment, a strange figure began to walk out from the crowd. Clatter. 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 His black advanced custom leather shoes broke the silence of the scene step by step. The people around were almost terrified, and hurriedly dodged to the 2 sides to get out of the way. That figure appeared. He was wearing a black suit and a black and white checkerboard square uniform cloak outside. From the appearance, it seemed to be similar to the uniform of Tianquan Academy, one of the top 10 colleges and universities. But as long as you look closely, you will find that it is completely different. He has a tall body and enviable gorgeous golden hair, but under the blonde hair, there is a weird, gray fox mask on his face. Now, in this way, under the eyes of hundreds of people at the scene, he walked out calmly and leisurely, like a stroll in a garden. Seeing this picture, the expressions on the faces of a small number of people at the scene were still only terrified, but they didn't know what happened at all. Naturally, it was even more impossible to know the identity and origin of this person. But the vast majority of people turned pale the moment they saw the uniform and mask. Most of them have paid attention to the international news, and of course they recognized it at a glance. No doubt, this is the rumored high-level hunter. An extremist terrorist organization formed by a group of heretics who aim to seize world-class props. In the past 2 months, they have planned 2 terrorist actions that shocked the entire world, and they have also successfully obtained at least 2 world-class props. Although the gray fox mask in front of me has never appeared before, there is no doubt that it is definitely the same organization. And at the same time, when everyone at the scene realized this. At this moment, this gray fox Cree opened his mouth, swept his gaze to the audience, and said loudly with a smile. Sorry, it seems that I accidentally interrupted the memorial service. It doesn't matter, though. After all, there will be more than 1 or 2 people who will die next. Anyway, it's a ceremony to commemorate the dead, so you shouldn't mind. How many more will you mourn? While talking, his eyes looked at the 2 people who had just died in front of him, and the smile on the corner of his mouth became even more excited. Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. Hearing this, many people at the scene suddenly showed anger in their hearts. How many more mourning? This means, does he still want to continue killing people here? Thinking of this, during the memorial service, the eyes of many job changers instantly turned cold, and each of them switched out their respective equipment in an instant. The colorful and gorgeous 750 rays of light rise up into the sky one after another. The ordinary people at the scene all held their breath and did not dare to speak at all. However, before these people launched an attack, suddenly, a few glaring and gorgeous rays of light rushed out of the crowd in all directions in an instant. Boo, dang, their figures are as fast as the wind and lightning. In just a split second, the surrounding area of this arc extinguisher was completely enlarged. Moreover, everyone is already fully armed, and each directly releases their weapons. The holy sword at the head stood in front, directly pressing the tip of the silver long sword on the gray fox's throat. The golden holy spear on one side directly touched the gray fox's temple. Behind the great magister, a black magic book appeared in front of him, and 4 strong chains stretched out, locking all the limbs of the gray fox respectively. And in the end, there was a figure on the right side wearing a black assassin costume, holding a dark red dagger in his hand, and the tip of the knife directly touched his heart. In less than a second, the 4 of them formed a direct and complete suppression of the gray fox Cree. Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. At the memorial service, everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded on the spot. And at this moment, the holy sword, who was the leader of the 4, looked indifferently, looked at the gray fox, and said coldly. A high-ranking hunter, right? You're under arrest. If you move, die.